high, make it feel so high, make it feel so high. Tell me if it's funny, disappear, honey. When will you come me or call me? Cause I have for you a great surprise. Oh, you have something in your eyes of power, and I can't deny I love it. There are no limits for us, so we can't understand now. So high, make it feel so high, make it feel so high, you never know why.
Feel so high, make it feel so high, you never know why. Feel so high, make it feel so high, you never know why.
Once again.
No more talking about it. The way it is, the way it is. It's no mystery. There's no getting around it. When you're here, we got chemistry. We light up when we ignite. We are stars in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. I fight for you every second. To keep your touch in my memory. I try not to regret it. What could have been, should have been, if you would stay with me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember. Forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me.
I'm Nicholas Martin, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Good morning, everybody. We are live from Jönköping, Sweden. It's cold outside, but baby, oh, is it so warm in here. It's all heating up at the Major. All started in Stockholm only a few days ago, and now in the playoffs, it's 8 teams out of 16 remaining. Let's just recap all of that before we get started with the main event here. Early morning in Jönköping. I'm Jost Medic, your host of the show, and with me on the analyst desk are two beautiful gentlemen. First up, Mr. Jack Fresh. How are you doing today?
I'm pretty good, Milos. I'm pretty good. It's very cold in Sweden, but I'm used to it by now. So yeah, excited to be here.
I've been to Sweden quite a few times over the past year or so. A couple of years for you, that's for sure. But we're joined by a new face for some people, but for the French community and for the OGs out there, you'll know exactly who it is. Alpha Ma, Monsieur Leo Robin, the Mira Master, the Mr. Worldwide who joins us on the analyst desk.
You have more names for me?
We can keep on
We can
going.
go ahead.
Yeah,
No, thank you. That's fine. Well, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm so happy to be here. I actually started my international debut as a player on stage in Jönköping 4 years ago, and now I'm here.
And now you're retired. Now you're back. And
yeah, it's a retirement home on the analyst desk. We had Fabian first, now we have you. Honestly, this is going to be great. We're going to have a lot of fun talking about these teams and all they have to offer. First up, let's talk about what teams are playing for here at the Major. Of course, there's the bragging rights. There's, you know, the final event of the year. Great stuff. But there's a bit of cash at the end of it, because who doesn't love paying taxes at the end of the year? $200,000 for the first place, $80,000 for the second, $40K for third and fourth, then down to $20,000, 10th and 5th. $5,000 at the end there, with 13th to the 16th. Of course, those 8 teams have already been eliminated in the group stage, but money and bragging rights are not the only thing. We always have themed trophies here at the Major, and how about we reveal the one for Jönköping? It's standing right next to us here in the desk studio. Now, I really want people to take a look at the details of this piece of art here as our cameras get set up for the big reveal. Gentlemen, drum roll. Hey, there it is. We got Azami with a lot of crystals attached to it. It means it's cold. But you know what? We're warming all up here at the Major. And we move on then from telling you what it's all about to how we got here. And before that, we have to really focus on the maps, the meta game, at least how it's gone down in the group stage. Specifically, we have a graphic put together last night by our good friend Sprbuni. Thank you very much for it. Our map stats gentleman. What can you tell me about the pick rates, the attack, defense, win rates, and all that?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting to look at that most maps actually are defender-sided. When you look at attacker repeat, you would have thought, you know, more maps would be attacker-sided, right? And if you look at it, there's only Bank and Charlie.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. You know, Border, for example, there's a few maps that you think teams would have figured out how to play. I always say Clubhouse is attacker-sided, right? Attackers do their 1, 2, 3s.
Step by step.
Step by step, and you win, and throughout the major. It shows the quality of the teams at this major, but for me, it also shows scope for the teams that are up on the playoff stage. There's still improvements that even they can be making, and they're at the pinnacle.
And of course, by the end of this event, we'll know exactly how things go. We'll be talking about it in regional finals, et cetera, et cetera. But from this on to our standings. What did they look like in our groups? And we're going to go through groups one by one, as we always do, starting off with Group A. Fresh, can you help us out?
Oh, this group was probably the most fluid group for who could have been first, second, third, fourth. Weirdly, I know that there's a big CAG contingent of fans at the major. Unfortunately, they were knocked out. M&M Gaming, Europe, from Europe, on the very final play day, on the very final game, couldn't get it done against Black Dragons, who did get it done and went through on round differential.
I think it's very interesting to see that Soniqs already are, dominating that group and seed 1, seeing what a huge change it was to lose Super and Yeti and then bring in Geo, right? I think that's impressive.
I still worked out through it, and you've had a hand in, I guess, some of the players that have made it through.
Oh
here.
yeah, I know them well.
It's the olden days for all the OG fans there. But then on to Group B. Leo, what can you tell me about them?
Yeah, I don't think it's a surprise to see Team Liquid seed 1 here, right? So they've always been that one team that's so consistent, always qualifying, always having great results in majors. They're always missing that last step, that title that's escaping them. And then the real battle was for the seed number 2, right, between TSM and Heroic, to revamp roster, as Sandbox was a bit too far away to try and qualify.
I think given TSM with the #1 seed coming in from North America, that people thought, yeah, it's Liquid and TSM that go through, and that's the way the results went. But Heroic were wrote off from the start, so the fact that it even went down to the very final game, and TSM had to dig deep by beating Liquid, just shows how close Heroic was. And that's only a good thing, right? Even if the Heroic roster and TSM, both of them, playing with 2 rookies.
Moving on then to Group C, Jack, W7M at the top.
Yeah. I'm going to shy away from talking about this one because...
You definitely should not.
A certain analyst over here thought that they might well get grouped, and they proved me wrong. Record-breaking, 18 points, 6 straight wins in a major. The way that they did it was so clean. Like, when they weren't winning rounds strategically, they found a way to win. It was great siege to watch. And then we saw BDS and SSG, again, fight it out for a very close second place.
Yeah, and I think it's important to point out that it was called Group of Death for a reason, and I think that both BDS and Spacestation deserve to be on stage here, and if it were for other groups, maybe Spacestation would be here today.
Yeah, I would have loved to see that Alphama X Yeti reunited, I guess, here at Major, but unfortunately that will be for another day. That was a great arc in the narratives of Rainbow Six Esports, was it not?
I'm so sad to not see him today, man.
Oh, well.
It's been too long. I haven't seen him since I left America, actually, so it's been 2 years.
Mr. Worldwide, look at him. He's moved to Asia in the meantime. Though on to Group D, our final group. Big surprise, maybe, but not really, Jack.
I think, yeah, I think the group, the first and the second, was probably set in stone from the outset. The third and fourth was set in stone from the outset, but the order of things was a bit switched up.
Yeah, I think it was interesting to see Direwolves able to upset FaZe, though. I don't think anybody saw that coming, and I think that explains also why Wolves is seed #1 here. I think Wolves, a lot of people are underestimating them. They're in a really good shape, they have good momentum. Them being seed 1 is just a proof of that.
There's nobody talking about, to be honest, there's nobody talking about either of the top 2 teams from this group as potential winners. And I think there might be a few people with egg on the face if those 2 teams go deep.
But we all know the real challenge for Wolves is when they're actually on the stage in best of 3 at the main event. They always done well, even though in Berlin, games got really close in the group stage.
I think now is the timing to prove that they've got what it takes. They've all the learnings from 2 years of creating this iteration. This is the final moment. This is the moment to prove that they're not afraid of performing on stage.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. And for us to get it all started, first, we got to tell you about all the action that actually happened in those groups. So if you missed, don't you worry. We got it all together in just a few minutes.
It's about time for the final major of the year in 2022 for Rainbow Six Siege. We are here in Sweden for the Jönköping Major. We got 16 teams fighting to be the final champion of the year. Let's go!
They got a chance to go for the drop, but the final step is the toughest. There's a fight with the Twitch drone that's drawing some attention. They slip their way through. It's Gunner with a quad. Can he try and cement maybe the first ace of the tournament? It is!
Beeboo pulls trigger, and 2 are gone. Look at that. Another Beeboo, are you kidding me?
BG man goes down. Stop doing this, please. No!
Taylor that wins it out. Gasher, he's trying to bite his way at the site, but as soon as they realize it, well, Snake out of nowhere gets the quad on the back end, but it's the fire!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second day of the Jönköping Major.
1, 2, 3, 4! Jim Plant and Astro. Oh, he just pops in before the Candela goes! Gets the head of the next on the swing round. The preemptive pre-fire as Kento tries to bite back, gets one on the top of the main stairs. Astro gets a quad. There is the ace!
Goes to take down one of the Blitz OGs himself. Hang on a second, KZ! There's no way he fakes it! Oh, he goes for the double! But the trade is on, and that means that the round is for Fury! Oh my god! Good for a second one, potentially. Low bullets, but it might not matter. He's hungry for another. And TSM are falling apart. It's pure chaos in the server as Snake must slither his way out of this. It's not going to happen.
Welcome back to the final day of group stage here at the Jönköping Major from Sweden.
FaZe know how to play these advantages, but it's a nuts shot from Shinka. SMG-11 in hand, he got the down onto Astro as well. It's Cameraman, it's only Cameraman. Left for FaZe, he's got to 1v1 against Shinka. He goes for that revive, and Astro, he actually faked it. He's not got Astro left, and it's Shinka with the 1v4.
Blitz is down. Suddenly Liquid are now on the diffuser. Nesk sitting on top to try and stop it. Achieved will need to nade. Oh, this might not work. This might be a little off base, and it is. Oh, it gets resets down to 1 HP. They won't. They stop him.
An electric group stage that we've had in Stockholm, and now that everybody's moved to Jönköping, we're ready to talk about the details. First up, our bracket. How do things line up here? To start off the playoffs, so it's pretty simple. 8 teams divided into these 4 best-of-3s that we're going through today, all day. Now, this bracket does not represent our schedule. Just to give you an idea, Soniqs versus TSM is up first. AVNA, Wolves versus BDS is second, EU versus EU. And what is that? 4 LATAM teams, 4 Brazilian teams playing against one another. W7M versus BD, Liquid versus FaZe Clan. Leo, what's going on over here?
I mean, apart from the obvious and the elephant in the room that every region is facing each other, I think the most important thing here is rivalry. Every team is going to have to decide, are they good enough? Are they the best in their region? There's a few things to kind of overcome, right? Wolves have never really overcome BDS in the competitive, in Tier 1, only in French Nationals. W7M, everyone's hot favourites for this tournament. The last time they lost was against Liquid in the semi-finals in Berlin. So, like, they've got to go, they've got to do that as well. There's a lot of, like you say, rivalries to overcome. And, you know, obviously there is an elephant in the room, but we are guaranteed an 2 regions going head-to-head in the grand final. So I'm happy about that.
Guaranteed an EU team in the semi-final. That's some good stuff. No APAC here, unfortunately. I know it'll break all the CAC fans' hearts out there, but it's kind of part of being a fan of the region at this point.
I mean, I had huge hope for APAC. You know, joining that region, I saw a lot of people growing, developing, hardworking, and it's bad today that in 2022, I hope more from them, obviously. And I hope to see more of Damwon, you know, doing amazing in majors like they did last year. I hope other teams are able to do that soon.
All right, then on to our schedule for today. Like I said, we got 4 matches, best of 3 series, gone our BO1s from the groups, and this is what we have. Starting off with both Brazilian matches, W7M versus Black Dragon. Second is Liquid versus FaZe, and then on to EU Primetime. It's BDS versus Wolves, the top 2 teams of the region, and then, wow, it's NA with the top 2 teams of the region going up against one another. It's almost like the 2 games help us determine who will be the top team in the region in a fair best of 3 on stage at a major event.
And then eventually you get to semis, and then you face international teams. Really good storyline here, right?
Another challenge.
Simple as.
Man, a few words.
And a few words.
Why say many words when few words do a job?
The best thing about the Friday at the majors is it's just siege, 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 non-stop. You know, there's fans that get here from 8 a.m. in the morning, and they're here till gone midnight to watch every single map, and that's incredible.
There's a few sitting here, but it's time to reveal the stage for everybody. You've seen the studio, you've seen the trophy, you've seen the setup that we have for you here. So how about we say hello to the stage and our good friend waiting on it. Let's get this show on the road.
Hello everybody, we are here at the heart of DreamHack Winter, all fired up for 3 days of Siege. For the final time this year, our teams will step onto our big stage. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Jönköping Major. Now, outside of the qualifiers, SI is all locked up. But as we push forwards and get all excited for Montreal in February, our 8 teams here today and all this weekend will be competing for big money, for pride, and of course, for our illustrious trophy. Who will make the final Siege statement of 2022? It is time to begin that journey with our first quarterfinal. Let's bring out our first 2 teams. Undefeated in the groups with 6 W's to their name. Can they make it 7? It's W7M! Now their opponents flew into this major under the radar. Underestimate them if you dare. Forget dark horses. It's Black Dragons! Now, before we get this one underway, let's find out how our first 2 teams are feeling ahead of this epic quarterfinal.
Some of us was crying when we knew we qualified. It was a great feeling to see they were like cheering. They were like, okay, now it's time for our playoffs. Let's fucking go. Your split was really well, and then we know that we can beat the opponent. We are prepared. We are been training for a long time.
It's really nice to be in the playoffs because our group was the group of death, so we advanced, and it's really nice to advance in a really hard group to get motivated to the playoffs. It's really nice to play with the crowd. I remember Six Invitational in 2020. I always get that energy, you know, that hype, and it's really nice to play with the crowd for sure, man. We are a really good contender for the title. We play our maps. We are really good in all of them. And yeah, we are ready. Let's go. Let's do a great match.
I want to thank to every one of your fans. You're always with us. I want to thank you.
Thanks for everything, for cheering in every match and to send good messages for us. It's really nice. Thank you.
The games are about to begin. 4 best-of-3s. I know a long day, but just like Fresh was saying, it's Siege all day, every day here at the Major. We're so happy for you to join us here. Now we've revealed everything. The desk, the trophy, the amount of cash everybody's winning, the teams, the stage, and we are ready to go. Our final pointers here before we start off with our game, which, as our good friend Steve/Ian over on the stage has said, well, it's W7M versus Black Dragons. Black Dragons have been a quintessential part, I would say, of Rainbow Six Esports since literally day one, since before Brazil was even part of Pro League, and they're still keeping it strong. It's been a while since we've seen them at the playoffs, but they're up here now.
Yeah, it's been nice to see them. Like you say, the org we've seen time and time again. This roster, maybe not so much because there's still quite an inexperienced roster going on over there.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've been together, that core roster, for only 9 months. But I think what they've built is really interesting. It's the first major together. It's all a learning experience. I think getting out of groups is already really good. The rest here is bonus, is learning, and they have no pressure on them right now, which is amazing.
Made it to playoffs, and your first time you make it to majors, pretty impressive, is it not, Fresh?
It's pretty impressive, but there is a but there. With that lack of experience, you know, we saw them in rehearsals yesterday. I'm looking at Cyber and Bullet from FaZe just dancing around, chilling, very, very loose, very happy. Black Dragon seemed very rigid. First time going through the rehearsals for the walk-ons and the things like that. It can be a little bit nerve-wracking because the groups are one thing. Playoff and the stage is a whole different experience for them. So they just need to not succumb to that inexperience. But, you know, I think they'll be okay. I think they'll be competitive.
If anything, playing against another Brazilian team may be something that helps them in this, because W7M and Black Dragons have played one another multiple times over the past year or so. Even though these rosters are different, players have experience with all of them. Now, W7M on the other side, undefeated in the group stage. I'm sure Fresh predicted that completely before we went into it. But what do you have to do here?
I think it's going to be really hard, to be honest. They faced each other a month ago in the Copa de Elites, and W7M beat them 2-1. I think in general, W7M, I mean, they're just dominating Brazil, which is already the best region, I think, in my opinion. Like, dominating when you've got FaZe, Liquid, Furia, like, so many really good teams to face. Like, I think it's crazy how they've developed, and they're there for 3 consecutive majors too, right?
And I think the thing that differentiates them this major compared to Berlin and Charlotte, I'm not even excluding. I'm excluding Charlotte. Charlotte is a little bit of a, you know, Charlotte happened. Berlin, when they went out, they looked that little bit inexperienced. They were very emotionally high and low. Now, the difference now is they've got Julio. Julio has been there. He's been there. He's done it. He's got that experience. And he will keep them in that middle range in terms of their emotion. He'll keep them focused. And you don't just see it around the place. You see it in the games as well, where when they've strategically lost a round, they find a way of winning it. And that's what that experience brings you. And I think that's one of the big reasons why they went flawless in their group.
I mean, we're talking about Black Dragons as a staple of Rainbow Six Esports and Brazilian esports, especially way back in the day. We're also talking about Julio, who really got his big start with Black Dragons in those days. And that's how it all started. This is how experienced we're talking about with Julio. I mean, I've known the man since 2014, and he's been still competing and doing very well for himself, especially considering the small change of careers that he's had for a tiny moment this year.
Yeah, he had a little bit of time in there coaching, didn't he? Keeping himself fresh whilst the team opportunity came up, and then it came up with the best team, and he's improved them, so...
I think you could have seen it as a bet to replace GDN too, because GDN was an amazing support, but I think that might just be the missing piece for them to finally be a title contender and win an event.
Yeah, I think so. There's a lot of people really, and like it is that little missing piece, because you look at them on their statistics. Do they have the best attack rate? No. Do they have the best defense rate? No. Do they plant the best? No. Do they get the best entry? No. but they just keep finding a way to win. They've got that raw firepower. You know, we haven't even spoke about KZ yet, who's got that just raw firepower where he's just running through absolutely everybody that he encounters.
Best player in the major by far, and an incredible rating across the full year.
That group stage was incredible, seeing him tear through everybody.
Flawless in the group of death, guys. Flawless in the group of death.
Incredible.
Impressive. Impressive to say the least, but let's remember they were stopped by FaZe in the semifinals in Berlin, and it didn't look super pretty. So maybe that experience, how difficult will it be? I have to see here against Black Dragons. Our pick and ban is up. A reminder for those that are just joining us. Hello. 9 map pool is what we have and what we've had for quite a while here in Rainbow Six Esports. And we are down with Black Dragons banning the first map. They start off with Theme Park first. So they start off on defense. So of course, you pick the map. Your opponents pick the starting side. That's how it works. W7M on Villa, where they start off on the attack. And finally, W7M will ban out Bank to take us to Border. Generally speaking, about the map ban, what are your thoughts, Alfama?
Well, I think there is a very big surprise here.
Yep.
We knew W7M had a really big map pool, 8 maps out of 9. The only map they weren't playing was Theme Park, and they let it through. So Black Dragon picks it, right? But now, Julio said in his interview, we play all maps well.
Yep.
All maps, including Theme now.
I think both me and Alfama, I think we agree.
Yeah.
We think Black Dragons have been baited into picking a bad map, or a bad preference map for W7M, because, you know, they ban away Theme a lot. But also, so do Black Dragons. Black Dragons have gone to a low preference map to try and target W7M's low preference map. W7M have gone to a mid preference map of Villa to target Black Dragon's low preference map. So I think the overall map pool, especially if W7M have baited this out, really does suit W7M.
And in the end, I think if it goes to Decider with Border, I think both teams are really comfortable on it. But like Jack said, I think in general, the map veto favors W7M. Just seeing how big the map pool is and seeing how shallow Black Dragons is, it just makes sense.
Well, let's then focus on Theme Park first in all this. You're saying it's a surprise. Both teams ban it regularly, but W7M have had changes, and that experience from Julio, that's why we highlighted it earlier, might be the key that they need, Jack.
Well, it's exactly that. If Julio said, oh, we play all maps well, and they've said, do you know what, whilst you're in this roster, let's just keep Theme Park away. We feel like we can win Brazil and Copa Elite, and we can get through to playoffs without playing Theme Park. Throw it out in playoffs.
Does that mean they're saving strats?
Saving maps, saving strats. Potentially. We don't know what to expect from W7M on this map because we've not seen it all year.
It's actually, we make a lot of fun around it, but when I was a player, I knew, like, the more you hide, the better it is. It's actually true, you know. Like, you want to have the most advantage possible on your opponent, and hiding maps is really important there.
One thing that I will say, specifically attaining to Theme Park, is the way that Black Dragons play, their play style, I've called them the vegans of Brazil because they are so plant-focused in their play style. They don't have the same play style as any other Brazil team because they're so objective-focused. Potato's got the most plants in this tournament. Theme Park is a map that can enable that. It's big, it's got a lot of options with which sides you come at the map from on all of the sites. If Black Dragons can find a way to get in and get those plants down, they really could have a good time because they do focus on that.
A plant-based team.
Yeah, I think my biggest issue with that is that in order to get to the plants, you're right in saying Theme is...
You've got to fight through KZ.
Yeah, you've got to fight through KZ, and it's such a huge map. You've got to gain so much control before reaching the execution, and you're going to have to face incredible, highly skilled roamers to arrive there, and if you're slow and methodical, timing might be a problem.
Okay, more things to worry about. Starting side is Black Dragons on defense.
Yep.
Is that something that can help them kind of establish a footing? Because there's a lot of nooks and crannies you can use and abuse in Theme Park.
I think they have to get off to a good start, right? And I think that's, you know, it's one of them. W7M have therefore chosen to go onto the attack. And I think they want to put the focus onto the attack on really putting Black Dragons under pressure because what do you expect on Theme Park? A 4-2 split if you're defending it, right?
Yeah, I think you should at least aim for 4 rounds.
Yeah, so if you don't get those 4 rounds as Black Dragons in your first game, on the map that you've chosen to try and upset W7M, you're under a world of pressure after that first half.
And starting an attack on Theme is a staple of confidence, I think. If
Yes.
you're choosing to attack, that means you're the one that is willing to control the pace of the game. And I see W7M doing that in every game they're playing.
I mean, that's how you go flawless in the group stage, right?
Yeah. You back yourself and you don't worry about what your opponent's doing. Attacking it.
There they are.
Look how confident they look. They know that they can go out, get as many rounds on the attack, and then defend it out from there. That's their confidence. That's their prerogative. And obviously they've hidden this map.
Okay, then if we talk about specific operators, then maybe Black Dragons can use, because all of this is just saying, hey, W7M have a massive advantage in the entire pool. Maybe if we get to a map 3, they'll have something to work with, but that's a tall order currently, with Villa being the second map. Is there anything for Team that they can do to disrupt W7M? Because we know W7M is a team that can slip through the lines. They have all the players for it. What information operators can they use or ban or really cripple the attack in the beginning new?
I think it's going to be really hard for them to have prep specific operators because obviously W7M haven't showed Theme Park. But if I am in their shoes right now, what I'm trying to do is gather as much intel as I can on the early rounds, try and see how W7M is approaching the map, and then react about this in the next defenses.
What if you just lose the Valkyrie? Everybody bans Valkyrie.
I think they would want to go for things that enable them. You know, you might even see something like a Cade, keep Thatcher open, because W7M don't strike me as a team that's going to play too much for the objective, too much for the walls. It's going to be that brute force of coming through, getting play the kills. So keeping that operators open that enable your plants, Thatcher, you know, any breaching operators that just enable you to get in the building. Honestly, KZ has been playing loads of Melusi. When he gets onto the defense, you'd expect him to be one on the front line, up oppressive on the top dragon stairs or the cafe side. Maybe even get rid of that. Just take something comfortable away from W7M. It might work out.
Yeah, you could try and really abuse the natural crossfires in the map to have strict and steady defenses and not let anything through. Just control a little bit of zones, but really well, with a lot of traps.
But what about Nook?
What about Nook? I mean, if Nook is...
What about Duck Heavy?
I mean, Nook can go in and try and get a frag. If you're in a really good crossfire position, she gets raided, and then you just lose it.
Duck Heavy?
You probably, yeah, and this is the line that I was going down in, like, don't ban your Thatchers. Don't ban your traditional bans on your attack, especially if you're starting defense first. Ban the kind of crutch things. You know, if you think they might crutch a Ying or a Dokkaebi or a Nook or an Ossa or any of those kind of crutches, or a Monty. We see a lot of Monty on Theme Park. I'm not so sure W7M would play Monty, but those kind of operators are ones that would enable the defense start and then also allow you to have your Thatchers open, to have your breaches open, to play your style.
Any final thoughts then on this? Are we expecting W7M to run away with it?
I think the map veto favors them, like we said, but I think there is room for Black Dragons to at least take one map, and if they get one, then the decider is actually pretty equal, so there is still a way Black Dragons upsets them.
I'm gonna shield Black Dragons this one because everyone else is thinking W7M are gonna win. I've already wrote W7M off in groups, so I'm gonna go for Black Dragons.
Wait, is that the CEO of Black Dragons that's really cheering for them here on the? Wow, that's crazy. I would never believe that that would be the case here, but there it is. Huge support at least for the team, and Black Dragons. Both of these teams are very well known in the region.
Yeah,
both of them are still fresh from the oven.
It's important actually to say in terms of this regional rivalry, the head-to-head between these two teams, and I am going to be sorry for Black Dragons fans. It doesn't look good.
Ow.
It doesn't look too good. Black Dragons only took a map off W7M in Copa Elite. They lost to them every single time in the BR6 in the regular play, and then lost to them over the best of 3 2-1 in Copa Elite.
Yeah, I think in general W7M are the heavy favorites here, but like I said, I'd love to see an upset. I'd love to see a lot of fighting. I'd love to see a 3-map match. You know, it's like I said, the pressure is on W7M to perform here. Everybody is expecting them to at least reach Grand Final, if not winning the event. On the other side, people don't have such high expectations for Black Dragons, and that's a weapon they can use.
Does that give you a freedom, or does it give you pressure? Because I think just go out and play.
The pressure's on W7M. They're the ones that made it to the semis last day. This is like the perfect game for them to try to win and make it to at least the semis, right?
Yes, but at the same time, I understand your point, because I've been in their shoes. Like, first time you go on the stage, you see the crowd. Every time you die, there is a huge bass, and you see people cheering. All this stuff, it's not like at home. You can't play the same way. So that's still going to impact them. Whereas W7M, 3rd consecutive major, I think they're experienced now.
And it's best of 3. That's something that might have aided BO1s, might have aided both of these teams, let's be honest, in the group. So, final thoughts?
I think it's going to be a tricky one. I think there's no doubt about it. For Black Dragons, it's going to be a tricky one to navigate this against the most favorite team in the tournament. But they do have that surprise factor. They do have that no pressure added to them, and they do have their unique playstyle. That's what they've got going for them, and they feel that they've picked a map that W7M are weak at. They've got factors that they can rely on, But whether they'll be good enough to overcome probably the best team in this tournament, I'm not sure.
Well, let's see. Can BD upset in the first map, or will W7M run away with it as they start off on the attack? It's Theme Park, and we kick off the group stage. Well, that's done. Now we're in the playoffs. Thank you very much, Fresh and Leo. We are on to our casters. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milos. It is time, ladies and gentlemen, to start the playoff stage here of the Jönköping Major. We'll be going live with our first matchup in just a couple of seconds here, and it is bound to be a good one. A very interesting playoff bracket that we ended up with, fully regional until we get to the semifinals, and in some cases staying regional all the way to the final here. Stokes, let's get your initial thoughts on this first map here as we're getting ready to dive into it, I believe, right now.
Man, I am so excited to be here in Jönköping, and I'm excited to be casting this Brazilian on Brazilian bout. It's W7M versus Black Dragons. Now, I do have to say, I am favoring W7M, as with a lot of the crowd. Yes, exactly. But Black Dragons, they have an opportunity here. You heard what they were saying on the analysis desk. Black Dragons, they don't have that much weight on their shoulders. There's not a lot of pressure on them, unless they're putting it on themselves. So let's get through this ban phase and see how they want to try and handle this offensive side. W7M is going to be starting us off with Nook. This has been a priority throughout the tournament, but also one for them as well.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting series overall for Black Dragons, considering how little these maps they've played into in the past few months. Haven't seen them play into either of the three selected at this tournament as well. For W7M, a little bit different, of course, but Black Dragons have been hiding these throughout most of the group stage. Even going back to like CES as well, from what I could find. Didn't really see any plays on these three maps, so this is going to be a little bit of an interesting one for W7M to read into specifically, because they're going to have to rely only off of what they've more than likely played BD in like scrims and whatnot there, and that's assuming they're actually doing that. Bans are proceeding pretty much as we would expect here, though. The Dokkaebi one going to be quite interesting, but once more, like a lot of the bans in this tournament, relying pretty heavily on the map to make that selection, and that applies here just as well. Mute will be the final defender ban, and that one's going to be a little bit interesting, don't you think?
Absolutely, especially when it comes to Theme Park. Mute, he gets a lot done for walls and other things along those lines. He's also obviously really, really good against drones, which is really important when it comes to the clear here on Theme Park, which is one of the most difficult ones inside of our map pool. And when it comes to Sites Armory, also the hardest one to try and crack when it comes to those sites. So that's where W7M is going to start us off. We're probably going to see them expand their horizons, move over to things like the Kaid or maybe some Bandit batteries down the line, but it really looks like they only want the Electro Claws for this one, so they're gonna have to pick and choose the walls that they really want. They'll more than likely favor the back end of Throne, usually because this double wall up here over towards the yellow side, it's just really easy to get due to the verticality.
All right, so Black Dragons here. Already at least one operator reselect, and we're going to get an interesting choice right off the bat from the Black Dragons as well. The Sense coming into the fold for Ion and the rest of Black Dragons. This is an operator that we've seen played more and more throughout this tournament, specifically being useful for pushing these smaller hallways where you're able to bank those green screens off of each or off the walls back to back and create almost a zigzag pattern, which can allow for the attacking team to be able to push forward with quite a bit of confidence. The defenders will more than likely not want to challenge that, given the kind of random nature of how the gunfights will go. So we'll see that stay in play. Other than that, though, for the most part, things are going to remain relatively the same for BD in terms of what they selected initially.
I love Herd starting it off this way, trying to get aggressive early on. Set the tone, John. You want to start things fast and furious. Let Black Dragons know what you're about. They have to respect that. They don't want to be losing bodies early here. Force them to drone a little bit more often when it comes to this side of the map. A little tidbit here before we get too deep. Black Dragons, they've been really favoring those plants, as you heard Fresh talk about on the analyst desk. But for W7M, John, it's been a little different for them, hasn't it?
That certainly has been the case, as they've been playing much more into the usual sort of Brazilian play style, trying to play very much in the face of their opponents, taking the fight directly to them, not trying to play too heavily into the objective unless they absolutely need to rely on it. So this is very much going to be a clash of styles, interregional as well, to determine the best of the best inside of those. And even so, we'll have another one of these same matchups coming up right after this, I do believe, as well. As we'll have another matchup that's all Latin American teams before we get to the semis.
Absolutely, and that's even more exemplified when it comes to W7M on defense. They don't have a single disable throughout the tournament just yet. So that means when they try and go for that plant, well, they're throwing bodies at them. That's what they care about. They're taking that fight and trying to win it through the traditional means of Siege, killing your opponent. So we'll see if they can get that done here. We saw JV, using those electro claws to their fullest at range. It's the beauty of Kaid. He can sit over here inside of the main hallway for Throne and just try and play about, assist his teammates over on this side of the map who are still holding presence, especially upstairs. Love this position for KZ. Black Dragons not too far into the map. They're really just focused on the key areas that they really need to try and hold on to. But the big issue is that W7M have enough bodies around here to try and hotly contest this area, especially when it comes close to sight. Love this Warden pick that we have. KZ, he's finally going to get some pressure upstairs, though.
No success in flushing out those actual positions upstairs. That's the big problem here. The only really damage being done to Keys in this situation. So he'll be dropped down quite low. More than likely is going to have to back away towards the site. BD have made no progress in terms of actually getting themselves to the inside of it. Still going to have an electric fence blocking the way. Still take a little bit of chip damage. And of course, we've got the Toxic Babes blocking off access as well. So things are going to continue to slow down as Keys now strikes first for W7M. Since BD are forced to start peeking into the site. That'll be nice re-aggression coming in from the Oryx. That means the upstairs presence is still a problem. Keys actually down now, firing through the Dragon door to take down Nade, knocking a second member of the BD roster. Trying to move forward more and more here. But as you can see, W7M's defensive setup has not been pushed back to any extent as of yet. Patoxy may have to try and swing in through Dragon door, make that unexpected play to subvert W7M's own expectations, but it's just not happening. Basetto finally strikes true, but that more than likely will end up being one of the only kills here. Perez able to find one for himself. Actually gets another one as well off the sidearm, but these are just stat pat kills at this point. The round is done, and W7M take a very confident hold in Throne for the first round.
A very controlled Black Dragons, but I have to point out, I really think this is due to what we saw from W7M early in the round. We start out with that peek from Herds, and they keep the pressure upstairs. Black Dragon with a lot to deal with, but W7M, they're able to really use that to their advantage. I love what we saw from KZ upstairs. He gets pretty seriously damaged, but he's still willing to go for a lot of these gunfights, and he wins out the majority of them. 3 kills in that round alone at very low HP, John. It's like this guy's a thing that goes bump in the night.
So that is going to be obviously the most straightforward site the W7M will have in their arsenal to defend back down inside of Throne Room. Now things get a little bit trickier. Black Dragons will have more options to be able to access the site. They'll have more valid ways to try and push towards the extremities of it, and more ways as well to push back this more aggressive stance that W7M is going to want to put at the beginning of the round. W7M not playing too heavily into that though as of round 1, so we're going to see some changes for them as well now, with them more than likely wanting to push out and try to play against areas like Dragon and Cafe to stem the tide on BD's initial take.
Well, KZ gonna be on his hallmark operator here, Malusi. Well, game gonna be back online here, so hopefully everybody else at home is as well. I think we're okay to continue. Everyone a little confused. Don't worry, we are as well, but looks like things are right as rain. So we're gonna continue on with round 2, and we've got some pretty serious adjustments when it comes to the offense here for Black Dragons. Nade going to be on the Lion now. This is going to be the best player by rating on Black Dragons coming into the playoffs, and a contender that we really need to see step up and hit a home run today.
The showings of an initial clear so far from BD. Gonna spend a lot of time on drones more than likely over the next 30 seconds to try and figure out what that initial setup looks like from W7M and where they can best potentially challenge it. Already seeing a big stack outside of Cafe, so the lineup will be leaning in towards there, but as you guys might expect, and we were talking about before, definitely gonna see some resistance here from the W7M roster. The Wamai currently being played by Volps directly on the inside of it. We'll have to give some respect to that in a second. You can see that's already been given away as he backs out towards the doorway, waiting for that initial push. He's not gonna be alone here though, as you'll see that second player also supporting him to the top of Yellow Stairs on the top middle portion of the map.
You can see how Black Dragons are setting up around this portion of the building. That's something quite common when it comes to Rainbow Six, but very important when it comes to a map like Theme Park. You really need these crossfires and to try and box out the defense. You're really looking for those ISO plays. If you can get somebody locked up, maybe you can try and get your entry in there and get a big pick. It hasn't come for Black Dragons just yet, but it's been a lot of info game for them thus far, and trying to abuse some of these angles that they can open up with the Selma charges. Be able to get some here for these windows that we just saw being played by Ace moments ago. That's going to be Ion out on the rappel. Nade's going to be down low still. Going to pop that EE1D, but nothing to come with it just yet. Black Dragons have been waiting down to the wire to really go for these executes. The early aggression just has not been there just yet.
Yeah, once again, that falls more so into what we were talking about during the pregame. Potoxi with some nice patience here, though. Gets the peek from Herds and absolutely slams him down. So beautifully done here. That'll open up Cafe for them to be able to push into it. But it goes back to, of course, what Fresh was saying on the desk, where this team is very much like the sort of vegan team inside of Latin America because they play such a slow game. They play this very, very execute-focused, methodical play style. And at the moment, it's working off the intel they got before. Ion with 2 kills to work his team to the inside of the site. Bring it all down to JV and Julio now to clutch it out for W7M in the 2v4. JV immediately decked as well by Perez, leaving it all on Julio.
Well, he starts it off strong, but still has to get 3. He's gonna walk right in and slap Perez down. With the shotgun in hand now, the SAS shotty, it's always been so dominant. Tries to push forward. Is it a bad read? It is, but Ion, he's able to close it down. Luck on his side up against the spray pattern of the shotty, but it works out. And as you said, Black Dragons, their parents have to be proud, John. The patience from these guys really paying off.
So the case of some beautiful stuff coming in there from the Black Dragons roster as they are able to work their way back into it. Mainly off of some great drone intel that they got in the middle of that round, chucking the drone in from the outside of the window there by break, and then be able to just roll that one entirely through. Unfortunately, W7M either never really realized that and decided to change up positions, or otherwise thought they could take on the challenge anyway. So BD had pretty much a full read as to the setup, and since it was a fairly static setup from W7M, took it down through the process of entry.
Absolutely. Took him a little while to get to it, but as you said, Black Dragons really likes to play with that time initially. They want to try and get that early info, see that site set up, and then slowly dissect things. Look for those ISO plays that are so very important, like what we saw go down inside of Cafe. So Black Dragons will be able to tie things up because of that, but how does W7M fire back? More than likely be a little bit of a dial back of those more aggro positions like what we saw out of Herds. That's how you get yourself punished, get yourself in a corner and try and cross a line of sight in just an ill-timed position, and more than likely going to lose your life because of it. That's what comes from that. So Black Dragons are going to send us for a shift again here. Nade, the last time he was the one on the line. This time it'll be Paris. Ion also off of the ace. In fact, no hard breach coming this time around.
And going to be jumping onto the Ash. This is an interesting one to see for Black Dragons as well, just because the roles are a little bit more fluid on this team. From what I've noticed, there's no like dedicated player that goes for these types of operators back-to-back every single game. They tend to flip it around a little bit. Inside of the group stage, we were seeing Perez generally pick these up, but as we got more towards the tail end, we were seeing him switch the operators he's on now, where it's much more utility-focused. And again, because Nade has had generally the better entry/fragging performance, he seems to be taking on these more straightforward fragging roles, as you're now seeing, of course, with him going onto the Ash.
Definitely agree with that, as Nade has been a huge component of this Black Dragons offense. Ion with a beautiful nade there. Nice little Kobe right off of the side paneling of the door. But W7M, this is the one thing we've always noticed about him, and Ion's ready for it. Volps, he tries to come back for the refrag, and they're looking for even more. Ion, this G36C in his hands, practically a katana to cut down his opponents. So working out quite well for him thus far, but Black Dragons, they've already got the plant going on as well. This is looking so solid until Julio steps up and he takes him down. That's gonna be the case down in sight. It's a 2 versus 3, but Black Dragons have to try and fight for map control.
Was the big gamble, of course, by going for the billiards plant without full control of the areas around the site. You could see here W7M starting to collapse upon this now. Black Dragons felt they had enough area surrounding it, but did not have full control. I believe in the bathroom area, and as such, W7M were allowed to work their way back in. Drop the case as well. JV sneaks off the kill from the bottom of the arcade stairs, taking down Perez and evening out the player count down to a 2v2 here now. Nade and Potoxi, all that's left for Black Dragons. They try to bring it back under their control. They still have that bathroom control for themselves, so are going to be able to work their way back into it, but it's the lab itself they never stole away. They're attempted to pinch it out in the mid-round, and W7M were able to hold their own. Nade now going for the second plant attempt. Will it be able to go down? Well, we are going to see the air jabs hold back the interruption of the plant at least, but Nade will still acquiesce to get himself off of it to defend his own life, and unfortunately will still fail to keep himself alive. Julio picks him up, leaves everything down to Potoxi inside of the 1v2. Plenty of time to duel this out as well. He can take his time truly inside of the duel, but won't do so. Tries to force the issue on the inside of billiards and gets shut down. Our defenders excel once again and now lead 2-1.
Well, for Black Dragons, they had the opportunity. It was a tantalizing chance to get into sight, get a plant down, John, but W7M, their aggression on defense, it never ceases. They always want the fight. They want the smoke when it comes to these defensive ends on any map, and they get it here up against Black Dragons. They take it all and the round. Very well done from them to continue the fight, even though they were trying to get it done from that downward position. Completely against the Star Wars rule there, my friend. winning from the lower end. So we'll see if they can try and bounce back here for the Black Dragon's sake, as we're going to be headed back down to Throne for our defense.
So let's get ourselves back into it now. Throne Room up next for W7M, where they already gave us a very confident showing for their defense here. Back on round number 1, Black Dragons need to make some big improvements to have a hope of working their way into it. And they're going to focus very heavily on opening up additional avenues, such as the supply closet route going into the main wall behind Throne itself. This will be amplified, of course, by the pick from Nade. They're going back over onto a Thatcher to complement the Thermite that's already picked up by Basetto. Even then, we did have a Twitch soft lock for a second for Ion as well, but it feels that they've decided that's not entirely necessary. They're going to move away from that. Having the Thatcher in play is probably enough of a negation to the utility. The Twitch won't be fully necessary as that kind of insurance policy.
Not exactly the greatest when it comes up against what W7M want to do here, so definitely agree with that. I think Thatcher is going to be a better choice for him overall. Those Electro Claws, especially with how JV's been using them, he's just been tossing them. So you're getting that Electro Claw to be tossed in the air while your Twitch drone is present inside of the Throne Room Armory area, where there's quite a few W7M bodies rolling around. So just probably not going to happen. So you're really playing it to try and get rid of some other things, have the extra drones, and for that F2. So definitely agree with Black Dragon's choices here. They're going to get the Yana in here for Paris as well, so we'll see what he can do with this Hollow. He's also rocking the ARX. It's been back and forth this LAN with what people have been enjoying on her.
Slow rolling so far, as you might expect on the second go-around here for the Throne attack for the Black Dragons. Took them until the very bitter end of the round to even start their attempt to push in through Dragon Door and some other parts of this map on the previous round, so expect a similar amount of caution this time. Like we said, though, big focus on trying to open up the walls a little bit earlier on and give them that better real estate to be able to push in.
Oh, no.
Though, with the big play, walks right up, grabs one. Oh, no! Missed Basetto, though, inside of the corpse of his teammate. So he'll trade it back out. Perez also scores another kill elsewhere on the map.
KZ at this rate is going to be a Brazilian myth. People are going to be telling their children about this guy. It is truly incredible what he is able to pull off. Just a little bit of mismanagement from Black Dragons, and they're punished for it. But fortunately enough, they bounce back in a serious way. Just not seeing the second player inside of there, and KZ goes down. Hurts to follow. Black Dragons able to have the lead for now, but we saw what happened the previous round. W7M, they're no slouch. They don't slow down. They're set for war. Highly doubt that Black Dragons aren't at least have this for the time being. It's definitely not done just yet. You can see that in the way that they're carrying themselves, the cadence of their play. They're checking every corner for one of these W7M members could be. JV, he's going to Nitro sell the verticality that we just saw created from Yana, but nothing to come with it. Going to land on deaf ears, but they do still have the one in the pocket of Volps, and with minimal time here, this could get them into trouble. Electroclaw out, but did he hear it for the hatch? He did not. No timing here, so he's going to have to try and hightail it out.
Connector hatch will be opened up. Basetto now with full rights to get vision onto the entryway for both of the sites, of course. And W7 have actually rotating a few of those players out already as well, so that will leave them, unfortunately, unable to assist when it comes to the site defense. And now, as a few of them, at least one now, Volps tries to rotate back in. He'll be caught off by Basetto. W7M, all of a sudden, their aggression is coming back to haunt them here, as they no longer have the presence on the inside of the site. The drop down in the spray coming out as well, but nowhere near enough damage. Only one player dowels before the 1v1 is traded out. Julio now alone inside of a 1v3, knows he's got at least one contender by Dragon's Door, but can't find the exact location. Perez shuts it down, and Black Dragons have truly come alive here now, it seems.
Yes, indeed. Very well done from them. And again, it goes back to that patience. They're just doing a lot of things that are putting W7M off their timing. You can see the rotation coming back into connector hallway right there and really punishing one of the last members of W7M. But that's even past what we saw Black Dragons able to deal with early on in that round, dealing some considerable damage to the lineup and making it really difficult for W7M to try and work out. And obviously Black Dragons able to use the rest of that time bank to a really, really good result. So we'll see if they can try and keep this up on the offensive side of Theme Park. If they can get this third round here, I think that we really could see 3 maps between these two.
Intel denial needs to be the key here for W7M coming into this round, as unfortunately they failed to deny it outright when this was played back on round number 2, and then failed to adjust their setup to try and subvert the expectations of the Black Dragons, basically allowing them to go through with a pretty straightforward execute based off of their entries at the end of the day. We should see something fairly similar deploy out here. A few more reselections. For the most part, I think it's just operators being shuffled around or stylistic changes. They don't feel they need all the intel that the EE1D would have provided on the Lions. They're going to bring the Yana back in for Potoxi, for instance. Baseto adding in the Flores to try and take out some extra utility in the depths of the site if they feel there's going to be any pesty ones. Things like, of course, the Banshees from KZ and a few other elements here. Then they'll still get their soft breach in the form of Perez and other forms of straightforward utility there. Nade bringing the Twitch drone in if they really need to sneak in an insertion. And of course, that's a very comfortable pick in terms of a weapon for Nade, too.
Scary sights here. Oh, and a misread. Heard the bullets out of the Twitch, and that masking of the sound. A little difficult to read if somebody's approaching the stairwell, or obviously the material they're walking on changes. So just tries to go for it. They still have a bunch of other things to try and utilize to slow down Black Dragon. So if the early kill would have came their way, definitely would have been a lot more beneficial there. So looks like,
oh, let's see. Hold on.
Yeah, we're gonna hold on here.
We got it. We're good.
Yeah, I think we're back in. So get this Rotero drone warmed up here for Baseto. Where does he want to try and find a home for? It's immediately going to be eliminated. W7M have been on top of the utility management for the majority of this tournament. Definitely not going to see it slow down anytime soon, so very well done from them.
Volps patiently waiting for his opportunity to potentially frag out, but you can already see him being crossed a little bit here. The shots coming in from break room side to be able to fire out against him, and as well as your Terror drones finally piercing the veil a bit. The second one chucked out there is able to take out the first bit of utility on the inside of Cafe. I believe that would have been a Banshee that early on. That ends up going down. He does need to get another one a bit deeper into the building, though, to be able to take out the deployable shield. Other forms of utility that will also be here. Volps strikes true, though. Catches Ion in the early round here. We're going to see how the Rotero drone work its way through. However, oh yeah, it's just barely going to be able to sneak in the elimination of that deployable shield. The two ADSs around the corner, though, still staying alive for the time being.
Really surprised that Volps has those proximity sensors instead of the impacts for that situation, but obviously those can be pretty useful in certain situations. So more likely have those set up for himself around drops or some stairwells or something like that. Oh, nice trade here from Black Dragons, capitalizing on the aggression from Volts and also getting Julio in the process somehow. That's the smoke down nade. He's going to take it one step further. He's got JV under wraps. It's a 3 versus 2.
Once again, W7M with their peaks kind of flying blind. That's a big comparison to Black Dragons, as you just saw there from the Twitch's POV. Nade more than ready for the challenge that came out against him on the initial peak, but now Herds gets some revenge. Perez as well, keeping Black Dragons in front of this chase, as Herds is now the only player left alive for this team. He does have both the remaining members of Black Dragons lit. Nicely recovered there. Brought down incredibly low, but reacts just in time to still smite out the last member running from BD. Down to the 1v1 here. Baseto versus Herds. Herds seems to have had some vision indeed. The originally higher HP will play out for Herds as he gets the triple kill. The 1v2 to clutch this out now for W7M and keep them in front of the chase.
What a clutch from Herds, and a disable finally coming the way of W7M. We've got one. We have one for our Brazilian squad. And I mean, what an amazing set we already have going on in between these two. And the craziest thing is that even past this, we're still going to have a Brazil on Brazil matchup. So it's really going to be the Brazilian derby to see who goes to the grand finals. And the craziest thing is they just played Copa Elite a month ago. So W7M just did this, and now they have to do it all over again.
For anybody curious about how that match did end up going, it was a 2-1 in the favor of W7M when these two teams went up against each other. I think towards the very tail end of the Copa Elite 6 bracket just a few months back to qualify for this very same event. W7M, of course, looking to just rerun that, as Stokes mentioned, but Black Dragons here for revenge. And so far they've done a pretty good job of hanging on the attacking side here of Theme Park. Going to see if they can lock in that third and final round for themselves to fully tie things up at 3-2 as they're going to go for another throne room defense as W7M's last defense comes to bear.
Ion is really stepping it up for the stage here. At a .88 when it came to group stage, already 5-4. Harris also getting quite a bit done here. Nade the one on the back burner as he's been kind of rolling around different operators. We've seen him on some Ash, back to Thatcher now to try and assist with getting these walls open. Also have the redundancy when it comes to the hard breach. They've got the Thermite as well as the Ace here. Always got to double those up just in case somebody dies, right? So Black Dragons, they have everything and a bag of chips to try and get this round sealed. See what they can do. It'll be a nice tied series here if they can get it. W7M, though, these defenses have been coming hot and heavy, really heavy-handed with the aggression, but that's something to come and expect out of these guys.
So KZ will be the front and forward player trying to contest against the initial Dragon take from BD if they're going to end up going for it. BD, though, taking a nice slow roll, it seems, here for the first few seconds of play. Not wanting to take much control of anything themselves. They're just opening up the default barricades here and kind of setting themselves up to properly drone things. And then we'll start to see some counteraction over here towards control or other areas on the Dragon side to begin pushing back W7M a bit closer to the actual site. Basetto has met some aggression, it seems. It's probably JV on the other side, if I'm guessing the silhouette correctly. So he's going to be forced back and away from that one. Black Dragons won't be too long for the positioning on the outside of the bathroom. They don't really need to play around that anyway, so they got to focus up, get back on the objective train here.
Measured approach from Black Dragons, as we would expect. They're going to be starting things out on the cash side of the building. Drones in, it'll mark out Julio around the Dragon area, and he's going to hightail it back into the site. Really needs to try and stay alive this time, especially with the amount of magnets that he had in his pocket right there. That is so many things that will be caught now that he has been able to stave off elimination. Nate working his way in via Gong. Again, slow rolling here, but to be expected. Trying to make sure they can capitalize on their info game. Ion also checking things out when it comes to the drop. Really hope that this drone game works out for them because Volps is awaiting his arrival. He's going to choose to work his way over towards Cafeteria. W7M, they've got a lot of map control across the entirety of this area. Herds is finally going to be the one to go down. You can see the disjointed bouts that we have going on across the entirety of this space. We have W7M upstairs trying to take it against Patoxy. It's going to be Volps. Also has one in tow. It's going to be Ion on the sledge as he tries to propel himself forward. They're going to give up the verticality upstairs, but they're going to keep KZ over on the top of Dragon.
Very inactive round, really, from both teams here so far. Black Dragon's been trying desperately to be able to find themselves positioning to be able to execute, but at the same time, trying to keep their setup together here. That impact nicely played, but I think it was already taken down by another player as well, so either way, beautifully done here. Negates out the utility. There's still potentially a second one in that player's pocket as well, but Volps just makes the direct play from Dragon door. Nay gonna go back up on top to try to counter out the impact that was thrown before, but then I realized KZ already up against the side door to go into the closet. Perez will quickly exchange it, but it's the lack of intel there from BD that has ultimately ended the round, it seems. W7M shutting down the remnants here. Beautiful response kill from Perez, but it won't change the outcome of this round. W7M with that beautiful aggression by Dragon Stairs, locking it down and putting them back in front of the charge.
They got the kill on the smoke, but they didn't deal with what mattered most, and it was the positioning there from KZ. All that droning to really not get anything done on the side of the map that they wanted to actually take control of. They were able to get things done when it came to the arcade side, but that had nothing to do overall with where they were trying to spearhead into sight. And that's where W7M rear their ugly head, especially for KZ again. I love and have loved for so very long that positioning under the default cam right next to maintenance door, John. If you can get yourself right inside of that little crack right there, you can go right under the radar almost every single time. It is damn near perfect when it comes to a location. You have that statue there to block down the hallway, and it's pretty dang easy past that. If somebody approaches the wall, they're more than likely dead, and that's what we get.
All right, so the half has flipped now. W7M in charge of the attack. Black Dragons over to the defensive side. I mean, we're going to get another rerun here of the throne room defense. Obviously, all sites have been unlocked for play with Black Dragons taking over the mantle on the defensive side here. Going to be an interesting lineup, too. A little bit different in terms of the style that W7M wanted to go for. More so just trying to set up utility right before the execute and then follow through by shutting down players just by having decent guns to work with. Here, it's much more preset utility focus. As you can see, the Echo drones are going to come out for Basetto. That'll really be the only late round utility we see play out. Aside from that, Nade with the Bandit batteries on top of Ion as well, setting up the Capcan EDDs are going to prevent most of the entry power from W7M, if they prevent it at all, of course.
Well, at the half here, you'd expect it from W7M, but I'm going to say it anyways. The most consistent team that we've seen at this entire LAN by rating across the board, and consistent across the board yet again. Look at those kills. So very even. 5 for 3 of them and 4 for the other 2, but when we cross the fence and we look at Black Dragons, we got to talk about Nade for a second, John. He hasn't been playing too well just yet, and in fact, he is the most frag-heavy player on this entire roster, and he's got the highest KPR at 0.89. He's currently 2-5. We need to see him switch it up on this half.
It goes back to what I was saying before, though, where like Perez was kind of taking over this position earlier on in the tournament, and as well looking back at things like CES and whatnot, was that more aggressive frag-based player here. But Basetto is going to take the mantle, not to start out this round here. Gets right up in the face of KZ, knocks him down, and knocks at the Twitch along along with it here. Still going to see some breaches start to be made, though, to give the players on W7M access to the site. But either way, Perez seems to be making up for what we're not getting out of Nade right now, and that's being responded to as well in terms of the operators, like Perez now being given kind of his own comfort picks to be allowed to play that out a bit more.
Absolutely. Black Dragons getting that big pick onto KZ. Seems like the Brazilians really the only players that know how to counter him out. One of the highest ratings I have ever seen coming out of a group stage, but currently 5 and 6. Herds with a big pick onto the actual site, and able to get things done. JV as well is going to EMP the wall to make it a little bit easier for them. Volps will finally get taken down as he was trying to overwatch at the top of Dragon. Have some rotations coming through, but nothing that Patoxy can really do. They're not going to try and open up the wall over there or anything. It was just the EMP to try and make sure there wasn't anything that was really going to bug them in that area. So it is the 3 versus 3, but practically the shoe on the other foot as Black Dragons have to retake the entirety of the site. W7M attempting to box them out. It's going to start here on Dragon Door. Ion attempting to work his way in. Fantastic read, but they both try and peek the same area. Fortunately enough, it gets down to a 1 versus 1. They have a chance, but Patoxy, he's got such little HP. It doesn't matter, though. The spray goes wide, but no time. And W7M will get another round, up 3 when it comes to this one, 5-2.
Black Dragons have a very light-handed defense there inside of Throne Room, pretty much the direct opposite of what we tended to get. It makes sense considering the operators that they had selected beforehand, like we talked about there. Definitely wanting their utility to do most of the early holding for them, and you can see this as well with the bandit battery spread all throughout the walls, but W7M just with no respect to that. Just like, oh, they saw that pretty much at the beginning of the round and immediately look for very quick ways to be able to breach past that. Like I said, Thatcher's unlocked for play, for instance, so there we go. That's
have the skeleton
the bandit batteries.
Yeah. I mean, not Buck, right? But like what a skeleton key actually is.
Then BD just like never really realized that and fell back, unfortunately. So they were boxed out of the site way too early in the round there.
Yeah, I don't like the pressure that we saw from Black Dragons there because, like you said, like if you try and lean into the utility game too heavily against W7M, they're just going to shoot you, and that's what they did in that last round. Pure, unadulterated aggression, and it works out for them. We need to see Black Dragons bounce back here, get some ideas of their own. You know, it's really just been Paris that's been stepping up in this game. He's been collecting so many kills. I really want to see this spread out. If we can kind of have a couple of big rounds from some other players here, then I can really see Black Dragons coming back in this map.
Well, let's see if they're going to be able to do that at all as W7M reaching the precipice now. Just 2 more rounds to go, and already map 1 will be claimed for themselves. That'll move us deeper into the series. The folks at home predicting that this would be the way this matchup would go. Black Dragons need to step up here now, subvert those expectations, and show us what they're truly made of if they want to stay alive in this tournament. No lower bracket to play out here. This is it.
Yeah, this is a 1-stock tournament here, folks. No extra lives. Means Black Dragons have to take out W7M, which would be one of the biggest upsets I think we've had in quite some time when it's come to a group stage. I cannot imagine a world where W7M doesn't make it to, at a minimum, semi-finals when it comes to this tournament. In fact, as of right now, probably my favorite to win the entire thing past Liquid, but we'll have to see how things go. Julio be on the line for this one. Got the stuns in the pocket. So does KZ. They have plenty of hard breach in the likes of Volps. He's probably going to continue working this western side here, or rather southern side of the building. Always gets a little wonky when you get upside down on that rappel, but either way, he's already got one Selma down on that break room wall. So beautiful angle that he'll be able to abuse over the fridge door.
W7M once again playing very heavily into the drone game here before they try and make their initial moves, not wanting to make the same mistakes we saw inside of the earlier clears out of some of BD's takes here. So need to definitely take out some utility with regards to the cafe side clear. You're seeing a lot of this built up at the moment, but it's going to be Ion from Black Dragons that's able to fend off KZ yet again. 0 for 2, I believe, so far in this half from him, and this time a second player is going to fall from the side of W7M as well. JV being found out. That eliminates all of the excess Rotero drones. I'm curious as to how that play actually unfolded too. Possibly feeling that that player might have had the safety to push into cafe after throwing out the second one and dealing with the utility inside of there, only to be shut down by more than likely what was an aggressive push from Black Dragons by Arcade side. Oh, great follow through onto a second player as well here from Volps as he snipes out 2 players. Couldn't see either one of them really either. Julio nets a third, and all of a sudden W7M have the player advantage. Nade and Patoxy, well, Patoxy's dead, and it's all on Nade here now inside of the 1v3.
In W7M, it might as well stand for win 7 more, my friend, because my God, what is this? It was 3 versus 5. Volps gets it done by swinging in a window on break and killing 3 people. truly disgusting stuff. What a sight to behold here for W7M. So we're already on match point.
Those are the kind of moves you need to make when you fall down. They were 3v5 at that point in the round, had lost both of their initial executes. Volps is like, let me try it one more time. And swings right in and just decks 3 people. It's a very risky play. Obviously wouldn't have looked great had it gone the other direction, then he got shut down. But in this circumstance, beautifully done to be able to turn the round on its head and back into the favor of W7M.
I think it's really what you said right there. Those are the moves that you have to make, right? They stumble, but they don't fall. That's the thing about W7M that I really enjoy. When it comes to being a champion-worthy roster in Rainbow Six Siege, if there's a moment of doubt throughout that round at all, even when you're in the downward position, you've practically already lost. Every team that's ever been a championship roster in Siege has had one thing in common, and it's pure grit, and that's what this roster has. Volps willing to just send it right into the building, take these gunfights with utter confidence, something that, you know, if one of my friends was doing, even in ranked, I'd be like, why are you swinging this window? That is absolutely psychotic. But since his name is Volps, it works out for him, and it's working for him, then it's working for W7M.
Good news here for Black Dragons. They do have a little bit of a safe harbor to be able to fall back into. Now, hopeful safe harbor here, as they'll be able to now go back towards the throne room, having completed their full rotation, and of course getting the coach's input on a pause. But it does need to be perfect, of course, from this point forward. 4 consecutive rounds. That means, of course, locking in their full site rotation on top of repeating more than likely the throne room play as well here. Going to be a tough ask, but we can already see it looks like they've kind of noted the issues from the previous round and trying to play things a bit more heavily into the site if the operator selections are any indication of that on the defensive side.
I mean, to be honest, what it really looks like is that they're going away from hardcore utility and they went, okay, what's some guns that are really fun to shoot people with? All right, so I'm just going to go with those. That's how we got Doc, that's how we have Malusi, Alibi, and Legion. Those are all really good utility-wise, but really we're here to shoot people. That's what we're here to do. So hopefully Black Dragons can get this done. Oh, that is possibly the worst thing that could happen to you for that spawn peak. Oh, I finally got somebody. It's Monty. Well.
I mean, if anyone was going to run straight head or straight forward into that angle, right? It'd probably be the Monty.
It'd probably be the guy that's literally called the Mountain, right?
Yeah. That or a bandit, which either way you're not hitting them more than likely. So quick opening for the rest of W7M to start clearing things out towards Dragon side. Definitely big emphasis on the push. Almost singularity from this side. We're not really seeing any aggression whatsoever from the Cafe end of things. Meaning the Black Dragons will have a pretty straightforward process of just giving up this control and trying to bait W7 into them, of course. Let's see just how long this will take.
That is so chaotic. They didn't bring a sledge or any soft breach, so he going to open the hatch.
Work with the tools you got, you know?
Exactly. I mean, hey, if it fits, it ships.
Ion patiently waiting for his first chance to excel. Knows he's been spotted out by a drone. He could hear it out of the corner of his eye there. Jumping across, taunting him a little bit, it seems, as the drone reconfirms that he's still on the inside of office. Volps, of course, spotting out all this util now that he's reached the edge of Dragon Stairs and is relatively safe to begin pushing down towards it. Hurts will move in just to clear out Gong, of course, and back supply to ensure that there's no funny business going on for BD's hold over here. And indeed, they will confirm that Black Dragons once more, as we talked about previously, with a pretty standard hold in this round, as well as the extensions upstairs.
Oh.
Which is W7M going through the motions. Hold on. We do have that little bit of aggression coming in from Potoxi. Another challenger approaches it as well, but it will be traded out successfully to bring us down to a 4v4.
And here I was just about to say, I'd really like to see Black Dragon swing here, because if you let W7M get a little bit too far gone, then there's really no angle you're going to be able to work from. They already got the teller's wall open, yellow side, no rotations. You'd have to try and fight upstairs. That's all air jabbed off. So now they have to try and get it done from the site. 1 minute remaining, W7M, they've got the wall open, the smoke's out. Basetto, all he can do is try and play this off of audio. No way to try and see through the smokes, no way, no how. They do have some bulletproofs around, so maybe that could assist them if it's set up on the right angle.
Hurts and Volps ready to move in here now. Volps already onto the inside, gonna try and bully Nate out of position, but gotta be careful here, because I believe the Montaigne just ended up getting hit by a goo mine there as well, so he's gotta be a little careful. Someone certainly getting listed towards it as Herds still nets the first kill against Nade. Trying to slow down this Montaigne if at all possible. It's important to note he does not have the diffusers. You guys probably just noticed there as well. Going to be able to fix that very quickly though as he moves back in. They've reconfirmed it seems like a safe plan, but look at Ion. Ion making a big play forward. He catches the planter. Going to get traded though by Julio. Nice control exercise here by W7M. Not letting the nerves get to them and making sure that, yeah, there's going to be aggressive plays that'll work from BD, but we're going to trade them out and still maintain control of this overall situation. Basetto falls and Perez is all that's left. He'll strike true, working his way down the Dragon stairs, but now he's going to make way past the pinch. This will be the toughest fight they'll have to take yet. He wins it, though. Brings it into the 1v1. Julio thought there was going to be a flank maneuver around Gong. Dead wrong in that respect. And now it goes to another post-plant 1v1, this time to settle the game. If W7M wins it here, Julio just waiting it out. Going to let Perez get over onto the case first. He'll rotate into this off the case, but no! The round still goes to W7M, and the map will go along with it.
Such a strong showcase of what has made W7M indomitable at this tournament. A perfect group stage and a perfect start to Friday. They haven't dropped a map here just yet in Jönköping. Truly incredible stuff. Black Dragons, I think they got a lot of good ideas as of right now, but not able to hold a candle to their Brazilian brothers.
Certainly not the case, as once again, W7M's confidence in their style of play, second to none at this tournament so far, have been looking consistent as ever and are looking to rocket their way forward into the semifinals with a victory like this. Beautifully played out there inside of our first map on Theme Park. And for Black Dragons, a lot of making up to do as they get ready for map number 2. We're going to go to a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back soon to get ourselves ready for the second map of the series.
I'm Nicholas Mortensen, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Welcome back, friends. Yes, that was a pretty quick one. W7M rolling over their opponents, Black Dragons, here in map number 1 on Theme Park. That was a pretty solid ride, I gotta say. Yeah, Fresh?
How did they do it?
They're so good. They're undefeated.
Strategically, there was about 4 or 5 rounds there that Black Dragons won strategically, and then W7M, they just find a way. And they've done it again, and absolutely rolled through them, even though strategically they were on par.
I absolutely agree with you. I mean, I have 4 instances where literally they have the man advantage, they're close to the execute, they should be winning it, and then somehow W7M takes it. The late round pressure was handled so much better from W7M, and that's where the experience shows, I think.
There's some big strengths that the team has, and of course you'll be seeing things on the highlight here from both of these teams. Tactically, Black Dragons did not do too bad of a job. Why do you believe that that's the case?
Yeah, I mean, they were going for DirectX almost all the time, right? So across the 9 rounds, we spent 6 in attacks, so I'm mostly going to talk about attacks, but the way they've been going for DirectX, I think is super smart, because gaining control would be hardly challenged by KZ. Look, even when they're going for DirectX like this, KZ still managed to find picks, right? So taking a minimal map control and then focusing on site was the right play. The problem is when they actually reached site, either they were losing players being contested to the site, either they handled the execution poorly.
KZ was making plays, Julio was making plays. I think the only way Black Dragons didn't win the attack half, because obviously they lost it 4-2, the only way they didn't win it was when those W7M players were making plays. I remember KZ, he popped up down Dragon Stairs to kill a Breacher in one of the rounds. Julio in the 4v2 just stood basically in sight. And maybe it is a little bit too much commitment to trying to find the plant, particularly that Drug Lab attack where they're in a 4v2, they can just trade each other's lives out and win the round, and they're still trying to stick the diffuser down, and the diffuser carrier dies, and then it all goes a bit heads gone. And I think that's maybe just, it's W7M, and like I said, that experience that Julio's brought into this roster, they're making those plays between Julio and between KZ, and that's won them their defense half.
We talk about the 2 players, but they have 3 more on the team W7M that enable them to really perform well. Is that the case, or is it more of a 2-man show?
No, actually, it's the full team. I mean, just look at Volps at some point, just goes like triple kill on ace, rappelling on a single window and punishing any movement. The really good thing about W7M is they were able to create pressure points around the site directly and then punish any movement. And that was amazing to see.
Yeah, I think once they got onto the attack, they were comfortable, right?
Yeah.
They obviously lost one post plant. Well, they didn't lose it. They were killed, they were retaken in post plant, but they got the diffuse down and ran the timer out. And I think they were comfortable with creating that pressure, capitalizing it, and they got the diffuse down twice.
Improvements from Black Dragons. What do you expect to see independent of map here? They have a bit of time just to recollect.
What I would like them to do is recollect, Milosh, it's a great word, is I think they get that, we see them taking these half clears and these kind of direct approaches. Once they've got the initial ground, just take a step back, because somebody from W7M is going to explode into that space to try and retake it, to try and make those plays. If they can punish KZ when he's doing it, if they can punish Julio when he did it, if they can punish Volps when he's done it, they really did have a successful game, and that's the only differentiating factor for me. So just recollect in the round.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in-game tactically they were good. The thing is, on this late round, they need to make sure they actually have the control that they think they have. They need to control their flanks, make sure they punish any movement that's coming their way. And in out of game, I think right now the most important is you've just lost your first map. It's fine. Focus on the rest. Don't think about what could have happened before. What would have happened if I killed that guy? What would have happened if I won that clutch? That's fine. It was before. Now focus on the future. Focus on those 2 maps and getting the next map.
That's where their lack of experience might hurt them now, though, right?
Yeah.
Because now they're at the major on the main stage, 1 map down. Hopefully they don't ponder it, because that's what they should do, right? They should just let it go, get onto the next map and focus on Villa, but
it's so much easier to say
than actually. It's easier to say it here, stood here, than up there. But
yeah, but being in their shoes before, like trying to reset mentally, trust me, that's a long process. It takes months, years to be able to do it every single time. For sure, some rounds are still going to be in the head.
It's so easy to just say, you know what, be more like FaZe in the game and kind of relax and pull back, but that just takes so much time to get into it, as you both are saying. But if we were to move on to our next map in this series, Villa is on the line for us. And we'll see the match summary, 7-2 here in map number 1 on Theme Park. Talked about Kaze, Julio, and Volps, and JV and Herds also performing well themselves. A bit disconcerting here, or disconcerting for Black Dragons. Some things to look at again, but Perez really showed up in the game. So we know tactically and in terms of player skill, Black Dragons have what it takes. You're going up against more experience. Can you do it on the next map? And that's where I want to focus on, because we're starting to worry, but is Villa the appropriate reaction here?
I mean, it's going to be a bit tough because obviously, like Jack said previously, I think the map favors W7M more than Black Dragons. It's not necessarily a really good map for Black Dragons. So I think it's much more about mentally, like can they reset and can they go into it like with a fresh mind and then really just step it up. Because when you see the statistics from Perez, like of course it's high kills, right? But I'm not sure most of these kills were really impactful. It's mostly late round. I think the most important right now is to settle in and completely reset and go in like this.
Yeah, I think for Villa, you know, Black Dragons haven't had a good outing on Villa through this year. There's a reason in the ban phase that teams target weak maps, right? Black Dragons targeted what they thought was a weak map of W7M. W7M have targeted what they think is a weak map of Black Dragons. So I kind of echo what Alfama said, where it's just reset. It's just reset, and go into it. You know that the odds are not in your favor, but that does relieve that stress. That does relieve that pressure. Just get out there, perform. You know what your win condition, you've actually had a good performance, even though you've lost. You've actually had a good performance. So stick with that. Stick with what was working well, and just fine-tune the things that weren't.
Are you sticking with Black Dragons? Do you see a map 3 in the horizon fresh?
No.
Or is it traitor time? I can't believe it.
I believe there's still a way, because controlling flanks on Villa might be a bit easier than on Theme, right? It's obvious, right? It's stairs most of the time. Stairs, if you leave the right flank drones and you have someone dedicated on it, you should be able to punish aggression. That's what I want to see from them.
All right, gents, thank you very much. That is all I have to say in preparation for map number 2. It's Villa, it's beautiful Tuscany, and we'll be back with our casters after this short break.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the playoff phase of the 6 Jönköping Major. We are here live with our first matchup of the bracket, actually, here, getting through our Brazilian or Latin American derby here. We got 2 of them, in fact, between this one and the FaZe and Liquid match. It's going to be coming a little bit later on today. This one, though, starting out unfortunate for one of our 2 teams. W7M able to make pretty quick work of the first map here. Now, Stokes, what do you make of their opponent's chances, the Black Dragons, going into map number 2?
You know, I think there's a lot of good things said on the analyst desk. I really like what Alfama had to say about their strategy going into theme park, with them going direct to site and really just trying to play for minimal map control due to how KZ likes to play and really overall how W7M really like to play. I think the biggest issue with that, though, is that they weren't able to counteract when they actually went for those plays. Even though they were trying to play the outskirts of the build in a lot of different instances, KZ was still able to get done with so much. And, you know, even past him, you're talking about players like Julio as well that were still able to capitalize on a lot of different situations, and Volps. You know, and the big thing is that Black Dragons have to account for this. And what this really comes down to is that they're stretched pretty thin in a lot of these different instances, especially for a map like Theme Park, right? Well, you're expecting people to be all across the map and trying to deal with a bunch of different things all at once, especially from the offensive perspective, right? But that's where things really start to disconnect. You don't have the amount of bodies that W7M are providing in a lot of these instances to try and take the fight to them. They are constantly doubling down on their aggression and trying to win through that aggressive means, and it's working extremely well for them. Black Dragons have to find the answer to it here on Villa.
We'll have to see here, because for me at least, this plays very similarly to how we see Theme Park played, especially from an early round perspective. So there is a lot that Black Dragons need to make up for, and the map is not going to be doing them any favors to move over towards it. Let's see, though, if they'll be able to get one over on W7M here on Villas. If not, we'll be saying goodbye to the Black Dragons, and W7M will be saying hello to a semifinal against either FaZe or Liquid. Thatcher is going to be our first operator to get banned out. Makes perfect sense from the Black Dragons perspective. W7M were using that quite a bit to be able to get throne room access in the previous maps. They don't want to mess around with that this time. Flores as well being removed. Flores incredibly useful both here and of course back on Theme Park, as we were seeing it to be used for that very safe elimination of interior building utility. Very much the same exact thing here on Villa. So once more, that'll be eliminated. This time by W7M though. Black Dragons just going to take out the usual suspect in Azami. We've been seeing her played out quite a bit. She's too independent, too universally useful on her own, because she can literally throw down her own cover. So she's been banned out, I believe, the most out of all defenders so far this tournament.
She's the most banned op, period.
Overall, yeah.
Period, my friend. And it's by quite a large margin as well. The offensive one's still Nook. She's going to be available, though, as the offense, they really focused in on utility mitigation. They want to make sure the utility game is a little bit more difficult this time around for the offense to try and process. But for the defense, it's going to be the most plain Jane thing that we see commonly. Valkyrie banned out, and, you know, Azami, which, you know, to be expected. I think that her kunai are really, really good, those Kiba barriers, as it's just free-form utility. You can throw it on literally anything and be creative with it to a tremendous degree, and you can get away with a lot. I mean, we've seen people use them for barricades, you know, walls, shields, I mean, literally anything. I mean, we've even seen them used on ceilings to try and take up verticality. Truly impressive what that operator is capable of. That's why she's going to be off the board. But now let's jump into W7M's defensive setup and see what they want to go for. It's going to be stretched across this top floor, but as to be expected, looking through it here, there it is. I wanted to see if KZ was on his hallmark operator, and he will be. It's going to be the Malusi. I was watching back their game versus Fury last night, and he really likes this bathroom position over here. Love to play around this area. Also got a pretty cheeky kill inside of that game, actually, through the drone hole inside a bathroom. That was the first time that I'd ever seen that in my life. And in fact, I looked over at John right when it happened, and I was like, if that ever happened to me, I would just turn the game off. I would just quit right there and be like, yeah, that's enough Siege for me today.
All right, well, let's see here now. Once again, Black Dragons going to be going for their initial bouts of control. More than likely seeing this shift pretty heavily into the areas surrounding the study. And indeed, that will be the case once they're able to flush their drones out there and make sure that we're not going to see any shenanigans from the WS7M side of things in terms of trying to get hyper-aggressive against this clear. More than likely, we'll need to put a bit of work in over by Mainster as well before they can really justify the outright swing into a few of these parts of the map. And this all depends, of course, on how they went for that other study wall setup, too. They did leave half of it vulnerable, which means, once again, BD has to really be careful before they full commit to the inside of this one. Micro EMP is going to be required here by the Black Dragons, as you see one of those being used right there to deal with a little bit of utility that was hiding up on the wall. First of the micro incendiaries goes out too to try and block off access to that main stairs position. Volps is here playing it. You'll note there's not actually a whole lot of utility in that position, at least not necessarily at the top of the stairs for him to play into. He'll have his own personal magnets, of course, but usually we get a deployable shield or something along those lines, and not going to be seeing that here from Volps. Nicely done again. The micro EMPs allows them to re-smoke this one out, and immediately W7M are just carving their way through the attack as Black Dragons seemingly had the utility to counter out all these angles, but no, unfortunately not. Even outright aggression from the study window comes out from Herds now. The takedown Ion and leave it all on Press.
Well, Press is going to be locked outside. Might as well use this as a pseudo timeout. I just got to be honest with you, John. I don't like that strategy at all. We have everybody built up around the study area, and Basetto is off on his own island, flying into, you know, bust window there. It's just not a great strategy. You're basically just jumping in a Lamborghini and immediately driving into your opponents. There's nobody else there to really save you. All of W7M is literally, you know, collected around that area. Everyone is worried about benches, red stairs, all of this space. The Gara hook so very loud, and or rather Black Dragons didn't play for a single bit of map control over there. They expected W7M to practically be blind to the situation.
Yeah, just way too one-dimensional for a team that we expect to be a little bit more complex than that, as well, as we've talked about here. This is a team that doesn't like to play those direct in-your-face strategies that we like to get out of a lot of the other Latin American teams. So we should have expected a bit more there. A potential bid for lobby control that would then transition into main stairs to flush that player instead of having to use all that utility. I mean, again, they brought that utility seemingly for the purpose fit of blocking it out there, but they had no other angle to attack the site with what was going to be the transition plan to get out of study and into aviation is the big issue past that point for BD there.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the other thing was I was sitting here thinking as soon as they picked that up, I was like, there's really no hatch play unless they want to go 90. And then I saw him position for the bust window, and it just feels bad. That's the thing. It just feels bad because a lot of the defense for AVG is centralized around that space. You usually have somebody playing over near benches or red, and it's usually just a straight death sentence if you fly through that window, and that's what happens to Black Dragons. I really hope that that isn't something that's going to affect them mentally as like a starter for this, because really I think you should just wash your hands with round one and just reset from here. It's fine. Try and build something up with round two. W7M's going to throw it to the sky. We're headed north as it's going to be trophy and statuary.
Confident showing from W7M off of the first round. Really, basically, the team suffering almost no damage of consequence throughout the course of the round as well. Just one single player, I think, got dropped down to about 50 HP, taking a duel by Death's Door at some point at the beginning of that engagement. Otherwise, though, no one actually going down until it was a 1vx, and the round was essentially over at that point anyway. A bit of a slow roll here once more from the Black Dragons. They'll be needing to spend quite a bit of time droning things out, figuring out how exactly W7M have deployed themselves on this round.
And just so that all of you are aware, that is just a spectator thing that is going on. It's not going on to the players in the game. So anytime you see that happening, it is just for our viewing pleasure, not theirs. So don't worry about it, okay? 2:19 left on the clock here. Black Dragons are going to be building up around the entirety of the map. And I mean, yes, the entirety of it. This is something that we were a little worried about inside of the last map and what we saw to them. W7M really enjoyed doubling down on their aggression. Even if KZ loses this gunfight, even though he's not going to, they would continue to toss bodies at Black Dragons until something stuck. And, well, they're going to be able to get the refrag, but perfect example there. KZ, he does not get off that accelerator.
Yep. Even though KZ goes down, still manages to chunk off about 2/3 of the health from Basetto in the first place, so he's still going to be incredibly vulnerable. Remember, of course, we're out of the Finka meta now, so you're not going to have those aggressive players be able to rebuffer themselves as commonly as they were used to just a few months prior here. Nade able to find a new target for W7M to focus on. Well, of course, want to deal with a deployable shield. It's a tough angle without that being eliminated, so it's a little bit easier for the repeat. That assumes, of course, the member of W7M also wants to play this out. Good spot on the drone here. Is going to see the lurk working its way forward. He knows exactly where this player's position, but the Nitro doesn't try to go for the shot, tries to go for the run instead. That'll be a fatal mistake for Basetto, and JV will claim the second kill for W7M.
A simple layup for the Mute. Nitro sell out. I don't even need to see to set that thing off. I'll claim a kill with it. Minute remaining now for Black Dragons, but haven't been able to circumnavigate W7M at all. It's going to be Batoxi up against the castle. Shots going wide. The F2. It punishes him. Oh my, W7M. They're firing on all cylinders. Black Dragons. They have to try and find themselves. Nothing going here inside of these first two rounds.
W7M so in sync, they're drinking water at the same time there.
That was a good one. That was a good one.
So we'll have to see here if W7M will be able to remain as dominant. So far, it has been 2 missed attacks from BD, just not able to find any safe harbor to plant themselves into. And when they finally do feel that they have the necessary to control to be able to make the push forward, they are immediately just getting slapped both of these rounds so far by the W7M defense. Just a quick tech pause here, folks. Give us a moment, and we will hopefully be able to resume the game in a second. You can see the admins talking to someone from Black Dragons there at the end of the line, so should be able to fix this pretty quickly. Oh, we're going to watch this again. Unfortunate for Basetto. Could have potentially saved his life if he got a really quick flick and shot off there, but in the panicked moment, thought he could outrun it, and unfortunately that turned out to be his fatal mistake.
That and the Twitch F2 spray. a little rough.
Well, the other problem, too, is even if he stood there and shot it, he probably still would have been in the open, and there's a good chance the Doc could have actually ended up just shooting him as a response to that. So he actually probably made the right choice in hindsight to run from it, as he probably would have died anyway, even if he shot the Nitro. But yeah, just not enough distance between himself and the Nitro at the end of the day.
Well, the big thing is, as well, is when you bounce a stun like that, and it's that close in proximity, even if you don't get stunned, what happens is your audio goes out. You get that high-pitched ring and that beep, right? So he didn't hear the Nitro cell at all. Not the tape rip, not it flying through the air and beeping, none of it. He got nothing until it was literally like on the tip of his gun. And he's like, oh, that's an explosive device. That'd be really bad if that, oh wait, I'm dead. So yeah, it's just really unfortunate for Black Dragons there. And it goes back to what we were talking about before. I hate to harp on the same thing, but they keep getting punished by the same thing. They are doing solo things to try and get at W7M, but constantly W7M are either able to thwart it or they die and immediately have somebody else show up to the party and try and take the fight instead.
So this has been the core issue all throughout this series, and once again starting to show the problem as well, as we've not seen Black Dragons play into the majority of the maps inside of this pool for this series so far at this event, and even going back to CES, we had not really seen this team bust these out all that much. So Black Dragons taking a big risk just in terms of the veto. There's a very good chance that we're going to see the argument made that the players on Black Dragons realistically kind of lost this as soon as we went into the map veto phase, and at the moment with the way these games are going, I kind of tend to agree with that sentiment.
Yeah, now here's the thing though, we have to do a little bit of praising for W7M, don't we? Because this is the first team in Siege history to have a perfect group stage, and they also have not lost a single map since September 25th, my friend. That's a long time ago. That's a very long time ago.
I want to double check that one, I feel like, because, well, match, I would believe, right? Because
yes,
they dropped a map against these guys back in the CES stage, of course, when they played the best of 3 there. So they did drop at least a map there, but yeah, in terms of match victories, yeah.
Yeah, match victories-wise, September 25th of this year, which is...
That's impressive.
Yeah, very, very crazy. And remember...
That's most of BR6.
Yeah.
Like probably
all of Copa,
good half of the last stage of BR6, all of Copa, and of course the entire group stage here as well.
Yeah, which this is the creme de la creme of competition, where they should drop a map every once in a while. Not only that, they're also playing in best of ones, which for Siege is a little, coin flippy. You really want to try and get to those best of 3s to try and prove who the better team is. Those best of 1s can be pretty volatile, and yet they still got through it scot-free. You just don't see that.
No, you do not. So once again, folks, we are just working on fixing this tech problem. Looks like it's taking a little bit longer, so apologies for that delay. We should have this resumed as soon as it is possible, folks. So once again, just working on ironing out whatever the issues. We don't have any updates in terms of what has been causing the problem, unfortunately, so we can't provide any more information at this time, but we will give it to you if we do get it. As we're working on getting the Black Dragons players, making sure that they have a full setup and making sure that they're not suffering from any problems, of course, so that we can resume this game with full confidence for both teams. But if you are just joining us, it is a very, unfortunately, kind of one-sided match right now in the favor of W7M. They continue to shut down the Black Dragons as they make their execute attempts so far on Villa, and the same thing was happening in very similar fashion back on our first map of Theme Park, where they were able to already win that one in their favor. So Black Dragons already up against the wall here, facing potential elimination as they were down 0-1 in this series in the quarterfinal. It's a bracket where we do not have a lower bracket either, so no second chance here for BD to bring it back later on in the tournament.
Nope, this is it right here. They've only been able to get 2 rounds through the 2 maps thus far. W7M already able to match that here on Villa. When it comes to Villa, W7M been running amok of a lot of things. Give Black Dragons a benefit of the doubt for the first round, as the strategy was just a little ill-advised. But for the second one, it seems like they're falling back into very similar straits. I'd really like to see Black Dragons centralize themselves and try and work the map as a collective unit. I think it'd really assist them up against W7M and their play style. But, I mean, it's been really difficult for any team to try and shut down W7M. So, really, what is that worth? You're asking them to try and take down a Titan at the current moment. But, I mean, hey, they still have an opportunity here, and that's the way that you have to play. You have to play in that positive headspace. As soon as you start thinking negative, I mean, you've already lost half the battle.
It's created a very interesting situation for them, too, as the teams that would be, in my opinion, the most fitting to take them down are standing directly in their way in the bracket. I know most folks weren't a huge fan of the way the bracket panned out, giving it like all these.
It's Parker and Pengu's fault. So.
Yeah, true. They had to pull it out, so I guess all the blame goes to them. But yeah, I mean, it realistically creates like a gauntlet here against all the other Latin American teams that W7M have to work through first. Those are going to be the teams that have the most experience playing against them. theoretically know their weaknesses the best as well and would realistically be able to take them down the most confidently. So they're going to have to get through all of that first, and then they face off against the best from the other side of the bracket as well. And all those other teams are like, ooh, yeah, we got to get ready to play W7M at the end of all this. So W7M now looking to carve their way through the rest of the Latin American competition that still remains in this tournament, of course, which I think is still all of them. So that is going to be every single one of them that has managed to make it through. Congrats to the Latin American region, by the way, still very dominant here inside of Rainbow Six. All 4 of the teams that were able to make it here and qualify for the LAN have made it out of the group stage and into the quarterfinals at a minimum.
Always been one of our favorite regions to watch, huh?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely one of the more fun ones, right? Like,
yeah,
this is very different style, very much on their own in terms of the meta sometimes as well. We started to see, I think, Lion a little bit more over the past year or two, but they still very much have their own flair to things, which is always fun to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, I think Lion really works well with their play style. You know, it's quite aggressive at times, but it's also measured, right? And Lion is that perfect operator for that. If you're able to, you know, have him and be synergistic with his utility, unlike way back in the day when you basically just hit a button and it worked, you know, it's a fantastic operator. You can obliterate defenses with Lion. I mean, nobody can move, and they're practically instantaneously dead if you're on the same page. So always a really solid choice. But I mean, across the board, that has always just been something that I've really enjoyed about the Brazilian region, and the fact that they have constantly been able to innovate about this game.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, looks like we are taking a little bit longer to resolve this problem, so stick with us for just a few minutes here. We're going to watch some cool content, one of the Hot 6 videos here while we wait for this game to resume. Stick with us.
It's very hot. It's muito fácil, pô. I'm win. Yeah, let's go, let's go. LMG, Fuse. I think the Zofia one. Okay, let's go. Isso vai. Dá-lhe mesmo lá. Botei. I'm gonna try to the... Which is this? The let's go. Mas depois você fecha e bota ali. Boa? It's good. Not very hot. It's good, like a jelly. It's good. That one. Approve it. The first one's approve it. Not done yet. Napier, Furry. I'm win. It's still not that much. Let's try. Nossa, mano, eu vou ficar com essa aqui, certeza. The first one. It's good. I like jalapeno, so it's jalapeno, you know? It's good.
And we are back once again, ladies and gentlemen. Should be resuming the match at any moment. We do have all 10 players back in the lobby. Just had to rehost things real quick. So we thank you for your patience on this delay. And once again, hopefully we'll be able to reward that in just a moment. As I believe we are going live once again with the matchup here. Currently, W7M over the Black Dragons here as they lead them 2-0, trying to take control of a second map of the series.
Been some fairly easy rounds for W7M to start us off here on Villa, but hopefully after the break, Black Dragons have some better ideas about how to counteract what W7M have been able to accomplish. It's round 3, obviously, after those 2 rounds went the way of W7M. It's going to be a dining room kitchen defense here, and one that's fairly straightforward. We're not going to have a pulse out or anything of the sort. I have some laser gates as well from Herd, so probably put those on the high traffic areas, and he's going to start it off here with Laundry. We also have the mute in, unlike what we had inside of the first game, and those jammers going to be going onto the walls. That's going to be KZ actually manning that. So I'll have the SMG-11 to his name. Let's see if he can be as lethal as he has been with these other weapons.
back to the first floor here, so it is going to ask just a little bit more out of W7M's defense to successfully pick up this round. Black Dragons, of course, bringing out plenty of utility to be able to clear that also. As you can see here, the Nomad being brought out for Patoxi just so they don't have to watch their complete backside as often as, well, at least they would not like to do. And then aside from that, the usual spread of utility to suss out the roam game from W7M that has been quite problematic, like a lot of things that W7M is bringing out here against BD.
Well, speaking of bringing things out, Black Dragons we brought out onto the field as W7M finally finished their setup, a pretty extensive one. We'll finally find a home for that deployable shield. Just had to make some rotations and some other things, and KZ feeling himself quite early on here.
Device is set.
KZ working himself out there, trying to make a play early on, but is caught dead to rights with it by a member of the Black Dragons. Just a little bit too forward on the aggression there from W7M, specifically for KZ. So that will be the first time. I think that Black Dragons are actually going to be able to get that opening kill dead to rights too. It's all been going W7M's way as of the first 2 rounds here. So this is a great opportunity for BD to capitalize on this now and chain it into the site, hopefully giving them their opening round.
Black Dragons taking their time here, especially after they got that pick onto KZ. Ended up running outside, really trusting himself on that bathroom swing.
It's probably like bad intel on that as well with the jump out there. Maybe thought it was all clear and had something to lead into it, or maybe
he heard him finish his rappel. There's a clang. Yeah, there's a big metal clang whenever you finish rappelling in this game. So it's a good sound cue to try and go for hops and stuff like that. So that's definitely what KZ went for there. It's just that this time around, it looks like Patoxi was good for it, you know? So able to get that kill, and thus far, Black Dragons steering this ship well. Got honestly fantastic positioning around the map. Love the Oza shield there inside of Laundry. We're going to continue to push it forward here, looking for a home for this planter. Smokes in now, grenade out, and Ion, he's actually going to be forced forward. This shotgun, yep, that's usually the result that we see in a position like that. Ion will get taken down. Nade trying to recoup here, but Volps, he's playing this well. M590 out. Nade will take him down. They found a home now. Might be able to get this plant secured. Paceto, he'll start it up halfway through. Looking through the verticality, JV, he's found one, but he can't get the kill. The entire magazine cannot finish this man off. It'll be Herds instead, as he'll drop into Laundry.
Herds with a pick, does get the drop going, now on equal levels here, as he's going to be joined by his teammate coming down Astro Stairs as well, but no intel as to the final 2 players from Black Dragons here. Herds, regardless, though, has reached the case position, going to be able to jump onto it. Fury to his left side for the swing, but no, Nade beats him to the punch. JV with the tray, but now he's going to have to figure out the final kill as well. Doesn't have the intel, now he does. He's figured out where that last player has gone towards with the run out happening here. Nade ready to move back in. Will he be able to get this clutch? It's a stick on him. He's got a few extra seconds. He won't be able to take this duel, but he tries to stick it instead. Won't happen. And finally, Black Dragons pick up a round here on the second map.
That is the difficulty of sticking in Siege. We are indeed one of the only games that has a loud buzzer when it comes to defusing, and usually gives you a pretty good telltale sign of the situation in there. So Black Dragons will be able to capitalize on that and get their very first round. KZ, really the man of the hour here and the man of that round that started things off for Black Dragons. Hops out the bathroom, gets over a kill. Black Dragons not too worried about any aggression coming after that. They mostly play the balconies and focus on the really, really close extensions so they can try and work their way into like laundry room and things along those lines. And past that point, I mean, working quite well. They have the entirety of the site to play around, and especially when it came to Memorial, using that space really into their advantage to make sure that plant went down and stayed down.
So W7M looking to now re-solidify things after they were unable to hold on to that site, which demands just a little bit more of them downstairs on the inside of the kitchen. Back to the old basics here. We're back when we play this on round number 1. Black Dragons kind of losing this because of their own strategy going into it. A very, very one-dimensional push coming in mainly from Study, and I believe 2 players also trying to push from Death's Door on the north side of the building as well. Just did not really work out for them, so we're going to have to see if they try to change that up at all now for the second go of it. It already looks like there is going to be some pretty big changes this one just in the operator selection department. This is a pretty big departure from what we had previously, so they're going to be trying to set themselves up, I think, a lot better defensively for this push forward.
Well, gonna get the Twitch drone in here. Do have a Banshee to worry about, and quite a bit of utility that Ion's gonna be able to soak up with this Twitch drone. I have a couple shots still left in that. I do believe that'll be the last one there for him. But again, so much utility away from W7M. A lot of value out of that one and a lot of value out of that shot. The first bullet out of the SMG rips Ion's head off. No longer have to worry about the twitch in her F2. Utility, well, yeah, still in the favor of Black Dragons, but W7M, they've got the man advantage. That's really what matters at the end of the day, especially with how quickly these rounds have been for them.
The timing on that shot as well was so nice here for Herds. The second he picks it up and dashes away, that was literally when Perez was beginning to peek into the window that could have very well taken that player down. Nicely played. Look, Herds even wants to play around with it a little bit more too. He's gone back to the window. Ultimately, though, does have to fade away from this one, especially with the timer going down below the first minute marker here. He's going to have to start rotating to rejoin his teammates on the actual site, and I bet you KZ will be doing the same thing here relatively soon. Has some utility support, so we can probably play this out for a little bit longer, but we're already halfway through the round now. The goal, for the most part, has been accomplished, and indeed, KZ has been picked here, so any more aggressive lean-outs will need to start working their way back into the sites. They don't throw away this advantage they got earlier. Herds, though, proving me wrong, as he once again gives us a beautiful headshot to knock out Nade.
That's the story of W7M. It looks like it's probably not going to go their way, and then they hit a big frag every single time. Fantastic stuff from them throughout this entire tournament. You can see it's forced Black Dragons to be timid. They continue on this same warpath. They're more than likely going to continue to lose these lives. When it comes to the info game, they've got a solid set, but obviously they don't have nade any longer. So some of these laser gates are going to be pretty difficult to try and deal with. Probably be Paris to try and do that, as he does have that singular flash. But if they try and mistime this, my God.
Oh, Herds right now.
Yeah, Herds again. It's a quad for him. He's going for the ace.
Let him do it.
Repel for the balcony. They know he's there. Take it, Herds. He's going to go down, but the entirety of W7M awaits around the corner. Patoxy, this AK-12, it's an amazing weapon, but I don't know if it'll make you good for 3. He's got the first one. Plenty of time to be able to try and clutch this out, but very minimal HP in order to do so. His Selma charges have worked, but hasn't worked for the rest of the gang, and he's quickly going to go to the wayside. Volps with that big pickup, and W7M back onto straight roads.
7M with a beautiful showing from really just one of their players. They're shutting it all down. Herds with a quad kill. Never a really great sign either. I would not be surprised if we get the tac pause coming out from Black Dragons on this round, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case here. However, back to my main point, the fact that Herds is allowed to literally roll all across this map from about 3 different positions and pick up 4 separate 1v1 kills just speaks to how detached Black Dragons seem to be from the current situation. Just giving him 1v1 after 1v1, and I'll correct myself, it does actually look like we got that timeout after all from the Black Dragons.
Yeah, Black Dragons really feeling as though they need to discuss this, and I wholeheartedly agree. The big thing is about tactical timeouts, though, is that your opponent also gets to use those to talk to their coach. So there might be some change-ups coming for both of these teams. W7M might be changing up a couple of different things inside of their strategy, operator line-wise up. I don't think that they're going to calm down on the aggression at all, because that's really where they're finding a lot of traction in this game. For Black Dragons, it's really been these picks that they've been leaning into. A lot of these angles that they're kind of, really unbeknownst to their offense so far have been severely punishing. They're spending a lot of time early trying to get all of this info game going, but it doesn't seem like the info game is exactly active at the moments where they need it most, and W7M are able to slip through those cracks.
So W7M looking to solidify already a lead at halftime.
Oh, I love this change. I'm so sorry about that. I love this change, though. They had the Dokkaebi switching back over to the Lion. I'd like to see the Doke honestly be worked in. I think that that is a perfect operator to use up against a team like W7M.
See if she ends up getting swapped back towards it. Nade did go away from it. They had it repicked for Ion for a split second there, but it seems like there's a little bit of indecision in terms of the exact comp they want to use here. Believe it is locked in now, however, we'll keep our eyes on it for the next few seconds to see if there's going to be any remaining change-ups, but no, will not be the case, so no Dokkaebi coming into the fold this time around. Instead, they choose to work the Twitch into it instead there for Ion.
They got 2 grenades on Paris. They also have the Twitch drones to try and get rid of this Electro Claw, but past that, there's no way to open this thing and allow Habana to do what she does best, try and get these walls open. I mean, one of the best extended hard breach operators, her and Ace, the only 2 ranged versions of hard breach in Siege. So able to get it from the windows outside. She's got a lot more utility than Ace does as well, so you can be pretty simple with the way that you want to lay down those X-Kairos and try and thwart the plans of the defense. Herds is going to start off on the main stairs here. He's going to be visited by Patoxy, or at least the bullets of Patoxy, as it'll open up the double door down low. Black Dragons are going to be working on multiple portions of the map at the same time, but mostly centralized around the master area. W7M aren't going to have that roam game to worry about. It's going to be a couple of bodies over here as well. Ion's Twitch drone is going to get taken out, but do they want to flirt with this? Is this going to be a key component to them trying to get onto the site?
Toxie and the rest of the Black Dragons still looking for options to be able to move forward here and clear out some of the initial holds from W7M. And once again, in terms of timing, things are not really going according to plan here right now. They do want to try and move things forward a bit more securely. But the good news is actually, I'll correct myself a bit more. I thought we'd gone downstairs. It looks like we are on the upstairs statuary hold. So they're doing all right at the end of the day here, as long as they don't get tripped up with their hold on the inside of bathroom as well as master. Seto just holding the flank for the time being, making sure the W7M don't get any ideas over by the main doorway. And as well, after a few seconds of delay, we don't have any micro EMP, so dealing with the other side of that wall, the electricity on it, might be a little bit of a problem for this squad. They do have nades, so we'll have to see if they can get one in the correct spot to be able to knock out the claws that are currently stopping them from opening that up.
And it didn't happen, so they're not going to be able to open that at all. And like we were talking about at the very beginning of this round, it's going to be a pretty big issue. This triple wall means so much to trying to get into the statuary area, and now you have to try and do it through traditional means. You have to try and go through these funnels that are concrete from Master as well as the bathroom. W7M, they've stood tall thus far in the frag department, and they're looking to do so again here in round 5, but Black Dragons, the one to start it off. Herds, the one to equalize it. Black Dragons, it's getting quite hotly contested here. Ion will actually be the one to lead off yet again here. Back and forth we go, but nobody really with a decisive pick just yet. Basetto trying to deal with the stairwell. Ion, he's also found some space over here on benches, and this really could be the big change up. Julio, he's taken a lot of damage. Patoxy's gonna eat a little bit of the bloom there, and oh, Julio, he's gonna get boxed out fully. The crunch comes in from Black Dragons, and it looks like they might finally have one. He won't be able to get the transfer there. Won't be able to get the first one, but Black Dragons with a round of their own.
W7M getting a little bit too far ahead of themselves, letting their aggression take the best of them, it seems, in that situation, giving over the early duels, and seemingly not ready for the fights as well when Black Dragons responded to that aggression in kind with their own push, starting things out inside of Master Bathroom, and then it really just snowballed from that point forward as they tried to double down, if not triple down on it, to bring things back under their control.
Our key factors here for Black Dragons are the Twitch and the Buck that we saw over near main stairs. We got a part of their story, right? A piece of the puzzle. They were over there trying to see exactly what was going on. What's the roam game looking like? What exactly can we do? And then we fly away from them. Black Dragons are mostly centralized around Master. They're trying to get their execute set up. And what happens is W7M, once things start to work into Master, they rotate back to site, giving up that space to the flank players from Black Dragons. And that's where they step up to the plate. We see that big rotation in from Ion for bench, and that's where everything is just run amok of for W7M. Now they don't have enough bodies to try and manage all the angles. They weren't holding the space over towards the main hallway area, and that's how Black Dragons were able to capitalize. They finally get that crunch they've been sorely looking for the majority of this game. They just keep losing those annex players when it comes down to it.
So W7M once again at the precipice now, potentially about to lose their edge at the very end of the half as well, to tie things up 3-3 between themselves and the Black Dragons. If they can iron it down, though, going to be going back into that very same halftime position that they were at back on Theme Park as the lead 4-2 going on to the attacking side of Villa here. As far as the Black Dragons are concerned, a few other change-ups to their lineup for this last attack as well. The Jackal coming in for Basetto to track out the roam game in the early round from W7M. And as well, when they're ready for the execute downstairs, Patoxy will have those Candelas to add to the equation also.
Well, we saw the patience worked out for Black Dragons last time. They've had a Jackal this time for Basetto. I really, really like this pick. As long as he doesn't lose his noggin to Herds here, we'll have some practically guaranteed info. A lot of damage coming in on Herds now. in the bore window. Julio going to be on the pulse for this one as he's extending himself out into the living room area. They are obviously in that kitchen dining space, but this means that Ion, although he doesn't think that he's been found, he will surely be soon. And there it is, the sign of a good pulse player. Got to be checking your surroundings constantly. He's going to keep a bead on him. The Nitro sell out, but he's already walked away. Julio, he went for it, but Ion, he's got that sixth sense. He walks back inside, saving his own life.
First Candela dunked in here, trying to get some control over towards Master Bathroom. We'll see if this translates very, very well, as W7M still going to be flushed back towards it, to the inside of the Astro room itself and the stairwell. As another Candela seems to have echoed out as well to allow more players in. KZ was still a very confident hold behind the Astro desk, though. They are not giving away this room unless they are forced to. They're perfectly fine to take this duel here. I believe that KZ has the hatch to fall back from as well, and I think he just used it. So he's going to be able to rotate back out of there, get himself out of the tough situation, and feels he's confidently wasted enough time away from Black Dragons to go for that move now.
I love the confidence here from W7M, playing out the situation to its absolute limit without punishing yourself. They delay all of that time. Black Dragons, they only have a minute remaining, and look at what W7M have been able to accomplish, especially with the pulse play here. Julio's going to keep things lined up. They saw that impact from Herds. He's going to use it out of the art vault or the gallery. Nice little angle here. Could be the kill he's looking for in Paris. He steps up to the plate, but it's a home run for Herds. Patoxy trying to work his way down Astro stairs. He has the Candelas out. He'll pop one, drops a smoke, but Black Dragons, they haven't hopped two just yet. Trying to use the verticality. They'll finally get a kill back into their favor. The smoke will deal some damage. A Banshee down. They know Ion's inside of the bathroom now.
Down to the null timer here as Ion tries to make his play forward, enters into the site, but all on his lonesome. Where's the rest of the team moving forward? Ion wanting to succeed as well. The kill feed goes all blue here. It's 4 kills back to back to back in the favor of W7M, retaking that control and locking in the very same halftime scoreline that we had on map number 1. They lead 4-2 over their opponents here, just 3 rounds to go, and they're in the semifinals already.
Black Dragons doing a whole lot of nothing that round. It's a lot of droning, a lot of, kind of positioning, and that was really it. I mean, they weren't able to get anything done to the actual setup of W7M, and that's really what punished them. W7M were able to set pace that entire round, and they honed it. They controlled it, especially with their top floor hold that got down in that last minute. Black Dragons, they didn't know where the rest of them really were. Pulse able to read out a lot of the positioning, and also some big plays there from Hertz as well. Really loved that last little pokeball he had in the back pocket to be able to open things up towards the red hallway over on that portion of the map, punishing Black Dragons as they were simply looking for anything that could be gifted over to them, something to light the powder keg, but all they found was their demise. A 4-2 half here for W7M. After all of that, Black Dragons not looking the greatest, but the good news is that we have switched sides, so got a completely different perspective now and a chance to run up some rounds early here.
Black Dragons, of course, with a little bit of a different perspective in terms of how they wanted to set things up here inside of AVG as well, playing more into their utility and more into the delay that can come from that utility, opening up opportunities for them to potentially swing behind them too, such as the Goyo cans that are going to be coming out from Ion, giving them that nice separation between them and their opponents when W7M feels they're going to be ready to push past one of the points where they set up one of those canisters. The mirror window is quite obviously giving them the vision they need into some of these intentional clears, and of course, probably against the study play as well to allow BD to have that initial intel to swing out with also. Plenty more of that too, between the usual setup that we have for this team. Even over to the Warden for Patoxy could be good in the event they get flashed or smoked up. In fact, we do have the smokes in place. So there's a very good chance that comes in to help things out in the midst of the actual site execute.
Well, JV is going to take a page out of the book that we were talking about earlier. They won't have the Lion, but they're going to have the Doke, and they also have the opening kill on Paris. A huge pick. Not something we saw too often from Black Dragons at this time. W7M have it done before the first minute has even been eclipsed. They're able to get back into the drone game immediately. I don't even think that they've used any of Doke's utility either. So all of this really favoring the offense at the current moment.
Lion trying to swing forward here, make a big play for Black Dragons. Patoxi's been able to hold his own over by Death's Door, but very much on his own, playing that position right now. Either way, the kill has forced back some hesitance from W7Ms. They don't want to try to repeat that immediately and give away the player advantage they were working with as of a few moments prior. Julio with the nade dunk going back in over towards the corner will knock them out. Should be able to deal with it. I believe a Goyo canister is what it ended up taking down there, if I heard the sound cue correctly. Phone call also going to work its way out against Black Dragons. Now they try to suss out the initial positions of these players inside of the site. Volps using those explosive charges on the lifeline to also take out some of the utility, blocking the way by Death's Door itself.
And what a terrible operator to get picked for W7M as well. Herds, the ace down, no longer having that hard breach, but I do believe he ended up getting one of the study walls open. KZ, here's a phone call down low. I think the audio might be leaking through for Nate. Actually, no, Patoxi's going to be down there. Gets his Nitro cell to take out JV92, but KZ, he's creeping up. Going to take some shots from through the soft paneling. Ion with a beautiful shot of his own. Julio there to try and get it back, though. And this has been something we've been seeing constantly from W7M. Their positioning with each other has been fantastic throughout this entire game. And you can see Julio going for it once again. He wants to help out Volps. There's no point of him playing that other door. He's got the case on him as well. They're going to have to try and take this as a collective unit. Otherwise, they're going to run into some serious problems.
As we saw here, losing the ace was a big issue now for W7M to be able to open up an area like the bar or potentially the supply closet for themselves. But Volps nicely done on the entry yet again, clears the way for his teammate to be able to go for the plant or at least start the process of it. Nitro will interrupt things yet again. Volps needs to hold the line here. The wrap already being made over towards Study. The peek from the first player. The second, we're going to try to interrupt the plant. It does not work out. Nade can't get the exchange on the supporting player, but he does find the planter, bringing it down into a 1v1 now. Volps versus Nade to clutch this one out. Nade will waste no time. Immediately jumps on the counter defuse. Here comes the swing from Volps. He's going to go directly into it, and it's an attempt to stick it, but it won't work out. W7M keeps their lead and gets that much closer to a semifinal.
Oh man, you have to feel for the mirror right there, John. Those holes that he was looking through right before he gets on plant, well, those tend to mess with audio quite a bit. So as he's coming up that stairwell, the mirror's just thinking to herself, she's like, is he downstairs? Is he? I'm just gonna stick it. I'm gonna stick it, because if I don't, then I could run into a lot of problems here. Unfortunately enough for him, immediately busts through the door and is able to take him down. And this is looking very similar to Theme Park. Very similar occurrences across the board. Practically scripted with this 5-2 lead for W7M.
Let's see here if they can lock in the next two back-to-back, or if Black Dragons are going to come back with a bit more fight here. Of course, they won't be retrying the same site hold back over on the inside of AVG. They work themselves into Statued Trophy, as one would expect them to rotate towards. Already having used their pause earlier on in the half, they're not going to have any moment of relief here, so they do realistically need to play into the best site possible for themselves.
Now here's the wildest thing about W7M that we've been seeing for the majority of this tournament. It's the consistency of the entire roster. I want you to look at KZ right now. What do you notice? KZ not hot to trot at the current moment, 2-4-2, but you look to the rest of the leaderboard here, and we have some hot contestants. We have Volps with a 7-3, and we've got Herds on a 9-4 heater. They step up when they are needed. This team across the board lights out when it comes down to it. They look like they want to try and end it early here. KZ, he's already inside, John. He's got a mirror window to his advantage, but luckily enough, Basetto, he knows what's going on, and so does the rest of Black Dragons. They saw that rush coming from a mile away. The Gun 6, really the call sign for that.
Seems like it's a bit too direct here, unfortunately, from W7M. They get caught this time around here. Obviously, KZ with the right to initiate when he walked directly into Trophy and didn't face any resistance, initially there. Thought they were going to be in a good spot to be able to take control of the site and even get an early plant for themselves, but just a little bit too much confidence flowing out from them, and now they pay the price for it. Putting the pressure on Herds, Volps, and JV to now make up for the difference with the remaining 2 minutes they have.
Well, if there's one thing about this roster that we know, they're not going to slow down. Might use some drones and some other things. Might use this next 45 seconds to know exactly what Black Dragons is up to. But the aggression is coming. I can definitely guess that. Here it comes from Volps initially. No damage onto his opponent, just a tag onto him, and actually it's going to be Herds trying to transition across the bus door. That dies first. Patoxi will take him down. No more EE1Ds in the pockets of JV92, and a flawless round possibly in the wings for Black Dragons. Patoxi will confirm it. A good way to bounce back here for our other Brazilian squad.
Be a nice little confidence booster for the Black Dragons, but if we're real about ourselves, the problem is W7M walked themselves into that situation there by trying to play it so straightforwardly into Trophy through the connector there. There was really no recovering, unfortunately, from that point once they had lost the 2 players initially. So it's just a matter of them trying to look for picks across the map, hoping they would get lucky, and maybe that would open up an opportunity to come back another round, but it just never really happened. So
yeah, exactly. Right when the rush strategy didn't work for KZ, they're like, all right, I guess we're just going to try a couple things. If it doesn't work, then we'll reset for the next round.
Kind of play for picks. If we get anything cool, maybe we're in the game. If not, then the round is pretty much over, guys. Sorry.
I mean, hey, man, it's worked for them for... well, since September 25th. So, I mean, like, I'd say they're doing pretty well with it. I think that their overall thought process about the game, pretty high tier at the current moment.
All right, well, let's see here if W7M can keep themselves relatively flawless in terms of their match record. Once again, just need those 2 rounds to be able to close things down here. Some interesting developments going to be going on in their operator selection, by the way. Lion going to be coming into place of the Dokkaebi. They feel like that intel is going to be a little bit more direct for themselves. The Montaigne is going to come out as well for Julio. So we'll have to see how that will potentially play out for their push to the inside of these 2 sites. And then finally, Herd's going to continue to be sneaky. This is kind of an expected move to see from him, obviously, with Herd not being banned out. The Nook will come out to try and see if they can sneak any kills out through the basement or another avenue that they'll find appropriate to insert that operator into.
Yeah, KZ more of a sledgehammer when it comes to his Nook play. Herd's a little more methodical. You know, he comes in with the surgical plays. I'm going to build all this up, and he's going to plow right through that window, isn't he? Stop, Hertz, don't do this to me, please.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, he's really leaving me in suspense, isn't he?
Absolutely the case. So once again, folks, this is an observer bug we're dealing with at the beginning of every round. Sorry for the little jitters. Obviously, we have people working on that one. We're going to fix it as soon as possible, but we are in the process, I think, of tracking down what's causing that right now, and then we'll try to correct it as soon as possible. But as far as we know, the players are not experiencing that delay, so it should not be compromising the integrity of this match.
Yes, indeed, my friend. Julio, been magic with Monty for a long time in his career. Bring that one back out to bear, and he's going to be able to get a Mira window because of it. Nice little counter that's been built into Mira over the last couple of years here. You're actually able to smack those windows and take away the vision that she so badly wants. Concussions in here. Will it deal with Paris? Oh, Paris will deal with Vulps. How about that for a change? Black Dragons once again lead off with the opening pick. The last one gifted to them. This one earned.
Black Dragons definitely a much more confident showing on the defensive side here with regard to their early round plays. Maybe part of the reason why we see the Montaigne picked in to try and fend off some of this early aggression, or at least counter it directly, of course, by putting a shield in front of the pushes. Nitro there that Stokes winced at a little bit. He got very close to taking down the player on
I had PTSD for a second. I'm sorry, my bad.
Thankfully able to dodge that, though, get out of the way, and W7M will still be only 1 player down this time. And, oh, that's so annoying for Julio now.
That is the classic way to deal with a Monty. Right there, John. You want to see what year 1 Siege looked like? It was that right there. You put a Nitro cell in the door, and you're like, what are you going to do now, you big shield man? Probably nothing. Or you're probably going to have one of your friends deal with it, and that's exactly what is going to happen.
They just tried to go and 6 it out. Unsure if the
Don't ask questions.
would have worked for it, but we'll check that in a minute. Yeah, it looks like it worked. Okay, so possibly like banging it against the wall or something and having it work that way, but it works. That's what's important here. And Herd's now picking up the next kill. Awkward little toxic bait bounce there as Julio pushes it onto the vault door. It will still allow them to move their way into the site, and once again, the kills are now flowing all in the favor of W7M. JV with back-to-back frags. Only Ion and Perez in the fray now. One of them trying to make a wrap over towards 90, but doubling back as it was Ion that went for it here. Perez gonna make the, thought it was gonna be an unexpected play, but KZ with a good read into it here. Monty versus Ion for the end of the round, and Julio will instead close it down there with the Monty.
How insufferable is Julio's Monty? Do you see his positioning with that thing? It is just so gross. I have always despised people that can play Monty that well. It's just pure hatred from me. Not for Julio, but I'm just saying, like, as shield operators go, my God, is that annoying. W7M with a 3-round lead. They're looking to close this one out with BD not only potentially getting 5 rounds in 2 maps.
W7M still looking to move themselves forward in flawless fashion, I believe, as well. As Stokes mentioned before, didn't drop a single map inside of the group stage, and now looking to do the same here for the quarter. We'll have to see how long they can keep that record flowing, of course, as the perfect run to the grand finals would certainly be a storyline to talk about if they should make it that far, of course.
Absolutely, and that means if they do close this out, that is 8 maps in a row here at Jönköping. That is disgusting stuff. And as you said, they've only dropped like 1 map, 2 maps maybe, but they haven't lost a match. in the last couple of months, back to September 25th. Once again, for those of you who are just joining us. And, well, if you are, you more than likely are missing out. W7M has been running amok of things up against Black Dragons. It's been fantastic across the board from the entire team. KZ not having to carry the entire team this time as, well, doesn't really happen. Usually the entire team carrying the torch. Him just not as much as we're used to. Usually we are used to KZ up there in like the 17 kill department. It's just a little bit slower for him this time around. Black Dragons, they're going to be able to get the lead off pick, but for W7M, doesn't really mean too much to the overall story, does it?
Already one kill going out against W7M, and utility-wise, it's a pretty big loss as well. We're going to see those air jabs removed from play entirely before the round even really gets started. Volps won't be able to contribute as well. Volps a huge part of the attacking entry game for W7M in the previous map as well, so losing him is going to put a massive dent in the potential aggressive prowess that we were going to be getting out of W7M throughout the course of this round. Black Dragons should be able to come alive because of that a little bit more. We'll see if they try to get any more aggressive since they already have the opening kill in their pocket. It's basically their decision if they want to risk it now.
Yes, indeed. W7M, they're going to take their time past this first peg. Herds 10 and 5. Been playing so very well here today. Looks like they want to try and build up here. Try and clear out this top floor. Got a good sense of what's going on up here. It's going to be KZ on a solo mission, 007 in through Master. Loses his health sense, but he's going to continue on. The Banshee will discover him. They quickly whip out the Deagle just to get a little bit more movement speed. Able to skimper off here, not die to that angle. Does have EMPs in his pocket, so he can get rid of this Banshee if he so chooses, but obviously pretty loud detail there if he goes for it. W7M playing this one pretty close to the chest over on the Master side of the building. Not really wanting to go for this execution just yet. Ion doing a very good job of trying to keep things slow on this top floor.
KZ back outside as W7 are going to reposition. Looks like a majority laundry push is what we're going to ultimately end up getting from the squad, as I feel like that's the safest path forward. Beautiful nade thrown in from up on top still, I think. I heard there. It knocks out Basetto. Deals with at least one element of this defense that could have caused problems inside of the plant. Hurts as well, just slamming the aim down right onto Ion, knocks him out. W7M now in front of the situation here as it's brought down to a 4v3 in their favor, and JV right off the shield. Nade peeks directly into it. Perez opens up his own death window to KZ, excuse me, and that's just going to leave Potoxi in it now for the 1v4. Good start to it as he knocks down one player, but can't take it any further than that. W7M are seemingly unstoppable here in Jönköping as they shut down the group stage and now shut down their quarterfinal opponent. They're moving forward to the semis.
The undefeated Brazilians continue on. Indomitable here. All the way up to semifinals. Headed off by the Lion KZ, but they didn't even need him in this last map. Able to get some things done in that last round, but really the showcasing of Herds and just how much talent they have on this roster overall. Such an amazing team. Cannot wait to see who they play up against in the semifinals.
Yeah, we know it's going to be another Latin American team. It's going to be between, of course, FaZe or Liquid. So we'll have to see who ends up topping out that match. But that is bound to be a very explosive game as well. Two of the largest names, I guess you could say, inside of Latin America going up against each other with such a huge storyline, especially, of course, behind Team Liquid. They are another team that has been looking to lift that trophy at an actual major for a very, very long time.
Nesk needs ones, man. Nesk needs one.
And really, the Pro League Finals, I think, a few years back, going way back to like 2018, I think, is when they were able to win that one. But since
quite
then,
some time.
have not been able to capture one under our new major system. So they're going to be looking to take it just as much as W7M is looking for that potential perfect tournament run. We've got a lot of cool storylines building up. That's only one half of the bracket that we're talking about right now, too. We still have the EU and North American teams and APAC teams waiting down on the other side of it as well with the way that the bracket panned out.
Yes, we do. And you know, it's really cool, honestly, you know, all circumstances given, that the entirety of this roster, W7M, have to try and run this Brazilian gauntlet in order to make it to grand finals. It's almost poetic in a way. They have to try and go up against their own region that, as you said, knows them so well, right? I mean, they play against each other all the time. They just got done with Copa about a month ago, and here they are having to do it all again. But as we just saw, W7M able to take it up against Black Dragons, and what a nice sight right there, right?
Yeah, really, you know, the camaraderie between the Latin American teams has always been shown front and forward. They've talked about this too when they were like really dominating back in 2021, and to be fair, they've continued that domination a little bit here in 2022 about how they work together as a region. They're trying to build each other up, and that's why they felt that they have been so successful in the previous competitive year. And generally, I tend to agree with that sentiment when you look at some of the other regions. There's a lot of competition, sometimes there's like bad blood and whatnot between the teams as well, and it doesn't boil over into a lot of inter-regional cooperation, but it seems like it's there to a pretty nice extent inside of the Rainbow Six Latin American community. Either way, folks, we do have an interview waiting down on the stage with our winners. I believe it's going to be Julio leading that interview, so let's go ahead down.
Now, who else would I be joined on the stage by than W7M's Julio? I mean, what a fantastic performance. Make some noise for Julio, please. You are on a potential history-making undefeated run at the moment. How much are you and your teammates enjoying the momentum?
Like each win, we get more confident. So we are like, I don't even know how many, 18. So we are like really confident. We fixed our map pool, so like the confidence is high as possible, you know.
8 now maps on the bounce that you haven't dropped. Does it come with pressure? Is there any part of you starting to think, we really don't want, we want to keep this run going?
Yeah, for sure, but I'm so confident, you know, like nothing goes wrong, even if it's like 5-2 to the guys, like the BDS matches, we played good, and we know we always can win the rounds. And yeah, we are pretty confident. Like I said, the maps, you know, I think first map we play the first one, I forgot, Team Park,
yes,
first
yeah.
time, and it was a good map, you know. So like we want to show our maps, and we are ready.
It seems as though since you came into this roster, you've made a tremendous difference. How much do you think that the teammates around you are benefiting from your tremendous experience within this game?
I think inside the game they were really good. I think smart things outside the game, you know, little small things that I can fix, and I experienced that, so I can show them without them experiencing again. And I think it's more like this, you know. In game they were already the best in Brazil.
Yeah.
But outside of the game, like the mood of the team, you know, things like that, small things to. Like playoffs now, I have a lot of experience. They just play one, and some small things, you know. But like, I didn't change a lot of the team, you know. Just improving little things that needed to be improved, you know.
It seems as though the team, in general, is very cool, calm, and collected. You know, everybody's smiling. Everybody looks very happy to be here and are enjoying the process. What's it like behind the scenes? Like, how are you preparing for each of these games?
Yeah, everyone's really young, you know, so they are really just enjoying. They know they have a really long career. They know it's not going to be the last tournament for them. So they're just enjoying, you know, little kids enjoying the game, and it's always fun. We have Igor, our coach, and Abreu. They do a really good job, you know, pre-game. So like we are 100% ready when the game starts.
For some of these youngsters around you, this is, you know, a huge event, and it is for you as well. As a former world champion yourself, what does this event mean to you, and what would it mean to lift that trophy?
I think individually means a lot, because it was a lot of ups and downs this year, and with up, it's really good, you know. But I'm just enjoying, you know. I was like almost retired, so anything that happens, I'm happy with this, you know. I'm just flowing.
I don't think anybody wants you to retire, bro.
If I retire as a player, I'm going as a coach, you know. Igor CTG, our coach. Watch out, man. I'm a good coach too.
Now, it would be a history-making major if you somehow managed to get to the grand final and complete your mission without dropping a map. What would that mean to you if you could pull that off?
I think it's something we don't care much about like that. If you win, it's just a little plus, you know, without losing a map. But it's awesome, like breaking records, like the group stage. We won all 6 matches without overtime. So it's a little plus, but the focus is winning the tournament for sure. The rest is just the plus.
Final question. Who do you think is your biggest threat here in the playoffs?
Biggest threat? I think seeing the group stage, I think Liquid. FaZe is a really good playoff team too. I really like TSM. I like them, and I know they can show up in playoffs. You know, they won the Invitational. I think all the teams, Soniqs, yeah. Wolves, and BDS, don't have weak things now, you know? All good things.
Everyone's a threat.
Yes, everyone's a threat.
Well, congratulations again to W7M. Congratulations to Julio. Commiserations to, of course, Black Dragons. We will pick this game apart. We'll pick apart that best of 3 that we just saw, our first quarterfinal on the desk, over to the sexy man that is Milos.
Thank you very much, Steve. Ian, I don't know which one it is. Hello, welcome back to the Analyst Desk. I'm Nostomedic, your host, and with me to break things down are Alfama and Fresh. They're on a tear. W7M absolutely destroying everybody here. The only undefeated team that we've had really in the history of Siege up to this point. We'll see if that continues throughout the whole tournament, but they definitely have proved a point.
Absolutely, yes. I think they proved such a gap there was between them and Black Dragons. I don't think it's on Black Dragons' fault either. I think we've not seen a team being that dominant in a while. They give me all G2 vibes right now, to be honest. It was showing when Black Dragons were playing on Villa, right? Struggling to get in the map, a bit stressed, a bit of whiff. I don't think they really managed to fully reset and recover from the first map.
Yeah, it's, you know, when you said it's like old G2 vibes, old G2 vibes was, we're just going to run through our opponent. Doesn't matter what they do, how they do it, we're going to do our thing, and we're just going to run through them. And W7M have done that today. They looked so composed.
So cozy.
I was trying to say confident and composed in the same thing.
I mean, they're relaxed when they play. You can see it. They're just having fun, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, they've got the people that back it up. They've got the players that are putting in. And one thing I really wanted to do was get on the telestrate and telestrate one of the games because they were so explosive. There would have been fire all over that telestration screen because they just have these big moments of just explosion of multi-kill. And they look unstoppable. Now, we might be speaking about them tomorrow in a completely different vein going up against FaZe or Liquid, who've just walked into the arena. But at the minute, that was an incredible performance put on by them.
All right, great to hear here. Now, Black Dragons, we have to make it clear. This is their first event. They've been shuffling, what, through 20 players over the past year?
Yeah, it's 20 players and staff, right?
There you go, 20 players and staff in less than a year. They made it to their first major and directly into playoffs. That is not something that you can ever take away from them, Dave.
And it's already so much progress to just have built that team consistently for 9 months, steadily improving, qualifying to the major at the end of the year. I think this is an amazing learning experience for them, and I'd like to see them more in the upcoming year, qualifying to more majors, taking more experience, and eventually leading to qualifying to semis, right?
Doing it with an identity, right? Doing it with a, not just, and I mean this with the greatest possible respect, not just another Latin American team. A Latin American team that wants to play things like OSA, to play for the plants, to play for the objective. It maybe cost them at times, but they stayed true to their identity even in this best of 3. And that's absolutely commendable for them.
All right, I'm wondering who are the top performers of this matchup. Wow, it would be very crazy if we had a match summary that would go up on the screen for us to see. I wonder if there's similar players to our first matchup that we had, our first map of this series. Oh, here it comes, and there it is. Volps now on the top. Actually, a complete reversal, at least scoreboard-wise, of what we had in map number 1. But that reflects even more what Alfama was saying at the end of it, is that this W7M is a whole team, not just a two-man show.
Yeah, everybody is able to perform, and they're fitting exactly what the meta is right now, which means 4 players that are flexible, that have huge fragging ability, and then that one hard support player that is in Julio. I actually really liked what he said in his interview. He said, I didn't change much in-game because they were already the best team in Brazil, but I brought a lot of new stuff outside of the game, and I optimized everything so that reached that final step, right?
And that's what he's there for. Like, if you saw these guys in Charlotte when they're getting very over and emotional and they're letting it affect how they play inside of the server, Julio's come in and he's allowed them to operate in that very consistent middle range. They're not getting way too excited. They're not getting way too upset if they lose. They're just in the middle and they're consistently good now.
Is part of it just taking the phone away from certain player? You're not allowed to tweet for the next 2 hours before the game and after the game.
I think it will just be friendly words of advice, right? It will just be, look, I've been here forever. Here's my experience of this.
And I've actually a funny anecdote of that. It was at Rally Major, I think, and I started yelling, and we were in group stage. I started yelling every round we're winning. And Rise tells me, Leo, you know, calm down. It's group stage. You need to save your energy right now. This is exactly the kind of advice I see Julio saying to his new teammates.
All right, and it's all working out quite well for them. So now this is the big challenge. They've proven they can take it into BO3, but is Black Dragons the real challenge they're waiting for? No, it is not. It's Liquid and FaZe, which is our game for later, but I just want to quickly pick your brains at this. How do you see this going? Because FaZe dismantled W7M in Berlin.
Yeah, in my opinion, I saw a first limit here. 7-2-7-3 scoreboard, you're like, how did you see a limit to their playstyle? Well, actually, and that's a really symptom of a team that's trying to control the pace all the time, is that over-aggression and overconfidence might be an issue against a better team like Liquid or FaZe Clan that has more experience, especially Liquid that's steady and has a strategic approach, and that is punishing movement a lot. That might be scary for W7M if they don't watch out for that over-aggression.
W7M are probably hoping Liquid win this. If we look at this bracket, because it's Liquid or FaZe coming up. W7M are unbeaten against Liquid this year. However, FaZe, like you say, they've got a bit of a mental block against FaZe where they're losing against them in BR6, they're losing against them in majors. They did obviously beat them in Copa Elite, but you know that's after everyone's qualified for the majors. It gets a bit loose and fast in Copa Elite. So I think that's the big challenge for W7M, is that mental block that might happen if they come up against FaZe tomorrow.
I'm not sure that mental block exists anymore. I just feel like they're so, like Julius said, they're so full of confidence right now. I feel like this is the right timing for them to take on FaZe and actually take their revenge from Berlin.
This is starting to sound like Team 1 back in Mexico. But you know what? We'll just leave it there because we have more games to go through. 3 more. This was a very quick one, I gotta say. But we continue on with more Brazil action, and it's Liquid versus FaZe. So in a few, we'll be back on stage to introduce the players. So see you in a bit.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
No more talking about it. The way it is, the way it is. It's no mystery. There's no getting around it. When you're here, we got chemistry. We light up when we ignite. We are stars in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, fight for you every second. To keep your touch in my memory. I try not to regret it. What could have been, should have been, if you would stay with me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. When we ignite, we are stars in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. Remember me. Remember me.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six Siege Jönköping Major here at DreamHack Winter. It's a little bit chilly, as you can see, that's why I'm wearing the big jacket, but things have already been heating up. We've had our first quarterfinal as we saw W7M continue their tremendous undefeated run to book their spot in the semi-finals, sadly sending home Black Dragons. Now, who will be joining W7M next in line? It is time to get into our second quarterfinal of Play Day 1. A team in tremendous form. They have gone from a stream to a flood. Can they finally prove their loyal fans right? Welcome onto the stage, Team Liquid! This time last year, their opponents won a major right here in Sweden. Will they be unfazed once again? It's FaZe Clan! Two huge teams ready to go to battle on this stage. If you don't know much about them, you should do. If you want some more info, this video will do it for you.
Making to the playoffs is really good. Like, we are a new team. Lagones just joined us, and we are looking really strong. And we are really prepared for any opponents we are facing. When Lagones joined us, we changed a lot of things in the team. So our mindset is completely different. We are feeling like everyone is having like a great knowledge of what we are doing. So we are really prepared. That's I can say. We are here to win it all, so you guys should be scared of us.
I'm feeling great. We had a lot of effort. Group stage, we ended up winning the spot, so I'm really happy. I'm really happy with my performance. I think I'm playing good. We are this kind of team that evolves during the tournament, so I think we will get there. Hey guys, just make sure to remember that you're in Sweden. This is our place. You're done.
Thank you for everyone that's cheering for us. We did a great group stage and we are really prepared for the playoffs. Cheer for us on the next one.
It was a tough group stage for us. We are going to the playoffs and hopefully we can make it.
And there it is. Friends, we are back here on the analyst desk and getting ready for our second matchup. It's Team Liquid versus FaZe Clan. We're here to fill you in on all the details before we get it started. That was the introduction. Thank you very much for that, Steve. We're back here on the desk. I'm Nostematic, your host. With me are Fresh, of course, but now Anne joining us. How are you today? Feel good?
Really good, yeah. I'm very energized, looking forward to the games. It's a pleasure to be here. I just can't wait to get it started, really.
We've been phasing up for the past couple minutes, have we not, Fresh?
I'm still learning
Still know how to do it. It was a thumb.
I think I got it.
Hey, that's good.
I think I got it.
He's phasing up. There you go. All right. And speaking of which, as we're continuing, how about we have a chat about our two teams, starting off with FaZe Clan. So what is their setup for this event? Because let's remember, a year ago, they won it in Gävle.
I mean, I love that confidence from the starting video as well, saying, you know, this is Sweden, this is our place, and we're here to win it again in the same country. They were the runner-ups at the Berlin Major. They played that best of 5 against Rogue, and it came down to the final round. So it could have almost gone the other way. But they're here, and they're ready to take on some teams. And one player I really want to talk about specifically is Cameraman, because I see him as a utility player. When you see him play, he can sit on top of a hatch, holding a Candela, waiting. You see him looking at his teammates' screens. Where are we? Are we ready for an execute? And he really is that player that will enable a push and help his teammates.
For a player that's been around so long, like so long since day one, I'm sure Milos was at his first event as well.
Yes.
Cameraman, yes, you definitely was. Cameraman is a guy in this team that is happy to do the grunt work, that's happy to do the work. Like you say, he'll sit and hold a Candela, he'll play the Capital, he'll play the you know, some of the operators that people don't want to play. He'd play a Gridlock if it was needed. He plays whatever's needed to be that rock for his team. Now, FaZe are an ultra-flexible team. They've got maybe a little bit, you could argue maybe a little bit too much flexibility, but he's that rock in that team, similar to how Julio's the rock for W7M. He's been really impressive this tournament. There's been games where he's popped off with double-digit games as well.
All right, and now talking about Team Liquid on the other side. Team Liquid's kind of a mixed bag because you're like, oh my god, they're playing so well in Brazil, and then they either fail to qualify, don't really do too well internationally. You're always expecting the world out of this team, but they've had massive changes. We're looking back at SI22, the swaps that they've had. Now they have a great addition to their team.
Do I say the line, Milos?
Go ahead.
I said the line. Team Liquid Always the bridesmaid, never the bride.
No!
I think we can talk about the young players that came in that have now got a bit of experience, but there's one player that we should all be talking about, and that's Lagonis. The thing that he has done... Lagoatness. He's had three different iterations of teams in each stage and got to the major with them all in this year. Every team he touches improves tenfold. Now, Liquid were always on the precipice. If he can improve them, this is a Liquid that can push on and get past that step. I believe that's why they brought him in. And he is, again, you know, we talk about these Brazilian teams and the rock at the back. That is Lagonis for this team.
I mean, we have the Sweden major winners here. We also have Lagonis, who did win a major with Team 1 in Mexico. And you mentioned every team that he gets on, he improves by tenfold. He's been on this team for 2 months now, the new IGL, the main planter on the roster as well. And while we mentioned cameraman on the side of FaZe, I think there is something that Liquid have for themselves that can really work against such a player like cameraman. We have seen Liquid be very good with those specific counterbans. They banned the Frost for Bolo, they ban a Mountain because they know how Rogue used it in Theme Park, Ying against the Sandbox, for example. So if they know what cameraman likes to play regarding utility, Lion, Dokubi, all that type of stuff, they can just ban it out.
Imagine improving a team tenfold by a team that already has Nescampalo on it, but that's something I'm really looking forward to. Here's our pick and bans, by the way, 9-map pool, and we're removing quite a few of them because we only need 3 for the series. Villa is up first, picked up by FaZe. Second is Clubhouse, picked up by Liquid. And finally, our decider will be Oregon. General thoughts on the map ban, Jack?
There's a permaban that's been picked. You know, we talk about hiding maps.
Yep.
Liquid, they hate Clubhouse. They've got to a best of 3. They've picked it. First best of 3. It's literally been a permaban for them for so long. And now they've picked it up against FaZe. They're bringing it out when it really matters.
Yeah, but then again, also for FaZe, they've been banning Villa for a really long time. In the past 4 months, it's one of their most banned maps, and Liquid goes and picks that map. It was a 8-7 for Liquid for beating FaZe just less than a month ago during the Copa Elite 6, and well, FaZe have a feeling that this time they do have that edge on this map. I'm just a little bit surprised with the map ban FaZe, because the maps that were picked were on the top 2 of my first banning thing.
We were expecting them both to be insta-banned, and then they've been picked, right?
But then if you look at this, these teams have been played against each other for a very long time, right? Less than a month ago, they played against each other in the Copa Elite 6. All these games were won by Liquid, but they play a total of 5 different maps. That's half the map pool. So these teams know how the opponent plays on quite a few different maps.
Then let's talk about map number 1 in the series, Villa. You said, again, it's a surprise, much like Clubhouse. FaZe are starting off on the attacking side. It's their pick, but it's Liquid that gets to pick their starting side. So is there something that can be worked out here, Jack?
It's kind of a difficult one because just very briefly coming back to that map pool point is all of these teams will play 8 or 9 maps. It's the LATAM thing. You don't play any less or you're not going to do well. I think for Villa, I'm hoping they've gone away and reimagined it because they are on a hot losing streak on it. You know, they lost it to Liquid in Copa Elite, they lost it to Rogue in the major, and they've lost it before that. This year's not been kind to FaZe Clan on Villa. So I'm hoping that they've gone away. They've obviously had a bit of time to prepare for this major, being a week later than usual, and just reworked it just very slightly because they were very close to beating Liquid on it the last time they played.
There's a little bit of information on how Liquid plays on this map, because they took a loss against TSM in the group phase, but if you think about it, that game didn't really matter that much for Liquid. They were already qualified, and they were playing against a team that was TSM, and that really needed that victory in order to qualify for the playoffs as well. So there is a little bit of information that FaZe can go ahead and study onto, but it might not have been the top of notch when it comes to strats, because the game didn't matter to them.
It's true. How do you even try to rate that? Well, you know what? Game's ready. So predictions for map 1 real quick. Who takes it?
FaZe.
FaZe up?
Ooh. Yeah, I think they can improve and they can take it. Yeah.
All right. Both in for FaZe for Villa. What do you think? Watching at home and here in Jönköping, we're ready to go. Let's toss it to our casters to get it all started. It's Mandy and Dev. It's FaZe via Liquid.
What a huge Brazilian battle we have in store. 2 huge, iconic teams within the region. What a treat for us to be able to witness it.
Yeah, I'm so excited to get stuck into this one. 2 huge Brazilian teams. We're so happy to be here inside of Sweden. But to you guys at home, thank you so much for sitting in. Get rugged up, get some tea or some hot cocoa, because the show is going to be a banger.
It certainly will. FaZe and Liquid have A rivalry as old as time in Rainbow Six. Two huge organizations that both entered the Brazilian scene at the same time many, many years ago, and since then they have been fighting back and forth. It has been FaZe who has found more international success as of recent times. 1 year ago, they won the major here in Sweden, and just in Berlin 3 months ago, they were the runners-up at the major there. However, Team Liquid always seem to have FaZe's number. The last time that Liquid was beaten by FaZe in a BO3 was over 2 years ago. Ever since then, it's been Team Liquid all day long.
Team Liquid just seem to have the BO3 fire, you know. These guys are a very mature roster. So are FaZe, to be fair. Both of them in terms of age-wise and experience-wise are pretty equally matched, but Liquid always seem to come out on top of these best-of-3 series. Now, Anne quickly touched on the addition of Lagonis into the roster, who is also a very experienced player, and I can only imagine that his addition into the roster has added in that extra leadership and fluidity that Liquid need to take it to FaZe, and especially in recent times, their progression has been tremendous.
Yeah, and we do have a lot of players in the server today that have felt that rush of becoming a champion. Of course, these FaZe Clan guys all felt that a year ago here. But even Lagonis, for example, back when he played for Team 1 at the Mexico Major, he was a champion. Nesk, of course, way back in 2017 or 2018, the Atlantic City Pro League finals when Team Liquid had their one and only international trophy. He was leading that team forward. But of course, we can't forget about exactly what Fresh was saying on the desk. Team Liquid, we call them the bridesmaids, never the brides, and that's because they are always so close and yet not close enough. There was a beautiful moment in 2021 where they got to that Six Invitational Grand Final in Paris, but unfortunately they fell short to NIP. And when you have players as iconic as Nesk and Palu on this roster, isn't it unthinkable to realize that Palu has never won a major or equivalent tournament?
The Kings Without Crowns. All right, that was the line that we said in the group stage when we were casting these guys, especially when we said this match against TSM, right? These guys show us that they deserve to be here on this major stage. They've shown us time and time again, every single international event, they're consistently inside of the lobby. But can they take it this time? That's the question.
Well, we will find out here on Villa to kick off this massive series. Team Liquid stealing the community vote with 2/3 on their side. But I have no doubt there will be people looking to phase up here. And Villa will be our battleground. It has been picked by FaZe. Let's see if they can start strong and begin this revenge tour.
First ban going out is Jönköping from Team Liquid. Now, this is a curious one to me because when I think of Team Liquid, I think of Resets, right? Who is that player on the secondary support? He loves picking operators like Jönköping, and taking that away is an interesting one to me. Ying as well to go out means that all your hard breach and all of your Thatcher, baby EMPs, all the utilities left in the game.
Sounds like the crowd is really enjoying this operator veto.
I don't know if you guys can hear the crowd, but every time a ban...
Oh, there we go.
All right, I have no idea if you guys can hear the crowd, but every time a band comes through, they do a little whoa, and they go and pipe it up for us. That's amazing. Love you guys out there. Van pace to come through has been pretty interesting so far. Where my being taken off does mean that playing some of those anchor positions, I imagine like playing a shield at bricks, protecting your Azami barricades and resets, for example, who's just picked it here on this site, will be made a little bit more tricky. Pulse going out makes a lot of sense for me, especially against Lagonis. He's a demon on it, especially on this map.
Protect your bombs from being defused.
Well, FaZe Clan starting on the attack here. Liquid, of course, got the choice of the starting side, and they will go to defense. We've seen some really good Villa attacks, but like many maps in the pool, it does seem to favor that defensive side. Now, while we have had operators like that Pulse banned out, we do have the Azami making it through. We do have that Valkyrie for extra information. Some really big hitting operators on that defense that when you have players as powerful as those on Liquid, you know that they can get creative with these operators and really make it difficult for FaZe to enter that building, to take that map control. And just have a look at this, Mandy. There's a very unusual shield setup in the 90 hallway.
That is very peculiar. I don't think we've ever seen Liquid run something quite like this. It is going to be Lagonis that is the one on the shield in the 90 hallway. Not only that, but we've also got the Azami barricades. Resets is holding 2 in his pocket. He's just deployed 1 just then. And I can only imagine that this setup, the crossfire setup at 90 and at landing is going to be quite challenging for FaZe to push through.
Can I just say, Mandy, have a look at those attacking operators. I'm getting a bit of deja vu from the group stage. I believe it was Team Fury that did this Amaru and Blitz pick on Villa. And if I recall correctly, they went for a study and 90 rush. It looks like for now, FaZe Clan is just working some slow util game, but I've no doubt eventually it will be an explosive attack using those two operators.
If there is any attacking operator that you want against the lineup that Liquid have brought, it is probably Flores. Cameraman is making quick work of that study utility, but remember 90 is where the utility is held. It's Ask playing behind the shield here, and if FaZe decide they want to go for a map sweep, which actually doesn't look like they are, they could be met with some trouble.
Bullet is going to get inside the building, perhaps to go up from the red stairs. Okay, here we go. Capitao comes in, and Ask is feeling the heat. He's not going to be able to get out alive. He falls back, and oh my god, somehow, with the smallest of HP, he does escape. Cyber tempted to get in the window, and he goes for it. Up goes the Amaru, feeling a bit of pressure, takes a bit of damage, but it's Liquid to draw first blood. Here comes Astro, the Blitz, but it's not enough. Liquid will not be fooled, and FaZe start to fall apart.
But it's Bullet coming up the top of the red stairs, almost connecting the kills onto that player, just at landing Souls and Bullet now in a 2-on-5 situation. 2-on-4 actually, Ask has been down, but it's looking pretty dire for FaZe Clan.
It's a desperate 2v5 now that Ask has been picked up. Bullet receives a couple, feeling a lot of pressure as they begin to hunt him down. Put that pressure on. Oh no! It's all up to Souls now. Palu and resets to finish it off, and what a great counter rush from Team Liquid.
That was a pretty valiant effort from FaZe on that 90 winter to try and clear out that position inside of 90. Now remember, Wamai is banned out, so Capitao bolts will not be caught by anything. They're not caught by the ADSs that were protecting Ask's position. And even though they were on that 90 winter, they couldn't quite make the cutoff work. He got away with his life. And Liquid go to show that they're a super disciplined roster, right? That setup was very anchor-centric. It focused a lot on the utility on the site. And FaZe were just, they just couldn't prod quite into the site in time, and Liquid hold their ground.
Liquid will actually go to a completely different bomb site now. Instead of going stat trophy where most people would expect as a secondary, we're going down to kitchen dining, and we're seeing some site construction from the castle. I've seen a bit of this before, but I'm curious exactly where he'll be placing it and whether he's looking to aggressively hold some areas. It looks like maybe a closet hold could be in play. One castle barricade to go on the bathroom window.
So I just want to jump back down to this ground floor. Thank you, our lovely observers. So these footsies lines of sight that go inside of Memorial and go inside of kitchen, inside of that laundry entry, does make it very hard to do a laundry execute once we get through to the late round, right? I imagine that this hallway is going to be more of a power position for the defenders, as they can see right through into where the execute might come from. It's pretty dangerous for FaZe. If they want to get to that late round, they'll have to identify that pretty quickly before they make the call for the execute.
Couple of changes on this attacking lineup. We have that Lion. The IQ as well, I think, is a great pick for this Valkyrie. A lot of information to be gathered and to be denied from this FaZe lineup. I love seeing the 0 in play from Astro this round. We can hear the first Lion E1D goes out. As FaZe try to take a little bit of map control, get a bit of information. They see this very strange setup around the bathroom. The closed off doorway with the castle barricade into Master, and yet a rotate. Looks like they might start to make their move. That's the second of 3 E1Ds.
This is FaZe in true FaZe fashion. Keep the defenders guessing. Don't hop in from anywhere just yet. It's actually asked to be taken down from that Astro.
Oh, Nesk!
Nesk can get the trade off of that triple wall rotation.
It's always Nesk, isn't it? He goes for another one! This man, there's a good reason why he is known as one of the greatest of all time. He is shut down here, however. Resets goes for an aggressive retake into Master, and Astro is trying to take him down as he finishes off Ask. It's a big ask now for him, and well, Liquid can easily clean up what was left of FaZe. That's 2 rounds decisively in their favor.
Really lovely strat from Team Liquid there on that top floor, especially inside of that master bedroom to triple wall. It was Team Liquid that actually coined the strategy, in my opinion, opening up the triple wall and opening up that closet footsies holes, making it really hard to make that entry work in the top floor. It was this team that started it back in the day when it wasn't super popular, and now it's come to show once again in this best of 3, being able to hold those crossfires on the top floor, made entering into closet, bathroom, and master really tricky. In FaZe, I really feel like played into the hands of that strategy, going for a very minimalist take.
It's funny, you wouldn't be too far off if you guessed that last round was that stat trophy bomb site, because that's where all the action went down. But now we're actually going to this stat and trophy site. Team Liquid have been utterly dominant so far. Now, both of our analysts actually favored FaZe, which to me is a bit of a hot take, Mandy, because as our lovely statisticians, Brabuni had pointed out, that stat I said earlier, it's been 2 years and 3 months since FaZe Clan has taken down Team Liquid in a BO3. And while FaZe have had better international performances, there's just something about this matchup. It's similar to W7M and FaZe. If FaZe do win this match, they'll probably be favored going into that semi-final against W7M, as historically that matchup favors FaZe in the same way that this matchup tends to favor Team Liquid.
I think correction was the desk favored FaZe for the map, I believe. So they haven't called it for the BO3, but for this map, they think FaZe is going to take it. But so far, Team Liquid have shown some pretty incredible defenses. FaZe, once again, looking for this probe attack onto the map. We've got one player at each point of entry, putting some pressure on the external windows. Syra, of course, typically the first point of entry for this roster, will make his way in through Art Gallery.
Oh, there's a very early pick for FaZe. Ask goes down. That's the first time FaZe have found the opener this game.
Not too bad, not too bad. Finally, we have a bit of an early round advantage, but here's Palu. He's here on the ground floor, anticipating that Cyber may be making his way through Pottery, and in fact, he is. Just at the bottom of the main stairs now, a close engagement right around the corner. It's actually Palu to collect that kill, and all of a sudden, the man advantage has been evened out.
And what's more, Palu is allowed to fall back. In fact, his kill actually baited Bullet into pushing forward. Nesk took him down. Now it's really claustrophobic for FaZe Clan. All of their players together, but hang on a second, they've just found 2 kills. Opening up the site. Palu now is going to have to go big as this exothermic charge detonates on this main wall. It's a 2v3 for Palu and Lagonis.
That exothermic charge has gone down, but it hasn't prevented that split power position, which is where Palu is currently playing with that MP5. Still a pretty dangerous angle. Not only that, but is the addition of the impact grenades to take down that Kiba barrier that was protecting the player inside of Master.
Lagonis, the new pickup for Liquid. Such an experienced support player, but he's taken a lot of damage. Tries to hold on to his position. FaZe Clan don't have to move fast. They still have the man advantage. As I say that, Palu rips it away from them as FaZe start to make their way into side. It's on Astro to now cover, but the smoke is really good there from Lagonis. Low HP on both of these Team Liquid players as Souls gets the flick he needs. It's up to Astro to clean up Lagonis, and FaZe can find their first round.
Fantastic push from FaZe. They were able to capitalize on that utility that was inside of Master to their favor. There was no longer a defender that was contesting them from bricks or from bathroom, and FaZe identified that because all of Liquid had pivoted over to try and stop the roam clear on the other side of the map, right? As soon as they got used to that space, triple wall was open and they could slowly but surely pinch out the remaining 2 defenders on the site, and finally FaZe get around on the board.
Perhaps it goes to show why Team Liquid didn't actually prefer that bomb site at Stat Trophy. They went to it third. Perhaps they're just not as confident in their ability on that side. They prefer dining. Well, now, fortunately for Liquid, this primary site of Aviator Games has been unlocked, and so they will return. But I find it very unlikely FaZe will do that similar Amaru and Blitz strategy, as it really flopped last time.
I don't imagine they will, but will Liquid repeat the same strategy they were going for? Ask, he's the one that was setting up that 90 corner shield with the ADSs, and it seems like he will do it once again, reinforcing off that hatch, putting down some ADSs for the window. Liquid not really changing their approach too much on this bomb site.
Well, it's strange to me that FaZe aren't picking the Capitao, because even if they're not going to go for this Amaru strategy, that Capitao is a sure way to force out that position as Wamai's banned, like you mentioned before, but there's no Capitao on this attacking lineup.
Seems like a bit of a change in philosophy for FaZe. Liquid once again starting out on this roam extension over on the triple wall. Bullet on the Nook. Pretty characteristic of him to try and sneak his way into the building here on the ground floor, just droning out that bicycle room, seeing if there are any Liquid players to meet him.
It does seem to be a map clear here for FaZe, but you never really know with FaZe. They spend a lot of time setting up and checking and droning and measuring all their different options before they commit to something. And when they do commit, they don't hold back. But Palu downstairs, Nesk upstairs, all of these roamers making it very difficult for Team Liquid, or rather for FaZe, to get any free map control.
This is a great spot for Astro to be on that Flores. Not only is he able to take down some of these keeper barricades, but he's also been able to take down the 90 hallway shield from that drone hole that he'd send in his Rotero from. Right now, FaZe, it's opened up this side of the map for them, right? Knowing that 90 is essentially a highway now, it's been cleared out of utility, they may as well take the space that they've been given.
Seems like Ask's not too upset about losing his shield. He's still going to play in that 90 position for a little while. And yeah, it is a map clear, isn't it, from FaZe, and they've taken half of the map control on this top floor that they would like. Next step really is to clear out 90.
And that's exactly right. Bullet, we've got putting pressure down below. Now, Palu does have a C4 in hand, and he's in a very lethal position inside of that living room. So FaZe are going to have to be very careful as they move through 90 short as they're in these connector positions.
Oh, Palu does go for that C4, and it's a double! Of course it is for Palu! This man is seemingly unstoppable. One of the best rated players at the tournament so far, and one of the best players that Rainbow Six has ever seen. He goes for another one. A 5v2 now. FaZe looking desperate. Souls can find one, but there's a lot more to be done in only 50 seconds to do it.
45 seconds, but Souls still does have some Selma charges in his hands. He could put some pressure on that 90-volt wall if he wants to, and he even has the read of Palu coming up.
Oh, Palu!
Shots do not connect. Palu is there looking for that kill inside of 90. Souls in a bit of a pinch. Lagonis looks for the swing, and Cameraman in a 1-on-4 cannot close it out. Resets, finding the final kill, and Liquid clears out another round.
That man on your screens right there, Palu. What a player. 7-1. in just 4 rounds so far, always having an impact. And of course, it's Palu and Nesk leading the way for Team Liquid. 2 of the best players of all time. I'm trying to think, what would that list be, that top 5 list?
A top 5 list?
The top 5 greatest players in Rainbow Six history.
I have no idea what that top 5 list is. There are so many greats, especially at the...
I mean, Nesk and Palu are in the top 5,
They are definitely
easily.
within the top 5 for sure. And Liquid, this is only the beginning though, Deb. The beginning of what is going to be a very long stint. Remember, this is a best of 3 series, and this is Villa. Liquid, I love their Villa. I think the way that they've been playing out these strategies has been really masterful, but it's about translating it throughout the rest of the series as well. Not only do you have to do this, they have to go into the attacking half, find success there as well, and then clean up another map. So there's still a long way to go for this roster.
But for FaZe, the pressure really is on them, isn't it? Because this is their map pick. They're down on their attacking side. Now, you can't be too upset about losing a few attacks here, but for me, it's the nature of how these rounds have gone, isn't it? Team Liquid have seemed in control almost the entire time. The one round that FaZe won was very tight, and so we need to see them spring into action, change something else. We are seeing a bit of a unique strategy here. We've got Amaru with the shotgun.
A little bit spicy. It's Cameraman. Of course, he can make his way in through the basement with that Amaru. This could be exciting. Do Liquid have a read on what's going on here? A laundry minimalist take is what FaZe are going for.
Here comes the Montaigne as well, putting that pressure directly on the side as Cameraman's coming from the rear. He doesn't quite see the player in kitchen. SMG-11 in hand. He needs to find that pivotal anchor. Lagona's flashed out, but not killed as of yet. Bullet does find the opener. However, not without a trade. Liquid holding on as best they can. It's back and forth, but Cyber finally breaks through. He's found a double on the round, and it's up to Palu and Ask. That diffuser going down. Palu! He gets one more. Forced back on the reload as Astro had to get off that diffuser. So much time, Mandy. That's only been a minute so far, and yet the chaos continues. Palu looking to duel with Cameraman, who forces his way back into sight on the back of a flash. Ask playing safely, but it's Cameraman to finally hunt down Palu. It's all up to Ask now, and Astro is there. Astro and Cameraman, what a duo. They nail down that 2v2 and get FaZe a second round.
Astro, of course, the IGL of FaZe, will lead them into victory on that round. Minimalist take onto Laundry. They identified that that time Liquid were not doing their open angle setup onto Laundry, and so they were able to make their way in nice and easy with that Monty. Not only that, but they were aided by Cameraman, of course, who was making his way up those back pantry stairs and was able to hit the site from inside of Kitchen. Really quick and early identifying of the strategy from FaZe. Liquid were sparse across the map looking for their extended roam. It was just such an excellent read on the strategy, and they're able to make quick work of the site.
Yeah, this is big now, Mandy, because FaZe have an opportunity to go 3-3 at the end of this half. I'm having a look now at some of the stats from these teams. So Villa has actually not been a good map for FaZe. The only time they've played it in Stage 3 was when they played against Team Liquid in the Copa Elite 6, and it was a 7-8. In that game, FaZe was heavily defensive favor. They won 57% of their defenses, but only 38% of their attacks. Team Liquid actually have a negative win rate on both sides. So I really feel like FaZe Clan, I mean, to be fair, having such a strong defense on this map means that perhaps they'll be happy with 2 or 3 rounds on this attacking side.
I'm just going to quickly touch on the defense that's going on inside of Master, inside of Closet as well, just shown to us. This is very characteristic of Liquid. They're playing this open rotation hole inside of the triple wall, but what that means is they need castle barricades to block off any lines of sight from the Master bedroom window. So FaZe, are they going to direct attack this, or are they actually going to look for the roam clear? Now, we've seen FaZe try once already to direct attack it, and they were caught in the crossfire in that top floor. They'll have to change their approach a little bit if they want to find some better success.
Starting to mount some pressure, but Resets has allowed a lot of mobility thanks to this castle barricade and the Azami Kiba barrier. Palu and Cyber, though, are just around the corner from each other. Cyber, stationary. Oh, but Palu somehow hears him. Good ears on him, but it's not enough as Cyber gets the better of him. Of course, though, Lagonis is there on for the flank with the secondary shotty. He's so switched on, so in sync. And as we say that, it's a rush from Souls going straight into sight to find one. Traded back. It's pure chaos from both of these teams as Resets continues to hold down the line. It's all up to Astro. And it looks like FaZe might not get that even half that they were searching for. Rounding the corner now. Does get one. Almost had a second one there as well. He does have the sight, but does he have the ability to plant?
This is winnable for Astro. Even though he's on low HP, the 2 remaining defenders of Liquid are a little bit isolated, and he's got the diffuser in his hand as well. Just trying to get it down now, baiting out what the rest of the Liquid defenders are going to do. One of them's just rotated over into that trophy room, and will collect the kill. That's Ask. There we go. Liquid with another round.
Yeah, huge half there for Liquid, and so well played by Ask and Lagonis not to rush and allow Astro the opportunity to play that bait game. No, they played it perfectly. And as a result, Team Liquid are up 4-2, moving into their attack.
Just want to quickly touch on the team dynamic of Team Liquid once Lagonis has joined this roster. Because he has joined this roster, it means that Resets, who is the original support player, is no longer locked into that like site construction kind of role, right? Lagonis has picked a lot of that up. He picked up the castle. He's the one that's happy to play your smoke and your mute. And I think it's given a lot of flexibility to the rest of the roster and enabled them to do what they want. And particularly Resets, who's just such a smart secondary support player, both on the attack and the defense. If you put Azami in his hands, that is danger waiting to happen, right? He's the one that's setting up that master hold. He knows it in and out. He's the architect of his own plays, and putting him on the operator is absolutely perfect.
There's a lot of architecture going on here as well. A kind of similar hold to what we've seen, but not quite exactly. This is one I know you're a big fan of, Mandy, with these windows, internal windows in Master being castled up, enabling a rotation hole between Stat and Master. I quite like this setup, especially in tandem with Astro's Azami.
Well, it's a direct mirror image of what Liquid were bringing when they played this site, and exactly this defense with the castle barricades and the Azami too. So FaZe about to get a taste of their own medicine per se if Liquid are able to mount an attack onto it.
Attempted a spawn peek here from Astro. Not bitten yet. Lagonis actually has info on this player prone. Bullet's going for an aggressive peek. I think Ask wants to go for this, but he's really worried about it. Bullet actually gets taken down early from Nesk, who's already lurking inside. And that does force the player on the stairs to fall back.
Next, setting a really quick entry into the building. We haven't seen someone quite get this early map control as fast as he has been able to. Now down the bottom of main, just checking for anyone left inside of the lobby, but actually all of the FaZe players have relocated onto that top floor. Aggressive holds inside a study is making it quite challenging for the player on the balcony to entry, and Souls will hold on.
Oh, Nesk, does he have the timing? Good vertical nade. Cameraman should be aware of that. He did hear it. He has continued to remain mobile, making it difficult for those nades to have an impact. That said, now Nesk is coming up the main stairs. Does he check his corner? He absolutely won't. That's going to gift Cameraman a free kill. Palu now from outside study doesn't have his teammate working with him in tandem any longer.
Yeah, and he's caught in the crossfire between Souls and Cameraman as well. We saw those aggressive lines of sight. Ask might be able to clean up a kill inside of that 90 short if that player does get aggressive there. But like we said here it is, Souls and Cameraman doubling up against Palu, who's stuck now on this study window.
And Souls continues to contest, goes prone. Difficult fight now for Palu. There's a lot of angles to worry about, not the least of which is Cameraman here aggressive in study. So unwieldy now, isn't it, for Liquid as FaZe... Oh, here comes Astro coming for the flank. That default camera is still up, Ask, and yet he's just baited a kill off of it.
Oh, but he can't bait the second. Souls is there for the trade. It's a 3-on-3, so it's not completely losable, but there's only a minute left to go. Resets, though, has gotten full control inside of this master bedroom setup like we spoke about earlier.
It's been a messy round, hasn't it, Mandy? The action's going down everywhere. Now, what will the execute be from Liquid? Will we see a bit of structure from them?
If the action wasn't going down everywhere, it would not be a FaZe Liquid game. I'll tell you that much. Souls, he's about to be flashed out of his position. Full white as the push starts to come in through bricks, but Resets, what can he do from his position? He's in the pivotal point, playing the defense set up against them, and Cyber is the only one still on the side.
Oh, here's a flank from Cameraman. Palu taken down as this push centered around the Astro stairs starts to fall apart. Resets on for the entry now, checking these corners. But it looks like FaZe Clan are playing this so smart. They've got these bulletproof cameras for information, and Liquid aren't going to be able to get a plant here. There's absolutely no way. Cameraman, oh, he is taken down inside of Master, but I don't think this 2v2 will work. The plant is going down. The cover is not good enough, and Soul's good for 2. FaZe Clan start their half with a strong defense.
Fantastic discipline from FaZe Clan. As soon as a 3-on-3 situation was there, they knew that they had given away Master Control and therefore Astro Control to go with it. They said, chill, we have the info, we'll play the retake, right? And that's exactly what they did off the back of Cameraman going for that flank at the bottom of Astro's stairs. It takes a team like FaZe with that leadership and that manpower from an IGL like Astro to be able to make a call and play a disciplined game, especially against Liquid, who are so meticulous in their pushes. Is very dangerous if you want to face them head on. So playing that more passive is exactly the right call to make.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
That lead that Liquid managed to achieve on their first half is starting to slip away. FaZe Clan, you can't count them out at any point. They're right on this comeback now that they're on their far more favored side. Mandy, a lot of the matches that these teams have played against each other in recent history have been overtimes. If I go back, there have been some convincing Liquid wins, but I've got an 8-7 on Villa, which Team Liquid just won, an 8-7 on Border, which Team Liquid just won, and an 8-7 on Theme Park, which Team Liquid just won. So these teams are used to very tight games, but it seems to always be Liquid who ends up on top at the end of them.
I'm going to theory craft this map a little bit. I personally believe that the current meta really leans into the way that FaZe play. I think it really leans into their playstyle. But because this is Villa and this is a map where you need to take one half of the map and then rotate over, take the other half of the map, that there's just a lot of things that you need to achieve. Liquid are really good on this map. It's because they play that slightly more structured and just slightly more methodical playstyle that I think it's allowed them to capitalize on the architecture of the map a little bit better than what FaZe have been able to achieve, because it's quite ambitious based on the size of the map, right? So I think Liquid on this attack half, I'm really curious as to how they're going to segment off parts of the map. It's going to be a very different approach to what FaZe brought.
Especially now we're back to Aviator games. This is quite a telling sight, right? Because it's so defender-sided. Teams love this bomb site on the defense. And so you have to get a bit creative on your attack, where you go for a more traditional, just a map clear. And if that's the case, you know, have you got any little spicy elements to do? Are you going to breach up 90? Where did I just hear that Selma go off?
Someone went off on the study wall, I believe. Here's Palu's looking for that grenade onto the power position inside of Vault. It's not going to connect because Astro's just made his way out of it and back in. He's running around. Playing that 1.5 times on that big line of sight can be dangerous. Here's Palu, once again, contesting the vertical line. He connects the shots onto Cyber.
Big pick, bit of Team Liquid support in the crowd, it seems, as well. It was all FaZe on the desk. They were showing us how to phase up. FaZe clan have got to earn that cheer, though. Still in this 4v5, Liquid slow down. Bullet not continuing to be that aggressive on this main stairs position. He has that shield to play with. He has the barbed wire as well. But it looks like the Capitao from Liquid is going to force him off.
Liquid are going for this very minimalist direct take onto Study, onto main stairs, but this is where the push lies. It's in that main stairs push. The combination of the Capital Bolt to flush out Bullet will collect a Nesca kill, but not before being traded by Cameraman. A great C4 to connect onto the main stairs, and the man count still advantage Liquid.
That's a really good trade, though, isn't it? And who is that? In that little corner there, Cameraman, he's already found one kill in a prior round from Sneaky in this position, but on the swing, he loses the fight, does a lot of damage, but not enough to secure the kill. Astro goes for the trade, finds the double, and that is exactly what FaZe have been looking for. They go from a 2v4 to a 2-on-2, and they are back in that advantage.
Time crunch as well, starting to hit Liquid. There's only 23 seconds left to go, and Astro's got a great position here inside of the Aviator room.
Ask and resets. They've got to step up. It's Ask sending it straight into sight now. No util to speak of. Where is that diffuser as well? They're going for these kills, but it's Astro once again. What a round he has had. And of course, it's an impact from Souls to close up that round. And we've evened up the scoreline here, Mandy. FaZe are coming back.
Yeah, fantastic hold from FaZe there on that main stairs push. It felt like Liquid, even though they went for a more direct take, Astro was in a really pivotal position inside of Vault because he wasn't taken down by that nade a little bit earlier. He was able to run rampant between those Vault lines of sight. He was able to play the mirror backwards. He even went for the rotation onto main stairs and collected that double there, for example, right? It just felt like the defense from FaZe was really fluid, and Liquid, unfortunately, losing out some of those fights on the main stairs meant that they couldn't convert the push.
Well, we're going downstairs now. We're seeing a bit of an operator shuffle. We're seeing that Valkyrie come in. We hadn't seen that from FaZe so far. I don't believe it was Team Liquid that used it to... I mean, it's hard to see exactly how much information you're getting on those Valkyrie cameras without spectating them, but we saw Palu pop off with that, and we saw a huge double C4. I think in tandem with two other C4s between Cyber and Astro, and those Capcan traps and just general roaming ability, especially from players like Bullet and Souls, I'm pretty optimistic here for FaZe on their defense.
We'll have to see if Liquid actually lean into doing that, because if they go for the map sweep, right, maybe those C4s are not going to be quite as impactful if they don't go for that master control nice and early on. We'll see what they're able to achieve here. Ask as well, I just want to point out, has got the Twitch in his hand, and it is Valkyrie, and if he can spot some of those in the hallway, that would be really great for Liquid.
Don't see a lot of Legion these days, but good passive info as well. Slowing down those attackers. And it may be a bit of a time sink kind of plan from FaZe Clan, looking to slow down this attack. However, this Thatcher makes things a hell of a lot easier and a lot quicker. As you can see, here comes a nice and early breach on this pantry wall. Looks like Astro even forfeits his C4 to try and deny the Selma. Not before it opens a line of sight, though.
Nice early pressure from Liquid, but what is the next step in their push? It seems like top floor control will be the way. Now, we pointed out the C4s a little bit earlier. Two of them already have been expended, so they only have to worry about the one in the hands of Cameraman. I imagine that they've also droned out this top floor. Droning for the Valkyrie cameras is going to be very important too, to make sure that their attack stays hidden, and when they decide to go for the execute, they can do it with an element of surprise.
Yeah, Ask only does have this one Twitch drone left, though. And I expect he'll be looking for Capcan traps, Valkyrie cameras. The Electroclaw is probably not as much of a priority because we do have this Thatcher. But particularly if you can find those Capcan traps and Valkyrie cameras, Ask very aggressive here. All the way up in Laundry, just 2 steps away from that site.
Yeah, having that double reinforcement on the laundry wall has given us quite a lot of real estate here to prod his way into the site. He's able to connect the shots onto Astro. Another player rounding the corner. That's the Valkyrie. He's taken down as well. A double for Ask.
Yeah, and a huge opening from Liquid. Cyber now feeling like he's got to make a play, flank up the pantry stairs. There's a player outside his window on drone. He wouldn't be aware. He might hear if they do get off drone. Liquid, they're not just jumping on this opportunity. They know they have a man advantage. They know they're favored, and they're playing it slow.
Here we go. This is Souls on for the retake now through that top floor as the vertical game comes through. There is only 36 seconds though, remember, Devon. FaZe are still sitting in some pretty comfortable power positions. We've got Bullet here, who's inside of Memo, getting ready for the push onto Laundry.
I mean, where is this push going to be from, Liquid? The longer you wait, the more FaZe Clan will have a chance to clutch it out in those dire moments. Souls has gone for this retake upstairs. He sees one player, but Ask has found another kill this round. Palu to take down Souls above. It's all on Bullet, who's also on for this flank. But hang on a second, can he deny the plant? The diffuser is on the ground. I can't believe it, Mandy. That is over. FaZe Clan in the 2 versus 5, clutch up on time.
What a great call from Souls to go back onto that top floor with Bullet to play that retake. That was the mission critical thing they needed to deny the push that Liquid are going to go for. They needed that vertical control that had been open in advance from that sledge. They just waited till the time was prime to go for it, right? If you kill a sledge too early, you're not going to have your vertical, right? And not only that, but it gives chance for Liquid to come back up and try and retake that top floor, right? So they play it disciplined. That's what we love about FaZe. They are such a disciplined roster. They fully capitalize on timings and the beats of the round. They are so good at getting a read onto that and going for that top floor retake in the perfect time where the chaos of the execute was pulling apart Liquid was perfect from them.
Now Team Liquid have been forced to take their tactical time out here. They're really feeling under a lot of stress. Tension in the server as FaZe Clan have just won 3 rounds of defense in a row. We know statistically defense is by far their favored side. But Team Liquid will now be feeling that pressure to win, I mean, at minimum 2 rounds on this attacking side. But that will only guarantee overtime, not an outright win.
I think the problem with what Liquid are currently doing is that they're telegraphing their push very early on. Liquid are not quite like FaZe, where they like to go for their probe around the map and keep the defense guessing. Liquid commit to an idea and they go for it. The problem with doing that against FaZe is that FaZe have a great read on the beats and the timings in the rounds. And even though it seems like FaZe don't contest Liquid really early on in the push, they just simply wait for the right timing to disrupt a point in the push that is mission critical. In that last round, it was the execute. Even in the trophy statuary round, for example, FaZe didn't contest the execute, they only played for the retake. It's about finding the timing and making sure all 5 players are on the board. And when you have a team like Team Liquid who are telegraphing their push so early, it gives FaZe a lot of time to do that problem solving and figure out exactly when they're going to make that call.
And it's definitely easier to make those decisions on your rotations when you've got more information. We saw that Valkyrie last round, and while we didn't see exactly where that information was coming from, I've no doubt it was helpful. And I think that's what Team Liquid have identified. They want to start countering that Valkyrie a little bit better. So we've got the IQ from resets. It was an attacker repick, in fact. Hunting down, starving that information away from FaZe will make it a lot easier for Team Liquid to dictate the round.
Liquid looking for a sweep across the map, it seems like. Ask is now getting on that 90 repel cutoff. Actually, not quite a full sweep across the map. They are playing a slightly more disconnected attack here. We've already got early pressure onto these Keeper Barricade and Azami, the Keeper Barricade and Castle Barricade setup going on inside of Master. That's resets working it. Lagonis working it on his own while the map sweep happens from Ask.
What is this? Okay, good position. I like this from Ask. He's actually opened up a big line of sight that looks all the way into Aviator, or rather Games, and can cut off some rotations. FaZe still holding on to this roam. It's going to be quite difficult to achieve a lot as they're feeling that pressure. There's a lot of openings. Hang on a second. Nesk has just waltzed onto the bomb site.
You can see some of the outlines from FaZe pretty much all of them except for Astro.
Oh no!
There we go. Him on his own. The remaining 4 players of FaZe, I think, have all convened over on this study side of the map instead. That's Cyber helping out some of his teammates on the roam. And only now they're starting to collect their way back into the site. Ness, he was almost able to be the thorn in the side for the defense, but Astro's just too good.
That is such a shame for Nesk. He had a huge opportunity to force the rotations of the roamers back to site, to take down some of these anchors, and yet he fumbled it. Uncharacteristic of him. And FaZe are actually retaining a lot of their map control now. They've put some players on site, but hang on a second. Here's Lagonis. He's also made his way in with resets to support. FaZe clan very much offside, but will they be able to deny this plan? Resets has found Cameraman and Lagonis to get one as well. FaZe have to retake, but it's looking sketchy. Cyber, does he have information to enable this C4? It's back and forth. FaZe, with just 2 players left on for this retake as time ticks away. How do Liquid play it?
Souls, he's creeping his way in through this trophy side of the building. Not able to find a single Liquid player in his line of sight. Resets will take down Cyber, and now 1-on-3 for Souls if he wants to make this retake work.
Difficult crossfire to Jewel, and he's not going to be able to get a reset to secure that kill. 3 players alive at the end of the round for Liquid, and a great first attack round win from them.
Just want to point out the change in play style from Liquid off the back of that tactical timeout. I think they realized, they might have heard me in the comms, hey, saying that they were telegraphing their push. Now, what they were able to do there was they just left their hard breach on master side, saying this is the contingency plan, right? If the roam clear doesn't work, if we don't find the picks on the cutoffs, we all rotate back over to master a bit later, and we go for the execute there. That roam clear, they didn't actually commit to it. They only set up Ask on that long line of sight, trying to cut them off. And once they realized that FaZe have started to rotate all their players onto that south side, they immediately all pivoted over and hit the bomb site. It was some great timing. Nesk was the one to start it off, but it was actually Lagonis that jumped in, the new hard breach player of this roster, to call that push on the other side and make the execute work.
Mandy, we're at breakpoint. This is my favorite part of any game. When you're at 5-5, one team is about to find match point. And when that happens, well, it's either a regulation win or the other team forces overtime. As soon as I saw that we were going to Villa, as soon as you know it's Team Liquid versus FaZe, you start to feel like it's going to be overtime. Statistically, these guys go to overtime more often than not. In Stage 3, they had 3 8-7 matches, and Team Liquid always edged out on top. Now, FaZe started on attack because Team Liquid got the choice of starting defense first. In overtime, FaZe have chosen to start on the defense, which means that if we do go into overtime, they will have the advantage.
Scary stuff. They do not want to let this one slip by, our Team Liquid. Starting to amount their attack onto the bomb site. We've got a 2-3 split, I believe it is, True on the other side of the map. That's Nesk and one of his teammates. Just making his way in through Living as they start to rendezvous around these main stairs. This is the choke point that is often so struggled with on this direct attack. They need to clear it with a cacophony of utility, flashbangs, grenades, whatever they need to flush out that player on the main stairs. I believe that's Bullet with that FMG9 in hand, reigning supreme so far in the spot.
Yeah, it's a cheeky spot, especially with that support from Cameraman. There's vertical lines of sight he can play. E1D rings out. It's unclear to me exactly the play for Liquid. Getting a little bit of a vertical angle, enabling some nades, but it might not find a player. You can see Astro and the rest of FaZe very mobile, and they're standing on top of items as well, like Cameraman here. He takes quite actually a lot of damage from that grenade, but he survives because he was jumping up onto that pool table.
Well, look, what Liquid need to do here is make it comfortable as possible. It's never going to be comfortable for that main stage push to come through. And that means trying to take down as many anchors as you can, flush them out of vertical lines, just put the pressure on them to be running around so that when that main stage push comes through, it can be chaotic, but a little bit more attack in favor in the timing, right? And that's exactly what Nesk and Palo are doing, doubling down with those vertical nades. Unfortunately, it hasn't quite worked out for them, and it's going to be a bit of a bloody push up the main stairs.
If Ask is able to make this lurk work, it could be big though. He's telegraphed his push with that smoke, as it has absorbed a lot of Souls' attention. Cyber here on the red stairs, player on the other side, it's Nesk. He fell early last round, he fumbled the ball, and he might do so again. Cyber takes him down, and Souls can double fake out Ask. Palu to make his way up the stairs, finally trading back Nesk. And Resets has actually managed to sneak inside, but unfortunately for him, it just doesn't last very long at all. Mandy, it looks like FaZe Clan are reigning supreme on their defense, and that is a huge retake from Bullet to go into study. It's Palu versus the world, a 1v4 to stave off match point. Team Liquid were up 4 rounds to 2, and now they're about to be at their brink. FaZe Clan find match point on the first map of this series.
Great hold from FaZe. Even though Liquid telegraphed their push by going for that study side and not taking any control on the other side, FaZe didn't halter. They didn't give up their 2 lurkers that were on the other side of the map. And so when Liquid inevitably went for that re-lurk, that retake over on the Astro side, that was Ask and the red stairs control happening, there was still FaZe players around, right? They called the bluff, essentially, right? They called the bluff perfectly. Even though Liquid never went for that main stairs push, FaZe were a step ahead of them in the mind games. And as a result, they clean up that final 2 or 3 kills because that just simply wasn't enough time for Liquid to make that push work.
And FaZe Clan now can go back to Kitchen Dining, which is unlocked, and they won it. The other time that they played it, in fact, this was the 2 versus 5 round, Mandy. That huge play from, I believe it was Cyber who managed to clutch it. Does look like a couple of off-raters have been shuffled around on this this defensive side, but pressure's on for Liquid, you know. If they have a minute to go yet with a huge numbers advantage, they can't afford to sit around. They have to commit early, otherwise they'll let FaZe get back in.
Attackers are heading out to the
So Ask has just re-picked off the Twitch and onto the Jackal. Now, if you want to make full use of the Jackal, you do want to be inside of the building, lo and behold. And so I only imagine that Liquid, like you pointed out, need to commit to something. And having the Jackal in your hands is going to aid and expedite that roam clear process. But hang on a moment, this is Cyber. Being a bit cheeky inside of the closet, taking on drone from outside the window.
I like the idea there. We've seen, I mean, hey, you're up 6-5. You're going against your rivals that you've struggled to take down even at a domestic level for such a long time. Just go for it. Don't hold back. Go for those spawn peaks. Exude confidence and try and manifest it. Astro does get an early pick. Ask, caught in a goo mine, is going to have to pull that out. Cameraman actually might even go for a C4 here. And FaZe Clan are in the advantage here on match point.
Ask as well has just given away his basement control that he originally held onto. Liquid are starting to surround this dining and kitchen bomb site like vultures. What is their next step in the push going to be? Are they going to rotate players over and start looking for a pinch from the other side? Are they going to look to work the vertical? A lot of questions still to be asked for Liquid, but it's Algonis to kick things off from a kill onto Cyber.
And FaZe Clan falling back now. Both of those roamers upstairs going down onto the ground floor, seceding this control to Liquid, but still with the ability to play that vertical game. Still a C4 on Cameraman.
I think that C4 as well is in the perfect spot. He's the one that's babysitting the site, just inside of that Tetris position. Ask in the meantime is going for a bit of his own lurk over on the other side of the map, and Liquid are starting to dwindle away on time. It's Palu that's the sledge in hand that will want to make use of that vertical pressure if they're able to collect it. Already Nesk is all the way inside of Trophy, and Palu can start to make use of the vertical, flush out the positions. There's really only 2 anchors on site that he has to flush out here.
But this is really where it went wrong for Liquid last time, Mandy. They have to make sure not to dilly-dally for too long. FaZe Clan have some strong positions, and they're still roaming, but Palu does find one on the vert. Astro to fall back to sight, and Sol's about to find a duel here with Ask, who baits it out with a few shoulder peeks. Who is going to be able to find this as Sol's enables a retreat? FaZe Clan are falling like flies. It's a 4v2 now for Liquid, and beautifully played by them, as Ask allows his teammate to come over and support. It's up to Cameraman in the 1v3 retake with that diffuser on the ground. No C4 to speak of. A player in the corner of the room. He does take that down to clutch it for the map. It's Cameraman sneaking his way up the Astro stairs. Is Nesk aware of this? Is Cameraman gonna get the better of him? He will. 1 versus 1. Ask to hold on and push overtime as Cameraman could make this dream a reality. He has to stick it. He has no choice now. 11 seconds on the timer, but it takes 7 to lock on here, and it doesn't matter because Liquid will push us into overtime.
And this series is absolutely deserving of it. Overtime, 2 Brazilian behemoths going at it in the server. What an incredible attack that was onto Liquid as well, right? They went for that top floor control once they realized that the Roamers had seceded those positions. They made full use of the vertical. That was Palu on the sledge. And FaZe just unfortunate on the timing for that retake. They couldn't make it work as all their players were dropping like flies, not just from that, but as well as the lurk from Ask, who was just so successful, doubling up with Nesk to be able to take down Souls in his position in library. It just felt like all of the dots connected for Liquid through that mid to late round. They knew exactly what they were going for, and FaZe didn't have that connection to fight back with the right timing.
Well, FaZe now in overtime will start on the favored side of defense as they've taken their tactical timeout to discuss as a team their best chance of locking this game out for the first time in such a long time to beat Team Liquid in an overtime.
This is exciting times for both these teams. Here it is on Villa. We have no idea how this one is going to end, but like you commented on, FaZe are on the defending half. We've seen a relatively defender-sided Villa so far, and unless Liquid change, they have actually been changing their play style quite a bit. Unless FaZe get in a read into the way that the new Liquid has been playing, I feel like Liquid have a pretty good grip on this game so far. That they're mounting some really impressive attacks that FaZe are starting to fall off the pace from.
Despite this game being defender-sided 8 rounds to only 4 from the attack, I actually feel like Team Liquid have the upper hand in this overtime, Mandy. And that's because while FaZe Clan started by successfully defending every single bomb site, Team Liquid went on to win both a stat trophy attack and a kitchen dining attack. So in my mind, Team Liquid might have the advantage here. And look at this as well. FaZe Clan opting to go to stat trophy instead of Aviator Games, where Liquid has already beaten them once this game.
And that's exactly it, right? So just to reiterate, it is the change in play style that Liquid have gone for in the last 2 or 3 rounds in a row that have successfully mounted them some attacks. Here we go, Liquid starting out on the roam clear. The bomb site is trophy and statuary, and Paolo is starting to put pressure on the study side of the map. Meanwhile, Ask, of course, the lurker player for Team Liquid, starting to put the pressure on the site, making sure that FaZe have got something to worry about on that northern side of the building.
It's been neck and neck between these teams. Opening kills going back and forth. Some huge performances. Palu, of course, right at the top of that scoreboard. 13 kills. But it's been fairly even across the board. So many players have had their moments to shine.
Bomb located by attackers.
There it is, Bullet. He's the one on the main stairs and has a drone of his own. Just going to check to see if there is actually an entry coming through the ground floor, and he does spot out the Nook. That's Nesk. Now we're on board with him, creeping his way in through piano, but has been spotted out.
Yeah, that's a huge play from the Mozzie drone of Bullet, as he is prone, and he has been droned out. This is Palu's actually droned out Bullet, while Bullet has droned out Nesk, and Souls is the first one to capitalize on the information. Is Bullet still vulnerable here?
I was going to say that. Does Bullet know that they know where he is? That is the danger. Do they know that he's got the info currently on the main stairs? It seems like he will fall back to the safety of his teammates. Palu just a few seconds too late to catch him out.
It's a stat trophy attack though, and Liquid have rotated to this position. Palu to even up the man count. As Liquid are primed and ready. Selma's detonating. And that's a crouchable hole on the stat wall. Astro attempts to defend.
And this is the beauty of the Liquid attack. And now they've pivoted all their players onto that north side where Ask was putting pressure early. Now the rest of the teammates will be. And FaZe are still loitering around on the other side of the map, trying to deal with Palu. What a thorn in their side.
It's an even 4v4. Palu does catch out Bullet, and Liquid collapse. The attack is right on and ready. Cameraman now in a 1 versus 4 to try and save match point for FaZe, but Team Liquid, they have made this comeback happen, and they now have match point.
Ask has been such an instrumental player in the success of Team Liquid. He's the IGL of this roster. He's also the playmaker of this roster. While the rest of Team Liquid are setting up that roam clear, while they're playing the attrition game with the intel, the double drones that came out, the scary mini game that was going on there, in the background, there was Ask. And he was setting up that late game the entire time, making sure that Master was clear, that Astro Stairs was clear, that Dining was clear, so that when the rest of his teammates came around, he just goes, you guys just get in the building. It's all safe now. We're going to go for the execute. You've all been keeping them distracted on the other side of the map. And that is the strength in having the IGL on that lurker position. He's just so incredible at it, and aided by the Buck as well. Perfect operator setup rotations and anything you might need. It must be very comfortable to attack on that team.
Yeah, and Team Liquid must be very comfortable in general right now. You know why? FaZe Clan decided to take a risk last round and go to a bomb site that they had already lost on. This round, Team Liquid's actually making the opposite decision. Aviator Games has not been lost by any defensive team this game. Liquid won it twice, FaZe won it twice. And Liquid are going back there. Now, I'm not very good at maths, but the stats don't lie. 100% win rate for the defense on this side, and Team Liquid having match point as well. There is no other way to cut it. FaZe have the pressure right now. They're the ones who had match point within their grasp, and they're the ones now that have to do the improbable.
FaZe starting to mount their attack onto the building, starting out on this master side roam clear. It's Sol's the one on the roof now, just going to drone out what he can see inside of that statuary room. Meanwhile, we've got Astro playing the SAM cams on the cutoffs as well. Cameraman, though, he's putting early pressure on this study control. The Kiva barriers to go down, getting a lot of value, clearing out those Malusi, all the push that can come out into study later. But it's Astro with the lurk into the mudroom that'll take down Palu.
Yeah, and what a player to take down. If there's anybody in the server to eliminate, it's the 1 on 15 kills. Here's a big potential nade from Cyber. Oh, and it goes through the floor to take down Resets. I thought standing on top of the match table would protect him, but Cyber threads that needle. Ask now to fight back, Nest to put his name in that ticker as well. And it's a 3 versus 3 with only 1 minute and 15 seconds into the round.
FaZe has done a lot of work so far, though, with this roam clear. Cameraman is already setting up the late round. He's cleared out so much utility and study, and main stairs control is in the hands of Cyber. FaZe, they have full control here on this southern side of the map as the rest of Liquid reconvene over towards the north.
Souls is so close to having a free kill. Oh, no, never mind. Nesk is actually not in Skull. He is protected by a hard wall. Ask still holding on to 90. And the question for me is, where will FaZe execute? We've got Cyber in study in top main stairs.
Not only that, but Cameraman as well is the one with the diffuser in hand just outside of this study door. What he's worried about is those long lines of sight from inside of Vault. He'll need the aid of his teammates to be able to make this entry happen and get the bomb down inside of Aviator.
Cyber's going for a flank below, though. No nades remaining. Liquid just holding onto their positions. They know they don't need to make a play. They're biding their time, shooting drones, repositioning.
They're being so disciplined about this as well. Souls and Cyber to double up. Oh no! But Ask is too good. He's good for one and not good for the second. Souls there for the trade.
But low HP now on the Lion. Cameraman with that diffuser in pocket. But Nesk is just on the other side of this doorway. They've got to land this. Nesk gets the down. And FaZe must rely on Cameraman. He gets the first kill, but it's the rookie for Liquid that must step up. Lagonis gets the kill, and the map along with it. Team Liquid, yet again, prove to be the masters of overtime. They take down FaZe 8-6 on FaZe's own map pick.
What a great play from Team Liquid in that final round, playing it so disciplined, giving away the control that FaZe were comfortable with, but giving them a false sense of security. Liquid were there, the 3 of them off the site, ready to reconvene back on, ready to go for that retake once FaZe went for that execute, and that was perfectly played from them. The teamwork, especially from Nesk inside of Vault in tandem with Lagonis, perfect.
What a performance from Team Liquid. It has been a hot minute since we've seen them here at a major stage, but they've demonstrated that they deserve their spot. They tend to be the kings of Brazil. When it comes to FaZe, they always have their number, and it looks like it's no different here in Sweden.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. They've done an incredible job here on map 1. Villa, it was so close. I just can't wait for map 2. It's going to be an onslaught.
Well, stick around because Team Liquid are now one map away from the semi-finals.
There really is nothing like a land
I'm Nicholas Martin, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Who would have thunk it? That comeback looked fantastic. Team Liquid brought it through, took it to overtime, and now they're getting ready for map number 2 as they took the win on Villa. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. I'm Milos Medic, your host. With me are Ann and Fresh. We're going to break it down for this first map of the series of Liquid versus FaZe. Now, let's just talk about this. Both teams were incredibly close through this series, and FaZe had the upper hand and slipped up at the end.
Yeah, I mean, it was their map pick as well, and we thought it was a risky pick considering that in recent history, Liquid were able to beat FaZe 8-7 on this map. It's a risky pick to then pick that map that your opponent was so good on, and the first few rounds were a little bit confusing to me. It was a lot of pocket strats almost coming out from FaZe. They tried a lot of things which didn't really work out in the end. What I really liked seeing from Liquid, specifically on their attacks, the first few times, how much info they had. Sorry. They had a lot of information, they knew where the players were, constant yellow pings, a lot of drones out in the field as well. But then later on in the defensive half of FaZe, you saw that they were actually able to manage with that a little bit better.
I think coming back to that game plan of picking into Villa, it was, for me, it was a game plan of, we know we'll be attacking first. We haven't really, solved our issues that we had on attack, so let's just try and cheese it, because the worst you're going to get from cheesing it, when, I think when you kind of cheese a strategy, or you do a rush strategy, or, the Amaru window, 90 window, whatever it is, you're basically saying, I just want this round to be a 50-50. So a 4-2 is kind of what they were expecting. They really wanted to shore up their defenses, and they looked so dominant. Them first 3 defenses, they got 3 very dominant defenses, and then Lagonis and Liquid basically read into that win condition and was able to adapt better, got it to overtime, and once it was in overtime, there only felt like there was going to be one winner, because I think Liquid were just the smarter team over the course of those late rounds.
There were a few things that they maybe could have done better. For example, there were some times where they didn't have information on cameramen lurking in the corner. There were times where they decided to go for a plant right underneath a hole, which was above, and there was a plant that was perfectly holed by FaZe. But overall, good performances from the Liquid players as well. We have to mention the players that had really good performances. It was Ask not having the greatest of games to begin with, but he really came back later on. Paulo had a really good example for a good performance, for example, as well. And just also the teamwork and the refrag potential that we saw. There were refrags happening in the basement while the team was defending the upstairs. So,
wasting time for the attackers, Jack.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good old 1-2.
Good old 1-2. I was just thinking, sorry, I've just been caught a little bit off guard, because the first time that we spoke about Palu on this desk was in the post-match of Map 1. We were talking about Lagonis, we were talking about Ask and Resets. We've not even mentioned Nesk and Palu, and you know.
I mentioned it.
You did.
That's true.
You did.
But that's what we said, is and specifically stated, Lagonis, every time he gets on a team, makes it 10 times better. And we're like, how is this going to happen with Nesk and Paulo on the team? Turns out, if you put 3 really good players that can work well together with 2 great supports, Jack, that it can really turn out well for you. In a
Incredible. And the thing is he must organize that team so well. Just from a straight outside perspective, how they got better in the late round was what was impressing me. Not the late round, the late rounds of the game. They just got better and better, more composed in that kind of 9-12, 13-14 round.
All right, moving on then to map number 2 in this series. Now, of course, Liquid took map 1, but now we'll go to Clubhouse. Now, Liquid are starting off on the defense. FaZe Clan are on the attacking side. How do we feel this going in?
It's been Liquid's insta-ban for a very long time. They've not played it at all in the past 4 months. And this kind of makes me think about how things went during that first map. Oh, they haven't played the map. It seems like they've been hiding it. And then it didn't turn out that well for them. It can really go both ways for Liquid.
It logically makes sense, though, because if you look at the way Clubhouse was going and the way Clubhouse was being played for Liquid through stage 1 and 2, they were having real process issues with attacking it. Because that's what Clubhouse is, right? It's a process-driven map of doing one. I don't know how many times I've heard casters and analysts say, you do 1, you do 2, you do 3, you'll win on Clubhouse. Well, Liquid weren't doing that. But what's changed since stage 2, they've brought in Lagonis, that chief organizer that they've got. So even though they've pocketed it away, they've not played it, I still think that they will have redesigned their processes on that map and be very strong on it.
FaZe do have a win versus Mirage and a loss versus Wolves on this map during the group stage, so there is some information on how that team plays. They couldn't really capitalize on the entries that they got in that game, so that is something that I'm going to specifically look for if they can clear that up in this map, though.
Map 3, yes, no, that's all I'm asking.
With the way Liquid's been playing, I don't know. It's their map pick, which would make them feel comfortable. If it really turns out that they've been hiding this for months, and they have prepped it with their players and new players and everything, then it could be a very quick 2-0.
Yeah, I'm going to say FaZe win it for the purpose of competition, but Anne's absolutely right. FaZe will not have been able to rework this map since they played it, what, 2-3 days ago? Liquid have had a whole stage working on it.
Well, there you go. You heard it here first. Liquid versus FaZe continues on Clubhouse map 2. Can Liquid make it 2-0, or will FaZe take it to map 3? We'll find out with our casters after the short break.
So to design Solis' device, we were looking for something that needed 2 hands to be operated and something that wasn't going to take too much of the vision space. So we thought about augmented reality. We were very excited with all the modern visual that it could add to the game. Solis' kit is made of 3 main parts: the helmet, the bracelet, and the gloves. So when the helmet turns on, the screen switches from transparent to glowy yellow, and the HUD elements start to show for the user. The second part is the bracelet. It's used as a placement tag for the AR interface. And this AR interface is shaped as a 3D ring. It's used by Solis to interact with the gadget. The last part is the scan, and the scan is the middle part of this AR interface. And when the scan is performed, you have this pulse of 3D lines that starts and fades in the distance, giving the position of every electronic device on its way.
Usually with loadouts, we try to give flexibility for players. We give the P90 as a primary because it's a super good SMG, super interesting, and another SMG as a sidearm because it's also a really good weapon. But we're also giving Solis a shotgun because being able to create, rotate, and help on site and help reshape the map is also very, very interesting for an operator like this. And with the sidearm, again, that is SMG, it allows you to bring the shotgun and still have an SMG at hand if you really need to defend yourself.
So this is actually one of the first maps we've done that actually incorporates the lore. It's Night Haven, it's a research facility. So the basement only has one bomb site. It's optimized for navigation and flow. And we went for a more optimized design, so it's quite compact in its shape, but there's a lot of entryways from the exterior helipad, and there's lots of ingress and egress that you can actually do to the sites. There's a little Easter egg down there, hiding away, not so subtly. So first floor has 2 bomb sites. It's very clean, there's a cafeteria, there's lots of small rooms, big rooms, there's a warehouse there with some exterior walls. The warehouse is super interesting when you get close to it because it's an open area with a catwalk above it. On one of the roofs, there's a risk versus reward run out to reinforce a hatch. Otherwise, it opens up some pretty interesting lines of sight, but you need to, wait for the prep phase to finish, get out, and, so break the barrier, get out and go do it. The map should be going into all of the playlists that we normally release upon. It's not the same as any other map. There's unique things in this one, and the map looks superb. The artists, the lighters, everyone did such a great job on this map. I'm looking forward to the reception.
Welcome back. It is time for map 2 here. Team Liquid have taken FaZe's map, and now we move on to Clubhouse to see if FaZe is capable of pushing us to a map 3.
This is a really exciting one. That last map was tantalizing. It was so close every single round, back and forth. In the end, Liquid came out on top on the back of a pretty drastic playstyle change. They are able to mount some seriously impressive attacks onto FaZe, and yeah, now they look primed and ready for this, right? FaZe, they were up so many rounds. They were doing super well. It felt like they had a great grip on the game, and now it's lost. Liquid definitely have the momentum going into map 2.
There's no doubt about it, and I can't help but think that this trend may continue. As we said before, FaZe Clan has not defeated Team Liquid in a best-of-3 series since 2020. For over 2 years, Team Liquid have shown that they are the team to beat in this matchup. FaZe Clan, though, for a chance at returning to the Major Championship, they will need to push map 3. They will need to go big in Sweden, just like they did a year ago, as we get into Clubhouse.
No Maverick this game. Okay. Is there also going to be no Thatcher? That is my next question. No Ying. Okay, so Thatcher is still left in for this one, right? That means that you have the mini games that need to be played on the wall, the breach and the anti-hard breach with the Thatcher trying to play the tricking game. You've also got mini EMPs to assist that. The moment that I say that, of course, Bandit does get banned out. So really the only anti-hard breach I need to worry about now is that KE tricking game, which is often a little bit more tricky for the defense, as well as the mute jammers, which can be pretty pesky for the attack. Oh, no way, and Kade's banned out too. Damn.
Wow, there's not going to be a lot of wall denial here. It's going to be just the mute, essentially, and mute, since they changed the radius of how that works, it's not quite as good. So perhaps you won't even need to run a Thatcher, Mandy.
Yeah, walls are going to be open. So that's why I anticipate Liquid are going to start us out on that defense in the basement, because playing the top floor bomb sites, like playing your CCTV, right, or playing your jacuzzi wall, those are going to get open pretty much straight away. There's not a whole lot that is going to protect that top floor, and so they're looking for something a little bit more bunkered down here in the ground to basement.
Now, Team Liquid, as we've said before, have not lost a best-of-3 to FaZe in over 2 years, but they also haven't played this map of Clubhouse at all in Stage 3, Mandy. This is Team Liquid's most banned map, and so it is quite literally a dark horse, pun intended. FaZe Clan, on the other hand, have played this map quite a few times, 3 in fact, and they've won it more than they've lost it, so it's not one that they're unfamiliar with. They did take down Mirage very convincingly 7-2 on this map earlier in the group stage at this event. However, fell to the Wolves 4-7 as well. So FaZe are not perfect here, and Team Liquid will likely be looking at that very recent form and starting to adapt to some of the strategies that FaZe have revealed earlier in the group stage.
I think this is a great approach immediately off the back from Liquid. You don't want to just sit in the site and play whatever utility you have there, because there's no KE to protect your hatches, there's no Bandit to protect your walls, and there's Thatcher on the board, all the hard breaches on the board. If you just sit on the site and wait, you're going to be choked out. So what they're looking for here is this super extended roam through all 3 floors of the map. They've already pre-opened the moto hatch as their fall off as well through bar, but FaZe are looking to hit the site early.
Oh my god, Bullet! He does not give a damn. He's walked all the way down into blue and has died. Ask easily takes him down, but there is a trade here from Cyber. And now Liquid are like, hang on a second. FaZe Clan have just taken control of the site away from us. However, Liquid have managed to maintain control of the man advantage. It's now a 3 versus 4 as Liquid are on for this retake. Cyber to confirm that diffuser. And at the drop of a hat, FaZe Clan have to hold on.
Souls is there for the cover, but not for long, as Resets is able to collect him. Nesk for a second onto Cyber. Astro now in the 1-on-4, turns it into the 1-on-3. With hatch control, can make it the 1-on-2. Dangerous now for Liquid. The retake is there. Resets can confirm it. 22 seconds left to defuse, and Liquid claim another round.
Wow. Gusto from FaZe has got to be appreciated in that round. They went quick, they were determined, they got into that site, they put that diffuser down, but Team Liquid are not to be fooled so easily. They maintained their composure, and on that retake, even in that 4v1 turned down to a 2v1, they didn't let up. They made sure that there was no clutch potential there from Astro, and they made sure to put him down. A good start here from Team Liquid, though a valiant first round from FaZe.
Nice retake from Liquid, very impressive from them. Whenever you play an extended roam like that, the worry is, what if they go for a rush? What if they do hit the bomb site? You need to have your contingency plan and your fall-off plan ready for that. And that was the genius in Ask's rotation, which came back down through oil to take down the player in blue. That was the genius in Palu inside of bar to immediately contest that kitchen hatch early, that type of thing, right? It's Liquid preemptively seeing that situation and having the right routing to retake the bomb site.
Now for Liquid, it looks like we will move over to Cash and CCTV. with a bit of an extension reinforcing. Okay, this is strange. Thank you for pointing this out, Pietro. We actually don't have any reinforcements on the garage walls, and instead the reinforcements have gone out on the jacuzzi walls for the roam. This is a really strange one for me, Mandy. With that bandit and the Kaid banned out, it feels really hard to defend this bomb site in a traditional way. And so it seems like Liquid is actually quite significantly changing their strategy away from what you would usually see.
I think it's good because if FaZe want to go for a con-sided push, it forces them to use some hard breach on the jacuzzi wall as a point of entry. You kind of don't really want to be entering in through anywhere else. Logi hatch is kind of okay, but jumping in through gym, just generally being on that balcony can be pretty dangerous. So it's good that they're dedicating some of that reinforcements over onto the other side, but I won't want to read into it too hard. Souls is going to be able to get this exothermic charge on the wall nice and easy. Remember, there is no anti-hard breach aside from the mute, which is right in the center of that wall, but it can be countered pretty easily by Souls being on the rappel.
He actually hasn't successfully detonated that charge as of yet, but Liquid have started to lose a bit of map control. FaZe has made their into master. Lagonis holding on a cheeky position. Oh, here we go, Souls. He's actually kind of struggling to get this exothermic in a spot where it's not going to be exposed to that mute jammer. He does eventually do so, but I believe that will be a vault hole, not a sprintable one.
So it should be a sprintable one because he's done it not upside down. But when you put the exothermic charge on the wall facing up, it actually detonates the bottom part too. So even if you get it on the top of the wall above the mute jammer, it should still be a running hole. Bullet is going to come in from below with a grenade to try and connect it onto that shield just at the back of the green box. That's Palu on the other side. Should be afraid of his life. Bullet still with that nade in hand, does connect it onto the shield, but not onto Palu.
Yeah, very fortunate timing there from Palu. He moved away when the first nade came out, and that meant he survived the second nade, which was well placed for his position. FaZe kind of made good progress here, starting to whittle away at this defensive side. And it looks like the secondary hard breach from the Capitao will go out on this construction wall into Cash as Bullets found the opener. And this looks so uncomfortable for Team Liquid. How are you meant to hold on to this bomb site? The only thing I can imagine is an impactful flank here from Resets on the Valkyrie. It's got to be, but he has been droned out multiple times. Shoots those drones, and that forces FaZe to slow down a little bit.
FaZe as well being stalled a little bit by those smoke canisters, preventing them from making the rush into that Cash side. Astro's going to go in deep and look for that plant. Not denied yet by any Liquid players.
Oh, and it looks like it will go down successfully as trades continue back and forth. It's a 3v3 now as Bullet makes his way up the stairs, but Nesk takes him down. A glorified 2v2 as Lagonis lies on the ground. But what are you doing, Astro? You've just given away a free kill and forced Cameraman now to post-plant. Surely this couldn't be yet another retake from Team Liquid. They've got time to work with. They now have all three of their players up as well. And beautiful Kiba barrier from Cameraman. He's now desperately going to try and hold on, but Ask is there to vault through the hole as Lagonis secures that diffuser. And Team Liquid are 2 for 2 on the retakes this game.
Once again, like you said, super impressive on the retakes are Liquid. That was such a claustrophobic defense. As soon as all those walls got open, they got forced out of their power positions inside a Cache. They could no longer play in server because the main breach was open. It just felt like Liquid completely let go of the bomb site. But it was really that flank that came up the main stairs that was the main disruptor of that attack. As soon as FaZe had to fight back for that logistics control, the attack was very disconnected. And as the execute came through, we saw Astro in a bit of an odd position. Unfortunate fight on the top of red stairs, and Liquid make good work of that flank and the red stairs re-control that they were able to gain and clean up the round.
I gotta admit, Mandy, I do not think that that Cache bomb site is very powerful when okay, there's a couple of factors involved. One, the Azami, since she's been brought in, she can make that Cache site a little bit more powerful, especially when the Thatcher or the Maverick is banned. But when you've got Bandit and Kaid banned out, it's so much more difficult to defend that site. So I'm very surprised and impressed that Team Liquid was able to do such a good job of it. And the fact that they've done that now means that, I mean, they could even go a 5-1 half in this round without having to successfully defend Cache again.
Liquid, though, are going to go over to this gym and bedroom bomb site. What are FaZe going to look for here? Because getting these walls open, not a problem, right? It's about setting up for the mid to late round that comes after that, because Liquid have been pretty disciplined on this retake. Like you said, has been their strength in this series so far. Paolo is looking for control inside of dirt, maybe looking for a little cheeky spawn peek, meleeing open that wall and denying the Jacuzzi breach for a little bit later on. The first exothermic charge is going to go down on that construction wall, and that's cutting the defense in half. The Roamers are now stuck on that east side of the building unless they rotate in through the ground floor.
It's the dream of a hard breacher, right? When you've got the Bandit and the Kaid ban, it's just so easy for Souls to open up just about anything he could possibly want. And there goes Jacuzzi as well.
Not bad from FaZe, but like I said, it's going to be about that mid to late round. We already know that they were going to be given this control. Liquid know that they are going to be given this control, and so that's why they're not retaking in through Con just yet. They don't want to be giving away their lives, because these walls are going to stay open and they're going to cut the defense in half. They're just being very disciplined, holding on to the real estate that they have.
And Resets on the Azami is doing such a good job of patching up this site, making some powerful positions for him to play behind, which is especially important as those windows on the balcony come into power in tandem with that breach on the Jacuzzi side. Lagonis really worried. He knows that FaZe are not afraid of just moving at any moment. He does find the opener, Resets to try and support. It's actually Lagonis again for a double, a triple for Lagonis. Cameraman doesn't last very long at all, and Team Liquid have just swiftly swept 3 rounds of defense in a row.
Once again, Liquid finding great timing on the positions that they're retaking. They know that FaZe are going to swarm in through the breach, right? So Resets is, he could sit in gym if he wanted to, right? He could sit in bathroom if he wanted to, but he knows that he's a Zami, and he knows that he has Lagonis at the top of main stairs inside of Logi. That could go for the retake in tandem with him when that comes through. And that's just such great teamwork on the side of the Liquid players to find the right timing as the chaos of the execute is happening. You don't normally have super clear comms if you're on the side of the attack, right? You're just going for it. Everyone's kind of screaming at each other, calling out what they're trying to do. And the defense was ready for that. And that's the strength in Liquid this entire series.
I'm getting a bit of deja vu from the first series, Mandy. Team Liquid started really strong, but to be honest, it wasn't even quite this strong. They went 3-1 up, but they were never 3-0. How much further can Team Liquid further this advantage? Really, at this point, Mandy, it just feels inevitable. FaZe Clan have not been able to stack up here today. They've been such a good team all year long, and last year as well, winning their first major here in Sweden, in Gävle. In Berlin, they were the runners-up. They were so fearless. They were within one single round of taking down Rogue and claiming a second championship at a major, which no team has ever done before. And yet here, they seem toothless, Mandy.
It just feels like the FaZe Clan formula of probing the entire map and seeing what mistakes you can capitalize just isn't working against Team Liquid, because all of the players have been super disciplined, especially the roamers. We're going back to this basement bomb site. Liquid are going to do the full world tour. We've already got Resets holding on to those blue stairs, but there's again a change in philosophy from Liquid. They're not looking for that full 3-floored roam anymore. It's more site-centric.
But this clear has been quite effective, particularly thanks to that IQ. I quite like the way that Cyber has been able to find out those Valkyrie cameras. He's so vigilant with it as well. I see sometimes players will bring it out just for a moment, check, oh, okay, there's nothing there. They won't keep looking, but there's so much util, there's so much value in the util from those Valkyrie cameras that if they can be suppressed, it will aid FaZe significantly.
Okay, so what scares me about FaZe is that they have brought the Capitao, and I imagine that they are going to lean into some of those smoke and fire bolts for the execute, but we have Ask on the other side who's playing Warden. So if Ask can read into the push that FaZe are trying to do and put himself in a nice spot early, I imagine if they go for a triple take, you want Ask to be playing in that blue spot or to be playing behind the bomb chassis or something like that. If they get a read on it quickly, I'm a little worried for FaZe in the concept of the execute they're trying to go for.
I wonder if it will be a triple take. We are seeing the Hibana of Souls rotate over there now. Hasn't yet opened the kitchen hatch, I do not believe. Off goes a secondary EMP from Astro. He's going to have to toss another one to make sure it is going to enable those X-Kairos to detonate. But a C4's gone out the other way, and I believe Impacts as well. Which means that Souls has now used all of his X-Kairos, and it could not be easier for Nest to trick that. A single tiny hole has been added And if anything, this really just favors Team Liquid.
So that cuts triple take out of the push for FaZe. They need to go for something else, but with only 40 seconds left to do it. A couple players pivoting over to that blue-sided take, while the rest of them are a little bit stuck on these main stairs.
Oh, no.
There is no kitchen hatch open, remember, so it's going to be a flood, a funnel from FaZe. Liquid have got a good hold of this round.
Astro looking to make his move in tandem with Cyber, but Cyber cannot quite get the angle, and it's a huge play from Resets. Cameraman has dropped into blue, but he's completely shut down. It's all up to Bullet and Souls now, desperately walking up through the hallway. The Hibana cannot do a damn thing. Palu cleans up the final 2 kills, and Team Liquid have won 4 rounds in a row on the map, and that makes 7 rounds in a row on the series.
Liquid are on fire at the moment, aren't they? They're just so in this game. They're so disciplined. Even though they're getting round after round after round, they're not getting cocky about their pushes. They could have easily been like, all right, there's no time. Let's look for these swings now, boys. They didn't do any of that. They sat there on the site knowing that FaZe are running out of options. This is the perfect time for FaZe to take their tactical timeout. They need to change something, whether it's something in the mental game, something in the macro game, because hard breach is super accessible to them, right? They are on their attacking half right now, cutting down the site, very accessible to them too, but they haven't been able to capitalize on the late rounds. There in that last one, they just simply didn't have enough options for their execute. They could not get triple O open, they didn't have kitchen hatch open, they could only go for Moto and blue, and that's not going to work out because you've got Astro in the back of AKs with Warden on 1.5 times, literally watching the hatch drop. So it just feels like FaZe need to make better use of the tools that they've been given on the attack, cut down the defense, but they need to anticipate that Liquid will be ready for the retake. This is a perfect time to take their tactical timeout to talk about that.
Well, that's exactly what they've done. A quick tactical timeout for FaZe. And on the back of it, the Monty makes his first appearance in this game. I believe this series, we didn't actually see a Monty in map 1, did we? We saw it in 1 round, I think. And it did work, believe it or not. I'm just bringing it up right now. FaZe Clan brought the Monty just the 1 time, and they did win that kitchen dining attack back on Villa. Could this be a key point of difference for FaZe Clan?
Looking for this defense over on the other side of the jacuzzi and master bedroom side of the map. Of course, the bomb site is CCTV and cache, but they do want to put some of that pressure over on the other side. Now, last time FaZe attacked this, they did go for a con-sided take, and it worked out pretty successfully. It didn't work out very successfully because Liquid were able to go for the retake, even though they got their way into the bomb site, right? So Liquid looking to contest a little bit earlier. They've even reinforced off some of logistics to try and prevent that push from coming through.
All right, well, let's see if FaZe can change things up. Stem the bleeding. If you include last map, it's been 7 rounds in a row for Liquid here. Where is FaZe? I want to see what the plan is with this Montaigne. Something a little bit different, something a little bit cheeky, something frustrating for Team Liquid to deal with.
Typically, teams will use this Monty to try and clear out the garage positions. Souls, once again, getting a nice, easy breach onto that kennel's wall. Cyber as well will try and make use of some of these windows, peeking his way into server and into rafters. Just looking to see if Liquid players make a mistake in their positioning. This is one of those games where, because so much stuff is being opened, the defense is quite claustrophobic. Liquid need to not move too far or too much, otherwise they're going to be taken down from a long line of sight.
Well, let's open up some avenues into garage as well. And it seems like FaZe will be going for that garage take with the Monty to help flush out this power position where Ask on the Azami is currently holding for Liquid. He hasn't really used too many of his Kiba barriers on that rafters itself. Instead, he's used them to lock out that Montaigne.
So he hasn't used the key barriers on himself, but he's actually used it to create a new power position for Nesk, who's also aiding him in rafters. He's blocked off that window that can be killed from the breach.
Oh no!
In that power position. Even though he's been taken down, Nesk is there for the trade in his position and can reclaim that rafters 2 spot.
Yeah, and with that, Team Liquid have that man advantage. It was a nice play there from FaZe, but it didn't work out. However, great use of the incendiary from the Capitao to force Nesk out of position, and then a quick headshot from Cameraman. Resets on for this flank down below. Will FaZe Clan keep tabs on him? Will they be able to hunt him down, make sure that he doesn't get into the fight.
It's a 3-on-3. This is FaZe's best chance to lock out this round. FaZe are a team that is great at problem solving. They are great in these 3-on-3 situations and trying to make use of the tools that they have. The danger in this is that there are 3 C4s on the board at the moment. So even if they go for the default plant, they need to, one, worry about a lineup from the side of green, and another one, worry about reset, who's just about to pre-place a C4 in the default plant.
But cameraman's gone deep and he's found a headshot onto Palu, trading back his teammate. That C4 on the default plant, not able to be effectual. Souls with the pistol to cover now. It's all up to Legolas in the 1v2, and the trade immediately there from cameraman. Faking that diffuser was the right call, and FaZe Clan finally get their first round.
That was a great flood from FaZe. That was exactly the execute they needed to go for against the lineup that they were against. Like we saw earlier, resets, he put a C4 on that default plant. There were 2 more C4s that could have denied the default plan as well. And so going in for something basic like that, trying to get the bomb down in your regular spot, it's never going to work. That 3-man flood that they went for was a perfect read in that late game, and finally nets FaZe Clan around.
Very close for comfort though, Mandy. Team Liquid have been keeping this map in the back pocket for such a long time. And that is what has really helped them today, I think. The fact that this map, it's not one that people see them play. I'm actually going to do some numbers right now. The last time that Team Liquid played Clubhouse was a 7-2 loss back in July to W7M. Team Liquid have been hiding this map ever since then. They must have realized, okay, look, this is not one of our primary maps. We're not going to be prioritizing getting that in right now. Instead, we will work on it in secret. And now they've brought it out. It was their map pick here in the series. And while FaZe has fought back, they're having to adapt really quickly to all of this new stuff that Team Liquid has brought to the table.
I'm going to preface that maybe this is me calling it too early, but it's quite uncharacteristic the way that FaZe played that last round. You don't normally see FaZe as a team of 5-man do like a 5-man take in the way that they did. You normally see FaZe, they've got 1 or 2 players that are sort of off on their own, almost all their players even looking for a sort of a probe attack. That's quite uncharacteristic of them to be able to achieve that last round attack that they're able to do. I'm very impressed by the way that they're able to shape up their playstyle. Now they're looking for an attack onto Gym and Bedroom. We can see the pressure immediately coming in from that Jacuzzi side, aided by Bullet and Cyber down below. They're the 2 operators with the vertical grenades, and Palu might be able to find a player in that basement. Bring around the Rosie with Palu on the other side. He's aware and takes down Bullet.
Huge pick there for Palu. I don't think Bullet even intended to fall down into the basement, but he loses his life regardless. Now a great nade. Oh, it lands perfectly onto resets. Cyber, a huge play. Now Astro has this fantastic position, moving in, putting that pressure onto the Jacuzzi as that beeper starts to ring out. Team Liquid, they might have the numbers equality, but they've got so much to worry about on site.
Like you said, Astro, he was in a good position, but the problem with that is that he can't actually get into Gym because there's a keeper barrier, a 1-way keeper barrier that's preventing the Monty from walking in because he's too fat. So he needs the help of some of his teammates to get on those explosives, clear out that keeper barrier so he can go for the Jacuzzi execute.
Cyber's made his way to the top of the stairs. The Monty to check Palu's position. Palu trying his best, but Cyber from the behind does take him down. Ask and Nest now the last 2, but that's a big play from Ask to get the injury on the player on the balcony. It's now Astro in a 1v2 on this Monty as Souls has been taken down, but the Monty might be enough. Nesk hiding back in construction, and Astro will go for this revive. Nesk knows this is his best chance to try and win the round, but it's a bait from the Monty, doesn't matter! Team Liquid with the playmaker go up 5-1 on their defensive half.
Oh, that was such a tricky mid-round for FaZe. They had a great early round control going on there. They got the Jacuzzi wall open early, and they had their 2 players convened right below that was starting to choke out the anchors with those grenades. But what happened was, in that mid-round, Monty couldn't go for the execute that he wanted to go for. And so he tried to go for this sort of roundabout push through the top of main stairs, and that gave enough time for Liquid to retake into the bomb site, to play that 1-way keeper barrier inside of Gym, to go back into bathroom, hold on to con control, that's what Nesk was doing, and enable those plays like that as FaZe were were a bit stuck really in the mid round. They had nowhere to go because they couldn't get their Monty in.
Mandy, how do FaZe come back from this? They've used their tactical timeout and only managed to win a round in a 1v1. Now they move on to their defense. In theory, this should be the favored side, but it was FaZe Clan that chose to start on the attack. Team Liquid picked this map, which means FaZe Clan got their choice of where to start. They took a risk by choosing to start on that attacking side, and it didn't pay off. Now they have to show that they can come back on this defensive side, which, according to my reckoning, they are incredibly good at. They've won 69% of their defenses on this map the last 3 times they've played it. Can they ring true here and start to build some momentum back?
FaZe looking similarly for a 3-floored roam. Not quite as intense as the one that Liquid went for, but still something. We've got a mirror here inside of bathroom that's preventing the entry to come in from Jacuzzi, but there's actually no FaZe players there. It's simply there as perceived pressure for Liquid. It's forcing them to drown out this top to ground floor and just double check that there are in fact no FaZe players around.
Nesk is the first one in the building. Right upstairs, drone ahead of him. 2 drones ahead of him, in fact. Some drone denial. But it looks like 4 of those FaZe players, all 5 are actually retreated back to site really early.
It makes sense, right? It's just perceived pressure that they put for that top floor. They don't want to give away their lives on the roam clear because a lot of that utility they have in their hands is actually pretty good for the late round as well, right? We have Cyber, who's generating those Wamai discs. We still have 1 mirror that's being used on the site. As well as that, we've got the Keeper barriers, which Bullet can use to architect the bomb site depending on the push that Liquid are going for. I think they've realized now that the entire map has essentially been given to them, and they can start to work through this mid-round Liquid. We've already got the blue hatch getting opened, and some vertical can be made quick use of by Palu.
It is a strange call for me, for FaZe to not even try and roam, not even try and shoot drones. To me, it signals that they are playing scared. And while, yes, they have some good setup on site, Team Liquid have so much time to deal with it, and so many tools as well. I wonder, will this kitchen hatch be a priority? It looks like Ask is rotating over toward it now with the Hibana. But with both the Moto and the blue hatch already open, still a Selma remaining for Dirt if that's not open, or the triple wall. There's so many options for Liquid.
So the next minigame to be played is going to be this kitchen hatch. Now, 2 of those X-Karas have gone off. An impact trick attempt is coming out from the Azami, but it only clears 1 more X-Kairos. He still has some in the hands, and he can just simply put that on. There are no more impacts left to deal with that, except on Cyber, who's residing inside of blue. He's not going to be able to stop that.
Yeah, so that kitchen hatch will be open. I mean, it's pretty hard to counter the Hibana when you just put 2 on at a time. You're going to need a lot of impacts in order to deny that. What is the play from Liquid? 25 seconds remaining. A lot of options, but where will they commit? No one in kitchen at the moment. The drop in through the memo hatch. It's 2 players. Lagona's with that diffuser. Astro on the other side with the shotgun. It's resets to find the opening. Ars takes down Astro. He doesn't care at all. Ness gone for the backstab. Caught on that mirror window, but it might not matter. Souls is going to have to do a hell of a lot to keep FaZe in the game, but he's been taken down. It is all up to cameraman. 1v3 becomes a 1v2 as he hears the telltale ringing of that AK-12. It doesn't matter what he's gonna do because Lagonas is there and Team Liquid up 6-1 and on series point.
Fantastic push from Liquid. Like you said, they opened up all of their options. And what that meant for FaZe was that they couldn't get a read onto exactly what execute that Liquid were going to go for. It looked like it was going to be a kitchen hatch drop, especially from the way that they ended up setting it up. What Liquid ended up doing was going for a blue and Moto rush. They even had the diffuser, I believe, that came down that Moto hatch later on to execute into Church. The only things they had to deal with there was 1 Keeper barrier that was just inside on that table, but because they had the numbers to flood their way and they fully committed to only 2 spots of entry, there was a lot of redundancy in their plan as they went for that flood. It was messy, yes. They knew that they were going to go down for it. They knew that they were going to fight for it, but because they had all 5 of their players committed to doing only those 2 rooms of control, it was enough redundancy to get their way into the site.
Mandy, how did we end up here? Look at the scoreline. It's 6-1 on the second map. After an incredibly tight 8-6 overtime where FaZe looked to be the favored team and Liquid just barely pulled that rug out from under them. We go on to map 2, Team Liquid's dark horse pick of Clubhouse, and they are dominating FaZe Clan.
It's impressive, it really is. Ever since Liquid took their tactical timeout in the map 1, that was the turning point for them. Whether it was the turning point in the mental, it was also a turning point in the playstyle. The momentum has carried through onto this map. FaZe look out of sync. They look disconnected. They're no longer a step ahead of Liquid. Now Liquid will start to mount their attack onto the bar and stage bomb site. Uncharacteristic, tertiary from FaZe, but they feel like they need to try something new.
In the last 10 rounds of this match, Team Liquid have won 9. And FaZe have only won a single round. And that was in a 1v1 after a tactical timeout. They've gone to bar stage. It's a huge risk, but they can't delay. They can't hold back. And they can't afford to make any more mistakes.
Liquid looking for what is a pretty linear attack so far onto the bar and stage. They've already got this strip club wall open. The next step is making sure that there are no FaZe players that are able to make use of this vertical pressure. Whether it's going to be the gym hatch or inside of Master itself, playing those vertical lines of sight so that Lagonis can rotate back down and go for that plant. Some Selmas are going to be dedicated to clearing some of those castle barricades, but there's still a keeper barricade set up here inside of gym that is helping these FaZe players maneuver through the top floor.
And Nesk has found the opener, cameraman's down. Astro has been trying so hard. He's been that flex player going onto that Monty, calling what FaZe might need to spice up their game. And he feels that pressure on his shoulders as he holds upstairs now. Bullet though, he's taken down Nesk. A belated trade, but one nonetheless.
This is very, very tough entry for Liquid. They need to sweep through this top floor. Otherwise, Astro, he can simply play this vertical. He can hold on to that gym hatch. He can deny the entry into the site or play any vertical lines of sight they may have here. Liquid, what are you going to do now? Are you going to keep clearing through that top floor, or is it going to be a change of plan?
Breaching the keeper barrier now, and perfect read from Resets. Cyber, he's read like a book, but the trade is on. Astro holding his position firmly. Ask feeling like he's not going to drop that hatch. As Palu starts to poke and prod on the site, he doesn't go down to the spray from Souls, fortunately, and Lagonis decides to just send it. Team Liquid throw out all the stops. Ask just barely seeing the player. Headshot with the pistol. It's all on Bullet. And he will go down with just a single bullet in the 1v2 now. To save the map, to save their major.
15 seconds left.
FaZe will rely on this one player. He holds above, but what a nade! Team Liquid, the Italian, Brazilian Stallions, they get a huge win over FaZe Clan. And with that, they will go to the semifinals.
And who else to close out that game but Palu, the man himself, the head, the voice of Team Liquid. Closing it out with a grenade through the floor, and FaZe, they go down so easily.
What an anti-climax for FaZe. After starting so flawlessly in the group stage, they looked like they might be returning to their major championship. Sweden was all theirs last year, but this time around, it's no shot. It's all for Team Liquid. And so far, this major bracket has been a full repeat of the Copa Elite 6. W7M taking down Black Dragons, and Team Liquid with a far more dominant scoreline over FaZe than anyone could have expected.
Yeah, that was impressive, seriously. On Clubhouse as well, a map that is somewhat of an anomaly as well for Team Liquid. They did it in dominant fashion. 7-1 is no scoreline to scoff at, especially against a team of the caliber of FaZe. It felt like as soon as Liquid took that tactical timeout on map 1, that the momentum carried throughout the rest of the series. Map 2 was completely in their favor, completely in their momentum, in their swing, and Liquid claim it 2-0.
Since Liquid made that comeback on the first map, it was 10 rounds for them and only 1 for FaZe Clan. You don't see scorelines that dominant every day. Team Liquid certainly have FaZe's number. There's something magical about that matchup, and FaZe Clan will go home with incredible disappointment. What a tournament they started with, and the tournament that they ended with was a far cry from what they wanted.
Absolutely. I think it goes to show Liquid's progression throughout these past couple months. FaZe, we were saying, are one of those top teams. They were one round away from being Berlin Major champions. But Liquid, since they put Lagonis in that roster, it's injected this new life into them. It's made Lagonis being on that construction anchor and hard breach role has really enabled the rest of Team Liquid to just be super fluid. It's allowed them to do these playstyle changes like we saw in Map 1. And I think as a result, in these past 2 months, the progression of this team has just far exceeded the progression of FaZe. FaZe is still FaZe, but Liquid are a new Liquid.
Well, after missing out on Berlin, Team Liquid are once again in the top 4 here, just like they were at the start of the year in Charlotte. Let's see if they can go even further. But first, the analyst will break down that game. So over to you, Milosh.
Hey, I wish it was Milosh. Unfortunately, you're stuck with me on the stage at the moment. We'll get back to him a little bit later on. But I am joined by the man of the hour. You mentioned that Liquid were not in Berlin. The last time we stood together on a stage was in Charlotte, Palu. Is it good to be back?
Of course it is. Like, missing Berlin was really hard for us. Like, PSK was really stressed out, so he got a burnout. He left the team, so we bring out Lagonis, and like the team's so amazing right now. We can beat anyone.
You are back, and you are back with a bang. And I know that you are, you're a very modest man. You're one of the nicest men in Siege, right? And I know that the crowd here absolutely love you too. Would you still say that you just made easy work of FaZe Clan?
Well, like, Villa was harder than we thought because like we were throwing so many rounds. Like, I think we lost 1v5, so yeah. It was supposed to be easier. But like we were so prepared. Like I think they had no idea we would pick Clubhouse. Like we haven't played it any time that's in this stage. So I think we're surprised now a lot.
Let's not forget that FaZe Clan were the runners-up in Berlin. Do you see that as a bit of a statement win for you guys?
It's hard to say. Like right now, I just want to think that we want to beat Dub7M, and that's it.
Yeah, well, you mentioned Lagonis. He came in this split. He is your IGL, and he's made a tremendous difference. What's it been like having him as part of your roster?
Well, we made a lot of changes, like in the team, like mentality especially. Like everyone is on the same book right now, on the same page. So we are feeling like as a team, we are so good. Like every time we are playing together, and like never getting, how can I say, like we are never dropping a match. You know, we are owing, like even if it's 6-0, we are going to get it back. You know.
Feels like the last 3 months your team has really evolved, and the Liquid fans around the world always say that this is going to be our year. This is the time where we get it done. What do you want to say to your fans? Is this your major?
Yes, it is. We are going to do everything we can to beat everyone we face. So we have 2 steps. Let's make it work. Like, and of course, I want to thank everyone that's cheering for us. Yeah. I'm really grateful, and we are keeping doing everything we can.
Let's not forget, W7M are going to be standing in your way. They are undefeated throughout the groups, didn't drop a map in the quarterfinals. What do you make of them?
It's hard to say. They are a great team. Like, we played against them last time in the Copa Elite 6. We lost to them, so we want to get a revenge on them. Like, a really revenge. So that's it.
Palu, just before I let you go, because I am going to throw it back to the desk, I complimented your trainers a little bit earlier on. Am I right in thinking that your entire team has got the same pair of kicks on right now?
Yeah, like right now it's the part of our uniform, so we are, as I said, like all connected. You know?
Well, give it up for Palu, for Liquid, booking their spot in the semi-finals and their incredible kick game. Can't get enough of that. Commiserations to FaZe Clan. Over to you, Milosh, on the desk to pick that quarterfinal apart.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, we're back here on the analyst desk. I'm Ostomatic, your host. With me are 2 wonderful persons here, Anne and Fresh. And by golly gee, Liquid have done it. They absolutely roll over FaZe, especially on map 2. And they're now in the semi-finals. The team that had it all so close in Berlin, unfortunately knocked out in FaZe. Let's talk about the winners. Liquid looked in complete control, Anne.
They did, and we talked in the beginning of this this map. Oh, it might be a hidden map. It's very risky to take your opponent to a map you haven't really played, but I think it may have been a map that they've been keeping as a secret for a little while, because they came out absolutely smashing. Those first 2 rounds, the diffuser was planted by FaZe, the retakes, absolutely perfect. We heard it about in the interview, how they were playing as a team. Well, that's what you really see in those retakes, when the diffuser is down and when you're trying to retake that as a defender. There was good utility use from FaZe. They had some really solid attempts, but the team play coming out from Liquid today just was very, very good. They went for that Moto and Blue push as well in round 7, where they dropped the hatches and went through Blue. They created so many openings for themselves and so many opportunities, but they chose that one. There was also a shock, which I thought, oh, that's going to be a problem in Church, but they countered that by going prone. Such smart thinking, all those little issue-solving kind of things that we've seen, and a very, very good performance from Liquid.
Do you know what? I'm excited for tomorrow, because W7M and Liquid have got similar storylines in these semi-finals where they've brought out a permaban and absolutely destroyed their opponents on them. Destroying FaZe in a semi-final of a major on Clubhouse, your permaban, it literally is. It was wholly planned by Liquid. I'm slightly wondering if they would have won on any other map, given the way they're playing. Like you say, the teamwork and the dynamic and the organization that Lagonis has gone. But they've got themselves to the semi-final, right? Maybe. Could they have held it for later? Sure. But they've got themselves there.
I see one very sad trend, though, for FaZe.
Oh.
Speaking about this bomb site, I think they are going to have some very, very bad memories about Bar Stage in Clubhouse. It was that on the Berlin Major final. It's that bomb site that eventually led to their demise in the Jönköping Major. What's next?
I'm sure that Hap is very happy that we're talking about Bar Stage.
I think for FaZe as well, just a quick note on them, is that they're going to go away from this feeling that they've not put 100% into today. They're going to go away and thinking, we left something on the server today. Liquid looked good, but was they beatable? Yes. Was there multiple post plants thrown by FaZe? Yes. And another team, a W7M on their day, wouldn't have allowed Liquid today to have made that so clear.
See, I would go out and hinge everything on a hot take that FaZe would beat W7M, but the only team that would beat FaZe is Liquid. And so now going into the semis, things get extra complicated.
We just got a triangle of amazing Brazilian teams.
Legit, look at the entirety of...
It was no. Sorry.
Look at Copa Elite 6. Look at how things are going down in BR6. It makes sense.
Yep.
Even to, host that knows nothing, like me. There it is.
Don't say that.
I hide it. It's down. There it is. 7-1 Liquid versus FaZe. Incredible from Liquid. You're talking about Lagotness and how well he did in this game. But Nesk and Palu also really showing up. And I'm asking myself, especially for new players that are used to Liquid of old, resets and ask, are they pulling the weight that is asked of them in this game?
I mean, if you look at that Liquid scoreboard, if you come away from a game and you're looking at that, and you're saying, right, Nesk is 9-3. The whole team has put in a shift and more. What you want when you've got a team of champions, a team of champion players and a champion team, you want them to play all the maps. But then when they're playing the maps, you want them to all be doing 100% plus 10. You want them to be doing their job and that little bit more. That happened today with Liquid.
And it's good to see as well, if you think about the first map and the performances of Resets and Ask, they were maybe a little bit better, even better than this is here, for example. But it's good to know that if they have a slightly less performance, there's also other players on this roster that can step up and take up that top role there. One thing that stands out for me specifically for FaZe as well is if you look at the positions of Cameraman and Cyber. If I remember correctly, they were about the same last map as well. Cyber really not stepping up to the plate as we are used from him. Cameraman had a really difficult start as well on the previous map. This map, he was allowed to play with his utility a little bit more. We saw some good plays with Capitao, but it just wasn't enough.
Okay, I think that's pretty clear and summarized. FaZe still made it to the quarterfinal.
Yeah.
They fell to an incredibly powerful Liquid. Like, we haven't seen a Liquid perform so well before. So, takeaways from this if you're FaZe?
I think takeaways for FaZe is they left something on the server. I think that, you can't hide away from that. You can't hide away from the fact that groups haven't been great. They got through in a weak group. In a weak group where third and fourth was probably never getting through in any group. And then they've come to the quarterfinals and they've put on a really bad show. They've left something in the server. They'll go away. They'll be hurting. That's the first emotion. They will be hurting today. They'll go away. They'll figure things out. They're going to be back for SI.
Yeah.
And, it's FaZe. They're strong. They will be going deep at SI. But they've got a few months now just to figure it out.
I like to think about positives as well. You know, in Villa, they had some good moments as well. When you think about the good droning coming out from Liquid continuously, it was FaZe that eventually played with Amazi and were really able to stop Liquid from having so many drones out open in the field. If you think about those improvements literally happening mid-game, then I believe that there's more in store for them for future events.
All right, then let's wrap things up with our bracket update. What does it all look like? Put it up on the screen for you to see. We've gone through 2 of our 4 best-of-3 matches here in the Jönköping Major. Day 1 of the playoffs are just cutting teams off left and right. Our first 2 matches, or 2 Brazilian matches, are done. W7M and Team Liquid move forward. Of course, we have to say goodbye to Black Dragons and FaZe Clan. That'll be heading home come the end of this major. But now we focus on the top. Soniqs versus TSM and Wolves versus BDS. 2 big games. We set them up in the pre-show as the top 2 teams in NA, the top 2 teams in EU. They want to prove to themselves and to everybody around why they're the top in the region, and specifically that they are the top of the region, and then to go into an international matchup in the semifinal to have a hope at the grand final. There's a lot here on the line, and so it's time for us maybe to take a quick break. Then when we come back, we'll be ready to go for an EU versus EU banger. I'm sure here, the EUL desk, we know a thing or 2 about Europe. So we'll take a few minutes. We'll come back. It's then BDS versus Wolves.
Dá não, meu.
You guys ready? Yeah.
Oregon?
Park? No? It's both of us have suit, right?
Cara.
Nossa.
É verdade, ele nunca saiu do meta.
Deu uma mole. Vai, Nescão, vai ter que comer aí, man.
Vai, mano. Bota aí.
Que?
Bora.
The recruit. Easy one.
This is...
No, he's not here.
Yeti?
Ah, man. Cara. I think about crying, but he's not here.
Come aí, amigão.
Nossa, Zara.
Não tava. É bom?
Yeah. Getting more spicy, but it's easy enough. Skyscraper? Vamos! Marcha!
This is hard, man. This is really hard.
Chuta aí!
Maybe... Villa? Nossa, mano.
Yeah. A hard one.
Mostra aí pra cá.
Let's see the one. Vulcan. The Goyo one. Let's try it.
Cheirinho aí. Nossa, astrou. Put some in here.
Let me take a little bit off. Bora.
Nada de bom.
I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. Yo, come on. There are 3 more.
You're good, brother?
Canadian and Lexi.
Canadian and Rampy?
Oh. I can try another one, so? Come on.
Fire in the hole. Let's try. Nossa, essa aqui parece ser zaralhada, hein, mano.
Nossa, essa aqui.
Velho.
Nossa, man.
Ah. Come on, brother. Bora, peraí.
Normal. Ela chega atrasado.
For me, it's good.
Yeah, they are good. Just like
They're really good.
I think the Jordan was a little harder for me. No, we just try to guess, not eat anything else. Like he's always messing around with it. Kind of, no.
Should say something beautiful to him?
No. Interrogation. Ok, isso, comi todas agora, véio, até agora. Nossa, não faz isso não.
Aí, pô. Aí, essa é uma coisa de boa.
Give it a try.
E?
Wait. How good?
Milos?
I would say ace, but he's not here. It's in Terror, really?
Putz, eu pensei em falar, mas só pra...
It's too obvious, like it wasn't.
Eu pensei em falar, mas mano, não deve ser, né, velho?
Yeah, like
Mano,
the Lord,
essa aqui.
the final boss.
Pô, usaram ali na outra, mano. Botei no céu da boca, velho.
Mas pior que minha boquinha tá meio dormente. Não comeu inteiro?
Ah, eu... Nossa! Usaram ali.
Let's go, final boss.
Me retrasado, né?
Man,
Tá muito? Não, ainda não chegou. I'm still good. Ainda tá de boa.
Man, dá não, man.
Você fica um bafo muito quente.
Alright, easy.
Vou chutar a segunda. Isso.
It's not? No, thank you, God. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Já tava em choque já, velho. Eu já tava em choque. Look at this.
No, come on, I gave up.
Por que eu tô escolhendo isso, né? Por que eu tô fazendo isso?
Good luck, my friend.
Nossa, o cheiro não é bom, velho.
That one is rotten fish, right?
The smell is not so good. O gosto é ruim, velho.
Ei, man, nada?
Ainda nada.
Mas é mais forte que aquela outra?
Tá chegando.
Tá chegando ainda?
Tá chegando ainda. Mas tá de boa. Experimenta isso aqui, pô.
Relaxa, mano. Você já comeu por nós dois. Tudo de boa.
Alright, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ouais, mais ma bouche, là, frère, ma gorge... Ah. Woo.
Are you ready?
Yep. Yes.
Secure area.
Hostage. C'est quoi?
Ah, ils étaient tous. Allez,
on troll.
Let's go.
Du coup, ok.
We need to take the sauce.
Ouais,
c'est pour les débutants. For the beginners.
Ça devrait être facile. Tiens.
It's like tomato sauce.
Vraiment?
Ouais, c'est le début.
Attends, on mange en même temps.
Let's go. Je t'attends.
En plus, c'est pas comme si j'étais malade. Et j'avais
ça va te déboucher le nez, je pense.
Ouais, je pense. Ok, on fait poker face. Hein. Ouais. Allez, à la tienne.
À la tienne. Non, on dirait du barbecue.
Ouais. C'est du barbecue vite fait épicé.
Ouais, c'est ça.
Bon, ça va. C'est bon en vrai. Ouais. Franchement, ça va. C'est le début. Petite barbecue.
Ça titille la langue. Ça éveille les papilles gustatives.
Yeah, it's good, very good. Walls and W7M.
Oh bah ouais, c'est bon.
Fireballs.
Okay.
The design is very nice. Maybe it's good. À la tienne. It's less spicy than the other one. Like it's strange because it's capital. Should be a fire in the mouth and nothing. Design is cool. Spicy is not there.
C'est cool ce jeu. Beau jeu. Skycrapper.
Tower. Sperly.
Ah ouais.
Ok.
C'est la jungle.
Ouais, c'est. Okay. Ah ouais, c'est dans le mur jungle.
Mais oui, c'est dans le mur jungle.
Ok.
Ah oui. Troisième sauce. Volcan Heat. C'est Goyose.
Goyose. Ok. This one like seems very cool. Like the color thing, it's very interesting. It seems like a cheddar one, and I love cheese, so that's why.
Ouais, ça doit être ça. Allez.
Tiens.
Ouais.
Yeah. Okay. Bit spicy, but it's okay. If you like spicy things, guys, go for it. And if you like fruit like mango, really taste the flavor, so you can go for it.
Miloche.
Ouais, sorry.
Au revoir.
It's not fresh.
Fire in the hole.
Oh, it's termite.
Yes, termite.
Fire in the hole. Ok. Let's go, boys.
Ça me débouche bien le nez là, le nez il coule hein. Ouais, là t'as. Non, franchement, non.
A big coming right up. That's the thing, no?
Allez,
à la tienne, moi.
Ouais.
It's really like Tabasco, guys. I don't know if it's in English, and I really like the design on the bottom, you know, with the
cool design.
Termite hole. White nose. On dit au pif.
Parabellum. Operation Health.
That's the season we need after this challenge, I guess, right? No?
Let's go for the next sauce.
Next one. Cavera. There is the Intero head on it, like approved by Intero.
Il y a beaucoup de morceaux par contre là, ça. Frérot, bon, toi t'as pas peur hein. Moi j'aurais rigolé, ça serait tombé d'un coup.
Allez.
Attends, ça a relancé un Roland dans ma bouche.
Ça va, ouais. Ah, ça vient?
Ouais, ça vient. Ah ça vient dans le fond de ma gorge là.
Ouais.
Ouais, mais ma bouche là, frère, ma gorge.
Moi j'ai les lèvres là.
Attends, on va boire un coup quand même là.
Ah, t'es un little boy.
Ok, d'accord.
Ah, little boy. Non, c'est ok. Solide ou pas? Baba, Bix.
Bam. Bam. On sent rien dans la bouche là, tout va bien.
Hey, to be honest, the meatballs are very good.
Yes.
Zigara, Sexy Cake, Nesquik, PSK. Ah non, Moringa.
What? Moi j'allais dire la même chose que toi.
Elle est trop. T'en as pas d'autres?
Qui ont commencé au tout début, j'ai pas, frère. J'allais dire la même chose que toi.
I'm wrong, but I guess it's not PSK, no Moringa. Maybe I don't remember, so. You can remember Bullet One. Couldn't have it, to be honest. Okay, let's go for the last one.
Go pour l'enfer.
The Lord.
Le Lord.
In the hell, like look at the eyes on the.
L'enfer.
On the bottom, guys.
Directement.
Directement DL. Directement.
Non, bah fais pas. Ouah, comment tu fais archi l'ancien. Moi, franchement, je suis pas l'ancien comme toi. Hein.
Moi, j'ai plus rien à perdre, de toute façon.
Attends. À tout moment, je troll.
Allez.
Attends, 2 gouttes. Allez, à la tienne.
Poker face.
J'ai archi de la sauce, je suis mort. Ça vient après.
C'est sûr que ça vient après.
Ça vient après des zinzins, ça monte là. T'as testé, il y a des larmes qui vont couler.
Ouais, bah ça arrive là.
Ah, franchement,
it's tears of joy, guys. Don't worry. I really like the sauce,
par contre,
everything.
dès que ça vient dans ma gorge, à tout moment, je m'étouffe. Hein. Non, mais surtout ma gorge, là, je suis mort, là, ma gorge. Ah, ça rend fou, frère. À un moment donné, faut que ça stoppe. Hein. Ma gorge, c'est le camp de la mine.
Non, mais parce qu'en fait, j'ai une poussière dans l'œil. Wow. Oh, putain, j'adore être ici. Tout ce contexte.
Je
tout
passe
ça.
un moment incroyable.
J'adore là. Tout ce qui est Rainbow Six, tout ça.
À la base, moi, j'étais venu pour jouer en Major. Hein. Je suis là pour faire du gaming, du big gaming. Moi.
Franchement, ça m'émue de fou. Pour ça, je pleure. Parce qu'en fait, tous vous voir ici. En fait, waouh là, les sensations quoi, les émotions. Franchement, thanks for everything, community. Without you, we couldn't do this. C'est une amazing expérience. Hein.
Wow.
Second one or first one?
Moi,
Capitao
Capitao.
or retreat one? Oh.
Oh, d'accord. Front troll.
Allez, get trolled.
Friendly fire. Comme ça, hop là, on montre.
Friendly fire?
Friendly fire, allez.
Mais là, on est mort là.
Allez.
J'adore manger. Tout ça là, la nourriture.
Ça monte encore.
My lips are on fire.
Ah Ouah, ma gorge, frère.
Little boy?
Ouah, ma bouche.
Putain, mais j'ai encore les émotions. Okay guys, so we are at the end. We test every sauce. But you had a surprise for us with the friendly fire. This one, the very spicy one, but we have a spicy surprise for you too. It's our special guest, Mowgli, the best entry in the game, boys. Welcome. Salam les rouillards. Alors,
tu veux goûter un peu à nos sauces?
c'est ça, tu veux goûter toi? Tu veux un cocktail explosif toi?
Bastien, mets à côté de moi, on lui met un petit peu de chaque sur le pain.
Et même la petite purée là. Ouais, petite purée, vas-y.
Non mais moi, t'as abusé ça, mais...
T'es allergique à rien?
Non, allez, milieu.
Petite purée là.
Attends, vite fait la purée quand même.
Allez, bon appétit.
Bon appétit.
Allez. Tu nous fais un petit débrief après?
Ouais,
le débriefing of the sauces.
Déjà là, ma langue.
Ok. Franchement,
Mais en vrai, là, c'est ma langue, elle pique.
Ouais.
après, you are good for us. We are strong.
It's good.
Bam.
Voilà.
We can cut now.
Let's go.
Ok, let's go, go cut.
Cut.
Go cut.
C'est bon?
Tell me if it's funny. Disappear, honey. When will you come me or call me? Cause I have for you a great surprise. Oh, you have something in your eyes of power. And I can't deny I love it. There are no limits for us, so we can understand now. Think about it, make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high, you never know why.
Feel so high, make it feel so high, you never know why. Feel so high, make it feel
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six Siege Jönköping Major here at DreamHack Winter. This is my very first time in Sweden. I've got to say I am having an absolute blast. We are speed running playoffs day one. We've already got W7M and Team Liquid waiting in the wings of the semi-finals, and I think it's time to book another spot. We have an all-EU banger coming your way right here, right now. And I'm going to bring two of our juggernaut teams onto this stage for you at home and you here live in our audience. First, some say they struggle in a best-of-3 environment, but they're about to prowl onto their third major of the year. Give it up for Wolves! Their opponents are one of the best teams to never raise a big trophy. Can their new man make a major difference? Welcome to the stage, BDS! Very shortly, these two EU teams will be battling it out on this stage for a spot in our major semi-final. Before they do, let's see them face to face.
I'm feeling very good. We play very good, and we are going to the playoff too. Very confident and to win it also. We are Wolves. We are on top of the group. We beat everyone, and no one will beat us. We are here to win everything and win the major, guys. Watch out, guys, because the crazy one in the pack is hunting you.
I'm very happy. We got lucky on the group phase to qualify, but we are excited to play the playoff in Jönköping. We are ready. We did a little bit mistake on the phase group, but I think we will work on this mistake and try to do our best for the playoff. So guys, we got lucky this time, but be scared to fight against BDS. We are ready.
À tous les fans, merci beaucoup. Tout le soutien inconditionnel qu'on a des fans. Franchement, ça fait super chaud au cœur.
Thank you to everyone to support us, even in the hard day like day 2. I hope we will win everything on the playoff.
And there it is, both of our teams now up on the stage. BDS and Wolves, an all-EU matchup in Europe. Normally, that's something we're all looking forward to here. And I know we're still on Friday, but people are very happy about having this sort of matchup because we get to talk about two teams that we know very well. I'm Elos Dominic, your host. With me, the two analysts are going to help me tell the tale of these two squads, number 1 and 2 of Europe, and Alpha. Friends, how are we doing?
Very good, very good.
It's been a good day. How was your first day on the job?
I mean, I loved it. I loved it. I had so much fun. I'm ready to continue.
And?
I'm doing really good too. We've just had a very quick matchup. I hope that the other matchups will take a little longer. I love a good full three maps matchup. So
well,
my fingers crossed for it.
maybe with more regional matches, we'll get things closer. The top 2 teams in EU and later the top 2 teams in NA. Let's focus then on BDS versus Wolves. And I say the top 2 teams in EU, even more than that, the top 2 French teams that always go up against one another in the French final. And always coming out on top is Wolves in only France. However, in EU League and in traditional competition, it's BDS that wins it out. A lot of rivalries in here, Afama.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, rivalry really is the key word here. Not only do they fight to be the best team in France, they fight to be the best team in EU, and they fight to be the best chance for Europe to win a major title. And at the same time, it's also 2 French-speaking projects with a limited talent pool that had very different visions, right? So they want to prove which one is the best project.
Yeah, and these teams obviously know each other, right? They played against each other in EUL quite a few times, and all these games were won by BDS. But the funny thing is, after BDS made that switch up with the player in their lineup, bringing Leak Effect in, that's when they actually started to struggle a little bit more against Wolves, because that was a more difficult time for them. 2 of those matches were also in Clubhouse, and we know both these teams often like to visit Clubhouse.
True, very true. So maybe we can expect that later on in our maps. Who knows? Let's focus then on Wolves first. Alfama, you know both of these teams very well overall for this here, but seeing the fact that they went for Oregon first, does this surprise you?
No, not at all. Actually, I guessed they were going to pick Oregon. I'm happy I was right. The thing is, BDS isn't really good on Oregon so far. I mean, in EUL, I think they lost it twice already, and Oregon is a good map for Wolves. So it made sense that if BDS lets it through, and they didn't really have a choice, Wolves would pick it, because BDS banned Chalet and Villa, right? Both are super strong maps for Wolves and weak maps for BDS. So it's not surprising to see Oregon being picked by Wolves here.
No, I wasn't surprised by the Cafe pick from BDS either. It might even be their best map this tournament so far, because they have victories against Fury and SSG. It's, however, the worst map for Wolves, you could say. They have a loss against FaZe in the group stage on this map, and it also had their worst defensive win rate on a map like Cafe, where it really matters to get as many defensive wins in a row. Both teams don't really bend this map, though, during this tournament, and BDS also have a 3-game win streak on this map.
And if we take a look at the decider, right, Bank, I would say slightly favors BDS, like 100% win rate, super strong map for them. It's also a strong map for Wolves, but in the end, I think it's equal matchup, really good, strong opponents on really good maps for both of them.
Okay, for focusing on map 1, how do you see this going? Our lobbies seem to be ready, so I want to hear your thoughts on all this.
Well, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
One thing I'm really looking forward to is what we've seen from Wolves, and what we love to talk about is their opportunity seeking. Even if they're down in men count on attacking rounds, they will still find ways to, well, breach the holes in the gap of the defense and plant a diffuser and win out rounds where you think, wow, they're really in a disadvantage, but they still win it. Also on their defenses, there were rounds on Villa where the diffuser was going to go down, there was no more utility, and then they go for a flank and they still win it.
Yeah, that opportunity seeking, that's mainly, I think, on P4. It's one of his strong suits. He's really good at this, and Oregon is a pretty good map to do it. I remember so many times I see him like having a hidden drone somewhere and just calling a rush on Oregon. You can do this very quickly with the windows. So maybe we're going to see that.
All right, very excited then to see some crazy EU strategies in this game. Thank you very much, Alfama, and thank you so much. And it's time for us to get this game on the road. We got Happen sitting in the backdrop there, awaiting this match to begin. So how about we get it started? It's BDS versus Wolves.
Bonjour, Jönköping. We find ourselves here for what is going to be that EU showdown that maybe we didn't want, but hey, there's going to be a lot of stories here. I'm Fluke, that's Hap. This is Wolves BDS.
It's going to be an exciting game. There is so much history between these two. I even went over the stats of the last 2 years. You can guess how many rounds are between the two. Just a single one.
Look at us.
A single round over the past 14 maps.
Hey, that big, Tim.
Take that.
Okay, but
enormous Emmy and Hap.
Out of all the stories that we've had from these teams, out of all the stories that we've had from any of these teams, this truly is a match that goes back across the eras. This truly is a series that goes to the start of it. France was once a top dog in Rainbow Six.
They once were.
Is this the time for the Wolves?
that is going to be that big question. You mentioned it. It is going to be, as Alfama said as well, a rivalry for past, present, and future. Everything is going on. Every single generation is being represented in these two teams. So the first band coming through is going to be Ying. We are back with the cheers.
They followed us from Berlin.
They followed us with, yeah.
I don't know if you guys at home can hear the crowd, but there
should be a...
We hear it, and we're like hidden behind the stage, miles away.
And the Valkyrie finally... I mean, they're definitely making a lot of noise, doing their best to be picked up, so... We hear it. We appreciate it. Keep it up. As we're headed towards the laundry for the first round. Again, these two teams, they know each other through and through. They've played each other so many times before. Oregon has been played twice, won twice by Wolves as well. Over those 2 times, it is a 5v14 in terms of score. So BDS, they really need to be making sure that they put in a dent into Wolves' confidence here, because they do not want to be instantly a map down.
Okie dokie. Let's get the start on this and see if we get a full stretch of a couple of games, because as you said, there's fun statistics about the fact that these two teams have played each other just so often across, okay, a couple of different iterations on rosters and performances. Yes. You said there was only about a round difference.
Yeah, so in total it is 86 to 85 over the 14 maps they played. So there is an opportunity now to either extend that lead or to take it from them. But more importantly, what both these teams will be aiming for is to take that first map, to find themselves a leg up towards that semi-final, which they'll play against their yet-to-be-decided N18.
The fight starts here. Down towards the basement hole, there's a pretty standard stretch of BDS players, control of the tower. They're not going to overextend because they know about those overextensions. Instead, they've gone up the opposite way. Don't play deep on the big tower, play a little bit low and close to the fire of Freezer on small. They're going to rotate back. They're forcing the extension, forcing Wolves to have to try and hunt the players and waste a bit of time. If anything, this is maybe the game that Wolves didn't want the most. They've not been able to take a map from BDS for a long time, obviously with a couple of roster differences, but still, this is going to be the start. Rise descends down the back stairs, gets the first take on Renshiro, pops a grenade to buy himself some safety of one route, and the second doesn't show.
That's the opening. It's very early as well. Only a minute has passed, and now the Wolves, you know, they can bring it back slightly, start working on opening up these hatches, clearing out these roamers, truly up the amount of pressure that BDS will experience. He has been downed, slowly crawling back up. He's waiting for some support to come through. Not quite sure what happened. Did he fall down?
He fell. I was like, the only way that's happened is someone sprayed through Attic, or he's fallen. He's fallen. Attic, it's clear. And Rise is just going to double check that as they get themselves the rest of the map. But look at the fact that we got a minute 30 left. Now, they'll have no idea that Bibu's taken himself to such a low precipice, but you got Mowgli putting pressure onto Freezer. Shinka, he's doing the busybody work of a man who knows how to play, that accessory to the role. It's a great conversation we had with Alfama, actually, about this specific showdown. Great to have him and great to get that insight towards the French siege. It really is a game of rivalries. You have, arguably, two of the best support players in the world. Who's going to take the throne? Two of the best rookies in the world. Two of the best old-time gunners. Now's the time to put that pressure to it. The pressure hits the back of Shaiko. Shaiko himself tries to apply it, strike back, looks, swings towards barrel, but tucks himself in.
Slowly waiting, drones rolling through. They're hoping to find an extra opening, but as the smoke canisters are coming down, the time from the elbow, from the barrels, is going to be limited here from Wolves. So they need to find a way in. They need to start dropping and take out Shaiko. Now, there is going to be a small opening made by the Excaliburs. It's going to be making his life a little bit more difficult, and it's a grenade's about to be popping around the corner as well. Shaiko, he's ready to fight.
30 seconds, and they are holding on to this war for attrition, but the hot drops is going to come from the box in just a second. They pushed the pressure onto Shaiko. He's rotating his way around as they lose blue. He can't quite get the cement on the fight, but he's got to know. Mowgli has the cover, has the drop. They've taken Pillar. Nikifak, he is the big one to watch, and there he is. Watch instantly locked down on the swing of blue. They're tucked onto the side. Wolves get us the first, and look how much it means.
A very clean first round. Besides the slip up we had from Bibu from the big tower towards the bottom of the staircase. You know, recovered, and they managed to go for a very clean execute there. Very uncharacteristically there from Shaiko to means that many shots onto Renshiro. That might be that first round jitters playing on the stage again after having been gone for a bit. Also the rising amount of pressure that was being put upon them by Wolves. That's 1-0. The attack leading in strong. And as we now head towards the top floor, BDS not deciding to go back down just yet.
I mean, it makes sense.
Yes.
Keep your rotate game fresh. It's the start of a long series. It's the start of a long day. It's maybe the start of a long rise to a tournament. The last time we saw a French team escape quarterfinals was way back in Mexico.
It's a long, long while ago.
In a place far, far away.
It's a place far, far away as well here from Sweden. Probably a lot more warm as well as it is right now. But
it's a little bit chilly. It's a little bit chilly here in Jönköping.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I guess Mexico was definitely warmer than it right now. Either way, Lem's up in T3. He's going to be trying to put up some pressure. Give himself a way to protect the armory staircase as well. And with that, give some cover out to Renshiro.
Here it is. The start of that exact pressure. They're trying to find their way through onto Trophy, going for a pretty locked-in take here onto Armory. And BDS, they don't have the best sort of history here on this map. There isn't really a history from the side of Wolves. There's a bit of a surprise factor coming out in terms of this tier and level of competition here, and they're going to see if they can try and utilize that and have find that first round. The pullback here, the pressure. They have the extension of BDS all the way up to T3 with the Overwatch, which means Armory Corridor cannot be freely played in as of this moment. With that player tucked miles and miles away, he's got to look down. I'm going to assume it's a Lens because he does like to be in T3, so they've got to do this pressure with a bit of long arm.
Well placed RC there. Duck got a ADS
and
that shield.
Thank you.
So that's a lot of utility taken out, which means that they now have a bit of a clearer way into Trophy. Lems will have to fall back as well because he knows there's not going to be anything he can do as of just yet. Is still staying in tower though, so he can horizontally try and punish that window if they do use it.
Look at Bibu. He's keeping an eye. He's going to put pressure onto tower. He's going to try and find a fight on the far end himself. He knows that there's a player up there. Rise is offering some support. Lems cannot sit and play because this happens. The swing on the window, back and forth. Lems, he's not even going to try and tuck in the reinforcement on the wall. He knows the danger's there, regardless of whether it's in pocket. He's buying himself time. Takes the drop, takes the rotate, and takes his way out of there. He could go for the double all the way down if he wanted to, but he's actually out of impact, in fact. So no, that is not a route he can take. Instead, caught in one drone. There's a second that was tucked, actively being watched, but that would have got the read on that. He's just trying to draw focus away as they need to focus onto the site.
He hopes to be that distraction force, right? He needs to make sure someone comes and hunts him, but Wolves not really wanting to give in to that as of just yet. Drones now rolling through the site, trying to find out where these players are going to be located, what exactly is going to be, well, strongly held onto by BDS. A missed grenade opportunity there is going to be potentially costing them dearly in the terms of the utility that's out there, but as Lems gets taken now by Bibu from the hatch, now they know they don't have to worry about someone below.
Push is turning into shove here, and Renshiro shoves back. There's Shaiko and Bride with one apiece. They're trying to find the kill onto the big double window. The pings are there, and Mowgli and Rise either side are trying to find the fight and fishing for it inside the site. The swing. Rise is able to actually take care of Bride. Mowgli is in such a dangerous zone. He doesn't know where anybody else is, but they don't have the kit. They have the bodies on the top. There it is, though, somehow. Oh, within about half of a second, BDS almost lost two, but then bit back the one that counted.
I was going to say, I'm so confused because it was two players on the white stairs. How was that one extra player from Wolves allowed to swing that widely onto the kid's bedroom, get away with the kill, and almost have the opportunity to make the 180 and start pressuring that white stairs? Either way, equal up the score. BDS will find the top floors headed back towards the basement. Not wanting to go towards a meeting first. Laundry up next. Remember, last time as well, the entry lost here by BDS. After that, Wolves able to put pressure onto Shaiko's spot, where surprisingly Shaiko was playing. And then they just managed to roll over from the rest of the site. So it is important for BDS to hold on to these strong positions. Do not lose that early fight and make sure you fight back a little bit earlier.
Back on. to Laundry for the second wash cycle and see if you can really get those stains out in a hole that did not quite connect here. It was a push that lost an early body with just a bit of a broad swing onto the bottom of tower, and then hesitated, waited, burnt things, manipulated the play space, and actually made the push sort of come to a shove at 40 seconds. Hey, Rise, what are you doing?
Playing on that blitz, hoping to put up some pressure.
I just see a blitz and I'm like, I see a blitz on this site and I look for a gun 6 and a Finker and a Sumo Rush. The other bits aren't there, so it's not going to happen. He's going to try and play himself a bit of a blockade, maybe force some movement. It gives you some route on a swing. The 0 you don't see too commonly here, but it allows this. Look at that, being able to find your way through. They didn't get the cleanest read though, and Liquefact's in a position where if they go off of that intel, assuming it is 100% gospel, they'll quickly learn that sometimes those songs aren't quite correct.
Now, talking back about the blitz here, I think that Rise will be used, for example, to get rid of Shaiko in that Shaiko position. He's headed towards the barrels as well. He has that shield in front of him. All he needs to do is to be crossing that first obstacle, which would be the shield and elbow. It's going to be T3 that's about to be taken together with T2 from Wolves. They will be making sure that there's going to be no roamers to worry about. And after that, again, a minute only has passed and they have so much control already, they can start working themselves towards the actual site, start putting pressure down upon the players and the anchors out there.
Now, we've still got a blitz, not entirely dormant, but ready to maybe try and put pressure onto Brede, who you assume is playing on that blue extension. To do that, though, with the holes the BDS do, you've got to root out Shaiko, you've got to try and dig them from a situation. Oregon, as a map itself, as we said, it's something that BDS find themselves on probably a little bit more than they like to. They still haven't quite found the way to get it properly connected.
Last 2 times I played against Wolves, it also went against them, so that is something they are aware of. This is why we headed towards the map pick, and it was picked by Wolves. Help to make sure that they put themselves on 1-0 here. Impact's being used there, hoping to get rid of it. That is going to be a grenade used, actually, to get rid of the barricade. Potentially other pieces of utility around. And look at that Rise, he's starting to eye up. They want to go forward, but the cover needs to be there. And I think he's headed toward elbow as Mowgli's covering back.
And that's why he's played himself so far back. He doesn't want to give away the distinctive sound of a man that goes ka-chunk, ka-chunk, ka-chunk as it rolls all the way through onto the station of the site. There is the movement. There's the play on the grenade. Right all the way deep in the site. Shaiko wins out, though. Suddenly, he is in absolute no man's land. Liquefact and P4 and Liquefact again over the back end. They're able to lock it out. The blitz is entirely lost. Offers some support round onto the Shaiko swing. 37 seconds. And there's a shotgun tucked on a corner. It's a pretty tough fight for anyone to take. He's behind you! Liquefact's able to find his third there. P4 knows where he is. Gets almost a freebie down to the corridor. Hopes that they swing back round. He's low. He's slow. He's all around.
BDS played in contact there in the end. They knew exactly they had to push them. They managed to hold off. But we have to mention that basement, it is tough to attack. It is tough to break through. It's just portrayed there. They hoped that the cover was strong enough. They hoped that they were able to find Shaiko as the blitz ran in as a bit of a distraction move, whilst also clearing out the smoke player, of course, but didn't quite work out. Now, still under attack, still 3 more opportunities to pick up rounds, but it is BDS that is leading. Was probably not too happy with that, but they also know it's by no means lost yet.
One of those things that you can sort of compare when you have a team at this point after escaping groups and a team of how they got there is generally how the performances of the teams have changed. Obviously, your stats will generally be a little bit better from the league play to get you here because theoretically you're up against easier opponents. You beat the teams to get the seat on the plane. Now you got to beat all the teams that also did the same in their region. However, one of the biggest differences that we've seen from the side of BDS is Shaiko. He's got a negative KD, which is a really rare statement to make about a player of his caliber. He's -4 at the start of this play day. He was +16 to get them on the back. That sort of duo of him and Liquefact was a big drive. Alems has stepped up massively in that position, but if Shaiko finds a way to activate throughout this series, it's something to keep an eye on.
It's kind of what you want to see from a team as well, though, right? I mean, Shaiko has been a name we've been shouting for ages, but it cannot always just be him. The rest of the team needs to be there as well. And back, you know, early iterations of BDS, we saw Shaiko not perform, team wasn't quite there. That has fixed itself over the last iteration, especially Liquefact joining the fray. BDS is a completely different team. Everybody able to completely frag out the opposing team members. And that's kind of what makes them a dangerous team. On the other hand, we have Wolves, where also everybody's able to show up when they need to. But the one thing with Wolves is that online they do super well. The groups, they do quite all right as well. But then playoffs is usually where it kind of starts to, well, slack off a little bit. So we kind of hope to see that change where they are now able to make that next step happen.
Case in point, potentially Shinka being the top player and 6 clutches in groups to get them to this. Second best player throughout the series. Him not having an impact. If we're going to look towards the possibility of BDS being lifted by 1, Shinka dropping off could be a bad one, but we'll get to that. As the series progresses here, for now, it's progressing its way towards a take, potentially eyeing up Kitchen. Instead of the small tower take, which we often see where you force a lot of a battle over the top, instead they're going to go for the Dawn swing instead. Mowgli, he's trying to catch some grenade kills from underneath towards Zulu in Classroom. He's looking for the stretch now. P4's putting the pressure over the top. Rise and Bibu, they're making their way. And it's just this, a war of utility.
The Keeper Bears really making it difficult right here, but an angle is being watched. Rise misses the opportunity. Shaiko picks him up beautifully. Now he's trying to put up more pressure towards Games, but the entry frag is going to be theirs. And that means they have the opportunity to fall off. The Keeper Bear again used, will be punched out, means that the pressure is still on. The second player has jumped into the pit. Shaiko's hurt that. He's going aggressive. He will find Bibu, go for the next swing, but it's going to be the leak effect that helps him. It's the French duo, the fragging duo, that will win this round for them.
Well, Shinka, maybe I shouldn't have spoke. Now you have all the pressure for the biggest clutch you would have pulled off this whole tournament versus a player that's just got a double kill who I said we want to see activate. There's a third for him, as if the point needed the punctuation of action. Oh dear.
That is an oh dear. Well done by Shaiko there initially. Realizing the game, or at least the drop near the attic, needing to take control of that, and then realizing the second player has dropped into there, going aggressive without giving them too much space. And that is kind of the danger of BDS. When Likafak and Shaiko are activated like they are, they realize someone's out there, the confidence is going to be there, they will swing you, they will try and take you out in those positions. And that worked out. Handicapped the Wolves in that round, and thus attack break has been called. Only 20 seconds left for them to discuss. Yasili Loon, very busy on the microphone there.
I mean, it's the same, I think, across both these teams. They all know how almost there's a weird amount of pressure onto this game. The way the bracket drawing went, thanks Parker and Pengu,
yeah, if you need to blame anybody, it's them.
is you do really have to prove that you're the best of the best. You have to prove that you are the top dog. Wolves, because of their frequency at majors throughout this year, even though obviously Rogue are the only EU team to pull that sort of trophy, there is a buzz about Wolves. There is a buzz that often dies off around the stage, but there's still a buzz there. They're up against a team that was one of the teams that did beat them, handed them one of their 2 losses, pushed them into a situation, you know, where they weren't quite able to come into this with the same sort of unbeaten vigor that they had before. Technically, they had more clean wins than BDS, but BDS's tenacity and ability during the split to get to OT and force the game, that's something that could come up as a bit of a nightmare here for Wolves.
It could definitely be. We'll find out as we progress. Again, the next 2 maps do slightly favor BDS. This map does favor Wolves. But, you know, it wouldn't be international play if we don't see each other's map picks to be led in or even taken by the opposing team. So even if BDS managed to continue here on this half, it is not going to be over yet. Quick access, though, into the armory from P4, hoping to do what he usually does best, which is to just drive himself in, see if he can isolate one of those players, instantly take them down, and after that, Wolves can play with a man advantage. But the last 2 rounds, they haven't had the opportunity of the entry kill. That's a Selma quickly tossed in, instantly taken out. They now realize there's going to be a mistake or at least some problems on that first floor they need to deal with first.
Yeah, BDS sort of flexing themselves across all 4 sites. Maybe they hope to try and take a little bit of the wind out of the wings. They assumed the timeout talk might have been built around how to retake dorms, how to go to a site that was successful first swing. It's a very solid site, and they know BDS only have the choice of 2 more. BDS, they've gone for a bit of a risky play. They've gone for the gamble of, well, let's see if we can truly stretch them. Let's try and maybe put a little bit of doubt in that timeout and the approach afterwards, and now it's down to Wolves to see if they can beat that defining factor. There's a close play shotgun on the swing. They don't have a direct route through. They don't have the traditional take on this, which is that Ossa backline, and then seeing if you can waste and wait out any smokes, or potentially the man with the magical glasses in the pockets of Renshiro. So instead, Wolves are trying to force a fight, and it's not really being given to them.
I mean, what I wanted to go for first was just right in from Garage into the lobby, open it up. Maybe you can get a plant off and split before anybody realizes, but Mew Jammers were out there, so unable to actually pull that off. That means they now need to play the actual puzzle that BDS has created and crafted for them very carefully. And that is where a lot of time already has been wasted. If you look at the clock, 1 minute, 10 seconds left. They've only just opened up the attic. There's still no entry to be gained anywhere. And they just hope to, well, find themselves a way in. Where's that Selma going? Is that the
hatch? If that hits the hatch, that would be very impressive, but there is Renshiro around there.
Okay,
it went through.
Oh, the end on the shield. Or was that a grenade?
I think that was a grenade, because I don't think the loop of that would have got it. Either way, here it goes. They're going for the fight around the corner, the swing and the practice and the pressure. They're going to see if they can try and pull out this shotgun player. Alems has pulled himself back. He's ready to step back in, though. It's Rise with the pre-fire and the positioning now. That wall has been opened, and as was pointed out, it's very clever, actually. Use it to get rid of ADSs. That's why they were going for it. It's very much easy. There it is, though. Shaika, he makes it look a little bit easy. Mowgli, taken out, hasn't quite been able to get the full connection with this game. Still a little bit of a back and forth. Here's Likefak, though. He's definitely one that has 5-1. He's looking to try and add some more numbers onto the back of that P4. 20 seconds. What are you going to do from the pressure on the back? Try and apply something. They're toying up the idea. They don't have any pressure onto the back line. Shaiko's ready to swing from split itself as the blinds come out. Do they know about Likefak? I don't think they do, but they're probably about to get taught a very mean lesson in checking corners. Rise finds Shaiko, Likefak finds the kit, Bibu gets the trade-off. But it's BDS to put themselves 4 up.
I'm just going to be pointing it out. Well done by BDS there. Well done by Shaiko and Likefak holding on to that meeting. However, Attic under control. They could jump through. Hatch opened up. That's what you usually take care of to make sure that those corners are going to be cleared out and to put some pressure down onto Shaiko, who is here on the back line just swinging time and time again. They got punished for it by not using that verticality that they took themselves just momentarily earlier. So a bit of a questionable move there coming in from Wolves, but either way, well done by BDS. Well punished onto those mistakes and find themselves extending their lead 1-4. As mentioned, the last couple of times these two teams played, BDS has always won it, and for now, seemingly running away with it.
It's Wolves have a caution to their game. They're sort of struggling to get the true connection, whether it's the weight of being in a position they know has often gone away from them, whether it's the game being played against them by BDS, whether it's some of the sparking to life for some of these players that, to be honest, if we talk about how this pressure might impact Wolves, it's almost the opposite side for BDS. A couple of their big names struggled to get in. They only really made it here because of 2 rounds that were taken by another team in a showdown. It is this sort of split of an idea of, oh, this is common ground. This is a common taste. I'm familiar with this. I know how to play against these teams. It allows players like Renshiro, like Shaiko, who have struggled to connect with this tournament so far to reset.
Yeah, they played each other over 14 maps in the last 2 years. So, you know, if there is 2 teams that know each other, it's definitely going to be D's. Of course, next together with the LATAM teams coming through. By the way, the tower is being droned out, hoping to see if it is going to be clear. Of course, the basement again under attack. This time no blitz coming out from Wolves. They want to go for a bit more of a, well, standard take. So the 0 coming out, I think that might be useful for potential flame camps to be set up as well when they are actually working on opening up these hatches, for example. Might actually be able to get a zap or 2 off as well, maybe Falcon canisters or other piece of utility as Rise. Challenging the pillar, but not quite finding anything just yet.
Yeah, there's still a familiar hold here. The position to BDS don't change too much. And, well, for that, on the side of Wolves, they're not going to go for the change take they had the second time round. Mowgli's still watching onto Freezer. They've had some attention paid here towards Laundry. BDS don't really like to swing out on this map. They sort of say, well, we've got the hold, we've got the handle, we've got that sort of rotation from Shaiko possibly, and we can try and pull ourselves back to Freezer if we need to. They're happy to trust what they have. Here's where the difference might be made. They're sort of trying to bait the swing and saying, come on, try and take them off. There's at least one. that gets caught out. 2, but now that still makes it a bit awkward for Shaiko.
Yeah, they can now bounce a grenade through or any other piece of utility like flashbangs, which will desperately blind him and allow the players on the staircase to actually start pushing him. Shaiko's feeling the pressure as well. There's 2 players in barrels, 2 on the back stairs, and 1 is eyeing up the hatch drop, so surely within seconds now the execute is coming through.
That's it, the swing goes out onto barrel. Shaiko gets one just before he sees nothing. Rise with a pre-spay, but it's round the back and Renshiro gets 2. Shaiko gets his second. Bibu finds 1, but he's got a lot ahead of him to get the rest of this round, and they have rotated close. There's the first fight, the smoke canister. It's a Lems though, and BDS sit 5-1 up after the first half of Wolves' map.
The aggression coming out there as soon as they realized, okay, there is going to be that small gap in the Shaiko corner now. Flashbangs will start to come through. And as soon as they do, Shaiko knew he would be screwed because they'd be coming down from the hatch drop, they would be coming down from the stairs and from the barrels all at the same time. So he made a decision, an executive decision. And he's like, you know what, I'll just swing into barrels. I'll just make sure that those players are not going to be able to push me. I suddenly have an extra wall between myself and the other couple of players that might be trying to hunt me down. And you find yourself in a 1-5 lead as BDS suddenly over Wolves, who picked this map with the knowledge that, historically speaking, they are quite good on this versus BDS. Now they're trailing by a massive amount. Over to the defense they go. They will be headed towards the basement themselves, hoping to turn the tide here and start the comeback.
They really have no other option. They've got to try and take as much as possible before BDS even have a whiff of a round here. They want to see if they can try and force it to OT. Obviously, for the record, in the recent sprint, BDS has generally been able to take care of Wolves, even when there was 1 difference, maybe 2, depending on how far you decide to keep your records. It was an OT victim. It was a stretch and a stress, and you know, Wolves have bit back from behind before. It's just tough when you only have the game ahead of you. Alems, he's set up potentially to get a bit of a drive here towards the top of T3. He knows that a player might be around there though, and as soon as he gets a whiff of P4, I think he's going to opt not to go for it. There's P4 with the fight, and you assume you're not going to hear the zip up from Alems anytime soon.
Yeah, he needs a bit of support before he decides to head up towards Tower 3, or at least have the information that the current Wolves players are not going to be out there able to challenge him. Actually just goes for it, realizes they are downstairs. Now he's going to be able to put up the pressure truly upon these players that are at the bottom of the tower. Also the attic if anybody chooses to go there.
Yeah, not sure if he got a call just in the perfect timing there of when the players came down or not, but either way it worked very much in his favor. From the second they're on the swing to going all the way back up, he has some pressure put on him, and there's the drop of the Razor Bloom. Doesn't quite get him through. They're on the hunt for these loose players. And the reveal will still say, well, they're kind of around the place you thought they were. It does give away a lot of that utility they'd put. The very far extension of those mirror windows, the sort of exploration of the rest of the map is cut away quite quickly. Liquefact's just going to dig his way through here, but with the open hatches now, they're around the same pace as what was put on them before, with what seems like all of the players shepherded downstairs.
Now, there was quite a bit of a mid-floor roam, as you just saw, and normally that does waste quite a lot of time. I mean, it's 1 minute 20 left now compared to 2 minutes that Wolves had earlier. However, hatches have been opened up for them already, so they do not need to open each and every single one of them, just the other 2 on the map. And that basically leaves them in the same place as they were before. Nothing really lost, nothing gained. I mean, some mirror windows already out of play because they were on that middle floor, so less utility eventually to worry about here for BDS.
A minute on, and the pressure and the calls start to come on the rotation down on Freezer. There's Shaiko. He's about to go for a swing. He's been having a great connection so far, but Rise, I don't know if he just went for the adventure for the drone, but he's able to punish it. Renshiro, he's tucked above with 2 grenades. Whether he tries to sort of cut one close, it doesn't seem like he's intent on doing that as of this moment. Oh no. So I'm wrong. And he's instead going to utilize that as cover for the rotation. 30 seconds. And we start to hear the smoke canisters pop. The single player place just tucked onto blue. The fight of EFAC on the back stairs as Mowgli hears the drop and they pull back. He steps back in. It's Renshiro with a team kill, but he does get dropped on the opposite end. They're downed inside, round on the swing, and they hit the ground, but it's Wolves.
Well done
They got
there.
the pieces.
They got the pieces indeed. They managed to take the control back, which they lost earlier. And basically, Rai started that off already in the freezer, right? I mean, you said, not sure if he went for the drone or if he just meant to do that. Maybe that's the bit of aggression they needed to lean back into that fight. Do not give them everything for free. See if you can maybe make life difficult a bit. And that gives them that second round. Now, round differential isn't anything anymore in playoffs. It is literally going to be map losts or won. If you lose 2, you will be out. It doesn't matter if it is a 2-7 or if it's a 7-8 loss. It's all treated the same here now.
That is how it works.
Yes. So there's also no points made for 6.
Uh-huh.
You know, I'm just saying, like, it's a different kind of mental that you now have, because there is no, there's always the next game. Because if you lose, there is no more next game. Up to the top floor. Wolves continuing the rotation because they will be forced to. Not because they had no choice.
10 seconds to go.
And as they push in, that shield on the attic, that is going to be aimed towards the armory hallway and staircase. So I think that's where they hope BDS will be attacking from, because you have that little bit of extra security out there, which makes it more difficult. And it's in such a position where you cannot really get a grenade through easily either. So it requires a bit of coordination from BDS to clear that out. So maybe they hope to force them to go for a different approach that way.
BDS, they were quite quick on their close down in terms of, as we said, shepherding and forcing the players. It's a little bit of a different story now because, well, there's technically more to clear, there's more to bite back, and there's more of a reason for Wolves to try and bite back and keep the pressure further and further out. You can see Bibu was doing just that, slips his way past as BDS go for a steady clear across small tower. We once again saw Alems eyeing up the top of big tower as well. The position, as I said, on defense he loves to play. He's going to see if he can try and prove that on the other side. Kitchen is being droned out. The pressure here is about to hit server, but the hatch is open. If nobody's there to catch P4, he should be able to get a free rotate as this starts to explode underneath the feet of the players.
Second grenade to be used, waiting for some good pings to come in, realizes, hey, the hatch is open, I can just arc it in that way, don't have to bounce back off the floorboards. That goes through, but explodes a bit too early.
Yeah, a bit too sharp there, and you can see a little bit of a panic movement of the player inside. As I said, this is where they take the drop by P4. They didn't have anyone in the position, but they do force this, the fight all the way up to the top of white. They're hitting the Banshee, there'll be the call, and there's a strike right back. The grenade goes, and so does Alems. He's in, he's swinging, and he pulls out the gun just in time. P4 gets one off the back of it. P4 finds a second. Shaiko's on the ground. There's a third for P4. There is one more for Bibu. Brede, he's looking for the fight. He can't find the angle, gets the freebie fighting his way out, but the reveal is he's now outside of the site. And the remaining 3 Wolves players, they're tucked in, watching. They know exactly where he is, where he's been, and what he's got to do. And that is that unfortunate situation of clutch.
Now Brede, we've seen him in many, many clutch situations before, and he's about to find a first, but doesn't quite commit to it. The challenge is coming through, pre-fires as well from the defenders. They are just trying to stall time with everything they have. Now playing on contact of each other, Brede runs through. It's gonna get flanked, doesn't hit the shot. Rice will find him, and that puts us up to 5-3. Wolves climbing back into the game here, realizing this is their map. They've chosen this for a reason.
It's one of the things that, you want to look back and see a little bit later on is just how that triple kill came about. Was it the drop down the hatch, the rotate round on the back end, a strike maybe around Zulu where they didn't expect it?
A combination from multiple different factors. I mean, Shaiko went down first on his attempted take towards the white stairs, and
it was the last to be put down.
He was the last to be put down, that's for sure. Then at the same time, you have the repellent from Alems, which definitely caused some chaos. So there was really fights going on everywhere at the side at once.
I think it was.
Yeah, the loop around indeed.
The loop around. I did a physical gesture, which you can't see.
Yeah, so I'll translate it to words.
Yeah. Right, Wolves. This is the hardest one. As we said at the start of this half, being 5-1 down on a map like Oregon, it's going to be the tertiary sites. These are going to be the make or break ones that sort of pull things away. BDS were technically successful. Okay, they played all 4. It's hard to sort of dictate which one is, and they lost their very opener. But then since then took it back a couple more times. So you have that sort of room of growth. Here though, if you take the first 2, this is where you sort of, whether you want to or not, have expectations.
P4 hiding near small tower. hoping to find some drones on the way out. 9 left, so plenty of information here for BDS to work with. Together with the RC Roteros, of course, it's going to be making another 4, but those will blow up at some point. That's a spot down on a player headed back towards the attic, so they know Rise is out here, or has been out there. Potentially the entire tower now abandoned, so remaining drones will confirm that. And that's kind of the danger, right, of this hold that they need to come up against. There is an offside. The offside will be going into tower. This is exactly what BDS wants. You've just abandoned it. You're not going to try and hold on to it.
Well, that's it. Remember when I sort of said this is that default take, that default bit of pressure, the one that we did not see from Wolves, and they almost seemed a little bit surprised as to how they could approach the rest of the site. At least BDS have this, a step-by-step basis, and this. Ranchiro watching at the top of the stairs, making sure they have some clearance over Attic, then they can try and go for the drive here. There's nobody immediately swinging into the fight as Shaiko's done this, tucked himself close. He's hoping they try and go for a trick and he goes unchecked, but they know they're not going to. Is he going to go for a break and a broach? He's so curious about what he wants to do because he's like, how did I get here and how do they not know? Do they know?
Might have heard that jump in, but now the big question is, will they find the player, Bibu, in the corner just hiding with that shotgun, potentially being able to swing out at whatever given second? Because there is a drone that will be, well, bordering his position. That's a grenade to fly through, but won't find a keeper barrier, and that keeps BDS guessing for now.
Jinka gets the first, Shaiko fights back, EFAC gone, and that was around the kitchen door coverage. Brede, he's going to try and stick the plant. They have the C4 over the top, and it gets caught on the corner, so Brede, he's able to stick it out. They don't have the cover, but they do get a Lems on the backboard, and Jinka finds Brede. The kit's cold, though, and it is a no man's land. They've got to try and maybe put some pressure onto Attic, go for a long rotate, or this. Force the fight directly across the board. That's dangerous. They have themselves the stretch. Ranchiro, he's above. He's thinking about whether he goes for the take. There's the movement. It should be watched in coverage. He pre-fires the wrong place. They're just able to get it off.
Verticality not prepared there by BDS. Big mistake. They've got the attic under control. They've got the pre-plan done. The shield was set up to watch the attic as well. And as the howls come out once more.
It's dang furries.
Just called all their fans furries. Is that
I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. BDS is taking a timeout. As makes sense, as I said, the importance in that tertiary site. It's not just the expectation of Wolves if this will be our biggest bit of pressure. It's a BDS's, this should be the one that we take. This should be the one that puts us onto map point and sort of changes up the face of the game. You want to have it as early as possible, don't get me wrong. But you have to look at, you know, it's like the graph. It's like the something meets find out. I'm not going to swear on broadcast. That's the tertiary site.
The word that Hibana uses for making a breach.
Look at that. Look at the Kilo mascot.
Kilo mascot, come down.
Unbranded.
Time about to be running out. That means we're getting back into the game. Both these teams suffered from the same issue on the meeting take. Neither used Attic to their advantage.
Nope.
And if BDS did earlier, they would have also been able to clear out Bibu, who was able to put up some good shots on the board. So, again, not quite sure what's going on. Maybe they didn't have time to drone it. Maybe they didn't have time or pressure or confidence to take it fully under control. But it cost them, and it cost Wolves themselves as well. So, if we do head back there, I surely hope that BDS is going to be able to make some better use of that attic, because it is just crucial for a take like that. You cannot just leave it to the side. You need to give it some love. Helps you out so much.
It does. Now, as I sort of highlighted at the time, you know, there was an assumption of sites. Yes, BDS, I would say, in their infinite wisdom, tried to throw themselves away from it. Same sort of thing, except they've played into it. Wolves, they're not going to sort of try and change things up. They know that they need to keep on course. Why sort of alter that for now? They won this last time round. It was scrappy. It came down to a hot drop on the site and a fight around Pillar itself, but it often does, so...
Very heavy roam here currently from Wolves. I mean, we even have a roaming Mirror. It's not often you see that happen.
They're not quick, Mirror.
It's not very quick, no. It's going to take a long time to get back towards the site. But what BDS has also realized, okay, if there's that many roamers, that means we have a free opportunity to clear as much utility as we want on the site. Not having to worry about it. Now, Liquefact has a Twitch drone ready in the kitchen. Could pop the Mirror window if they want to. You just heard it popped as well, but we're first trying to figure out, is there going to be a player here? Answer is no. However, there seems to be one going aggressive towards green right now.
That was it. So roughly 30 seconds later, when we last saw this, all of the Wolves players had dropped back to the site. They'd pulled away from the fight. EFAC Oh, he's caught out almost there by the Razor Bloom, but the audio is the most important part. They cannot swing directly onto the fight. It buys this BB time to drop. He's not going to take the engagement. He's not there to do that. He's there to sort of force the play, force the rotation, and force them to have to make a little bit of noise and a little bit of noise.
Not sure what the noise was for, but keep it going.
Probably cosplayers.
Probably. As
my assumption is a cosplay did something.
Shaka pushing through, hoping to take control of Freezer. The drone will give away the information of Rise this time. Rise probably will not be swinging as aggressively as he did before. Found a kill. There you have it. The grenade comes in, finds him, puts BDS up one leg ahead as they are about to reach match point.
Puts a lot of pressure onto Freezer because it also puts a lot of pressure onto Pillar. They now don't have a proper true rotate out of there. P4, you got to get a little bit of a shift on. They're watching though. Still played, still in place. Lems is holding it as a very tight angle. They would have heard the drop of the mirror at 1 speed making that movement. Well, look at the movement down in Freezer. It's Shaiko. He's trying to drive it, and as I said, Pillar's such a dangerous place. EFAC suffers next, but they're inside the site. Lems gets the spray run. Shiro and Shaiko and EFAC rounded out. And all across the board, BDS, they dug themselves in, drove to the site, and drive themselves on to potential points.
Flawless round coming through. And that is going to be painful for Wolves, especially as they managed to hold on to it on that very first go. And again, there was a very heavy roam up on that middle floor, even all the way up on the top, but not maybe giving themselves enough opportunities to get back out. Not quite sure. A lot of the utility taken out. Rise by the grenade and Freezer. That starts to add up altogether. And we know about BDS, even when they don't win tactically, which they did here, they just pull that trigger. They just go for it. They just manage to make it stick. And if they win tactically and they still pull that trigger the same way, there's no way you're going to be winning that round.
Did you see the music?
No, I didn't hear music.
Oh, okay.
So I look very confused. I'm like,
I look very confused. I guess if streamed in here, I'm not going to sound as crazy as I felt.
Maybe I'm just deaf. It could also be the case.
Maybe. Maybe I just love the siege sounds so much. Okay. Now we're on map point. Now we're on that precious situation. Wolves technically have every single site open to them apart from meeting, but that is, you know, unlikely to be the one that they entirely drive themselves to. Dorms is the follow-up if they want to, and they're successful here. They can go back down underneath. Whether they do or not is down to them. Wolves, as you said, they went for a wider play. They went for a wider extension. BDS knew that. They picked up on it, and they put the pressure back in. Here, I guess they'll see if they can try and maybe close down a little bit more. Lems is ripped and ready to go. There's currently a drone working its way around from EFAC. Rise is tucked. He's maybe hoping for an engagement. The play's on the far end. They're sort of getting the full test. It's a very noisy zip up. There's the play. There's the blinds. They think he's on the second story. He moves in on the back of it. Just gets caught out by that. The flash, they're over the top. They're looking for the prey. He cannot get through. Whether he was still blinded or not, either way, Lems gets an easy pickup. Shaiko, he's knocking on the door. He's slipped his way through right up against Trophy. They've got the pings down towards Mowgli as well inside. The Bulletproof is going to make sure Mowgli's a little bit safe with some of the coverage that might come across.
Soniqs can set themselves up a crossfire towards the pit, which means that it's going to be very difficult for the remaining defenders to hold on to the bedroom side, because the tower has fallen. That is under control. In the meantime, you see Shaiko taking games as well. That's the pickup onto Mowgli. Brings them to a 3-on-5 situation. BDS, they have the opportunity, they have the resources to lock this off right now, and they're making sure they're getting themselves in the best position to do so.
I mean, it has been so sharp this round from BDS. They knew when they wanted to put engagements. You can almost hear the countdown towards the actual fight itself from their side. They have the control with the E1Ds, EFAC offering that support, but look at this, P4. What is he tempted by here? There is no claymores on the boards. There's nothing that's going to directly stop a jump out, but there may be somebody watching. That's always the worry. He needs to do it sooner rather than later. Shinka's finding a fight itself. They're waiting for the call that somebody's out there. You don't want to just throw the game away, and they're tucked really far around the corner. No reveal, but there's the reveal. EFAC takes the head off, pre-fires the rotation, but P4 pings one right back, buys some space, but they now know he is in Narnia. He needs to rotate towards the site as Bibu gets one, waits for the second follow-up, but the kit's being planted by Brede, and there's the catch on the far end. The spray just connects loose, but in a post-plant, and they know where he is and how he's locked out. He was trying to get a little lucky escape route catch. He's gonna break himself a whip, but it is leading nowhere. BDS take Wolves' map, the first, and only one separates them from the semis.
Painful last round there for Wolves. I mean, Rise, he tried to hold on to the tower for as long as possible. Got flashbanged out, knew people were about to be swinging in, hoped to find a kill before he died. But instead, it cost them the control. And after that, the pit fell as well. BDS had everything they needed to make that one stick, and they did. But this is also the experience that BDS carries along with them. They are a team that has played at the highest of levels at the international stage, and that is starting to come back into it now, together with League Effect as the new pickup.
It was always going to be the toughest game for Wolves. There's a weird sort of statement and idea about that, where there's the most pressure in this, a derby, and in a strange way, the least for BDS. If any of the opponents here, this is who BDS has beat the most, and this is the tournament where they've struggled to sort of get that mojo going. Wolves now, they have to take a timeout. They have to take that team talk and see what they can do, what they can bring to the map that we have ahead of us. In a weird way, Wolves treated like a best of one, where you find success, because best of threes, you don't want it to become the haunt that hovers over you.
No, for sure. They haven't quite been able to find that success yet when they do reach the playoffs, and that kind of just continues going, and you start wondering, what exactly is it? Because on paper, this map should have been a good opportunity for them. Maybe they left a little bit too much in the early stages of the first half, which put them in that troublesome situation now. But that's just a wonder. That's just a question we cannot answer right now.
What we can do is throw it to a quick break before we're back with more.
There really is nothing like a land
I'm Nicholas Mortensen, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Welcome back, friends, to the studio. Hello, everybody. Norris Dominic, your host, and we are back after a BDS victory on map 1. How will we break things down here on the desk with my wonderful two analysts, Am and Alpha Ma. Friends, expectations after this BDS victory?
I mean, I'm a bit surprised, to be honest, to see the way
Looks like it.
Yeah, because the thing is, looking at Wolves' attacks and why it didn't work is mainly because it was super slow, steady, zone-by-zone control, and then at the last minute, 5v5 execution without winning an opening engagement. The only attack rounds they won was the first one when they actually get the opening kill. Otherwise, they always fail to beat BDS because BDS abused the defender-sided map, they abused the natural crossfires, and always won that 5v5 execute.
Yeah, and we talked in the pre-show about the opportunity seeking that Wolves do a lot. But then with this map, it feels like they didn't really have any opportunities for themselves. They didn't really create them as we are used to seeing from them. They tried to get map control, they tried to contest things, but eventually they were left with no time and no real opportunities to go for, which then led BDS into thinking, oh, well, if they're just going to take their time, then we're going to go sit in our corners, we're going to wait out, because Wolves play it out that slow that we can swing, but we don't have to. We can just play passive, and it's going to work perfectly in our favor. We saw it being very defensive favored, and it turned out very well for BDS.
That's the unusual part, is that it wasn't just defense favored, it was 5-1 on the defense for BDS.
And this was Wolves' map pick.
Yeah.
Right? If you want this to be your map pick, you have to come out with something, because you know you're going to start out on the attack. BDS would be crazy if they pick attack to start out with.
It's the most 50-50 map that we have nowadays. Like, everybody should know how this functions, but this just is a testament to BDS, Alfama.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in the end, what made BDS win this is two things. Either one, you're playing against a passive defense, then you've got to be disruptive. Either you bring Amaru, you bring Capitao, you create movement, you break the lines, you punish that, get the opening engagement, win the execute. If you play against an extended setup, then there's way much more room to get that opening pick. And Wolves actually went for 2 extended setups, 2 more attacking rounds for BDS to be won.
Yeah, and we saw some setups from BDS as well that were heavily utility-based, and Wolves didn't really do a lot to deal with that, whereas we saw BDS bring a lot of Flores to deal with that type of utility. We see on the side of BDS, Shaiko, Leak Effect on the top of the scoreboard. Something I really wanted to talk about in the pre-show was that we see Bride do a little bit less planting, which we're actually used to seeing from him more. Even BDS is the team in the playoffs that has the least amount of plants. What? But, yeah, it's so weird, right? You're used to BDS planting, right? They plant a lot with BJ and everything, but this, right now, they are the team in the playoffs with the least amount of plants, but they don't have to. If you look at Shaiko, if you look at Leak Effect, they will just run in, they will get the kills, and it puts you in a better situation. You don't need the plant to convert that round into a win condition for you.
Absolutely. I mean, the opening pick, like I said, was the winning factor, the winning condition here. And Shaiko has done an amazing job at winning them every single time, opening the rounds for them. And that was the difference maker.
Another concern I had was seeing Shinka on the top of the scoreboard. Shinka having a little bit of a worse game. Sorry. It's not always the greatest either if your support player can't help you with well, setting up the tip, setting up the execute, and really enabling your team to go for a push. And whereas they didn't really deal with the utility as well as BDS deal with the utility of Wolves, I think especially going into that second map, knowing how good of a map it was for BDS and how Wolves, it was the only map they lost during groups, might be a really bad prospect for them.
Yeah, people talk about utility and reinforcements and all that functions even more on Cafe Dostoevsky because of how the map is. And this is where I turn to you both as my experts, especially Alfama, because you played the Cafe, what, 3 times in your career?
Oh, I think you can multiply that by 10, at least, or 100.
Fair enough. But how do you think this will work between BDS and Wolves? Because Wolves are notoriously under pressure when they're in the playoff stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I think first thing, obviously, Cafe favors BDS. It's their map pick, and there's a reason for that, right? Wolf isn't a bad Cafe team either. The biggest problem I see here is that Wolves struggle to be disruptive to BDS. And on Cafe, at least on 3 bomb side, if you take top, mining, reading, you have windows to be disruptive. You have windows to create movement and then punish. This is what I need to see them doing. Because right now, there is no way they're going to win a 5v5 execute. And it's really hard to actually execute 5v5 on Cafe. So they need to find those picks. And in order to do that, they need to be disruptive, like I said, bring a Monty, bring a Capitao, bring an Amaru, maybe try some fast-paced rush like they do know how to do. Problem is, will BDS give them the opportunity or the whole to do that?
Yeah, and in the past 4 months, it's also one of Wolves' worst defensive maps. So looking at a map with a defensive side coming into this one. It's not maybe going to be the easiest for Wolves. Something we have also seen on Cafe specifically is that BDS, well, they did win against Fury and they did win against SSG. Wolves have a 75% win rate on it for the past 4 months, really. But I hope they can come back and find some opportunities on that attack. That's what's really going to matter.
All right, Wolves need to reset. Can they actually do it? What's kind of the X factor that they need to work out here?
Well, like I said, it's going to be creating movement. About the mentally resetting thing, you know, they've been with this score for 2 years. They've attended every major. I trust them. And on top of that, they've got Rise. Rise is one of the most achieved and experienced players in the whole scene in the world. I mean, he knows how to drive these people. Lilu knows how to drive these people. I'm sure they're one of the best teams when you take it mentally. When, in terms of comeback potential, they're one of the best teams in the world. So I'm not afraid.
So map 3 or not, that's all I'll leave it to.
I'm up for the team take each other's map pick and then go to the final map, but it's also a little bit of copia because I love seeing a matchup like this and I just want to see it go all the way in the distance.
Fair enough. Sama?
As much as I'd like it to go to BO3, I think Cafe suits BDS much more, but I'd like to see them make me lie.
There you go. I can't wait to see then. Will we get a map 3 in this series? That's all the question that we have. Cafe Dostoevsky is up and ready to go. BDS and Wolves are on the stage, and it's for the best in Europe to make it to the semifinals. Take a quick break. Back to with our casters.
We know players have been asking about it, and we've talked about it before. It's been a long time coming, so we're super excited to announce that crossplay is coming with Season 4. PlayStation and Xbox players will matchmake together and benefit from lower wait times thanks to the larger matchmaking pool. Now for crossplay, PC and streaming platforms will be kept in a separate pool from consoles. We have no intention to merge these two communities right now, but we're super excited to bring our console players together. You can invite players through both first-party platforms as well as through your Ubisoft Connect overlay. You'll be able to access your friends list through the social tab and manage your invites, requests, and squad up with your friends from other platforms. We all know communication is key in Siege, and it's no different for crossplay. So, voice communications will be enabled at launch, and the local player will be able to speak to and hear cross-platform players as long as they have voice communications enabled in their options and they're on the same team. Of course, you can still manually mute players through the scoreboard during a match or through the player profile side panel. Crossplay isn't the only thing that's coming this season. We're super excited to announce that cross progression is another feature hitting Siege this season. This is thanks to a data migration that's happening with the season launch. So the first time you log in, you'll see a pop-up that lets you know all of your data now lives in the cloud and is accessible from any platform anytime. So for credits and renown, they're going to be added together. So any platform that any player has played on ever is going to be added together and shared. Due to the data migration, we're going to be rewarding all of our players with an alpha pack at the start of the season.
Right now, the rank playlist is a pure skill system in which there's only one value, the MMR. The MMR is used for rank and skill. Every start of the season, when we do the soft reset, because it's needed for rank progression, we are hurting the matchmaking fairness. After this soft reset, we have the placement matches to try to guess your rank as soon as possible. What are the changes in the core system? We are splitting skill and rank into two different values. The skill, in one hand, will be hidden and only used for matchmaking. On the other hand, the rank will be visible and only used for progression. We are removing the placement matches, because the only value that will be reset is the rank. You will start your rank progression at the beginning of the ladder. From now on, there will be rank points. There will be also 5 divisions per rank. Each division will have 100 points. Also, to help you in this progression, we included systems like the Demotion Shield that will prevent you from losing ranks easily. From now on, there will be 1 reward per division, so 5 rewards per rank, with some exclusive new items. If you finish one season in Gold 5, you will get as well the rewards from Silver 1, Silver 2, Bronze, and Copper. We are removing the squad restriction and including a new algorithm for squads that will ensure balanced matches. We would love to hear your thoughts to keep improving and working on the system.
Tell me if it's funny. Disappear, honey. When will you get me or call me? Cause I have for you a great surprise. Oh, you have something in your eyes of power. And I can't deny I love it. There are no limits for us, so we can't understand it. Think about it, make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high, you never know why. Feel so high. Make it feel so high.
Hello everyone and welcome back here to this, the second map. Wolves' map went away from them. Now it's time for, I guess, BDS to see if they can lock it out 2-2-0, or if we go for the first time today to a third map.
I kind of want to get a third map, right? It's been very quick here today. I want to see these two teams go up towards the absolute limit between themselves. Take each other's maps picks. I mean, we've said it before. It happens quite often in majors. It happens quite often in tournaments. Why would today be different?
I don't know. I'm not the take on that. The takeaway of this, though, has to be, what did Wolves talk about? What did they work out? What did they change up? And what do they think went wrong? They had a period of time where they really started to bite rounds back. But that ran out. BDS had a timeout. They cracked the solution, found the two they needed, and now they might find the second they need to progress for the first time to semis since forever.
All right, let's see what they have to bring here as we continue.
Milos has come to visit us, as is tradition. He's taking some wonderful photos. Are we gonna have the cheers for the band? Oh. Oh, there we go.
Still going.
And if it's a Chanker, it gets booed. That's what you think. That's what I know. There's a Valkyrie cos. I think that screaming was the Valkyrie cosplayer. There's a really good Valkyrie cosplayer here. And I think I just heard them go, no! There they are.
And it's the Cade.
And they ban out Milos at the end there. All right, Nook Twitch Valk Cade. This is very standard for this map, very standard for this approach. It's Cafe, it's a lockdown, it's a good BDS map. It's not a horrible Wolves map, I would say.
It's not horrible.
It's still
not their best.
It's still a positive technical win rate over the past 3 months.
That's the thing, right? Like, Wolves has a very broad map range. Like, they like to play every single map. They win on them as well. It's just that the playoffs is always... There's just something different about them. Doesn't quite connect with them. So I hope to see that change, and I hope to see that Wolves brings us to a third map. As we start off. What? Sorry?
I thought that was it.
No.
The third map.
That's it. I did say Castler stop talking, start game earlier.
It did, during a break, so I'm not really sure what they expected.
We weren't even talking, we just sing still.
Crying. Yeah, I mean, we've obviously had 2 showdowns where it's been 2 maps. We've had 2, let's be a little bit clear about it, heavy-handed second maps. It has been clear runs, I would say, for the 2 teams that have got here on their second sort of showdown at least. There was obviously an OT that we had in the first map, the second play. But here, Wolves are the ones that might be able to break, I guess, even their own curse. But the curse of the day so far, which is not seeing a third map. They'll start on the defense. They'll start at bar at the top, as is tradition, as BDS go for the traditional take. Eyes towards Cigar, towards the top end, and try and take control at the top of the stairs.
That means the hatches will be opened up, drones will start rolling through. Again, the usual prep work that needs to be done to start an approach, find success. BDS, however, is that team that even if they do not really get what they want under control, especially on this map Cafe, they'll still make it work from Cigar. Like, they'll just run in. Shaiko will get like a 3K on his way out. That's just that dangerous factor they have about them here. If Shaiko is on, if Likefak is on, Wolves is going to have a really tough battle on the defense here to try and hold on to it.
A lot of pressure towards 90. They're going to see if they can try and force out that swing player on the pixel angle. But it's otherwise still currently caught out. Mowgli's got the shield for protection. There is some ADSs to keep safe. There is obviously the disc that caught the burn there. Otherwise, they've got everything to hold onto this position for as long as possible. The ping on the bubble, they know that there's some awareness, but you sort of do this like this. A bit of long arm. Shaiko finds the burst fight, takes the drop on the hatch itself, looks for any sort of swing on the engagement. He's trying to force a bit of movement, tucks himself round to the opposite side of the long overwatch they've got, but it's tricky to get through. As I said, it starts like this. Take control of the top of the stairs, and Cigar, now they really have to try and force this to fight onto the back line. It's Renshiro. Fantastic use of utility there to burn under the gate.
And usually when the first falls on Cocktail, it slowly but steadily will snowball in favor of the attackers, because now they can play that trade game, and it isn't really like back and forth times a sight. Like, you can start walking in, there's only limited angles you will really have to cover. The next person they need to worry about is going to be Mowgli around on the pixel, and I think Shaiko might be wanting to pay him a bit of a visit here as he's sending some bullets down range. Drops come through from the skylight. Renshiro, he's in. Mowgli fights back though.
Mowgli fights back, finds a second. He's still holding on to that important angle we talked about. Alems does find the end of him, and Renshiro, he's tucked in the middle. Does he take the burn on the gate? Well, he doesn't take much more. With the body down to his side, the pings on the player, they're pre-firing the angle. There's a bit of a stack up here and a bit of traffic. A huge take by Alems on the back end. Renshiro finds one as well. Suddenly, it's just Bibu left. He's looking for the fight across the bow. The two remaining players have got the pings coming against them, but it's also a reverse two-way street. The kit's cold! Bibu finds a connection. 10 seconds left. It's all still hot. The drive is all the way back to the front. Renshiro, he doesn't quite have the correct route through. They're close on the fight. It's Renshiro!
And as I said, even if they do not open up everything, even if they do not get all the utility, they will still just push in, get those kills. Exactly here, they were kind of stuck. They were surrounded by 4 players. But what do? They just start dropping the hatch and they just go for it because they know, they feel confident here. And that's exactly what BDS is currently putting on that board. So well done. Almost a clutch around though, almost able to, well, permanently put down that diffuser without it being able to be used, but just not completely enough, not far enough. Time just too much on the board. And that's going to be hurting Wolves. That's their first round gone.
It is. It was the same on the opposite map.
Yeah.
So the first time around, BDS were able to take everything apart from the first round. Will Wolves be able to do, I guess, the opposite of that here? They will probably try and put in a bit of distance. There was a period of that time, based on the work of Mowgli, tucked in on the corner, where they almost started to pull themselves back into the lead. There, obviously, there was the down on the single player, picked back up. But BDS, they're able to drive themselves back through. Caught right in the middle. Obviously, the bit of the scratch fight in the core of the site was probably a bit of a blow they didn't really want.
Alrighty, we move on towards that bottom floor, and as I was just saying as well, the site we just saw has a 73% win rate for the defense. The kitchen is a lot worse. Oh no, 40% overall this tournament. So attacks have been quite successful here overall. I believe Anne also mentioned it though, Wolves did struggle on the defense on this map in general, so, you know, they're just trying to get 2-3 rounds in total, I think, to see what they can do. As Shinka, not quite aggressive, deals a little bit amount of damage to Alems, but stays alive most importantly.
Yeah, both had a massive awareness of each other in that fight, and the pressure is kind of on both of them for now. Shinka, he's hoping that there's still at least a bit of a call out in case somebody tries to get a collapse elsewhere, and it will come from P4 most likely, who's playing this very top aggressive position. The grenade bounces out and he realizes that they're coming for him. Alems, he can just sort of sit and hold. He doesn't want to die because his route isn't to try and take the kill there onto the player. It's to try and catch the rotation down over the top if they took it. They didn't. So Alems can actually move off P4. He's still tucked, but he's pushed further back.
Has the hatch opened up for him now, though, so he can drop down into laundry if he needs to. Was asking for a bit of support to come over, and that was going to be the shotgun that I believe Shinka was carrying with him. The way Liquefact's coming around, and he might actually soon cut off this whole opportunity to rotate around. He spots a player, somehow finds him on that last bullet, but instantly traded out by P4's Rise. Just found the entry a little bit earlier.
Shaiko fights back, keeps things balanced down Brown, and pulls himself for the rotate over the top. They got to do some structural work, and they almost catch P4 on the tail end of it. Renshiro still has the hammer, and it starts to hit there. They're going to try and get themselves this. A bit of clarity. limit the places that Wolves can bury themselves in, limit the rotations that they can sort of make, and see if they can try and catch out some of the utility. They have time. Time's a bit on their favor, and keeping it even was the most important part there, which is Shaiko sort of let himself down and pulled himself quickly back up here. They could not escape with that advantage in 50 seconds. There's still the drive, the hard breach in pocket. They might have lost some of the pocket utility, but there's still more than enough to make it work.
Wherever the player in VIP, that is usually the pain point if you want to be dropping down the hatch here. BDS has joined him with the diffuser ready to drop. One more smoke canister left in Rice's pockets. After that, it's just going to be the SMG. They're trying to go for a bit of a vertical angle out here, hoping to, well, find the top of his head above the shield, but not quite successful at that.
There's a big force of the play, and Renshiro took so much through the soft wall. There's one more player in the corridor, but look at the swing! Oh, pop your head up, Renshiro, and have it taken off. There's only 10 seconds. A spray onto the stair set itself. Shaiko, he's driving through. P4 gets one more. And Wolves find the quick response for the first round lost.
Locked BDS up in the freezer out there, and I mentioned it is going to be that pain point, a player that is inside of VIP, just able to toss these smoke canisters in, really limit your movement. But when you drop down and you do not have the freedom of VIP, you cannot use that double window as well that's right next to you, and that gives the freedom to the Wolves players to just rotate around that, use that to their advantage and lock off the round. So we're 1-1. Going towards a reading, the next site. And Wolves, I mentioned it before, 2 or 3 rounds, and I think they'll be, well, sort of happy with that. They prefer more, of course. But at least that is a good start for their attack later on. And they got one on the board, so quite early on, and quite convincing there as well. So plenty of opportunities for them to bring this one into their own hands.
Back and forth. Is that going to be a bit of a tale told here? As you said, this is BDS's map. And last time, or often actually, we've cast teams. Maps have sort of drifted away from each other. I believe it happened when we did the semis for the other EU team that was able to maybe take the throne. Whether they remember it or not on Twitter is a different story, but them and X set was a brawl on each other's surface, and it only really separated in the final map.
It did. And again, hoping that we see a third map here. Wolves definitely will as well. BDS pushing
well, they
up.
have to.
But they have to. I mean, otherwise they're knocked out, right? So
I mean, they would be weird if they were like,
you know what?
We're fine with 2.
Okay. No, yeah. They definitely won't have that mentality.
No, they will not. They want to break through this more than anything, I would say. But break through this comes from this. Likifak getting a quick burn and a blind over the top. There's a bit of a grenade throw. Renshiro's going for the hot hop right down to the fight. He gets blind as well, but he's able to take care of Mowgli. Does not see the second man. P4's waiting for the Candelas. There's Alems to get a couple back, but Bibu at least stems the flow of blood. Shaiko, does he know truly where there's a player maybe waiting underneath in pillars? There's a drone that's going to steady its way around. P4 is still a bit curious of the angle. They've otherwise pulled themselves to the roof. They're out of there. They took some of the aggression onto the top, but with Bibu holding onto it for now, BDS, whilst they have the man advantage, is going to see if they can expend it elsewhere.
Gonna have that, well, you know, double entry kill. One was returned, but they need to be careful now because, as you just saw, a C4 has been prepped underneath the skylight. It is a usual drop that BDS likes to, well, take control of every now and then. So they need to find different ways in, or at least get the information there might be a C4 there as a grenade flies through. Shaiko back on his drone, checks his own flank, knows that nothing is going to be there. But reading is the eventual sight, and that is a good use of the Gemini, let's say it like that.
I don't think he expected it, but it does work perfectly. Alem's able to pick off one more. Bibu, he's on the top, and now he's the only one left. Another body lost from the verticality here, and BDS have been able to dispatch almost every single Wolves player without even entering the floor. Now, though, they're flooding in the site. BDS, they took the drop over the top, and Bibu's going to try and do the same. The rotate will be watched. You can see the player on the white window. Just heard a shuffle. There's the spray. I mean, may as well be revealed. It's got ground to make up. Takes a bit of damage with it being watched on the top as well. This is the first fight. Doesn't quite know, though. BDS, round for round.
Shaiko waiting patiently there behind a bar, hoping to pop up at the exact right moment. Did so. 2-1.
First plant.
First plant as well for
the showdown.
No, we had one in round 9, actually.
Oh, did we?
I think we did. That was the meeting room, which had no attic play.
Oh, yeah, it just got down. I recall now.
So, as we push on, BDS in the lead again. Wolves, they know they need to find 2 or 3. That's their aim, that's their goal, and they are running it back down towards Reading.
Okay.
Which was quite convincingly BDS's just momentarily ago, I'd say.
Yeah, that's that sort of thing, because Bar was a scrap, and it sort of boiled down to an aggressive drop. You think that maybe there's something there that they think they can tweak, or maybe they're worried that BDS will think the same, and they hope here that there's something else that they can sort of stack up inside of a site that was so one-sided and heavy-handed that BDS won't think to check or change. Maybe if you take care of the potential of the Candelas that aren't there currently, maybe if you take change of the potential drop of the Skylight that might come, we don't know until later, well, that 1C4, instead of being popped under a single player against the guy that got 2, it's a different round and a different story. There is changes, though. As we said, the Candelas will not be picked up. Instead, Gridlock will find her first showing of the showdown.
Of course, Gridlock is an operator that doesn't get used quite often, but the kit that she brings is very useful at that. The opportunity, of course, to basically stop any staircase from being used by those defenders, unless they use a lot of ammunition to get rid of it. More importantly, that gives away their position, and that is something you often do not want to be known if you're going on a bit of a flank. So Leak Effect, of course, having the opportunity to shut those down, as well as, for example, the brown stairs that are headed towards the basement. That's often where you have a defender creeping as well to provide some support to the hatch drops that might be coming through. We just spotted out the Gemini replicator there, sort of knowing to not use a Nitro Cell for that. Not this time.
The spray round to the opposite end of the long overwatch of P4. There's the E1D, which is the control of the space here of BDS across both maps has been great, and they're punishing on the back of it. P4 was caught out. Now they're going to see if they can try and swing around. The pre-fire connects with Rise. They knew somebody was on Lumber, regardless of the fact that Bulletproof was picking things up. EFAC, he's putting a bit of a scrap and a scrape in. Look at this BDS. They're surrounding and circling the hole on the back end. They've got to try and fight for a route out, but every single one is watched, and the drones are giving even more. BB buys himself a second. They're both tucked tail over the top. They're waiting for some movement. EFAC finds one. They're inside the site, and well, if the last round was powerful and in control, this weirdly feels even worse. 5-1, Mowgli all that's left, and if it was a gambit and a gamble to double down on Library, the only thing that's been red is this hold.
This is going to be a tactical timeout coming out from Wolves right after this, because everything is falling apart. It's a flawless round for BDS. They extend their lead to a total of 2 rounds. And they are looking to continue their tradition against not losing from Wolves. Again, the last 6 times they played, it was them who won it. BDS. I hope to make that 7. No tech timeout coming out, actually. I was thinking that round is very defining in terms of that everything is going wrong. Like, your players are being picked up, and they just don't even realize from where. They just seem to be in the wrong position every single time, because there's a BDS player able to pick them up. So they have the opportunity to, of course, reset themselves without using that tech timeout. That's maybe what they went for. See what they can do. Top floor is, again, the option we are opting to go for. But they need to make sure they connect now. Because, again, I mentioned that even if BDS doesn't clear out all the utility, the Pixel Shield, for example, they don't mind leaving that up. They will just go for the side directly. They just push through the cigar door, through the new hatch area, and not just muscle it through. They've done that so many times before, and that's what makes them such a scary team to play on Cafe. This top floor is just difficult to hold against them.
Wolves. This is tricky. As you said, there was the chance of a tech timeout with how things went on the previous round, but they want to sort of it in the server. They want to see if they can try and pull and play their way back. They've done it before, and sometimes that's kind of what you need rather than a team talk. Get your heads on and see if you can try and make it happen. The first sight and the first time we saw this, as I said, you kind of had a moment there when you think it might have gone Wolves' way, apart from the heroic double drop death of the main remaining BDS players. But here, once again, striking their way over the top. BDS might have lessons learned. They might have themselves with a little bit more control. And control has been almost their MO for this showdown so far. They have been right over the route that Wolves want to run.
Piano being opened up now as well by BDS. They're giving themselves some width to try and take and to control multiple areas of that map. Of course, the pixel shield that Mowgli is playing behind is going to be that crucial point. He has 2 ADSs. He has the opportunity to toss out as many discs as he wants as well. So a lot of pieces of utility need to be expended here by BDS if they want to remove Mowgli from his spot. And as Bibu finds the first, that might be a game changer.
Bibu, a massive important factor for Wolves' run to get to this point, and he's going to make sure that they don't drop just yet. The shield got caught. And if we remember, this is actually where things started to go a little bit well for Wolves last time round. Mowgli was able to do some damage on the swings either side of it and kept them at bay longer than BDS probably wanted. Here, with that first body away from them, and EFAC not quite getting that connection. It's Rise on a back line, waiting for somebody to maybe go for a smoke plant, but BDS, once again, they're stacked on Cigar as the gate got reactivated. Alems finds Mowgli on the connection of the white window, wants to see if another might come, but with a minute, they've got the pressure of time.
But this means that white hallway is now somewhat free to play at. Of course, there's still a player going to be on the white stairs and somewhat around near that freezer. Shaiko, even so happily to take that gunfight engagement towards P4, is looking to see if he can find anybody out here now. He basically can play it for free as there's no pressure around white.
Yeah, Shaiko, he's buried himself in. There's a bit of rotation and movement coming on the back end as well. Alems, he's got himself stacked up on those eastern windows, watching across the board. They're circling, and Shaiko fights, well, the wrong person. BDS, though, he's dug his way in. He's getting the kit down planted. They're trying to find the kill, and Rice is the one that has the coverage. Renshiro, he's just watching from the hatch until he takes the drop and takes the first. Looks for the second and finds it. Gets the kit back, a single fight ahead of him. Does he know there's a down? Doesn't matter. Shinka finally finds the first round for Wolves in a while.
Camera out there, information was there, but they still needed to pull that trigger in time. Well done. Wolves hang on. They find that second round. Mentioned before, 2 or 3 is what they would aim for. They have that second. Now looking to see if they can find a third to find themselves in a better position to go over towards the attack. Because they are a better attack team on Cafe than they are on the defense. And you can see that here and there as BDS is just able to rip apart through the defenses at these given spots. So maybe that's also what they're saving the tactical timeout for. They know defense is not their strong suit. They need to make sure they keep it in their back pocket in case the attack doesn't start off well.
BDS. It is still their map, it is still where they wanted to go, and obviously the site preference that they might want is on the defense. Regardless of us quoting how much better Wolves can be on one half than the other, we've always got to remember that is a two-way street, and BDS, they're just as happy with the situation they're in for now. They've sort of, suffered the first round and 3 away from them, but it's the growth route they have ahead that is still open and optionable. The second half will be able to have at least 2 tech timeouts. Neither team has utilized them as of yet. Will it be an even hand? Will it almost be like a set and a reset?
Possibly. We might even end this on like an even footing, right? Where both these teams are on 3. It's basically becoming a sprint in that half. See who finds more. Bibu being droned out. It's not going to be too worried about that. Just quickly dispatches of that drone. Flashbang's coming in from Wedding, though. That is a bit of a bigger issue for him, especially since he's still being droned out. Scar's going off as well. They are trying to put up the pressure around him as that is the Wedding wall opened up.
Yeah, there's that drone just tucked on the inside. P4's trying to offer some support, but it's smoked off, and this is once again, BDS playing a very good connection, actually. They were able to get rid of the Kairos, unless they popped on a different wall than what I thought they were trying to breach through. There it is, the second set, and there's the impact. That's the cover. That comes a little bit across. Shinka, he's rotated his way around. Bibu, I think, had a moment where he wanted to ditch it out, but the support structure started to show up, and that's actually bit back here against BDS. P4 heard the break-in. EFAC has the ability to try and find some feet, though. Has he stepped on that place recently? EFAC goes one way, P4 gets Shaiko the other, fights his way back down to site, goes for some support, and the structure comes through. This is it. Wolves, they're starting to sort of rematerialize themselves. There'll be the reveal that the player's dropped himself back down. The first swings the drone, the second's the feet, and the third, some attention paid to all 5 players now down on the kitchen floor.
Was a slight miss drone you had there, meaning that P4 able to get away with that first kill instantly back towards the side. It wasn't the double prone pressure that you would like to see from an attacking team like that. But now the verticality starts. Renshiro can swing the cable around and see how much he can open up and how much he can actually expose of the defending setup. Of course, this usually will be repositioning out these defenders to outside of the actual site. There's only 1 or 2 safe spots to be in, which allows BDS to actually start cutting down these angles one by one.
Well, now as the drive comes together, they've got themselves eyeing up the chance at a plant and a drive towards what is the default. That drone will pop just enough to get the gate, but it's EFAC that finally gets control of Bakery. BB was caught out, and he's going to see if he can try and push his way across down the corridor, where the other players have otherwise, for now, handed it over. A spray a bit too high, just sees the end a bit too low. Mowgli throws an impact, looks for the fight, but the impact is EFAC's. He's able to get a big kill. The rotate comes through. There's the shotgun a bit low. No, it's Shinker actually with the pocket SMG, but the drop is onto the hatch itself. They've cut past the player. P4's touched, ready for the swing round. They want to hit the chassis. There's a watch above, so nobody can rotate on the opposite side. Rise has to take a direct route through, but Renshiro's actually handed it over. The fight on the back end. P4 puts the kick cold. There's the pop round. They've got to get it back, but it's Wolves. Bites back even half.
Well done by Wolves there. They held on when they had to. And again, that first kill, crucial. Able to fall back towards the side instantly afterwards. That is important because then you can restructure yourselves. Everything they just droned out on the site, that is going to be outdated. That keeps BDS guessing. You saw when Likafak went in, he gets the kill into Wedding. He's afraid someone is still up in Kojak. There was no one there, but, you know, they didn't know if that changed over the last time they checked it. And that means he was too worried about set position rather than the actual, well, area where the defenders were coming from. And that just, like, that divided attention, that is really what Wolves needs to play into here. But they're up on the attack now. They get to choose their own path. As BDS is tossing up the hurdles. The top floor is first. Mirror on the board, that is going to be difficult to deal with in some of these situations. Probably going to be a wide opening up towards the piano with the mirror on the plate near planks on that double door. Basically rendering the entirety of piano, well, dangerous to threat to.
5 seconds left.
At least that's what it looks like in terms of the opening main.
It's like Brede, can you move? I need to get this reinforced.
Opening up slightly further just to remove any visions that might have been blocked. Yeah, but this is the mirror window I was talking about. So this is just to make sure that piano is not going to be as safe for the Wolves as they might want it to be, no matter what they do.
All right, what's the take here? You always see a thinker nowadays and you're thinking, what's the take here? Because she fell a little bit out of favor from being pretty frequent, and a reason one of the majors went the way it did with so much of a dramatic rise in her usage. They've got themselves eyeing up maybe an eastern front, the Nomad, just to keep some of the control of the jump out, but usually before the air jab gets hit, they can get a spray down to at least one of the players, and then they just become a little bit more of a sitting duck. The pressure over the top, it's always pretty familiar, regardless of whether you're trying to take fully over on the right-hand side or onto east and the fight on heaven and hell. It's Mowgli that might try and force the play. We drop in, the reveal, all the way across, get all of this yummy, yummy, delicious intel, and see what happens next. Mowgli might find a fight sooner than he thinks, and he does. Lems was watching just on the bottom. The drone rolls a second too late, but Mowgli can now just watch from behind the scenes.
So you want that drone like slightly ahead of the person going for the entry frag so they can respond instantly, but this was like a little bit too close to the player, so the information wasn't coming quite through yet. But that's an entry. No, BDS will be more than happy with, because now they can just fall back towards the side slightly, just hold on to it, because they know that Wolves, they need to work together now. C4s are being prepped for an eventual jump, and there's 2 players stacked up on that window.
EFAC is underneath it as well, waiting with open arms. Brede wants to just hit this onto the windowsill and pop it, see if he can get them. The rotate comes around, and I don't think they're going to back it up with a push here. P4, he cannot get the fight he wants, and Wolves know that they have this body disadvantage. They can't risk being the back end of the trades. There's still a player underneath inside reading. There's only a minute left, and Wolves really haven't got control of anything in that time.
There's actually a pre-placed C4 on that window jump in now, so P4 cannot really go for the window that he's about to be, well, looking at, so instead he's going to go down below, see what he can clear out, maybe even swap completely from the position they want to go from. As you see, complete rotation coming down towards the southern side. They need to go for something else, but again, piano is relatively unsafe due to the mirror windows being out there, so they need to think of something, and that something is P4 just quickly trying to push up the white stairs.
He knows that someone was here, and, well, he's able to get the kill there and drive the further push. The prox is pointless. They know he's there. He's not being subtle, but behind him is EFAC. He's trying to make a bit of a movement, and Shaiko gets the connection onto Bibu. P4 finds Brede. They got to fight through the site, and P4's doing everything he can. There's one more for P4. The last is in front of him, but EFAC stops the ace. It's a 2 versus 1. They got to see if they can try and get this kit. They're concerned of the player underneath, but now he's just got to try and take the fight flat. He's looking wrong corner, post-plant situation, 2 versus 1. EFAC has a huge clutch, and he cannot find it. Wolves, after a slow start, find the first and finally find themselves a foot ahead.
They already pulled themselves back into that round. The White Stairs push was really the only option they had. And they made it stick because they had to. And that puts them back into the lead. Slowly calming down. Having a chat between themselves as they head on to the next attack. They know this one was a bit too close for comfort. Not in terms of the fact that, you know, eventual man count. Yes, it was also close, that 1v3. However, it was the fact that they did not really manage to cut through the actual site like they intended to, but had to go for that last second round-winning call of pushing themselves up the White Stairs. That happens once. It might happen a second time, but that's not something you can continue to rely on. You need to make sure that you open up as you intend to, that you can stick to the plan that you had at hand.
It's the thing about P4 as a player, is he hasn't really had the biggest connection in terms of KD. He's a little bit negative. He was, you know, just a little bit positive in the league play itself. However, one statistic he's usually pretty good at is the entry. Okay, technically that wasn't an entry, but the player is still the same. The player is one who, if you need to say, we need somebody to go in and cause a problem, we need to send somebody in to what seems like a little bit of a fruitless situation without ground and at least try and take it, he's a great name to have in that slot, as proven there. There was really nothing Wolves had taken control of at that point. Their take was one that was built around a sort of quick break and breach. So instead, sending P4 up the stairs. He won the first. He doesn't always win the second. This time he found 4. You couldn't really ask for any more here. Wolves, as I said, the first time they have been in the lead. And look at this. Round the back line, gets the shield.
That should have been called out by the Jaeger out there. Like the RC Artillery is starting to push through. That is headed towards VIP. So maybe a slight slow miscommunication coming out there from BDS. At least some damage done back towards Rise. But grenade is about to be flying through. ADS will save Alem's life. No second one being tossed out because they have no clue if there is going to be a second piece of utility out there. Quick check up. Is that just not going to fall down? Yeah. Still gets it though.
Still gets it. That grenade catch was almost like an advert for the ADSs. That was perfect. As was that. Shaiko locks out Mowgli, who is, if I said he didn't really quite have the full connection in the first game here, he's struggling even more. But the last round was built on the back of them losing that first body, losing that first engagement. They have a little bit less time to try and work out something and have done a little bit of the structural work this time around at least. But here still, there's a lot to be done on this floor. There's been nothing done on the floor above. Sometimes Wolves do this. They don't try and take the vertical. They don't try and put too much of a focus on it. Instead, go for this flat fight. They've got somebody on the door, a coat check, and Shaiko is trying to say, sorry, we're closed. But it's P4 round on the back. Will he be able to get this surprise strike? It does seem likely, and it is.
Was a lot of damage done to right still though, but P4 dug himself in quite deep, close to the wall now as well. So I believe that is Alems. If he steps a little bit out of line, he's going to be picked up by either of those two Wolves players. P4 wanted to go for a bit of a swing as well. He's holding it very tight here around the bar. Should be safe from P4's position, at least for now. A drone needs to come in to give them that information.
Yeah, as soon as they get the read on Alems, you know there's going to be a bit of pressure. But Bibu, in the meantime, he's trying to swing his way through. Renshiro, he's able to take care of one. The bandit charge gets placed, and EFAC and Renshiro get themselves one more on the board. Shinka, in the blink of an eye on what seemed like the start of a Wolf strike, suddenly all that's left, there's the blind, but there's the swing. BDS just sort of locked the door on the site itself.
Was a good bit of teamwork coming down there from Wolves to get rid of the player in coat, but after that, you mentioned it, they didn't have any verticality, so there's no pressure onto the site. This gives BDS the opportunity to just play the site, right? And that's the issue. That's why you open up above, because there's so many angles, so many corners they can just hide in. You see it out there. It's like 3 players all around. It's usually not what you see that late into a round. Usually it's 1 hiding, maybe 2 if you're lucky.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
But now the entirety of BDS had the opportunity to just sit back and relax due to the lack of verticality.
Whoever loses this round I assume might call attack timeout. It's always a tricky one, because the game is still close. And obviously, if BDS go ahead, it's a lot worse for Wolves. If Wolves go ahead, it's not the end of the world for BDS, because they still technically have that buffer, that safety map. This is their map, though. And if Wolves have the momentum, they want to break it up. If Wolves aren't on map point, they want to keep it that way for as long as possible, regardless of whether they're building momentum or not, I would say. I could be wrong. It's down to the team, but that's based on assumptions, based on watching them week in, week out for a very long time.
No, it's definitely going to be more problematic for Wolves, especially if you start considering Bank as well. Statistically, better map for BDS as well between the two of them. So that is something that's on the back of their minds as well, right? They kind of relied on taking that first.
I will say in recent play, it's been 2 each. Yeah. They're both 100% on the recent play. And it's always the tricky thing when we talk about long stats because, okay, yeah.
Dynamics.
The Wolves project is one that's built on a while. They've had Mowgli as the fresh pickup, and EFAC has been defining. The EFAC has sort of shown up and added a new resurgence to BDS, so that becomes tricky. It will be spicy, though. That is a guarantee.
It for sure should be spicy, but we first have this spice at hand. Level 2 of the game coming in. BDS, of course, only need a couple more rounds, and they're on that defense. They will feel confident on it, because it's just a very confident team, and they have been finding their strides the last couple of, matches that they are playing. And yes, of course, it did come down eventually to a bit of help as Ryze just drops in, gets the kill onto Breeder, and is looking to go even more aggressive now.
Look at this, the blinds come on the back end. Ryze has tucked himself super deep, but gets caught by the Candelas of his own player. EFAC finds Mowgli, Renshiro finds Ryze, and that is a bit of a tragedy, but Bibu's there. But look at the cigar rotate, and they can't quite get it. They're in the fire. P4, a little too late to the party. There's the player, and there's one more for Alems. BDS, they instantly responded, stepped back into what was supposed to be a bit of a quick strike there from Wolves, and after what was a successful lead-in, an unfortunate bit of a second of misplay or mistiming, and it goes against them, as is how Siege likes to work.
Again, they feel confident on the side of BDS. They will lean into a gunfight if you give them the opportunity to. That's exactly what they did. Yes, the first kill goes to Wolves, but after that, they are coming through the fire together with Shaiko to put BDS back into the lead. 5v4. And I still see the microphones being down, so attack timeout has not been called yet. They might be waiting up until the actual very last round, when their 6 does get hit. As we continue to fireplace and mining. So we're not headed to cocktail, not kitchen, which is locked. We're headed towards mining. The other side on that first floor that BDS is going to be defending. Again, they want to be showing, hey, we can win every single site on this map right here. We want to defend every single one of them.
That's a BDS special.
Yeah, that's what they like to do every now and then. I mean, it is a way of showing that you are feeling confident on this map and comfortable.
Wolves, 2 rounds separate you from, once again, falling out inside this. They have technically a route of growth over the majors they've been at this year, one of only 2 teams that have been at every single major, and whereas W7M have absolutely exploded throughout this tournament and gone flawless for now.
They've become the main favorite, I think.
Wolves haven't quite had that connection, but there has been growth. The first was, oh, is this going to be a suffer? They know that there was a swing out on 1. They'll now know that there was a swing out on the 2nd. As I was saying, though, they couldn't get out of groups in Charlotte. They couldn't get out of quarters in Berlin. Will that happen again?
Well, they hope not. They hope that they are able to bring this back. And again, you mentioned it, they are very close. It's just a single round. It's just a single entry kill, snowballing into a little bit more for the attack of Wolves to truly put themselves back into the driver's seat of this game and find that confidence with Shaiko. Talking about confidence. He's close to the window. He's getting some pings from the Prisma. Knows that the window has been swapped upon. This might be a double jump out because you see Alems going up towards the white stairs. Finding some support, actually backing off now. Doesn't want to stick around.
The pressure's coming now onto Shaiko. He's waiting for a swing in either side, but you can't do it by just yourself. The impact will sort of say, I'm watching you. And that grenade will sort of say, we know. The flashes, the blinds, the cover on both sides. EFAC with the rotate, but it's scrappy, and Mowgli does find Shaiko in the mean end. Renshiro finds Rise, though. And Mowgli finds Alems, and then Renshiro finds another P4. BDS are refusing to give up ground, and some of the players that, as I said at the start of this day, were a bit quiet statistically, have driven themselves a little bit better. Mowgli, he's tucked himself inside reading. He's just setting up a rotation. They have the reveal on a single player. They know that Renshiro is up there. He's caused them enough drama and made sure that Wolves weren't able to run away with the control. He pulls back. There's pings on this, and there's 2 players, 2 stories, and a pre-fire. There's the fight. There's the second. Mowgli didn't maybe expect the second player to be there. The impact puts him to 1 HP, and the rest is finished by EFAC. The rotation over the back end. There's a take and a blinded man. It's a 2 versus 1. Hot dropped, and the single player Brede tucked behind the chassis and the table, hoping he goes unchecked for at least a single kill. But there is a minute. They have the time to be able to maybe structure something here. There's a swing and a fight, and Brede takes out 1, but he can't find the next Bibu.
Wolves bring it back. Again, we're keeping it even. We're making sure we're trading rounds. And this was a very, very traded round because it just continued swinging back and forth. I don't think we've had a single point where one team had 2 players over the other. Just every single time it was 1 before a struck back came through. Kitchen, the next side BDS will head to. No tech timeout called from them yet either. That will probably come onto the next round. No,
I guess everything I said about the previous round.
Yeah, that's now, right? I mean, there's no points. That's kind of the difference between groups and like playoffs. Usually if a team calls timeouts in groups, they do it on round 5 if they want to wait as long as possible. Like when your opponent has 5. When you're in playoffs, the 6th round doesn't mean anything, right? To some extent. Yes, if you lose the next, you're done. But you still have the opportunity to take the full win, and then that is when the tactical timers start to get called out on 6, to take out the momentum out of your opponents and really set yourselves up well to close the gap to overtime. And I think that after this we will get to see that, but it is the bottom floor to be defended. Wolves, are you going to take verticality this time around?
You kind of hope so. I mean, don't get me wrong, you know, if a team has an idea and a play and a place, it's something that works well for them, but Wolves' sort of resistance to sometimes go for the verticality. It's not just this site. They've done it on a couple of different maps and a couple of different points. They try and drive through. It cost them before. Renshiro playing in what is an easy-to-stop position, just by opening up a bit of the pressure above, could have revolutionized their round. They lost 3 bodies to what was just a swing round that you'd see on a standard take here. They're still going to go for the same sort of lead in. There is a BDS player playing a bit loose, and they're playing a bit above. They might not have heard the breach. They probably will hear that, though.
Like, in fact, making sure that if there is verticality plans for Wolves, there is at least someone to hinder the process. Shaiko playing rank code. He's aware that last time someone played out there, he was double teamed. So he's making sure to check his corners occasionally just to make sure no one is actually coming through. RC Roteros are in, though. Just trying to make sure to take out some of that utility. Quite sure what he's hunting for. Maybe some bulletproof gadgets. Eventually gets lost, and that keeps the bender wire on the wall, making sure they cannot actually open it without dispatching it with an EMP.
Yeah, it looked like they were just trying to find out everything inside that room, and now they're going to try and find out everything in the room above. It does seem like EFAC has pulled himself away. For now, so BDS, they're just going to sort of hold on to the angle and get themselves the stretch and sort of eye up the site itself. Maybe the EFAC thought, okay, well, they're not doing vertical again. They're doing a standard walls take. Let's drop back and give the support into the site. And Shaiko finds Mowgli to give them all the support that they need, hops back into coat check, gives them that width, that angle across the board now, and as they start to pressure where they lost bodies before, will they actually try and pressure above it this time?
It's something they haven't done over the last map either, so wouldn't be surprised if they don't go for it. Waiting for the EMP to come through so they can start opening up onto the actual bakery wall, but you have to be careful because it's a bandit you're playing against, and Renshiro still has one in pocket, playing close to the wall as well, so he has the opportunity to go for the trick. But Bibu has the opportunity to go aggressive. That seems what he wants to do, but the Nitro comes out, stops that from happening, and that means that BDS have a really good opportunity to bring themselves to 6 now.
I mean, that was it, just locked in. EFAC's playing it aggressive, caught out at the worst possible time. They're inside the site though. P4 took the drop on the hatch itself, is looking for another body, but Renshiro was aware and Shinka bites back. A 3 versus 2. With Kochak still away from them, it's not an easy entrance here for Shinka. He's sort of expecting a swing, but there's so many places it can come from. He needs support to come from the opposite pinged player. He needs someone else to give him just a little bit more. It's Rise who takes a great fight down the main corridor, but 10 seconds. They got to go for the drop, and as I said, Shaiko, he's still cashing checks inside the Kochak zone. They're spread out. BDS are on opposite ends of the site. They're refusing to give him anything. Rise can't find anybody he wants to. BDS sit on map and series point.
One more round and they'll see themselves go up to the semis to play against a NA team yet to be disclosed. Wolves have the opportunity to bring it back, of course. They're just a single round away from overtime. And this one did come quite close, but this time no Kochak control. Also no verticality. And also, no tactical timeout again to be called. So they're not going for it. They think they have what it takes to bring it back now. Liloon has nothing to add currently. The team does not necessarily need to talk. They feel confident. They know they can do it. They just need to, well, put the pieces together one last time at least. So, 5v5, one last potential round, the top floor to be attacked by Wolves. What are they going to go for? Last time, a bit of a Hail Mary push up the white stairs. Again, you cannot keep on relying on such a thing, so they need to make sure that they're actually doing this, taking the control they need, and set this push up methodically.
Wolves, if the rounds were pressure before, this is the most. One of the only teams to break at the top of the group, one of the only EU teams to break out of the groups. Could this be another bit of heartache, another quarterfinal, another best-of-3 curse? BDS have stepped up massively throughout this showdown. We're seeing performances that they weren't quite able to put together here, especially from Manchiro and Shaiko. Efak, he's tucked around Whiskey. He's waiting for a bit of an approach. He's hoping he's gone unsuspected, and he obviously does have the chance at doing something. There's a little bit of a big breakout. There is support from the back end, and they're concerned about the breakout from underneath as the pressure starts to come across. Efak, he's suffering a bit of a spray over the top, whether that was just a cursory check or not. They're almost baiting a fight. He just has to time this in his favor. I'm not entirely convinced they know he's back there.
They definitely don't. The Lems is coming in as well to provide some extra support in the piano. Wolves are going to struggle taking down the control. There's some verticality from below seems to be the solution. You have 2 sets of grenades to, well, try and find a player from below. Mowgli in a good opportunity to do so. But he's pushing up the white stairs instead, hoping to find the entry because they need that entry so desperately. Whenever BDS takes that, it is difficult to come back in it because they like to play that trade game, but they get it. Rise on Renshiro. Leak Effect now in a difficult position. The phone calls come through. He's being watched from 2 windows and below the stairs. Somehow escapes with his live as Lems finds one before Mowgli trades out. 4v3, counting down. Mowgli gets picked up, back to 3. 80 seconds on the clock as Shinka falls. It's only up to P4 now in a 1v3 situation. Will he clutch it? No, he doesn't! BDS, they are going to the semis yet again. They are a successful team from Europe that missed out on the major in Berlin, and they find themselves back in the top 4.
Wolves fought so well throughout this year, so well throughout this season, and so well throughout these groups. But unfortunately, there is one French curse that is still real and still present and prevalent, which is that they cannot break their way out of a best-of-3, beaten by maybe the one team that has consistently taken them to the boards. However, if we talk of French curses, there is one more, and that is when BDS enter a major, EU often isn't. Now they are the only ones that can disprove that.
There was always going to be one team to come out on top here, one European team to continue down, according to the bracket. And it is going to be BDS. They set out the Berlin Major. They made some changes because they knew there was a change needed. And it worked out for now. But will it work out in the semis?
They're 2 teams that know each other very well. EU, technically we're sending the best of our best. It's got to be. It was an EU versus EU showdown based on how things came together. And it is Wolves that won't be progressing any further. But as we said, they're a team that has shown so much growth. They're one of the only teams that's been able to go to every single major. And there is obviously still SI ahead of them. And that is going to be the one where they maybe finally find a way to break out from this curse.
Yeah, I mean, they again won't make it past the quarterfinals here. But you know what? If they make it past the quarters in SI, that will be a hell of a revenge story coming in from Wolves. BDS, though, they will be the European team to carry our pride and to see if they can make it a back-to-back major win. Question is, will they?
I mean, that's entirely down to them. That's that sort of moment where now BDS, they've had a resurgence. We didn't have that name for a long time. We didn't have a team that we'd seen for a long time. Even, I would say, when these two teams were in the same group in Charlotte and there was a slightly different roster for BDS, it wasn't the same BDS that we're getting here. This is an energized team. This is a team that for the first time, I guess, didn't have all the expectations of before, and yet now maybe they're starting to.
That's the thing, right? BDS, they have made that change. We've mentioned it so many times before. It's just that, is it finally going to be connecting? They struggled in groups. They find themselves a very comfortable win here against Wolves. Comfortable between brackets, of course, but it's still a 2-0. They'll still be happy with that. Now, up to the next challenge.
Now, the next challenge is actually Ian Chambers.
Oh, the
who's
end
going
boss.
to have an interview with our victors. We'll throw to him.
Did you just call me the end boss? That's the biggest compliment I've ever had. I'm standing here on the stage with the Lems from BDS. Can we get a round of applause, please? Commiserations to Wolves, but what can you expect when two French rivals go head-to-head like that? That victory must be even sweeter for you.
Yes, I mean, Wolves is a great team. Like you said, there is a huge rivalry between them and us. We are playing the game since like 6 years. And we really wanted to have this fight in a major, in the best of 3, to see who's the best. I guess we are. Until next one.
You see, he's right though, right? We can only go off this result that we've just seen here and now. They did put up one heck of a fight in that second map. Did you ever feel like it might go to 3?
To be honest, since the addition of Stuflex is really put us in good situation mental-wise, saying map by map, round by round. So when we were playing the first map, we didn't think about the 2 others. Where we were playing the second map, we didn't think about the first one or the third that we could play. Yeah. So we are full focus on this map. And yeah, they surprised us a lot in Cafe. But I think we have the most experience in this map. That's why we picked it. And we managed to take the win.
Talking about additions, let's talk about Efak. Coming in at this stage, how much of an impact has he had?
Of course, he got a very huge impact. So just for you to know, he's helping me a lot, IGL-wise. He's doing a lot of work on that side. So I'm a little bit in the back right now regarding IGLing. And it's good because it brings a lot of fresh ideas, young ideas, crazy ideas. And yeah, I think that's what we needed to bring a new dynamic at the team, to the team. And yes, like I'm so happy. Frag-wise is insane too. And yeah, very good player, positive, everything.
There's definitely a new dynamic and it feels like things are clicking. And it's probably at a good time because many fans say that you are the greatest team to never lift a big trophy here in Siege. Does that come with its pressure? When you come into these tournaments, do you feel like that's on your back a little bit?
To be honest, we spent 2 years playing, going to every single majors, and we always had a lot of pressure on us because people were expecting a lot from us. Like they were saying, like BDS will win, they have to win, or not this one, but maybe the next one. Right now, we just did a change, like a roster change. We just came here with the mentality of doing our best, and we didn't expect anything. We got like kind of lucky to get out of groups because SSG is a very great team, and they like pull out a great fight in the group stage, and so W7M. So we are happy, but now we think a bit like we are not supposed to be here, so let's just have fun and play Rainbow Six Siege.
It shows, and we're thoroughly enjoying watching you have fun out there. TSM or Soniqs, that will be our final quarter-final here on Playday 1. which team would you rather face in the semi-finals?
To be honest, we don't have any preferences. Just the best team.
All right, we've got plenty of French fans here and, of course, watching at home as well. Anything you would like to say to your French supporters, and feel free to do it in French.
Ok, donc merci à tous ceux qui nous soutiennent. Ça fait vraiment plaisir, les gars. Voilà, comme je l'ai dit, on allait être beaucoup plus fort en playoff. On devait de toute façon être beaucoup plus fort. Donc aussi, ça c'est grâce à vous. Merci à tous ceux qui nous soutiennent, à tous ceux qui nous envoient des messages, qui suivent toutes nos stories, etc. Merci beaucoup. On vous fait plein de bisous. Et puis voilà, merci beaucoup.
One more time for LMs, please. Congratulations. And good luck in the semi-finals.
Thank you.
Now, on the desk, Milos keeps calling me Steve. It's a behind-the-scenes joke. My name is, of course, actually Ian. But I do have a question for you. I'm going to call him Phil. Phil, are we ever going to go to 3 maps?
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, we're back on the analyst desk, and we continue on with the inside joke that not everybody knows about, which makes it very relevant. BDS are taking it for this matchup. They crown themselves as now the #1 team in Europe. Funnily enough, for those that didn't watch Stage 3 of EU League, come on, should be. But they were tied 19 points, both Wolves and BDS, and this was the divider. There was 7-4, 7-5 to end the whole series. Of course, on the analyst desk with me are Anne and Alfama. We're going to discuss this BDS massive victory, Anne.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at the history of this matchup between these two teams in EOL, we kind of knew it was maybe going to lead a little bit into the favor of BDS, but they came out really strong. And a few things, like one thing that I saw as a pattern over both these maps is that BDS is extremely flexible on their defense. On these 2 maps, Cafe and Oregon, they played all defensive sides. And that's not something we see a lot, because you're giving away a lot of your strategies, and you're giving away a lot of the way of how you play. So they're very flexible with that. That's a really good thing.
I don't think they're calculating much. I think that actually right now, they are going into this without pressure, just like LM said. I think they're lucky. They feel to seem lucky that they've gotten out of Group of Death. I think they actually deserve that. And maybe was it the missing factor, you know, the fact that they have no pressure anymore, the fact that they have a rookie with them, and that maybe people don't expect as much from them.
In the end, you're still BDS. Everybody expects a lot from you. And it looked here that, yes, the score was tight, but I'm trying to process, was the game actually as close as the score is saying?
I think the first few rounds definitely were. Wolves were showing a little bit more of that playmaking that we were so wanting to see from them, specifically round 7. P4 walked up the white stairs, contested a lot of control there, got a quad kill as well, and that was actually something that I really wanted to see more from them. We've seen them have good positions in Christmas as well when it came down to the kitchen drop from BDS. We saw them have good positioning on diffusers and everything. It's just unfortunate that it didn't really go their way eventually. We saw them being very flexible. One thing that may have to do with it as well, unfortunately, if you look at the side of Mowgli, a 0% survival rate as a fragger is not something you're looking for.
That kind of hurts.
Yeah, I think the problem is for him, he's an amazing player, but right now he's been so used in sub-top to be so good mechanically wise that he could take unfavorable gunfights and always win them. But then when you come to the best stages and best teams in the world, then it's harder to decide, you know, are you going to go and win that gunfight, even though you've got like a 20% chance to win it, right? And I think it's a learning process for Mowgli. He's only been playing at the top level for a year. I think he's got plenty of experience next to him to teach him that. It's just a matter now of learning really when to take those opening engagements and win them.
And when you talk about gunfights and taking them, there was one player on the side of BDS, Shaiko, that was taking them with so much confidence. He was peeking. I remember this one round where he was stood in bar or in piano, and he was peeking towards Cocktail, towards Freezer, towards top white stairs, and no one would contest him. It even was maybe a little bit of overconfidence that we talked about when he walked up into the white hallway and meleeed the bulletproof chem, eventually died as well. But that's just so much confidence, and also really knowing when to take a gunfight and when not.
He's our MVP for this game. Who would have believed it? Who would have thunk it? But here is 27-14 in this 2-map series. Takes it all. It's pretty important with those 7 entry kills in 2 maps. It's really opened things up for BDS.
I mean, BDS is looking extremely scary with this new lineup, right? I think Liquefact was the perfect plug and play, and it was one of the hottest French prospects they could have had, right? But the guy has everything they need. He brought not only a fragging potential that's huge, but also comms, energy, new vision. all this stuff that revamped the roster and put them in a new direction also aligned with the new meta.
You heard Elem say in the interview, right? He's helping him with the IGLing, helping him with bringing up those fresh ideas, getting those playmaking moments in that we would so want to see from Wolves, but are now seeing from BDS. So it's a really good change for them. People have been saying, oh, BDS, they need to win a major. This is their time. I'm not trying to jinx them here, but maybe this is their time.
Well, will we get a map 3 today is the question on my mind, because so far we've gone through 3 series, and here's what they all look like in our bracket update. We saw it first, W7M went up against Black Dragons, and well, W7M, their experience, is in comparison to the other new kids on the block, well, that wins it out. Liquid took down FaZe Clan, also a 2-0 handily for Team Liquid. Now, BDS crowned themselves as the #1 team in Europe, especially since we're counting this as being a LAN event for it all. Well, now they're set in the semifinals. We've guaranteed an EU team, not too bad. But you know what? We're also guaranteed another NA team in the semifinals. Sorry, APAC, you don't get the 4th spot, but that's kind of how it works. But it's Soniqs versus TSM. And just to tease it here, because these are the top 2 teams of the region. And you two will be here with me on the desk to discuss it in just a moment. But how are you feeling this one will go? Because LMs, every big team, every big player will say, well, I don't really care who I'm playing against as long as it's the big team. But is that the reality of it?
I mean, TSM is still the first seed from NA, so one could think, you know, they're the favorites here. I think it's a bit different than that, right? If you look at the group stage, TSM barely made it out.
Yeah.
Soniqs was the first one, and by far. So I think it's a bit different here. I think they're going to be on stage. They've got new players, first time on stage too. So lots of factors to take in, and I'm really excited to see who's the best.
Which of TSM or Soniqs could beat BDS in your mind then?
Ooh.
Putting you on the spot, sorry for that, but...
I'd like to see a team like TSM do it, also with the young players coming in. It would be the young and new ideas against the young and new ideas. I'd like it.
Well, there you go. There's a lot of newcomers that are coming in. We're going to discuss that in just a moment once we go into our All-NA matchup. Thank you very much, FMI and Ann. It'll be time for All-NA again. Soniqs versus TSM after the break.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
God! Yes, he's cried. Yes, yes, yes.
Are you guys ready?
No.
No.
Board the helicopter.
What?
That's border, boy.
Well, first up we have the recruit.
Knock yourself out. You can't do that. You can't do that.
You can't what? I'm still gonna have to eat it.
No, you can't smell it. You just gotta go for it. Yeah.
It's coming. Oh yeah, we're in trouble.
That's the first one.
No, it's not bad at all. It's pretty good. The recruit's pretty good. Kanto. Yeah, chug, boy.
What am I supposed to do? I go to the next one? Fire bolt, look at that. I'm not smelling it, bro. I'm not gonna want to eat. I'm not smelling it.
It kind of gives you like an anticipation. It doesn't even have the hot sauce in it. Wait, what? You cheated.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't. You cut that shit in half and then you fucking ate the one that. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Keep an eye on this guy. I'm on to you. What was that? Is that good?
Yeah, that one actually wasn't that spicy.
What do you think? Out of 10?
2.
Really?
Cafe.
Skyscraper?
What?
Hello?
Yeah, we both gotta go.
Next up we have Vulcan Heat.
Be my guest.
I think we're gonna like this one.
Yeah, you're gonna milk it. Yeah.
They want us to eat the whole meatball.
I can smell this one already.
Yeah, that one's pretty.
Ready?
All right, 3.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, is it? Is that good? Oh, yeah. That's like a 6. Ooh, boy. Why didn't you warn me?
Oh my God, my tongue. Is your tongue on fire?
Oh, yeah. That's the weakest one, he said.
My God.
Not that bad. 6 out of 10.
That's a 7, bro. You're being too nice. It's a siege. What? If I'm being honest, I have no idea.
I didn't even know they had a DreamHack.
Golfy, yeah, I give up. There's no way. There was no way in hell. We have got fire in the hole. Hey, this is your special. This is your special.
The color says otherwise, but I don't think so.
That one looks horrible. Dude, what are you doing?
Come on, man.
What are you doing?
No mercy.
Oh my God. Please don't burn.
A little bit more, come on.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. The aftertaste is coming a little bit.
I just don't like the meatballs, boy.
That one was way worse.
Yeah, that one was way.
That wasn't that bad. Okay. Cafe. What? No, you're lying, dude. We're being sabotaged.
Clubhouse. Eat that shit, boy. Eat that shit. Eat that shit.
That's also Cafe Whitehall. The top.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Remember? That's why I misdrone the guy. That's how I knew. That's how I knew. Got that bastard hiding there.
Intero approved interrogation.
Oh boy.
You better stop that right now. You better stop.
That was it. Chug it.
Chug it.
It could be worse. Well, that's how you know it's bad when it's not liquidy. It's like good. Let's go, Pablo. You gotta finish the fork. It's like some that shit. I'm gonna eat.
Wow.
It's not that bad.
It is.
Is it bad? I'm sure you got it right.
That one's ass, bro.
Ass is it bad or ass is...
Like 8.
Oh my God. 8.
Oh my God.
I was first.
No. Wait, that's first? That's first, right?
No, what? I was first.
I think I happen to know the answer. Milosh.
Milosh.
I'm gonna prepare this one for you.
No.
Yeah.
No, what? What is it called? I'm about to meet the Lord, boy. No. This is rigged.
The Lord? With the Lord himself.
A little bit. Because I'm not gonna shit in you the thing's so bad.
Okay, split it then,
I'll split it and then you can drench it. That's enough. Dude, what? No, that's ridiculous, no.
Eat it, bro, eat it.
No, bro, I'm gonna die. Okay. Oh no.
I hope it kills him, man. I hope it kills him.
Oh!
Oh, that's bad.
Taste it.
No, I'm good. Yes, he's cried. Yes.
I know what it is. Go ahead, you try.
Be my guest.
Go first.
You know? Come on, hey, you know.
No.
What is it?
You go first. I'm still recovering.
It's this one. It's none of them. I knew it. I knew there was a catch. Try it.
You try it, bro.
Try it with me.
I'm recovering. I'm still burning.
I'll do it with you.
No, dude, I'm still dying.
That looks scary.
This one just beat me down. That one's definitely hotter. Make my nose run.
It's on like the tip of my tongue.
You guys ready?
Yes, sir.
Of course. There's 3. It's hi-fi night mode TV.
Man.
That's what I thought it was.
That's what I thought too.
I never heard anyone call it dynamic.
I thought there was like a video setting that was like dynamic.
That's what I thought. I was thinking
contrast.
like monitors, there's like Dyac equalizer, but too
So
much.
I gotta do this one now. Is that how
Is that
it works? Is this the first one? Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I wish we could. Recruits overpowered.
You gotta tell me what it tastes like.
It's also pretty good.
What's it taste like?
It's not bad. Not spicy. SSG.
I'll guess. I want to say Rogue. Not Rogue.
That's wrong.
What?
Was it on Villa?
That wasn't his first pro league game. I think we both just have to do it at this point. I think
we both do the
we're
math.
both correct.
We both do this first kill. We can do the team.
Yeah, we both knew exactly what was up. We were both right, and now we pay the price.
Yeah. Ready?
Let's roll. 1, 2, 3.
It doesn't taste like anything to me. It's like there and it just goes away.
That one's very not spicy. Tower.
That's what I was thinking.
I
Well,
thought it
the
was
other
a
map
trick
I could
question.
think would be theme park.
Dude,
Yeah.
it's too obvious. Now.
Yeah.
Here we go, the orange.
Oh, you get to try it.
Yeah. I'd be kind of disappointed if I didn't get to try it anyway, so.
What's it taste like? It tastes like glory.
It's got a little bit more heat to it.
What's it taste like though? Just heat?
No, it's kind of like it's like just a hot sauce. Is it getting too spicy for you? Is that why?
I'm just bored.
Oh, you're
I want
putting
some
in-
taste. Yeah. You got some honey milk?
Yeah, get
You
some
want
boba going here. Yeah, throw some on.
Oh, yeah. Let's get boba going.
Okay, that was a little extra.
A little extra.
Holy hell.
I believe 2.
1.
Wow. They
Show
broke up the
matches.
show matches.
What show matches did we win?
Curry weren't there. And we
now-
get to have fire in the hole.
Yeah, we might be firing in the hole
Yeah,
later.
hopefully,
too.
hopefully just the mouth holes, all that, the sauce will be.
Might be firing the hole at the hotel toilet. Oh my God, you just fired in the hole all over the plate.
3, 2, 1, eat. I did not get the taste of that. That's kind of hot, but
It's warm. This is a builder.
yeah, that's it.
Definitely. Console garage. I had to shoot that radio.
Yeah, it's
That was literally like in my strat sheet. Shoot stupid garage radio.
That's probably why I didn't know. Is I always shoot the radio. It didn't even occur to me.
All right, get the sauce out.
Oh yeah. Look at this one. A ghost with a knife. Oh, and this is Ontario improved. This is a Parky sauce.
Nah, it's gonna be.
It's gonna be terrible. It's gonna be terrible. See, I can't even see. It's so thick. I can't even shake.
Give me that.
Look at that. Oh wow, you're a pro. This is straight up his throw up. Dude, I don't want to eat this. You have an empty soul. It tastes like nothing. Just pure emptiness.
This is garbage.
It is. I mean, I don't want to say anything, but we are.
This is the first one of like the milk I kind of need. This is terrible.
I'm gonna guess, because we've said his name. We'll go with Demo. Mandy.
21.
Oh, from Apex.
21.
What is
The Lord.
Licks your ears.
Yep.
Oh my God, that comes out.
Oh yeah. Don't have it all.
Doesn't smell great. I'm gonna be real here, Chief.
Let's make my nose run.
It touched my tongue.
Well, you did put it in your mouth. Ours is definitely hotter. Make my nose run.
It's on like the tip of my tongue.
Yeah, same.
That really sucked.
I'm honestly.
Taros.
It's either that one or that one. Like, there's no way.
That one, 100%. You guys are liars.
All right, now it's time to look at the bottom.
Yeah, what do we got? This is the last.
Aha, friendly fire.
Dude, your plate is just a mosh pit of sauces. I would like to invite you to look at the sauce for a second.
I'm looking at it.
When you put it on,
I put it on.
it started to spread, but the edges separated.
I have no idea what that means.
So that looks scary.
Want to do a little final cheers?
Yeah, we could do a little. Don't put so much on one.
All right, ready?
Get away from me.
3,
Yeah,
2,
let's do
1.
it.
Oh, it's coming. It's coming, all right. This is like a 6', 300-pound man coming to tackle me. But he's as fast as Usain Bolt.
So like plum.
Yeah, it's like Plum, but like human form.
Okay, yeah, that's concerning. Because it's not that spicy.
It's in my throat.
Is it gonna get bad?
It's getting pretty bad.
We're gonna be
this one's
dying.
this one's beating me down.
Really?
Yeah.
This is doing nothing for me.
How do I get it out?
So, what we have here now is there's still a meatball. There's only 6 sauces. So you guys are really yanking our chain here.
Toilet time together. We hook arms. We skip that way.
Yeah, we can go blast the porcelain together.
Yeah. Yeah. Toilet time.
I think we'll do that. Let's get out of here.
Hello and welcome back once again to the Rainbow Six Siege Jönköping Major. Thank you at home for watching, and thank you everybody here at Dreamcast Winter. We are live in Sweden, and I cannot believe it. Let me just check my watch. This is flying by. We've already had 3 quarterfinals completed in 2 maps apiece. Will the third be a little bit different? I got a feeling that this one could potentially go all the way. Are we ready for our final quarterfinal on play day 1? I think the answer is yes. It's an all-NA battle, and I'm about to bring both of our teams out onto the stage right now. Rolling onto the big stage for the first time this year, with a new blend of youth and experience, can they reach boss level? It's Soniqs! The current world champions finally back on the big stage. When does Bolo play? How about now? It's TSM! I can see both of our teams glancing across the stage into each other's eyes. This NA battle is moments away from commencing, but before it does, let's see these 2 teams facing off.
Being in the playoffs is great. You know, I think it's a long time coming. I think we deserve to be here, and I think these teams got to be careful for what we're going to bring. Yeah, I mean, our opponents in the group stage that we beat, I think they're very deserved wins. You know, I think those teams are very talented for sure. But I think at the end of the day, you know, playing our game, we're definitely a better team.
Y'all better be ready, because this Soniqs iteration is gonna fuck y'all up.
I feel good. I feel good. We made it out of groups. What's not good to feel about? We're back in Sweden, back in a major, back in playoffs. That's how it all starts. Looking forward to the end. Whoever you may be, the quarterfinalists versus TSM, hide the meat, because I'm coming for it. I'm coming for the meat, boy.
I appreciate all your guys' support. Keep supporting us, because we're definitely gonna show up for you fans this major.
We're back to a major, we got 2 new faces, and we're ready to win it. For you, of course, and the SI points that aren't meaningful for us anymore, but for you.
And here we are back again at the studio on the analyst desk. Thank you very much, Ian, Steve, for introducing both of our teams on the stage. We're going to talk details here. Hello, Anne. Hello, Alfama. Welcome back. We still have one more game to go through today. Fancy best of 3, and now it's all NA. The top 2 teams in the region. First, I want to talk about the Soniqs. And Alfama, we call you Mr. Worldwide for a reason. Because you've been to NA, you've played with even some of the players on this squad, so what can you tell me about them?
Well, actually, when we were revamping the EU United roster, Kenton and Rexen were both our first big choice for prospects, and for many reasons. I mean, Richie is an incredible, Rexen is an incredible opener, and Kenton had huge mechanical skill and would be an amazing anchor. So that's a core roster that has lived up to expectations and beyond last year, actually reaching, I think, top 8 or top 5, 6 at SI. So it's amazing, right? But then they hit a slump and the roster change took place. And I think the roster change that brought 2 new players to Soniqs was really well thought, because Super left and retired, right? That's your IGL. And then they removed Yeti, who had great shot calling, to bring in a new IGL and new blood that you can mold into the vision of Geo. And I think the roster change like this makes them stronger and closer to the meta too. Around Geo, that's the sole core support, and then 4 flexible players with huge fragging skills. In overall, a revamped roster that's looking good.
The thing I personally love about this team is when you look at the game that they had against M&M on the first day, and then a game against Black Dragons, they were able to improve their performance, not only personal performance, but also stress and everything, within 4 hours difference between those 2 games. If you're that flexible as a team, that you can come up with these new ideas and these solutions for problems, then there's a really good future ahead of you. I think indeed, like you mentioned, with those new players, obviously you have to think about 2 very high influential players leaving. The players even mentioned it themselves. These might be the 2 most influential players on the roster leaving, and that's a big change going into stage 3. Then still being able to qualify for the major, that is very impressive.
Now, let's look at TSM for just a moment there, because this squad, earlier this year, won the Invitational. The world champions, currently reigning as world champions, right? Everybody was expecting, oh my god, they're going to make it to Charlotte, they're going to bash everybody in Charlotte. They didn't even make it there. So that's one thing. Going to Berlin, same thing. So they went from, what, 9th, then to 8th, and then we're thinking, okay, there's a big hubbub on Twitter about all of this in August, and here they are, now at the top and in playoffs at the major.
It's unfortunate, but it's a very common trend that we're seeing with teams. You win a major or you win an SI, and then the period afterwards, there's this little bit of a dip coming after. Like you mentioned, 9th in NAL the first stage, 8th in the second stage. There needs to be a change in that regard. They did that. They brought in Snake, they brought in Gasher, whereas you know, these 2 players have been helping the roster a lot. Gasher plays a little bit more the supportive backline role, Snake is picking up more of the fragging role, and with these 2 roster changes, they're back in the top 4 of NA, and they're not just back on a major, they're in the playoffs. Bolo mentioned it, that's where it started last time for them as well in Sweden. Playoffs, onto the finals, and winning SI.
There is a funny thing about that roster change too, is that I'm starting to see a pattern in removing 2 support players, bringing 1 new, and then bringing a fragger, so you have 4 fraggers and 1 support. What's up with removing support players? Come on, guys.
The ultimate Mira player, the Mira Thermat player in here that's talking about it. Honestly, it makes a lot of sense. The game has shifted. The old guard has had to step aside. The game meta game has changed. But also, it just seems like you need to adapt more. Yeah, we were talking about this over the past year on the EOL broadcast, that when it comes to roles in Siege, everybody has to be flex. You know, there's no, even the supports are flexing harder than even entries were in the day.
Remember when you saw Empire dominating the game? That was one IGL, one vision, and like everybody just following that one direction step by step. You cannot do that anymore. The IGL cannot see everything. Everybody needs to be able to take their own decisions and find out a little hole or an opportunity somewhere, call it, and everybody plays around it. That's something that's new, and you need to be flexible, abuse the attacker repick too. All of this makes sense for the new meta to bring new fraggers and remove a little bit more of support players.
It's been really fitting the playstyle of TSM well, because if you look at their attacking runs, I personally think that their win factor isn't necessarily planted in the diffuser because it doesn't happen that often. It usually comes down to very high player performances, like 2Ks, 3Ks. If you look, for example, at CGG, if you look at their matches, it's those huge personal performances that really help them win those rounds specifically on attack. So it does really fit that current meta, but sometimes it can be a little bit risky to just rely on players stepping up and popping off, because if it doesn't happen, if you have a day where you don't get your gunfights, you have a really difficult task ahead of you.
Maybe having, a flexitarian diet where, you have some plant-based options within your team is something for you to have. This is what Jack was talking about earlier today, so we'll give him credit for it. Anyways, but on to our maps for this series, as he got us behind the entire squad. Of course, big veteran of the NA region and competitive Siege. First up to ban is TSM. They remove Skyscraper. And, well, for the first pick, it's Villa. Next up, Soniqs picking up Theme Park. Finally, our decider is Clubhouse. Surprises?
Yes.
quite a few surprises.
I said
Yeah.
yes, absolutely.
Yeah?
I think this is one thing that I know best because I know that I initiated this in EU United and they kept doing it. I think Soniqs is going for what I call the BO1 strategy. They made 2 huge changes, right? Geo comes in, NAL is 2 play days per week. You have to have a really strong but shallow map pool, right? So what they do is they focus on main maps. They can take any team to that map, but they're so good on it. But then there is other maps that they don't play. And coming into this major, and even out of groups, Soniqs managed to hide 4 maps out of 5. That would be Bank, Café, Theme, and Villa. Oh, well, look at the surprise. Villa and Theme Park are the 2 maps that are being picked, and 2 maps that they've never showed.
I mean, if you look at Villa specifically for TSM, right, it's a map that they've been banning for a little while, but it was one of their most important games during the group phase, because that was the game that they played against Liquid, and they had to show their absolute A game, because that was the game that was going to determine whether they would make it through to the playoffs or not. They specifically played well on attack. It was the only time they actually played Villa in the past few months, though. Team Park, if I can touch on that still as well. TSM banned this map quite a lot so far during this tournament. They have a 50% win rate on it. Soniqs does not play this map at all in recent history. Like you mentioned, they have been hiding something on that. It could be really good for them to show it later on.
We're going to have to figure out what actually happens in the server because, yes, we're running on limited information. They don't really play the map, so this is the perfect time to do it in the playoffs. So, how are we expecting very quickly? Who takes map 1, Leo?
I think Soniqs should take map 1 as is a low preference map for TSM and something they'll be hiding and preparing.
And?
Would be a really good revenge tour for Geo if he's able to beat his former team with his new team with some maps that they've been hiding.
All right, very much looking forward to this. Theme Park is up first, one of my favorite maps in the game. I know some people might disagree, but hey, it's a bit of variety, a bit of spice of life. Thank you very much, Anne and Alfama. We'll toss it to our casters. We got kicked, well, Intero and Pango. Enjoy.
Don't blame me for that at all. It's born into your skull after all of these years. Welcome aboard, everybody. It's time for our very final quarterfinals of the day. It's the North American, can I steal this word? Can I say derby? Because they called it the French derby when it was BDS versus Wolves, and now it's Soniqs versus TSM. We've got another one of our inter-regional matchups. Why are all of the same regions playing each other?
What happened there?
I don't know why. Who did that? Who's responsible? I don't know. Soniqs versus Team. Whoa, hold on a second here.
Nah.
Soniqs 73%?
That's illegal.
That's got to be wrong. Stop the count.
TSM didn't just lose the vote, they got smashed in the vote.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh
What's
boy.
happened?
That is, that's not the result that I thought it was going to be. We go to Villa, this is TSM's map. Soniqs starting on defense. Operator bans Sledge and Dokkaebi, all right.
All right, so starting with the target ban onto Achieved, of course, his most played operator. Dokkaebi, a very common ban for TSM. They've used it in 4 games in the group stage against various teams on various maps. Valkyrie, common information operator. You always gotta remove that if you wanna play in the shadows. And Mira follows Troop as the last defender to go off the board. On Villa, a very stable operator to extend out around the map, and that will be taken away from both teams when they're on the defense. It's going to be TSM starting an attack, Soniqs defending. Round number 1. Kitchen Dining. Could we see a bit of a change up here? Statistically, we always see AVG first. Doesn't matter what team, what region, but this time around, tertiary bomb site is where we start.
Do you consider this the tertiary bomb site? Because I feel like a lot of teams use Kitchen and Trophy interchangeably.
I would agree with you. They do use them interchangeably, but I would always say that when you have 2 floors above to play out in a similar fashion with a similar pick rate as the, so to speak, tertiary Kitchen bomb site, yeah. Also, if you want to look like long-term, since Villa first came to Pro League, that's where you saw AVG and Trophy, you know, very hard statistically being the number 1 and number 2 preference bomb side. So maybe I'm just an old dog. Maybe I'm like kind of sticking to what used to be the norm. But I would agree with you, Parker. You could use it as a secondary bomb side.
In your defense.
Okay.
If we go to Siege GG and we look at the pick rate of bomb sites on
For just this event?
For just this event.
Okay.
It is the tertiary bomb site.
There it is.
You may fist bump.
I may fist bump myself, but
in terms of Villa, if you're looking at the actual round-by-round breakdown, this map has been played 6 times, 70 rounds in total. So you're looking at about 11 to 12 round average for Villa, which means that this is not a quick map. We tend to see teams go as far into regulation as you can. There is no unlimited overtime for those of you that are following at home. So when you go to OT, it's just a simple 3 rounds that we are accustomed to outside of the major. 56% of those 70 rounds have been won by the defense, which means that that is a fairly defender-sided map, but not as defender-sided as some of the others that we tend to see. This bomb site, Kitchen and Dining, has been played 16 times, and its win rate on defense matches the overall win rate of Villa. Villa, 56% of rounds won by the defenders. Same with Kitchen, 56% of the rounds played on Kitchen down below, won by the defense. That means that Soniqs, just in terms of basic numbers, should have a small advantage.
TSM starting on attack can be troublesome for them. Want to get as many rounds as possible. Every single round here matters for them. One thing that's going to make that harder is that sledge ban, because the Chief is going to be out 2 grenades every single round, and those often find opening kills for TSM. And vertically speaking, I mean, Buck is equally good to Sledge, but it's going to be comfortability taken off the board. And Soniqs, they open things up and they take down Snake as the opening kill.
TSM fighting against the numbers on this bomb site, but now also staring down a small deficit. Achieved on the Buck is a familiar sight, though. That's one thing to note. This used to be his staple operator back when Achieved made his debut in Pro League, playing on that Accelerate Gaming roster. People remember that all the way back in the day. And he did so when Buck had grenades. At one time, there was a very real discussion as to whether or not Achieved was the best Buck in the world. And I mean, obviously, Buck's pick rate has fallen off significantly after losing those grenades, but you still find him on different bomb sites because of what he can apply in terms of that vertical presence. And the one thing that Sledge can't do is he can't really do any damage from below. Buck is going to be able to make some significant noise when the bomb sites do go upstairs.
TSM running on the clock now, right now, 35 seconds. Soniqs again to these strong, aggressive position. They can go for her flank, but the timing, it favors Bolo instead. Yellowpin came out, they had information.
Geo facing his former team and former teammate in Bolo is the first casualty for Soniqs. 20 seconds left in the round. Gasher holding on to the case. Will need to be escorted in. The 2 big guns from TSM, Merc and Bolo, right now have not made much progress getting on in. Bolo softened up Merc as well. SQ far enough back, allowing TSM to walk in towards the bomb site. Bolo finds a way, but it's the Capkin traps to do some serious damage. Gasher with Diffuser will get picked off by Kansan in the dying moments of the round. Soniqs start off with a victory on defense.
The thing is, you're always going to be fighting the clock when you're on the attacking side, and that's when Capkin excels, especially on Villa. There are so many doorways, multiple floors. Even in the basement, you can put down those Capkin traps. I mean, when you talk about starting sides, defense or attack, I always make the argument that for the first time on the stage, so quarterfinals, there's a slight advantage, to me at least, on starting on the defense. You can get comfortable in your chair, on the setup, in the server, set up the problem for the attackers to solve, and just watch them how they approach it. Because, I mean, look at that round. Half the battle for TSM was simply being fast enough and proactive enough to get to the bomb site with enough time to spare to actually get something done. When they got to the bomb site, it was sub 10 seconds. Chaos ensues, and as you saw, Capkin traps, they blow up. 2 of them that round, in fact, taking off half HP from 2 different members, and, well, it ended Bolo's life entirely inside of that memo room.
It's one thing that I want to fixate on. Obviously absent from the lineup from Soniqs on this particular round, Nick, is the prevalency of Capkin against TSM. They had to deal with TSM, or they had to deal with Capkin in most of TSM's group stage matchups. And the one that really jumps to mind, of course, is their match against Team Liquid, when they were dealing with Capkin traps, and they were just struggling to find that info on where they would be. There's already been 1 EDD kill so far when Bolo didn't check the bottom of the door frame inside a Memorial. You think that's just that TSM are a bit too sluggish, as you talked about how strong the EDDs can be in the later rounds? Or do you think there's something more to it, with TSM just maybe not being the most proficient? Oh my, hold that thought for a second. because Merc's gonna hold that L. Rexon picks him off over towards Study. A grenade was tossed in by the Yana, and Merc is 0-2 to start off this match.
I will say Soniqs are so good at just applying pressure towards TSM at every single chance they get. And I mean, TSM, they're storming in top main, but Soniqs, they've surrendered this ground, and Geo has a nice angle on this part just to hold top main position.
Rexon and Geo holding similar positions. The 3 separate players from TSM can very easily fall in. In fact, the whole team is in that part of the map. Gunner's the one to take some damage. Bolo reads on to Geo. He's yet to die. Gasher in 2. Both players from Soniqs who were holding Aviator in games, which is not the bomb site, but is where they were playing. That's great for TSM. They managed to push off those Soniqs players that were holding map control outside of the bomb site, and they have an advantage now because of it.
That's exactly what you want to be doing. The risk when you extend as a defender is that if it isn't successful, you're going to play at a man deficit. They did get Merc early on, but you lose 2 members and half HP and Gunner to trade it off. That's not good for you. I imagine the Soniqs, they're going to be aggressive here. Gotta try and leverage back the numbers and find an advantage somewhere on this map. You have no C4s, no impact grenades, no smoke. I mean, frankly, all you have to work with right now are gunplay. And Grixer, he whips every single bullet and takes so much damage himself.
Gunfire being exchanged, and TSM trading out a lot of HP. Bolo with 3 kills, 5-1 so far. Kansan's pulled off clutches before, but he's got the daunting task of getting back up the top of the stairs, and he might turn his back to that window at the top of Astro. A drone goes by, but does not see him. Kansan somehow manages to get away. Does damage to Snake in the process. On Repel, doesn't see the elbow of Achieved. They started off the round strong, but TSM falter through the mid-round, and TSM end up gaining their first round.
TSM playing a very nice, slow and calculated late round on that. With 40 seconds left on the clock, they didn't need to push anywhere without knowing where Kansan would be playing. So they started droning it out. They saw he's on Astro Staircase, and sure, Achieved had been slipped by there in towards Bathroom, but he's still going to be stuck in that location after that fact. And worst case for TSM, they lose a member as they just did, but the plan goes down, the crossfire is there, and Kansan not in a position with enough room to get those final 3 kills. That means TSM, they take the round. Just gotta change things up. Why go trophy again? Because you got more places that you have to go to. Library, that 4th bomb site, we have not really seen it being played out, I believe, at all this major so far. And that's not uncommon. But if there was a time to bring it out, it would be in those high pressure moments like the quarter, semi, or grand finals. Instead, it's gonna be that trustworthy AVG defense. Asami, noteworthy operator, can really shape up the bomb site and the roam game as well if you want to assist that. Rexon is opting for the Frost. No deployable shield in pocket. It's going to be a bulletproof camera instead to grant you that information. That's likely because the Valkyrie is banned from TSM.
The previous round, we saw the extension up towards Study. It was a offsite hold. Because of the bomb site being that Aviator game site, as you mentioned, you're going to want to hold on to Study for as long as possible. You might fall off of it if you feel like that's where the main focus of TSM is going to be, but Soniqs don't just have a single point of focus on Study, they've also got some players over towards Bedroom. Gunner, who was playing in that position, now finding some safety with the Kiba barrier. TSM gets their first pick of the game, and it's onto the roaming Rexon that we'd seen before.
That's why the Asami is so strong, both in the roam and the bomb set itself. I mean, look at this. A single Kiba barrier is stalling TSM so hard in this window position. And they did toss out a grenade towards the door location, so the Kiba barrier stays alive. Because Bolo found that opening kill, though, they can now take their time and slowly progress through Master Bedroom. And Bolo finds another onto Kansan. Gunner, he has to get aggressive now.
Round number 1 went so well for Soniqs, but they've kind of lost the plot at this point. Grixer decides for an engagement against Achieved. They both lose some HP in the process. Nobody from the Soniqs above half HP. Gunner spotted from down below. Achieved still holding in this position. Geo and Grixer the last 2 left. Grixer must have made a call that Memorial was being held by TSM, but whether it was or wasn't relayed, doesn't work out for Gunner.
Didn't seem like it was communicated at all because he's sprinting towards that area, and Achieved did a good job of just playing really passive, waiting for Soniqs to come to him because you don't want to throw that man advantage early on.
This is a waiting game at this point for Soniqs. 5v2 favoring TSM, looking for their 2nd round in a row. It's their map, remember that. Geo finds the Gemini, shoots it away, but intel as to where one of the 2 remaining players from Soniqs are is now given to TSM, and it's Bolo in the hunt. 7 kills. That's a big tally at this point. That's the real deal, but Bolo trying to refrag does so successfully. Last one is Grixer. He was engaged with Achieved a minute before. Took a while, but finally Achieved gets his kill. And with it, TSM take the lead.
It's worth noting that TSM, statistically, throughout this entire tournament of groups so far, they don't really have like an outstanding performer when it comes to like the pure plus-minus in terms of KD. Snake is +5, Achieved is -1, Bolo is neutral, he's on 0, -4 Gasher, -2 Merc. It's not like you shut down one member of TSM and now they're gonna fall apart. No, it's every single member being so close to one another statistically on the scoreboard that it's a full team performance. Whereas when it comes to Soniqs, you got Rexon, he's +10 in KD. He's also in rating, the 3rd highest rated player, 1.29. In terms of clutches, 3rd most clutches with 3 on the board. So there is an outstanding performer from the side of Soniqs. Grixer, of course, 2nd on the board, then Gunnar, then Geo, then Kansen. Kansen in particular had a really tough time during groups, so we gotta keep an eye on him. Right now he's doing just fine. 3, 2, and 1 on the board, not bad at all. Top gunning for his team, but also just round number 4 is about to begin. Anything can happen. But as we continue on, that's where my eyes will be on the side of Soniqs.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
This lineup for Soniqs, lots of trap operators, lots of ways to slow down TSM. They like this Nook play. Nook obviously having a strong presence on maps where a deep and late entry can work effectively. You look at Bank, for example. You can look at certain parts of Clubhouse. You can look here on Villa, where the entire bottom floor of this map is unused by teams more often than not. Yeah, you might see a pulse down there. The odd time you see a Caveira, there is a very real ability for her to work the basement and pounce upon an unsuspecting attacker. A Nook works the same way, but for the attackers as well. You could sneak in through the basement, walk up Astro stairs, and as long as there's no Capkin Traps, Goo Mines, or Banshees on the board, you're going to go undetected. Good news for Soniqs, you got all 3 of those operators. So plenty of ways to stop down Achieved. Plenty of ways to slow down and stop Achieved. Ultimately, should he choose to get in the building quickly. Grixer, the first one to take some damage. He's on a roam by Memorial. Kansen spotted by Bolo, who's now in the middle of the bomb site. He hits an EDG and another again. Bolo really needs to check those door frames. It's his 2nd death to a Capkin Trap so far through 4 rounds. Merc was almost in the middle of the bomb site. He's swatted away by Geo. TSM wanted to get in quickly. They did so, but they've now lost 3 of their players. Soniqs, just like the last time they defended this bomb site, with a very big upper hand.
I mean, Soniqs' bomb site is rather weak, and Bolo knew that from that drone information, but what he did not check or did not get droned for him was the doorway. And he got hit by the first Capkin Trap and then was under fire from a member of Soniqs on the dining bomb site. Couldn't take the time he needed to check that 2nd doorway. Gambled the 50-50, is it clear or not? Well, it wasn't. One went off in each doorway, he got taken down, and CSM are getting punished once again. And this sledge ban, it's forcing TSM to change how they play the game because Achieved is not on the sledge, so he has to get frag grenades to utilize his positions as normal, but he's on the Nook instead, going for flanks. He's not with the main roster and the core members of the team. Gasher and Snake now, they gotta find a round out of nothing. It's a great start, 3v2 with 40 seconds.
Gasher and Snake, the 2 new additions to TSM. How poetic it would be if Geo ends up as the last one standing for Soniqs. It might just happen. Snake goes down, Geo getting his revenge. Gasher's way into the bomb site is cleared because of Bolo taking out the EDDs, but the Capkin, whose traps had been so effective in that spot, sits, replacing them and gets the final kill. For Soniqs to go perfect on this kitchen bomb site, we won't see the defense come back here. It will be locked for the remainder of this half. And right now, for Soniqs, it's the only bomb site that they've been successful on.
Has been so far, and kind of for the same reason as well. Capkin Traps are just shutting down Bolo, and if we look at the scoreboard, that's kind of the name of the game right now, because I think Bolo's on 8 or 9 kills. Yeah, 9 and 2. So if Bodo keeps walking to Capcan traps, that's an easy done deal for Soniqs. But on the AVG and Trophy bomb side, it's less common to see Capcan as an operator being played out because there are fire doorways. We're talking about staircases, window repels, and of course, the main breach either in study or in the room of master bedroom, as we saw last time this bomb site was defended. So I want to see TSM try and get more together as a team, because Achieved on the Nuke, he has to do it, right? He needs those frag grenades, but when you play the Nuke, you don't want to be with the main roster. You want to be off on your own, going for flanks. It's not working out whatsoever. So I love the fact that Gasher right now is hovering the Ying instead to try and enable the members of TSM to start that execute. Because unless Bolo walks and just kills people, they're not really going anywhere. Merc has been unsuccessful in the opening kills entirely. 0-4. Hasn't won a single gunfight. That's uncommon for him, but if he starts winning those instead, or if TSM can change their approach to these rounds, that could easily be the way back in to get this last, or not the last 2 attacking rounds, both of which would be very important for them, as Villa favors the defenders.
Aviator comes a lot earlier than in the first rotation. Nick, why do you think that is?
Come again?
Aviator shows up in the rotation earlier.
Yeah?
I said, why do you think that is? Instead of going to Trophy Statuary as their secondary bomb site and using Aviator as the tertiary, Soniqs have decided they want to go back to it sooner than before. Why do you think that is?
Why do you think that is?
What do you think it is? Do I need to say it?
no. Sorry, I got you. I think it's not easy to hold AVG, naturally speaking, Bolo 10 kills to his name, because you can extend out more comfortably. I mean, if you compare just like the bomb sites themselves, Trophy, Statue, not the greatest bomb site to hold, so it's all about the extending on the roam game. That's how Soniqs they fell. Look at this bomb site, right? AVG and Bar. It's a lot easier to play 2, 3, 4 members in this small box on your screen, and you can just hold this area. Toxic Babe, C-Force, Verticality, and Soniqs, they got all of them.
To back up your point, the only bomb site on Villa that has a positive win rate for the attackers is Trophy Statuary.
Oh.
56% of the time, which seems to be a reoccurring number. Yeah. 56% of all rounds played on Villa prior to this match won by the defense. 56% win rate for the defenders on Kitchen Dining. 56% win rate for the attackers on Trophy Statuary.
Damn.
Aviator Games, 64% of all rounds played on this bomb site, and it is the most played bomb site on Villa in the Major, and it's got a 64% win rate for the defense. That is pretty good. Explosive goes in from Bolo, final minute, but a Kiba barrier immediately impedes his path into the bomb site. Gunner trapped in study. He's got a hole in the ground to look through, but he's got presence that might be on the balcony, has to worry about the window. Yeah. And Bolo is on the other side of that door. Achieve just sees one and gets a little bit cute.
That's huge.
Nade. Big pick by Gunner. 30 seconds left, another kill from Bolo. He's in the midst of the smoke, taking damage, has to fall off. And he gets caught in the crossfire. Grixer shutting him down. Diffuser surrendered. Candelas go out. Grixer lined up and knocked down. Bleeding out. Still a human drone at this point. Able to make some calls. That leaves just Kanzan and Geo. Geo looking desperately for the recovery. Won't be able to get it. From inside of Study, Kanzan doing some damage, but he's picked off. Geo's the only one left against his former team. Blinded by the Candela and pounced upon by Gasher and Merc as the diffuser goes down. TSM grabbed 3 of the rounds so far and in the first half have denied Soniqs the possibility to win their first half.
Realistically speaking, TSM should have never won that round the moment the Chief died on that study window rappel. Because when that happens, it means all the 4 remaining members of TSM, they're all stuck on the same side of the map. Oh no! No! An impact grenade hits the wrong area, and a member of Soniqs and the area of
not just
damage,
one member.
Yeah, well, it hits one and it spreads, right? Area effect damage, half HP on both members. Looks like it hit Kanzan first because he took more damage, but Grixer was right next to him. They both take it. That's unfortunate. That is actually changing with next season as the prep phase damage has been removed entirely.
Excellent change.
Excellent change, because moments like these, I mean, you can argue it's a player mistake, sure, but it's not really fair, is it? And they've done a bit of duck down, you've been laughing.
The amount of times that we watch team kills occur at this level it seems like the lion's share of them are done during the prep phase. An errant shotgun blast as you're trying to set up something, a nitro cell if you want to open something up, because believe it or not, there are teams that don't bring enough soft destruction, and that necessitates a nitro cell to open up a rotation or a certain part of the map early on. Doesn't happen that often, but we've seen team kills from it. We see team damage done with impacts, even though they don't directly kill. Kansan and Grixer are now at the point where most of these guns on TSM's side will kill them or at least down them in a single hit. You don't have the ability to engage in gunfights with that same level of confidence if you were at full HP. Additionally, you're going to see a lot of spam through the walls. A bullet shot through the wall, even one, is enough to basically put Kansan and Grixer into down but not out, depending on what gun it is and where they get hit. So that's a damning blow for Soniqs, and not where they want to start off this very pivotal round.
You're right, especially how they play. I mean, look at Rex. If he was half HP, would he take those initiations? I don't think so. Impact comes out, it shuts down that Selma charge. But TSM, they're storming up the main stairs instead. This roam extension, they gotta fight for their lives.
Look at Bolo, there he is again, but the proximity scanner will give his position away. Alarm goes off. Wasn't too far away from Gunner. Kiba barriers denying entry to that same window. Bolo long range. Trying to deal with Gunner in that spot by 90, but instead will go on to drones. Soniqs firing away. Geo had not very much intel. Gets the down onto Merc, but isn't successful in taking out either player from TSM. Gasher's able to get that first pick for TSM and get Merc back from the dead. That's a major win for TSM on their first engagement.
I bet you there. Geo said, I got one, I got two, but then right before he gets that confirmation, he gets shut down instead. And as you mentioned, Merc gets up on his feet, 20 HP, but Geo, such a blow in that round. And Kansan and Grixer, they're still alive, but they're such low HP from that impact grenade earlier. It's troublesome for Soniqs.
Merc with his low HP, spotted on a cam, sees the Azami of Gunner. Gunner wins that, walks away with 30% of his HP gone, but still standing. Nade from below, does it successfully clear out the Kiba? We don't know. Great shot from Kansan on Astro Stairs, down goes achieved. Grixer and Kansan with that limited HP are still in dangerous position, but TSM are just walking into their doom. Bolo with 11 kills is the only one standing. 4 players to find. 30 seconds to go. Not a wealth of time at his disposal. He doesn't have a lot of intel. Sees ahead, but he cannot outduel Grixer. Low HP, I guess it doesn't matter for Soniqs because neither of those injured players fell during the entirety of the round. And the first half goes 3-3, both teams taking their rounds for themselves. And we are, again, like we've said so many times, no closer to seeing which of these teams comes out ahead.
It appeared to me like TSM was trying to play off pace in that final round on their attacking side because they weren't actually ready setup-wise for any sort of execute on towards the bomb side. Nobody Astropel to shut down a couple of angles. Nobody at Master Bedroom balcony to take control over Master Bedroom or bathroom itself. It was all members on the top red staircase walking through a single door. And moments before that happened, Merc had just swung deep on Trophy bomb side and he got shut down by Gunner. So you're already playing 4 versus 4. It's not like you can overpower the bomb side without having a man advantage, at least not without finding an opening somewhere, which right now it appears only really to be Bolo who's able to do that, at least on the attack. But things will change now as Sideswap comes through, and Achieve, he himself has been playing a lot of Capcom during group stage. Let's see if they can do as much damage to the players of Soniqs as they did to TSM. We had some memes during group stage from Heroic, Uno, who, when they played against TSM, he said, GG's TSM, the hardest opponent in the server was the Capcan traps. And then TSM themselves, just, 2 days later, they are running to every single trap possible. It seems to be a common problem for players at this event. 1, because time is running low, because of how aggressive defenders are playing. And 2, not every single team has as big of a priority on droning out those areas when you clear a room. Whenever you go through a room with a drone, check the door, check above the door for the trap, check every single corner for Valkyrie camera in case Valkyrie isn't banned. If she is, don't gotta worry about it. I like the Jackal here being brought out because the roam game from TSM should have some presence, but the thing is, it's all upstairs right now for them, so nothing can be found on that first floor.
45 seconds into the very first defense for TSM, first attack for Soniqs. With the bend of this map, you would have expected Soniqs to have prevailed on their defense 4-2, that would have been in line with what we see out of Villa, but these are two evenly matched teams. And I mean, 56% in favor of the defense. Rounds one isn't a huge difference.
Capkin trap.
A 3v3 is definitely possible. Capkin's traps are very much the story against TSM, and now it's Soniqs who find out just how much fun they can be to deal with. First half, Soniqs got the first blood in rounds 1 and 2. TSM got first blood in the remainder. Despite that, they weren't able to fully convert. Not a lot of objective play whatsoever, and 3 bomb sites seen in rotation. Living Room Library has only been played a single time here at the Major, and we have not seen it in this matchup. I would be shocked if we do, but don't hold your breath. Crazier things have happened.
It's true. And then I guess they lost that defense because the bomb set is not good to play on.
Oh no, they won the defense.
They did win a defense?
100% success rate on that.
I take it back. That's the best bomb set in the game then.
I mean, statistically, it is the best bomb site on Villa.
Yeah, sure.
Not a big sample size though whatsoever. Aviator Games being the bomb site that we see right now in the defense with a small advantage in terms of numbers, gets pick number 1, a second follows up, but Gunner is able to do some damage for Soniqs, taking quite a bit of beatings in the process.
Also taking so much time again, 40 seconds, we just got to top red 90, and sure, Merc, he was holding that top red position, but it shouldn't take you this long to problem solve. And now, what a great grenade, oh my god!
Asher doesn't know it, but he actually stepped back into that as Pixar used yet another nade from below. No explosives remaining in the hands of Soniqs. Still the smokes from Jackal. The diffuser wants to go down. If there's some objective play.
That's risky.
Bolo decides to take the engagement. Down he goes. Grixer falls next. Rexon holding the diffuser in the midst of the bomb site. He gets something working, but it's the Nitro Cell from Achieved, and TSM win their very first defense.
I mean, that's kind of ridiculous. It's, again, TSM, they're kind of stealing these rounds, and Bolo, he's just going on the offensive time and time again, and really is the hero for his team because he has 12 or 13 kills now after that round, and I mean, Merc, he did such a good job staying alive in itself, massive value, but it's Bolo that's really making things happen for TSM. The lead is good. You said it, Parker, to your point, 56% favorite defenders. You would think Sonic should have gotten that 4th round, but in round number 5, it was Bolo and it was TSM stealing that AVG attack to make it a 3-3 tie. They're just gonna keep on taking what they can get. No cap on the board this time around. So hopefully, every single member of the attack inside of Sonic should be healthy once that execute comes around.
Nook's prevalence so far in this matchup cannot be understated. Using those grenades from below, we've seen both teams get some success at least being able to open up sight lines into the bomb site, if not get a pick with it. It's Gunner with the Nook now on his side of things. If it wasn't for Bolo's performance, oh no, he can actually be spotted from that panel where he is. Look at that.
He's out.
That's a dangerous game to play for Snake. I do like that he's going for that gamble. I do like that a spawn peak is on the board for TSM. Good confidence to get under the skin of Soniqs. Why not? We'd like to remind you that this is TSM's map pick. So with it being a defender-sided map at the moment, and with it being picked by TSM, and TSM now having the advantage on defense, according to plan, we should go to 11 or 12 rounds and get TSM the win. That's if nothing changes.
Okay.
Soniqs knows that. They come in with the stats. The coaches have prepped the win rates for certain bomb sites, the win rates for these maps, and the win rates against their opponents, because while Villa might be 56% in favor of the defender rounds, it's possible that TSM have a poor defensive win rate on Villa. As we see teams in North America, some excel at attacks, excel at defenses, and this is information that Soniqs will have at their disposal. Still, the point being made, TSM are in the favorable position from here on out. They are on the better side to close out this matchup. And Soniqs will need to dig deep if they want to be able to not just keep pace, but possibly overcome that hurdle and take the win, pushing us to Theme Park, which is Soniqs' pick for map number 2.
Merc playing top red instead of near the breach is a bit of unfortunate for TSM because he has 2 spare impact grenades in his pocket that could have been used to deny that summer charge, or at least part of it. Instead now, bomb site under pressure from Master Bedroom Balcony, and Merc's position as well as Achieved, they're bad now. What was such a strong position is now, well, it's been broken apart. Gunner could make a huge play either with this grenade from below. Yellow ping is there. Gasher, you gotta move, buddy, otherwise you'll go flying.
This is the second time that Gasher's walked into that.
Yeah.
Not ideal.
You still hold on.
Second nade goes off, no target this time. But Soniqs, excellent play from down below. Frost is dead. Mats will still be up. Similar to the Capkin that we've seen be so successful up to this point, even if the operator is dead, those traps exist until the end. And Frost gains greater strength the longer that this round goes on, because you're not going to be checking for Frost mats, because you're going to be in a hurry. And you're not going to do that due diligence and figure out where a mat might be.
Speaking of speed, I mean, Soniqs gotta knock down that door on the bomb site because 20 seconds left. Gunner gotta walk up that extra staircase, has to flank for now, but Gio, he goes first.
Oh my, Bolo looking the wrong way, and they'll breach in. What can Achieved accomplish? Absolutely nothing. Merc, the only one to get on the board so far. Snakes,
flank.
2! There's nobody watching Astro Stairs. Kansan's in a favorable position.
5 seconds.
But he's gotta grab that diffuser or go for the pick. Kansan decides to go
1 second.
And he gets it at the last possible second. Well played by Kansan, and just by the skin of his teeth, gives Soniqs the round.
I mean, I was talking earlier, the one member to keep our eyes on from Soniqs who statistically did not perform during groups was Kansan. He started strong, he was like 4-3, top ranking for his team. But that moment right there, that's a full-on round that he can add to the scoreboard just from that play. I didn't think there was enough time for to drop the hatch and go for that kill. And it's such a 50-50 for Snake, right? Either you go up the Astro Stairs and you risk getting peeked early, or you walk too far away from the bomb site where if the plant starts going down from Kansan, you don't have enough time to get back there. I would make the argument that in that particular position, because it was Oryx last alive, you can actually jump up the Astro hatch. You could have fallen further back towards kitchen dining or towards that shoe locker room instead. Because if you hear that plant being enabled, you can skip the Astro Stairs entirely and go up a hatch right next to the bomb site and then shut down the plant. So these small details between which operator is alive can make a massive difference. But ultimately, Kansan, he steals it for his team. It's a great start for TSM though. Burning down that clock, holding down strong. They fell apart, however. In the flank, it almost paid off. Wasn't close enough though.
That could have been a heartbreaker for Soniqs. TSM going up 5-3 again. Winning out on defense, picking up a victory on Aviator, and then picking up a victory on Trophy. But yet it is denied. With that win on round number 7 for TSM, defending Aviator, that means that the 3 main bomb sites shown on Villa have all been won by the defense at least one time.
A little bit disappointed that no Capkins on the board for this round on this dining defense. Neither is the pulse. Damage goes on to Snake instead, though. Gunner on that top red window repel. He had the rotation.
I'd be kind of miffed on that one. I'm failed to see how Snake was able to walk away with his own life. Oh, Bolo's getting real tricky right now. He lost the deployable shield on the bedroom bed. Bolo steps up to fill that void himself. He's been exceptionally good for his team, though he's slowing down a little bit. He might get pre-fired, but he engages. Gunner takes out Merc. Gunner just missing out on that opportunity to kill Snake earlier on. He had a slow start for his team, but now Gunner's picked up the pace and is the closest player on Soniqs to break into double digits.
Yeah, Bolo not just playing well, but playing aggressive, right? He's the only real stopping force for Soniqs. He's always slowing them down wherever he is in the map, whereas, well, where Merc is, normally he just kind of falls to the ground and buys Soniqs time instead. Gunner, the only member with grenades on the board, is across the map from his team and cannot help them break anything. But Soniqs, they've gotten map control. They can start doing that vertical damage destruction on towards the bombs. That's going to be Kansan on the buck. But because he's not the sledge, you can't use any grenades. And because Gunner is the lurker, so to speak, again, you have no real utility to use.
When it was Soniqs on defense, Memorial was the playground for TSM. Walk right in, get a pick or two. Oh. Nitro Cell from Gasher connects on to Geo, and that's Diffuser down as well. Foot just clipped through the floor there. Another Nitro Cell goes off quite so successfully. Bolo picks up lucky number 13 on the stairs. Soniqs got that first pick onto Merc, and they have nothing else to show for it. Rexon has to retrieve the diffuser. He's playing up top. Grixer's in the basement. The bomb site, however, is in between the meat of the sandwich, if you want to continue on with that pun. Top floor being the bread, bottom floor being the other side of it. Only 15 seconds left. Rexon will have to drop through the hatch into laundry and then get into the bomb site if the play is to get that diffuser down. Maybe a pick or two to start off with. TSM lose Gasher, but down goes Rexon. Grixer will need to find all the kills. He gets one, but they're just going to wait out the time. Bolo and co hang on, and well, this has been a back and forth for these teams. TSM regain the lead.
Round by round, one at a time. The flank right now for Soniqs is a big problem. 2 rounds in a row now. Sure, Kansan clutched that trophy attack, but the flank is what enabled Snake to get into that clutch position. And in this round, dining attack as well. Bolo flanks bottom red stairs, wins a gunfight, gets bomb site control, gets a second kill afterwards with the execute. Nomad might need to be brought, more flank drones, or just more priority from Soniqs to focus on that area of the map that is going to be the flank. TSM, the changing operators quite a lot on this defensive side. Gasher, the only really stable operator and consistent pick throughout this match is Smoke. Then Achieved, play some Castle, play some Capkin, whichever. Merc, usually on utility duty right now, always picking one area of the map that he cares about. Top red for this bomb site last time, just sits there, waits. And then it's Snake and Bolo. They get more freedom, right? Bolo wants to play Warden this round, we give Bolo Warden. Wants to play Jaeger, give him the Jaeger. Snake has had not a quiet game, he's 6-6, but it feels like we haven't said his name much because he's just kind of there, floating around. But he has found those kills for himself. Geo has brought out the Capital, the first real execution-based operator for Soniqs so far. Was Gasher and the Ying for TSM. It's going to be the Fire from Geo instead. Good drone work from Soniqs. They know the whereabouts of one member. If you can get as many drones as possible into the building without losing them in the process, you can create a network. This is clear, that is clear, etc. They can practically guess that Snake has to be inside a bathroom or living room because of that drone work earlier on. He figures it out, he runs away, but he kills a drone in the place instead.
They're going to turn out the bathroom where Snake is playing on that bottom floor. Spoke of Gunnar and how he's picked things up on this second half. He's a relatively inexperienced player when Soniqs took a gamble on him, adding him to the roster to replace Yeti. Well, I suppose Gunnar was actually replacing Super.
Yeah.
And then Geo ended up replacing Yeti.
Technically speaking, yes.
Technically
just not in roles.
That was the series of events, obviously. Yeah. And Gunnar had some issues at the start of this stage of the NAL with being a bit too ballsy and getting picked off early with nothing to show for it. Snake to do it this time. He'd wanted a spawn peek earlier in this second half, couldn't find it, goes for the jump out, gets punished.
Well, I like the aggression. I have to question, when time is on your side, 5 versus 5, and you're the supportive roam cast from TSM, is it worth throwing your life away for a 50-50 without any proper information? I'm not sure. Either way, Capkin Trap goes off again. It's an injury onto Gunnar. It just keeps on happening. What should they do, Park? Is it IQ time? Just scan every doorway? What do you do?
Develop eyes.
And drones, yeah.
Develop eyes. You have so much time left, and yet you're just not looking at these door frames. Is it possible that Achieved never got droned out and they just weren't aware there was a Capkin on the board? I mean, that's entirely possible.
Yeah.
Even though Gunnar had been down by that, he wasn't killed, so... Oh no, the man who'd gotten him up and got the very first pick as well was Kansan. He goes down, trading out. Geo taking some damage. Gunnar still... Bolo playing around the door frame, takes out Geo, but TSM, unfortunately, get a team kill. Doesn't matter, they find 2 more in quick succession. Rexon is outside of study, hops in, gets murked, but that's info. They know he's inside a study, and those toxic babes could keep him at bay. Gasher has none left. A flash as Rexon's in the middle of the bomb site, but Achieved was in a tight corner, and that's TSM on match point on their map.
I was gonna say it was a very clutchable round in that 1 versus 2, but without any information to work off of, it's a guessing game. I mean, you saw the aggressive play from Snake. Must have had some sort of information as to the whereabouts of a member, but it was wrong. Bolo, again, the star, gets 2 kills in a 1 versus 3 position, while being taking damage from his team member's Toxic Babe while getting flashbanged, has to force the gadget on, and somehow still makes it work with that SMG-12 with high recoil on a very far away target.
16 kills for Bolo. I know that you might get tired of us talking about one of the biggest stars in all of this esport, but with 16 kills against one of the best teams in North America this year, Soniqs were actually the best team in North America last year. They won the NAL finals and then have been so consistent this year. Obviously not as good as they were, but still near the top. The fact that Bolo can just absolutely flatten them is a pretty good thing. Soniqs will take their time out with how even this matchup has been. I think now is the time to do it, because when it was 5-4 in favor of TSM, it had been such a seesaw of a match that very easily could have ended up going back to a 5-5. And in that case, you might want to keep the timeout for when it is most critical. I would say at this point in time, the stage of the matchup, is pretty critical.
When you start seeing match point and you have less rounds, it's very, very critical. I would say from Soniqs' side, I mean, looking at the maps being Villa into Theme Park into Clubhouse, I feel like if Soniqs would have win Villa, it would almost guarantee them to win the series. Because TSM, not historically known to be a great Theme Park team in the NAL. We all know the memes. They lost it like 4 times in a row. And Clubhouse is statistically Soniqs' best map at this event and overall, which means historically, they're the ones to win that map. So it's almost like the quote-unquote expected outcome for TSM to win Villa. At the very least, if they don't, it's trouble for them. It just means it's a close series. I mean, 6-4. It's as close as it gets almost before entering OT. Merc has really struggled to find success, I will say, though, on this map of Villa. And it's a map into a playstyle where Merc as a player typically thrives. It's a big open map. You can take gunfights left and right. You can either fall back or fight for your ground. But he's 3-9, and he was playing those kind of like, you stay here till you die positions on Wamai, on top red stairs, etc. Now he's been given a little bit more freedom on the Vigil. A very stable and comfortable operator for him. We all know that when TSM plays Bank, which Soniqs banned against him for this match, by the way, it's always Merc on Vigil, running around, activating the scanner, keeping them guessing as to where he might be. He's in that basement that you spoke of, Parker, waiting for his time to go for that flank, which they know that Soniqs, they aren't typically watching. Merc could be the star player for this match point round.
Because the lineup that we've seen these teams bring hasn't really been a dedicated flank watch operator. When you look at the ops that can fill that void, I mean, the newest operator, Grim, is quite literally a flank watch operator. Hasn't been played here yet, but then you've also got Nomad being the most prevalent. You've got Zero, who shows up on a couple maps with those Argus cams designed specifically either for entry or to cover a flank, and then you've got Gridlock as well. These teams foregoing that, instead bringing this Nook as a largely flex op, and instead they want to go for direct action. Why do you need a flank watch if you just kill everybody on the bomb site, right? I mean, that's how it works.
Sure. But it's cost you so far. I mean, Nurk, again, you need that second set of grenades. This grenade could be the difference maker, but no, it misses. No clear information gate, but now Merc knows someone is down here.
Oh, Merc just missing out, but he might not have a lot of kills, but instead providing high value with that one. 4-9 on Merc is a tremendously poor result for him. But
what?
Rexon decides to go onto drone. Achieved reads that one out so well. He's very up in your face. Now it's Kansan to go on, but there's going to be a bit of fear in the hearts of these SQ players. If you go on to drone, are TSM going to swing you because of it? That is the question.
It's very simple and small mistakes being made from Soniqs, but TSM are capitalizing so well upon it. And now Kansan, Geo, and Kirk, so you got to clutch it up.
Well, Soniqs get on the board. No flawless round to be had. None yet that we've seen. A stun onto Achieved, still prone on the ground. He gets swung on. Grixer pouncing on that opportunity. Now walking into the bomb site. Bolo will be called into action. Losing it. Grixer hits that shot. Merc had gotten one onto Kansan as well. 2v2. Time not on the side of Soniqs. Geo going for the plant. He's going to be vulnerable. Grixer will need to watch, and with how good Grixer has been before, you can bet on him to watch so safely, but Snake on the flank takes him down. Grixer shouldering off a lot of damage. Timer running. Crowd starting to chant TSM. Can it give some power towards Grixer? Sitting inside of the bathroom, he's looking in the wrong direction, he's downed! They just need to hop on the diffuser. The smile on Snake's face tells the whole story, and TSM will win their map 7-4 and go up 1-0 in the series.
When Grixer and Gio are in that 2v2, I mean, Gio's got an easy job. Hold F and hope that Grixer can just stay alive and make something happen. Being shot from 2 different angles, it's too difficult for him. The tank goes down, sure, the first one of the series. Doesn't make a difference though. Post plant, not good enough.
It started off with Bolo toying and playing with his food, and despite how close that match ended up being, it was still TSM finding that supporting cast to help out Bolo and to help out the rest of the team. Soniqs had some good performers as well, but time and time again, those first bloods breaking in favor of TSM would often shake things up for Soniqs and put them in a bad spot to then recover either on defense or on attack. Either way, we got 11 rounds out of Villa. That seems to be the norm with what we've looked at statistically over the 6, now 7 times that this map has shown up. So everything going according to plan, really.
I mean, except for the Capcom traps, the flanks, and the opening kills that you're not getting if you're Soniqs. Besides that,
I mean, things going according to plan for the map.
Sure.
Not for the teams.
Sure.
But I mean, whether are you trying to misinterpret my words?
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
But I mean, even if you're in Villa, it's like you're not supposed to get hit by 5 or 6 Capcom traps throughout a map. So by map standards, that's also bad.
Use your eyes.
And drones.
And also drones.
Communicate with your
Pilot
words.
them around. Do whatever you need. Look down. Yeah. Just look down. I urge you to do so. Well, there's a lot to talk about in that matchup, and good news is we have a desk to go over it. But before we get to them, we have a break. We'll be back in just a couple minutes with our final quarterfinal. There really is nothing like a land
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Our reigning world champions continue with a map 1 victory over the Soniqs. TSM take it up. But will it be a map 3 or not? That's something for the players themselves to decide in the server. But let's debrief map number 1. We'll bring you in onto the analyst desk. Welcome, Röstamedic, your host. With me are Anne and Alfama. Alfama, you talked quite a bit about the Soniqs before we got started, about all the strategies they've been doing, micro, macro, and all of that. It looked like TSM had control over quite a few rounds in this matchup.
I mean, most rounds, yeah, really. It really showed that I think Soniqs weren't really comfortable on the map because they were always going, theoretically, for the easiest takes. Was direct takes or vertical play, having Gunner as a lurker on knock, the rest of the team working the bomb site. And all the time in defense, they were just trying to waste time, not being proactive, not being the one aggressive. And that was the biggest key difference maker. TSM was controlling the pace.
I mean, in those mid to late round parts, there were also kill feeds that were all of a sudden turning orange, whereas there's a lot of TSM players just stepping up to the plate, getting those kills on the Soniqs players. And I feel like the main thing that happened was that the Soniqs players were a bit unaware. They seemed like they were getting killed when they weren't even looking at the TSM players. They were getting shot whilst they were from behind. They were shot or getting run out on whilst being on a drone, for example. Like, that player must have had a heart attack when the player came jumping out the window against him. It feels like a little bit uncomfortable on the new map, maybe, as you mentioned, for Soniqs. TSM made really good use of that by playing the Capcan, playing the Frost, just making sure that if the players are unaware, if they're not checking corners, if they're not checking these angles, not being aware of these flanks, well, then you can utilize that very well by playing traps.
Yeah, I think Soniqs really tried to play this the right way, right? It was perfect siege, like step by step, we're doing this. But every time before the execute, when the comms are getting a bit loud, when Geo is gonna call the execution, you're trying to hold your angle, but you're thinking of the execution. At this precise moment, every round, TSM was able to aggress and get the kills.
Is this something TSM can use and abuse because Geo is on the team, that they can kind of predict how this will play out because Soniqs might have been relying on his experience on the server?
I think it doesn't have much more to do with Geo, but more just in general, okay, things are a little bit slow here. It's the calm before the storm.
Yeah.
We know this is the timing we should aggress on. Ready? 3, 2, 1, let's go now. Boom. And then boom, 2, 3, 4 kills in TSM's favor.
What do you think about that sledge ban, by the way?
I love a nade operator ban on a map like Villa, because we know it's so heavily influenced with nades coming from underneath. Banning away an operator like a sledge might make that more difficult. You have to rely on those 3 other operators that only have access to the nades. And then it kind of bit Soniqs in the back when they were on their attack in half, because then they were repelled on the Astra window, meleeing the Castle barricade, because there wasn't a simple or easy way for them to take it out. It kind of bit them in the back a little bit a few times.
Yeah, I think that's why I'm not really a big fan of these disruptive habits, target operator bans, because in the end, most of the time, it kind of turns against you. The player that's been playing Sledge is perfectly able to play another South Breacher and absolutely do the same thing.
All right, and now top players for all this matchup. Bolo on top of TSM, 16-8.
I think he played a huge part in those mid to late round flanks, whereas he was using the first name to pop up in the kill feed to get those kills on the unaware Soniqs players. And he's had a really good performance. I'm hoping he can keep it up, because prior to this game, his stats weren't better than the top 2 performing players on the side of Soniqs, but maybe this is the game where he can turn that around.
I think the real reason and the main reason why TSM was proactive was because of Bolo. He was the one and the deciding fighter. The opening kills were from him in attack. And the moment that they decided to aggress on defense was because of him.
All right, and if we were to turn our attention to our second map, I think it's the right time for it. Is there players who are just getting back? They'll be sitting in their seats in just a moment. We'll put that map on the screen for everybody to see. We went through map 1, and TSM were able to take control. But what happens now on Theme Park is the big question. And we talked about teams kind of hiding strategies, hiding maps in the pool to use. Is this the one that Soniqs can use to go to map 3?
Yeah, I think this is the real question, right? Are they going to be able to really master the map and be comfortable on it so they can take back that pace, take back the control, and be the ones that are proactive, be the one that are aggressing, be the one pressuring the opponent? Because so far they're not able to do it on Villa, and I want to see them able to do it on their map pick.
I think Theme Park might be a really risky map for that, though. As an attacker on Theme Park, you always want to have the advantage when it comes down to man count. You want to be able to push from multiple sides at the map. But if you're so down to the basics, where you're trying to make sure your team is not getting flanked, and you're aware of the traps and everything going on, then also pushing from two sides of the map is another aspect of play that might make it even more difficult. Also, because it's a new map for them, you know, they might show the same kind of uncomfortableness, which we saw in Villa as well.
Map 3, yes, no? All I'm asking.
Oof.
Yes, I think so, yes. I'm trusting Soniqs to bounce back from it and really abuse the pick that they've chosen. I think they've chosen it for a reason. TSM aren't near as confident on Theme that they are on Villa, so that might be a deciding factor. And in the end, if it goes to Decider, Club is an amazing map for Soniqs.
It could be fully turned around, but if we look at recent history, then we had an NAL Stage 1, it was Soniqs to win. In Stage 2, it was TSM, and Stage 3, it was TSM as well. But that game was by far the easiest one, and that was the only one with their newest lineups. So if you take that in account, I think it might be a really good setup for TSM to take this in a 2-0.
All right, and Alfama, thank you very much. It's time for us to go into map number 2. Our casters are set up and ready, so we'll see you after this short break.
Well, TSM won their map, so now we go to Soniqs' pick of Theme Park. Now, the desk talked about how this map has been hidden by Soniqs.
Yeah.
They haven't played here at all, so they know something that we don't. What we do know is that domestically, this map for TSM is a bit of a
it's a bit of a miss. Not hit and miss, just outright a miss. They played it, I don't have the exact numbers, but like 4 times in NAL, and like they lost it all 4, even against Mirage's old previous roster, the one that wasn't major worthy like the current one is. It's not pretty. But TSM themselves, they've been quote-unquote hiding Theme Park at this particular event. So they've had time to figure things out on their own, so then at some point, get it picked against them. And this basically is a scenario where it's on the board, Soniqs didn't ban it out, and we're here.
Teams do this all the time. They will go an entire stage without playing a single map. They will routinely ban it, and then yet, amazingly,
somehow
the pressure on them is the most that it has been, period. And I don't actually think the pressure for Soniqs is more than they faced at SI.
No.
But here in an international major, you bring out this map when you think you have the best chance of succeeding on it. Time and time again, teams have done this all across the regions. And I'd say of all of the maps for you to hide against TSM, this has gotta be one of the best.
Agreed.
TSM keep coming back to Theme Park against other NAL teams, and they always seem to fall short. Can they get that proverbial monkey off of their back here at Theme Park and seal the deal, be yet another 2-0, and go to the semis tomorrow? TSM are the only team still left in competition who have won an international major. They won SI earlier this year. If not, if Soniqs can win the next 2 maps, then we would have 4 teams all vying for their very first international major championship.
That's exciting.
That would be quite exciting. Unfortunately for fans of Soniqs, you've got some waiting to do because they will need to win the next 2 maps. Villa went 7-4 to TSM. It was TSM's map choice, so it shouldn't really surprise you any that they won it. And when you get to this level of competition, quarterfinals at a major onwards, it's believed to be that you will lose your opponent's map. You gotta win the tiebreaker.
Yeah. The thing is, the tiebreaker is Soniqs' quote-unquote best map, so TSM, they would like to end things right here. And just to add another point on top of that is that if TSM can have a really dominant Theme Park run, that means that teams going to semis and possibly the grand finals aren't just going to go, haha, they suck on Theme Park, and now all of a sudden TSM's drafting gets a lot worse. So having a confident showcase right here, right now, is actually bigger than just winning this quarterfinal.
7 rounds is all it takes for TSM to punch their ticket against BDS tomorrow. That would be an exciting affair. BDS defeating Wolves earlier on in the day. On the other side of the bracket, W7M and Liquid will do battle. Those teams have played each other just a couple.
They've
played each other just a couple times. Liquid, seemingly the better team in those battles they've had before. Liquid have made it to a major final internationally. W7M have not, and for many people at the start of the year, this was W7M's year. They're going to be able to accomplish in their matchup tomorrow. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, though, because we've got a game to play. TSM first pick on round number 1, and they will add a second to it. Grixer and Rexen impotent on their entry, and TSM finds themselves 5v3 with 2 minutes left in the round.
Every single Siege player who's played Theme Park knows how difficult it is to attack on this map. Clearing the map, roaming, getting the breach, all in 3 minutes. Now imagine how hard it is in your ranked or casual game, and then multiply by like 3 times, because it's even more difficult at this level of play where teams do not tend to make a lot of mistakes. It is so hard for Soniqs to get a leg to stand on, and it shows in the first minute.
TSM have 2 players up above over by Cash. This is a throne defense down below. Half of the round eclipsed. Soniqs have only 2 drones available to their name, but damned if they do, damned if they don't. They don't need one to find Merc. It's the first kill for SQ. Snake is looking in the wrong direction, by the way, but he'll hear the DMR from Gunner, and Snake will reposition. You can hold the parts of this map off-site for as long as you want, waste as much time as is humanly possible. Snake is repositioned, and Gunner is there to greet him. Playing this tight corner, Bolo under fire. Snake can come to the rescue, but Bolo is likely waiting, telling him not to engage. Gunner sustaining some damage. Kansan now to come into the action as well. Pre-firing around the corner. There's Snake to take Gunner, and he manages to get both of them. Bolo dies, but it's a worthwhile sacrifice. It's all up to Geo. He's got Diffuser in his hands, 45 seconds to bring it into the bomb site, or 3 players on TSM to kill. Either or, and it's SQ to win the round, but that's a daunting task either way.
Snake and Bolo played that beautifully, just baiting him on in. And I mean, Bolo was quote-unquote stuck in the corner, and they knew that. But the thing is, he had something up his sleeve. It was an ace card, and that was Snake hiding in the corner himself, and they got 2 kills for the price of 1. Geo could go for this clutch or just sit it out on the roof, because that allows Soniqs to talk it through almost like a tactical timeout without their coach available, of course. But the members can discuss what went wrong or what would change for this next upcoming round.
Solid start for TSM as they will win the round. Timer will expire and Geo will just kill as much time as is humanly possible. Yep, it was a formality at this point. 1 round off of the total that TSM needs to move on to tomorrow. They're going to be all smiles about that one. The one thing is that while TSM might not be the most practiced team on this map in terms of success, they do have a lot of game day reps on the theme park. Now, because of that, it cuts both ways. One, their familiarity with the map at a high stakes level is going to be higher. Time and time again, teams and us as casters will talk about the fact that you can scrim a map for months on end, but that is not a proper substitute for an actual game day match. So you can scrim it and have tons of success, get to game day, and ultimately fall short because preparation is great, but your opponents actually have the experience in game. The other thing too, though, is that Soniqs have no tape on them playing this matchup for TSM to study, whereas TSM have tons. So if TSM have not changed anything up about the way that they like to play this map, it's entirely possible that they will make some small adjustments as we see the rounds fall round by round. Soniqs can easily understand where TSM is going to be on defense and where they'll come from on attack and prepare for that. And even if they don't have, you know, the same game day performance that TSM has, at least you know how TSM is going to do it, and you can plan around that.
It's also why Soniqs banned out the Ying. They know TSM likes to bring this operator for that execute and for the utility. But the one thing it leaves on the board and on the table for the taking is information. Look at this, Gasher on Echo, achieved on the Valkyrie. The only thing we're missing is like an extra C4 to work with that information, but achieved, yes, one of his own. So that's something. But TSM's taking a much more aggressive and front-forward game of theme park than they do domestically in the NAL. So you asked, what could TSM have changed in the meantime? Well, this is it. Extension out around the map, deployable shields, setting up these really fortified positions that key members like Merc and Bolo, who loves to play in these kinds of positions, they can utilize. And Soniqs, by breaking down the first window and door, they have a very hard problem to solve in front of them. You got a flashbang, grenade, time it, etc., which is why you see 9 grenades being brought, floors as well, and 2 frag grenades. The thing is, Bolo, 16 kills on Villa in that previous match. He has so much confidence in this position to just play with his gun skill, and this is the true test for Soniqs. Can they kill him safely, or at least break this stronghold?
Drones go in, Bolo walks.
No, he gets both!
Just Bolo things. This is a full frontal assault right now. 2 for Merc, 2 for Bolo. We're 90 seconds in, and it's Gunner in a 1v5. We've yet to see a flawless round between these two teams, but we'll see one there. 3 kills for Bolo, TSM up 2-0.
Yep, I said it. TSM's playing more front-heavy in their aggressive roam. If we watched them just 2, 3, 4 months ago in the NAL, the second Bolo gets under pressure, typically he falls back and you play the numbers game, right? So usually, if anything else, you trade 1 for 1. You take those. You're like, yeah, it's fine. Now it's 4 versus 4. That favors defenders. But Bolo gets the double kill, sticks around, gets the triple, and while he gets that kill onto the balcony from the doorway, well, Merc covers the window jump in and gets 2 kills of his own as well. So TSM, they've really been studying and practicing playing more together. We don't need key members to pop off individually. We need key members to pop off individually with support from someone else, whether it's a camera or a gun. And in that particular round, it's both, because you have the Yokai, you had the Valkyrie cameras, and you had an active member of Merc right nearby if things got tough. It's a really good look. Soniqs, unironically, they're really good at this kind of playstyle as well, playing together, playing off one another, trading, etc. But they haven't shown it that well in this particular matchup against TSM, and it's always tough with domestic matchups because you know each other's playstyle really, really well from all the practices and real games. But historically speaking, just TSM the org and Soniqs the org, they've played each other 7 times domestically in the NAL. 5 of those 7 times, TSM, they won them. It was Stage 1 in 2021 and Stage 1 in 2022, where Soniqs came out the victor. But the last time they played each other, that was stage 3, just a few months ago, or like a month and a half ago. It was TSM who came out on top, 7-3 on Bank. But it's Grixer who finds the opening kill in this matchup on Theme Park to open up round number 3.
You talked about them being a more front-forward team through these 2 rounds, and I suppose Snake wanted to see if he could have some success.
He tried as well on Villa, remember? And same result.
He got punished by Grixer, so... Either way, I mean, you take a gamble. It's not always going to work out. In fact, more often than not, it's going to end up failing for you. Soniqs draw first blood in round number 3.
Yep. And honestly, if you're up 2 rounds like TSM are right now, you cannot buy yourself the risk-taking because it's not that dire. You can play overly confident, overly aggressive, and the punishment is going to be 1 death, not 1 round loss. Rexon, he's going to step up the aggression as well, like flying in through this prep room.
Oh, and he's far back of the bomb site. Geo is spotted. The shield is there. Merc does not want to tussle, so instead he runs away. What stops a Monty if you don't want to engage head on? Well, how about a Nitro Cell from below? Merc, the only kill for TSM so far. The Monty's in the bomb site, and he's going to take the engagement. Soniqs win that one in a hurry. These are fast rounds so far. We're 3 in, and SQ gets on the board.
That also wasn't the bomb side, because that was bomb side that we just saw being played out. It was an office defense, but the entire round, all 10 members were battling it on that extended roam. And CSM, they really put everything into it. The jump up from Snake was punished, so you played the 4 versus 5. That's actually where Geo on the Monty really shines. When you have a numbers advantage, because you're playing the Monty, you don't have that 5th gun. Monty's almost always going to be having the shield up and extended. So by killing Snake early, you're playing 5 versus 4 with a Monty on the board. It's such a comfortable position to be as an attacking squad, especially on a bomb site like Office, where you can choose one side of the map and just walk on over. And you said Parker C4 could be useful there to try and take down the Monty, but it was only achieved to have one in his pocket, and Geo did a good job at walking on the area of the map that you can't see for from below, and buying enough time for the members of TSM to rotate around the fact that Monty was pushing them, and then the members of Soniqs could pick up those kills relatively freely. Monsieur Merc got 1 kill. That's not enough in this case, and it's actually probably why we're going to see Soniqs try that same approach, because in the first 2 rounds there was no Monty being shown at all. Then we saw it in the last round number 3, and now because of that success, because how much TSM struggled against it, same exact thing got a Tagger repicked by Geo and Rexon, the Amaru and the Monty, to get in somewhere on the map fast and start establishing control.
Rexon's going to do the exact same thing. He's going to fly up into break room. Remember that while all of the altercations that occurred in the previous round were around that bunk site, again, it is still locked. They cannot hold it, so they might play off-site. Bolo in particular, first to fall in this round. Again, Soniqs draw first blood.
Yeah, look at the operator lineup as well from TSM. This does not scream strong bomb site setup. It screams extended roam and flexibility. No wall denies, no impact trick. Snake used that on the roam, the second one as well, most likely. Only 1 deployable shield. That's the only bomb site fortification. You live and die off this roam.
Oh, Achieve doesn't see that position, gets spotted from the main stairs, but Merc is the backup plan. He'll let his teammate die out as the grenade goes off. He'll link arms with Snake as well. The Monty still in play for Soniqs. A 3v3 and half the round to go, keeping up with what we've seen through the first 4 rounds, which is this breakneck pace that both teams are trying to set. We are already well ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
We're trying to send all of you home early. I don't even know if the West Coast is awake at this point.
Soniqs brought 2 different kinds of attacks for this round. The front forward, that's the Amaru, and the side execution / late roam clear on the Monty. The Monty's still alive, so phase 2's there. Monty also has the hard breach.
That's what I was just going to point out. They don't have a conventional hard breacher for the Soniqs, so instead they're running with those secondary hard breach gadgets that are brought by the Monty and Geo. Can openers, as we call them. They don't have to sweat the denial because, as you pointed out, this is a roam setup from TSM. If there is going to be a direct site execute, TSM might actually play for a retake at that point. A Bandit, a Mute, a Kaid, these are wasted operators with what TSM is trying to do at the moment.
I think they missed Merc with his drone. It stopped, did not turn around. He's still staying here, didn't shoot either, so I think he knows, but they're on the bomb side. Merc has to flank.
2 players from Soniqs on board. Merc spotted, so that flank is not going to work. Instead, TSM compelled into action, but Can's in a perfect lockout. Soniqs have now picked up their 2nd round in a row, and these teams are tied at 2 apiece.
I am very curious and eager to see if Gio's gonna make the call to play Munji through these next following 2 rounds, or at the very least, play it until he gets punished and no longer works, because I honestly would. It has really changed up, A, how Soniqs is approaching their attacks, but also B, it plays perfectly into TSM's defenses. It's a roam game, that's where Monty shines. You can help gain information, take map control, and B, the bomb site is so weak, you just walk on in. The best case scenario for Soniqs last round was what happened. Monty stays alive, Nook and Amaro did down the roam clear. You trade 2 for 2, it's a 3 versus 3 open round for everybody. Monty has secondary hard breach, could breach any wall he would like to because there's no wall denied from TSM. But they don't even need it. You just walk in, hold one angle, the teammate behind Monty fights the other angle. If you win that initial gunfight, which Soniqs did, you win the round. Merc was apparently droned out, at the very least shot down on that flank. That was the only real way for TSM to get back into the round. And again, there's no smoke for TSM. There's no yokai to counter the Monty. There's only a single C4. And some people might point towards the operator board and say, but Pingu, they're playing Oryx. And sure, let's imagine for a moment that somehow, somewhere, Merc can get close enough to Gio to dash into him, knock him down, and someone else kills him. Not gonna happen, because Gio plays a very passive and safe Monty. He understands that his role right now is not to get a single kill, or to do anything noteworthy besides staying alive, granting information, and just applying pressure by being on the map. He doesn't have to ADS, doesn't have to melee anybody. He is a walking drone that cannot be killed. And the other members of Soniqs, they can just be enabled, find their comfortability in knowing what the enemy is, and then take that gunfight one-on-one.
Yeah, and I mean, you've got your answer to the question here now. Gio's going to park himself on the Monte, and there has been no answer from TSM when it comes to just leveling this mountain. They've brought some more tools at their disposal, trap-heavy operators, and of course, people forget that while Oryx is primarily used for speed, you can actually dash into the Monty to get that shield away. So, I mean, there's a solution here for these shield operators. Rotero drones going in flashes as well. Bolo is in not the greatest of spots, yet he persists in this position. He sees the Monty, but is wary of somebody on the window. This is where target prioritization becomes a big deal. TSM are killing a lot of time, but Soniqs have to sort this one out. Bolo, one pick, hunted down by the Monty. Doesn't know where the other player from Soniqs is coming. Down goes the shield from Gio. SQ are summoning all of their forces to take care of these 2 players from TSM.
Oh. Nate almost takes out Monty, but Bolo heat guys initially, or afterwards rather, from Grixer. Bolo, honestly, staying alive for that long, getting 1 kill, and Gio takes so much damage from his teammate's grenade. That's not gonna look good for Soniqs. But again, there's no answer for the Monty. No C4 left, Achieved already spent his. No smoke on the board, no toxic babes. Gio can have 1 HP left, that's all he needs. No one can do any damage toward him. I mean, Snake has 1 impact grenade in pocket that could be the difference maker, but it's not likely.
Especially if Gio goes to get that diffuser down. An impact would deal substantial damage. Maybe enough for a down. Grixer watching the Monty walk in now. It's Merc to take some damage.
Oh,
Snake
boy.
sees him, and there he goes! The impact works out perfectly. Gio falls, the mountain goes down. Achieved is to die from TSM into a 3v3. Execute will need to happen, but diffuser out of reach for Soniqs at the moment. Snake still sits on it, giving information to his team. Through the soft wall, he sees the bullets whiz over his head, and there it is, Kansan to secure. Last 2 players from TSM just need to wait, but Kansan is having an absolutely incredible first half. Merc in a 1v3, the top player at the moment for TSM. He just plays keep away. Have they spotted him yet? They push from the same direction, 2 pairs of eyes, and it's Kansan again. Kansan 8 kills so far, and is a huge reason why Soniqs have been able to keep pace, and now with their 3 rounds in a row, have taken the lead away from TSM.
Yep. Now the question comes, are Soniqs expecting TSM to heavily counter Monty, and therefore they go off it? Or just gonna try 1 more time because of how well it has worked out? The answer is a bit of both. TSM they change onto Echo, which is a counterplay to Monty, and Gio also keeps bringing out this operator. The 1 impact grenade in pocket of Snake was what they needed, and thankfully Snake was in the right position. And as Gio said in chat, caught me like a Pokemon. Yep. When you have less than 30 HP, that's what happens.
I feel like in the spirit of the new Pokemon games just being released last week, which big shout out to that timing. I downloaded it and then played it all the way over on my flight. So thanks for giving me something to do while I was suspended in the air for a prolonged period of time. colloquially, those impacts are referred to as Pokeballs, where you throw it down and then if you get the kill, you catch them. So congratulations to TSM. They will now be playing 6v4 with Geo on their team. Ignore the score sheet because they caught Geo, of course, and Geo showing off some appreciation for that play.
Reunited once again, right? Because Geo...
It's a joke for those of you that don't know.
Yeah, you just had to point out, just in case somebody's like, that's not real, is it?
I mean, you got casual viewers who watch this who might not understand that, oh, is that really the case? Why does it show Geo on the left-hand side? It's a joke.
You're going to see everyone try and Pokeball catch someone else in the enemy team now in their games, being like, why are we not playing 6v4? It's not how it works. Geo, of course, was on that TSM roster previously, so there's a big, matchup for him. TSM and Soniqs, I think, both benefited from those roster changes. It's not a grudge match of any kind whatsoever. It's a matter of both teams get on top. I mean, both teams and those members involved, they're here at the event in the quarterfinals, unfortunately against one another so early on. But the point is, they made it here. Snake with the opening kill onto Gunner. Nuke is off the board. That's a big sigh of relief for TSM because now they know cameras grants true information.
There's still 2 nades for Soniqs, so not all hope is lost when it comes to the explosives at the hands of the attackers. Soniqs hid this map, so we didn't know what to expect with the way they would play it, but the Monty has been the biggest focal point for SQ's attacks. What'll change when they go onto defense? Because again, we don't have tape on Soniqs on this matchup, on this map. Achieved is down below, but there's somebody prone in the corner of Cafe. If Geo walks by and doesn't clear his corners, there it is! Merc is there. They don't know that he's playing in that position, and he can dash away his Oryx.
But on the side, it's a big bait from Geo. I mean, Kanson's in with Diffuser. They can actually stop planting. No one is here from TSM.
And there's been no hard destruction as well, so you're going to have to trickle in through the single doorways. Kansan, who has 8 kills to his name, phenomenal on attack, now also getting objective play under his belt. 45 seconds, 7 players still upright in this server. The 3 from Soniqs can very easily watch the remaining entry points in, and TSM will have to trickle on in. This is going to be a near impossible retake for Soniqs. They should have no problem clearing it out, and they read it so correctly. The site is free real estate. They walk in, get Diffuser down, and TSM lose every single player as they walk through the doorways to try and reclaim what they just lost.
That is probably the hardest thing to do in Rainbow Six Siege. Retaking a bomb site, even though it's 5 versus 4 or 5 versus 3, with no hard destruction being done. You have 2 doorways to choose between to walk in. There's a crossfire on both. And it looked like Geo was like kind of throwing his life away inside a cafe, but it was actually thought out from Soniqs. Geo did not have the diffuser like he did every single time previously. He walked into a cafe, he had 2 members' attention, and because the Monty is usually where Soniqs will push from, well, when they spot out the Monty, every single member they came on over trying to take him down, and you had 3 members on that maintenance window. They droned the bomb site, and when Geo walked in, they jumped in and took the bomb site instead. Retake occurred. It was not successful for TSM. 2-4. Now, Theme Park is a heavily defender-favored map. 66% overall before this match started. Armory Throne, the most successful one at that, played 13 times. And TSM, they played Throne 3 times. They only won it once. Statistically, this is a bit of a nightmare for TSM because they should have won this a lot more. They should have won a lot more rounds, rather, than they did. They can still show up on attack. It's not impossible. It's just very difficult. And Soniqs, they're bringing their own aggression. Alibi, Vigil, Lesion. Drone work's gonna be hard. It makes sense for Bolo to pick the Jackal to try and narrow down where the enemies might be located at. TSM themselves, they ban Dokkaebi so frequently. They're used to playing without it, but I feel like right now they kind of wish they had it available because it would make their lives a lot easier. Merc had a hard time on attack on Villa in that previous map. Had a great defensive side, 7 and 5 to his name, but he has to go huge right now to bring TSM back into this one.
Well, first half now in the books. The tale of the tapes. Why don't we? TSM drew first blood 4 of the 6 rounds, and yet they still only got 2 for it. 2 of those rounds, even though they got the first blood, those are rounds 5 and 6, SQ stormed the bomb site, and the retakes from TSM fell short both times. Diffuser went down in round number 6. Bomb sites 3 of them have been played. We have not seen a lab play yet on that bottom floor, Nick. That is a bit odd for the way that we tend to see these 4 bomb sites happen. First battle goes off between Soniqs. Grixer's the one. The crosshair from TSM pointed squarely at. They know they've isolated a player from Soniqs inside a cafe. Snake is able to finish off Grixer inside of daycare. But there's 2 big picks from Soniqs. Add to it, they are making mincemeat of TSM at the moment. It's just Gasher and Bolo left with over a minute to go. The only one to die from Soniqs was Grixer, as we'd mentioned. Kansan breaks 10 kills. What a feat that is right now. As for TSM, Gasher and Achieved combining for just a single kill through 7 rounds. That, at this level, is unacceptably bad for a quarterfinal. And it is absolutely hurting TSM at the moment.
It is. Bit of a wasted opportunity for TSM as well, because Bolos on the Jackal did not do the entry job, only used 1 scan, just the second one just went out in that roam clear, and that's where the round kind of died out for them. They could not successfully pick apart the roam, and now they're paying the price. Soniqs, they've all fallen back to the bomber side. They're just waiting for something to happen. They know TSM should not have a chance for this. Do have 1 member roaming out of Dark Lab for a possible flank later on. Might not be needed though. TSM, they have nowhere to go in.
This might just be a formality at this point. It certainly seems like it. Gasher not able to get a kill. Swatted away. 11 for Kansan, 0 for Gasher. That is quite the opposites. And they did say opposites attract, and they were attracted just outside of the bomb site. Soniqs stretching their lead. They've won 5 rounds in a row. Is it time for TSM's timeout? Oh. The answer is yes. Right as I was saying that, TSM calling a timeout.
I mean, it makes sense. It's rather now than on match point, and rather now to get ahead of the problem than to find yourself too deep to fix it. Pojuman, a former pro player himself, should have plenty of things to say watching this. The worst thing about this, I feel like there could have been some worth in focusing on the defensive side and taking that time out to discuss how do we deal with the Monty problem, because you don't want to go 2-4 starting defense. Now you really got to pick up the pieces and do the hardest job the hardest way possible, finding 4, 5, 6 attacking rounds, depending on how we go in regulation overtime. It doesn't happen very often. Theme park attacks are incredibly difficult to pick apart, as we saw in that opening round for TSM. It wasn't even close. See what they can do. I mean, my expectations going into this was if Soniqs win Villa, it's a 2-0 for Soniqs, because they should, in my book, take Theme Park. Playstyle-wise, been hiding this map for a long time. TSM domestically, not the most success on it. So I'm not surprised if Soniqs did take it here, but I'm surprised at how they got there at so far. The Monty pick from Gio, I did not expect it to work that well, not 4 rounds in a row, but it did. It's a very justifiable pick for him. Now, if we go 3rd map, if Soniqs wins here in Theme Park, it is going to be Clubhouse, which honestly is a bit of a middle ground between how Villa plays out and how Theme Park plays out. So these 2 teams should square off quite well there too. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We need, when I say we, I speak for TSM fans, Gasher and Achieved to wake up. Achieved, you know, Sledge was banned against him map number 1, so he's still warming up this operator. L85, he hasn't used it in a bit. He was on Bok previously and Nook after that. Gasher, when you're anchoring on defense, if you go 0-4, 0-5, it means that either the bomb side doesn't work out at all, or the roam game fails exceedingly hard. And sure, the roam did fail, but Gasher has to get something going for himself. He plays that supportive role, Echo on defense, now Floor's on attack. We gotta get a kill somewhere, at least an assist on the board. Especially against Soniqs, how aggressively they're playing.
One of the things that you bring to the table by being somebody who's played at this level before is talking from experience about what Gasher and Achieved are going through right now. Achieved in particular. Gasher is a bit understandable because he's not usually one of those, you know, the 3 points of the spear that we talk about.
Yeah.
TSM, we like to focus on Bolo, Merc, and Achieved as those 3 main weapons. Snake and Gasher often in that supporting cast. Of course, TSM have changed things up right now as you look on your screen. There's no real dedicated support amongst this 5 operator lineup. It's how they want to play it out. But what do you do midway point in this match to find your footing and get back to a point where you haven't completely lost your confidence? And does that timeout that TSM take help at all?
I mean, the timeout always helps. You can talk to your teammates, and of course, Pojo Man himself should be that defining factor saying, Gasher, don't worry about it, buddy, etc. There's two ways to go about it. Either give Gasher the freedom to play other operators that he wants to play, or just accept the fact that he has to support and enable other operators, or other members rather, because he cannot find that success himself. Right now, he's trying his hardest to enable other members of TSM instead of becoming the enabler himself.
There's a rappel up. The same Amaru play that we saw from Soniqs will now be done by Bolo. This is the first lab defense that has appeared for us. In terms of the bomb sites, we didn't really go over the win rates here on Theme Park. Prior to today, played 4 times, 61% of all rounds won by the defense. That is a much more lopsided number than what we saw out of Villa.
Yep.
Every single bomb site has a positive win rate for the defenders. There's not a single one that gives an advantage to the attackers. Lab is actually the most overwhelmingly defender favored, but it has only 6 pick rates. 67% of those rounds have been won by the defense. It's 4 of the 6 times. Again, small sample size, so not a ton to go off of. 18 times that Armory throne room bomb has been defended, so that's something that we can talk about a little bit more. Defense working out well. Look at that. Now the kills have to come in. First 2 for Soniqs. Gasher finally gets on the board, but is removed from Geo shortly thereafter, and Geo will continue to fire back. And guess what gets the final kill? Soniqs run a Capcan, and it's TSM who run into it. 6 in a row for Soniqs. They're on match point.
The lab bomb side is phenomenal to defend because you can quite literally have just 1 member on the side itself and 4 people roaming scattered across the entirety of the map. Soniqs kind of did that. They started out very aggressively, fell back room by room at impact rotations. TSM, they were at the bomb site with 17 seconds left on the clock. Not enough time to, again, figure out the proper approach into the bomb site. That's also why Capcan traps, they start doing a lot of damage or even getting kills because you don't have enough time to check for them. And you're under too much pressure just rushing into those doorways. And now, you're staring down that match point situation. TSM can fight for a comeback, and they will. But it's 4 rounds in a row to go into overtime. And then you gotta play those 2 or 3 rounds out as well. It's a very, very tall task ahead of them.
Yeah, this might even be an FF Go Next situation.
I was gonna say, it might be preserve your energy, go Clubhouse, because it's gonna take a lot of mental strength to even make it through these rounds without falling apart, especially if you're at Chiefs or Gashu. I mean, you just want to go next at this point, unless you have like a miracle round to bring things back.
Interestingly enough, Villa is the middle of the pack in terms of play rate. Theme Park is the least played map here at the Major in terms of play rate, and Clubhouse is the most played map here at the Major.
Look at that.
So we've gone from, yeah, some teams play it, to no teams play it, to every team plays it. Nothing really more to be said about whether that favors Soniqs or whether that favors TSM, but always an interesting point to be made because it's not like these two teams are going with old favorites. They're not going with old reliable. In fact, Soniqs picked this map, as we said before we got underway. For the first time, they've concealed it, and for a good reason. They are just crushing TSM. And I don't want to give all the praise to Soniqs, because I think it cuts both ways. Bolo walks in, takes out Gunner. That's the very first pick, and it's done with just a minute into action. But back to that point, TSM are also just not a good theme park team. They really aren't. They have never given us a reason to turn around and say, yeah, you know what? I give them a fair shot here.
No.
And it's very apparent, especially on these attacks, that Soniqs were able to pull off. But now, these 2 rounds in a row on defense too, showing that Soniqs were prepared for TSM, and TSM's woes with this map have not gone away. They are still fighting for their lives. Doesn't matter the opposition. And I would not be surprised to see TSM ban out Theme Park, should they prevail in this best of 3, of course, in the semis and potentially grand finals, depending on how deep of a run they end up going on, should they even make it past this quarterfinal.
I mean, the thing about Villa is that it was a 7-4 victory for TSM, but Bolo dropped 16 kills and had moments like those every single round. That's not the story right now, but Merc follows up with another. So it's, again, the duo making it work.
SQ is on the edge of greatness. Kansan picks up his doesn't kill. It's got Geo side by side, botches the smoke. Tracers go overhead. These two are in the same place. Kansan fighting for his life. He can't do anything with it. Geo swings onto Achieved, but it's Bolo to find the last target. 3 rounds for TSM. They break that 6-round streak that Soniqs were on. They need some motivation, and they need to start finding their footing. But that was the tertiary bomb site for Soniqs.
Yeah.
So SQ now get to go back to Throne, and if they lose that, and TSM continues onwards in this map, then Lab opens up, which is yet another bomb site that Soniqs won just before.
Also, I hate critiquing when teams they win a round because it's like they won, they did a good job, so what's bad about it? But let's rewind the clock to how that opening kill occurred for TSM. It was Bolo who got it. Bolo jumped in a window, unaware of the member of Soniqs roaming, and he had to win a 50-50 1-versus-1 gunfight, which he did. After that, Bolo had to drone for himself, give himself a yellow ping from member on that staircase in arcade, swing him 1-versus-1, and also win that 50-50 gunfight. That is how TSM built 2-man advantages. By Bolo, with no support and no help from anybody else, making what we call a hero play. Bolo was also making hero plays, very successfully so, previously on Villa, but with support of his team. TSM right now, they're scattered across the map a little bit too much, I would argue. They're not getting that reliable help between one another they need. And it's also likely why we see members like Gasher and Chief being 2-6 and 1-6, because they're not really able to help those injured players from the team themselves. Because ideally what happens is that Bolo goes in and someone else follows, and if Bolo falls, somebody else trades him back, you trade 1 for 1. If all goes well, the backup is there just as a precaution, but you still get that kill for free.
Bolo got spotted, opting not to shoot the default cam. Teams do that because they don't want to give their position away. If nobody's actively on the camera, then you can walk past it, and they'll say, oh, okay, nobody's come through Gong, nobody's come through Dragon. Of course, the camera's still up. It's just a small step that you'll see pros take from time to time to just try and bamboozle, confuse their opponents. Bolo gets spotted all the same, but just to explain as to why, well, why didn't Bolo shoot the cam? Knowledge for those of you that might now take that and do the same. I would like you to note that they don't always follow that rule outside. Teams sometimes just plain forget to use outdoor default cams, and well, it's not worked out in their favor before.
A little bit disappointed that Soniqs didn't impact trick the water because you can absolutely do it. Geo and Kansan both have a spare impact in their pockets, but pre-fire comes through to trade 1 for 1. The bomb site, despite that wall being opened up, is still very defendable because of that throne in the middle of the room that grants enough cover for the defenders to hide behind, and Rexen took great advantage of that in that gunfight.
Well, you lose Geo, who has proven his worth time and time again. And you lose Merc, who has been the most consistent force for TSM. We talk about supporting cast. Both of these teams have a strong one, though they haven't shown it yet from TSM's side of things. At one point, they were a combined 1 kill, but now they've got 4 to their name for Gasher and Achieved. Bolo is the superstar in map number 1. Still not performing up to that same standard, but now breaking positive with his 8th kill. Grixer will look to retake, high rate of fire, softening up Achieved, but heading back towards Split. He and Kansan deep into the bomb site, and in an act of desperation, out goes an impact nade, all while the diffuser's going down. Bolo trades himself out for Grixer. The Zof will continue to bleed out on the floor, but Kansan has quite the mission ahead of him. Nice shot onto Achieved. Isolate these last 2 players. It's technically a 1v2 as Bolo is not able to do anything until he's brought back to life. But is he crawling over to one of the 2 players from TSM? Diffuser at the halfway point right now for Kansan. Pre-firing away, they know he's worked it over towards Throne. Bolo back up. He's got his secondary out. There goes the concussions. Kansan pushing up, 13 kills. An aid goes out in front of him, 14, but he is out of time. No matter if he gets the kills here, this will just be for bragging rights. He gets them both. Kansan picks up the quad, but the timer is your god there, my friends. TSM prevail. And they've now won 2 in a row of their own. They're depriving Soniqs of a quick victory and making SQ work awfully hard for something that they will continue to sit on the edge of for the next 2 rounds.
I know Kansan had no time in that situation, but think about the mental game that plays. You're 1 versus 4, And sure, like, the time runs out, but you get all 4 kills. He perfectly read the situation, right? The stun came out, he dodged it. The nade came out, he dodged that as well. And he expected the member from TSM on that Dragon Door to swing first. Gets that kill, gets the read. Then he walks into the maintenance room and gets both kills. 1 member prone, 1 crouch slash standing up. And TSM, they might go, oh, we got the round, but it's like, you lost the 1v4. That's not a good look. And it's again Bolo getting those initial entries, opening things up. And there is one thing that happened last round that I want to point out. It was actually Gasher playing Nuke and Snake playing Thermite, which is very uncommon for TSM. And look at this, it's Snake on Thermite, and it's Gasher on Fuse? Question mark? Oh yeah, there we go, Sledge. Okay, that's more like it. So, we had that story earlier, Parker, that conversation where, what do you do if you're Gasher, right? You're the support player of TSM, you can't get into it, you're not really able to enable all the members. Well, now Gasher is trying to get himself enabled and get confident and comfortable in the server. But Snake, not used to using his drones because he doesn't play a Heartbreach typically, walks out of spawn a little bit too fast, and now you're playing without your primary Heartbreach. But it's not all doomed, because Achieved, he's a smart man, picks up a secondary Heartbreach option in the ace. This round is still playable for TSM, but they gotta do it. 4 versus 5. I mean, if anything, Gasher, he's gotta play for 2 members right now, because his duo who is allowing him the space of Snake, he's out for the count.
Gasher gives his position away, and then there will be some bullet fire through the wall. To the top of the roof he goes. I do find it funny that even though they've subbed out some players, TSM still have very obvious struggles on this map. You can see what even one roster change can do to revitalize a team and increase their odds of success on a map that maybe wasn't always their strongest. And I think what this really speaks to is it's not the players, it's the overall strategy and idea of how to tackle this map has not been very good. It's the fundamentals, the strategic fundamentals for TSM that have caused the most issue, not some magic failure of players or their mindset. As we hit the halfway point of this round, Gasher goes down to Gunner. Soniqs 1-6 in a row. TSM blunted that momentum by winning 2 of their own, but with these first 2 picks, SQ sits in a very comfortable spot, and now more than ever, Clubhouse is our 3rd map. Looks likely.
It does, and I think you said it very, very well. Every single map plays out differently with the fundamentals and play styles and whatnot. And the way TSM plays Rainbow Six Siege just doesn't seem to work out on Theme Park. And it comes again back to how they played the defensive side against the Multi. That's where I see their issues lie. They've done a decent job on attack. They won 2 rounds so far. And this could be a 3rd round, but again, it's looking unlikely.
3 players from Soniqs, either in split or 1 by the door. That is... Well, I mean, I guess you can have 2 off-site in that case. Primary hard breacher of Snake had died earlier, as you noted, but there was backup. Even if Ace is not often used as a primary hard breacher, you can still get that wall open if you need to. The problem is that the Selmas aren't anywhere near as big as a single exothermic charge. And that area that just got opened up by TSM happens to be where the Soniqs' attention has now become focused. Both Grixer as well as Gunner are there. Bolo finds 1. Gunner's lined up to get Bolo. Excellent read! Gunner perfect on both of them. Geo goes down to Merc, but he's the only one for TSM. If Merc cannot clutch out here, then map 3 will be where we go, and that's exactly it. Started in this round by Rexon Spawn Peak. It was the best player for SQ and Kansan to seal the deal, and we will need a 3rd map to settle this North American brawl.
Oh yeah, Theme Park almost went the way we expected in some sense here based on TSM's history on it. And Clubhouse is going to get very, very interesting now because Monty's on the board. TSM might need to just outright ban it to remove that from Geo's capacity and his flexibility as operators, or just face it head first.
That's absolutely correct. What a showing from Soniqs. There were some small warning signs there. The first 2 rounds breaking in favor of TSM. It's really easy for you at that point to say, oh no, did we screw up by hiding this map? Did we screw up by going to a place that we know TSM are at least comfortable on, even if that comfort doesn't necessarily get them the results that they want? And then Soniqs came alive and just started winning round after round after round. there was really nothing that TSM seemed to be able to do. They didn't have an answer for the Montaigne until the very final round. And then when it came to defense, they were a bit sluggish. Their entries really did seem to lack the same punch that Soniqs had. And by the time TSM regained their composure, it was way too late. You had a wiggle room of a single round, and Soniqs read into that correctly, go for a spawn peek, and breaks your momentum, and then carry over through the rest of the round, and ultimately win it. That said, the desk is going to want to talk about this, and we're going to want to listen. But we got to go to a break first. We'll be right back. There really is nothing like a land.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Welcome back, friends, to the analyst desk. We tie things up here and take it to a map 3, but before we talk about said third map, let's recap and debrief after our second. We talked about hidden strategies and hidden maps. We got experts here to help us through it. I'm Melostomedic, your host. With me are Anne and Alphama. And Alphama, I distinctly remember that you were saying, Soniqs have what it takes, I believe in them, and it worked out, gotta say.
Yeah, absolutely. I trusted the curveball they threw in the map veto. I knew TSM weren't really comfortable on theme, and that hasn't changed in 2 years. And Soniqs especially had 6 weeks to prepare for theme, right? NAL finished in the 12th of October actually. So like 6 weeks to prepare for a new app. I'm not surprised they were so good on it.
They won 6 rounds in a row further into the game. That's very impressive. To keep up that momentum on a map like Theme Park, it's really good for the vibes as well eventually, right? Going into that third map, you just caught off a comeback victory basically. Going into that third map, it'll really help them too. We saw some attempts from TSM. They were bringing out more and more traps. The confidence of that first map is actually seeping through into this one. We saw multiple spawn peaks in those first few rounds, which were unfortunately for TSM unsuccessful, but really good teamwork from Soniqs really helped him win out this map.
All right. Any standouts for you?
Yeah, I think absolutely. The funny thing is to watch the first 2 rounds. You see TSM super confident, taking gunfights, preventing Soniqs from getting in the building. What's the answer then? Geo picks Monty, 4 attack wins in a row. That's super smart. And they played really well around it, and TSM had no answer.
Is that a crutch, though?
I mean,
consider Monty a crutch?
It seems like the easy fix. I'm not getting in the building, what am I gonna do? I'm picking Monty, people follow me, and we play around it. But I mean, it's in the game, why not abuse it?
Fair enough.
It makes me think about Heroic in EUL, how they would do the same thing with Monty. Just get that ground, force defenders back, and then the next time they played Theme Park, Monty was penned against him. And they performed significantly worse. The main thing I fear for Soniqs is if they were to pull this map out in, say, finals, if Mayday come through, then they have to rely on something else because they have to keep in account that the Monty might get banned against them.
It's also what happens if you're able to pull this map up against BDS. Waiting later on, tomorrow, in the first semifinal. So, yeah, there's a lot of things to kind of worry about in that case. But again, we're looking a bit too much into the macro because we still have a map 3. And just to wrap up, map number 2, for TSM, what do they have to look at to improve?
To improve, I think they need a little bit better teamwork. They're trying to adapt into these strats that Soniqs is bringing out. They're trying to bring with the struts. They're trying to keep, work into that with the Monty coming out. I feel like they need the aggression, but maybe it was a little bit too confident as well. The last round as well, where the Thermite just walked towards the building without checking for the spawn peaks. Losing a Thermite in that part is very vital, and you can't let that happen to you.
Yeah, I feel like most rounds they won were actually still ball dependent, and it wasn't really because of teamwork or strategy. Coming into club, I hope they have better teamwork, because it's a map that naturally benefits from teamwork, right? You have to be playing together to win on this map. So it kind of forces them to play that way now.
All right, let's put up that map summary and look at all the players and their performance in this matchup. You'll get to see that over here as Kansan is just absolutely rolling over. I mean, come on. When you're winning 6 rounds in a row, there's got to be something to stand out, Leo.
I mean, I knew the kid had potential when we were trialing him. I think he proved to everyone internationally that he had what it took during that clutch 1v4 at SI. You remember that SMG11 clutch?
Oh, yes. I think Demon Kia fans out there will remember that very well.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, I think he's always that reliable guy that is always going to be mechanically skilled and is always able to answer with firepower in a difficult position.
And you know what? Let's talk about things in deeper strategy. We love to do that here on the set. And for that, we have our first illustration of the tournament. We'll go to the illustration station with Miss Anne.
Exactly. I'm honored to be doing the first illustration of the playoffs so far, but it's actually a really good play from Soniqs that I wanted to highlight, where they really utilized that Monty to gain ground for themselves. But there's 2 very important assets to that strat that I want to talk about first. I'll highlight the Amaru ready to rappel into the break window, and another part that I really want to highlight is the player downstairs in Drugslab, which is the knock, ready to contest anything that might be happening underneath in Drugslab to, contest the push that is happening above them. Because right above that specific player, there's a Monty and a Sledge in Cafe, and they are trying to push the players outside of Cafe and get control over this hallway. Simultaneously to that, the Amaru will grapple into Break Room, contest the hallway, achieved. Actually acknowledges the situation, knows that he has to do something about it, wants to go downstairs, where the knock actually is. Eventually, he will get killed by that knock. And the players, the Monty and the Sledge, and the Amaru can just sandwich the players in the hallway and the bomb site, and then flush onto them further. Gunnar, as you see, takes care of Achieved, who went underneath to solve the situation. They will get the final 2 kills, and it's a very good round from Soniqs, where they use that Monty to get the ground for themselves and push the TSM players away.
Thank you very much, Anne, for breaking things down here on our round. And now we turn our attention to our next map, Clubhouse, in this series. We finally get a map 3, and it's our final matchup of this first day of playoffs. Now, what do things look like statistically for this, Leo?
Well, like I touched upon Clubhouse before, right? The thing is, for Soniqs, it's one of these maps that were in this BO1 strategy that they played a lot. They have a 4-win streak on them. So 100% win rate, 4 wins in a row, good enough. And if you look at TSM, they lost it 7-1 in group stage to Heroic just a few days ago. So I would say statistically, it's quite obvious which maps, which team it favors. It should be Soniqs, also coming from that momentum of just winning the game.
I want to go a little further into that point you're making, because yes, TSM won and lost it once during the group stage, the only 2 times they played it. But if you look at TSM, it's their worst attacking win rate by far. But then if you look at Soniqs, it's their best attacking and defensive win rate in the past 4 months. And like you mentioned, they have that 4-game win streak. But as a team with the worst attacking win rate, to go up against a team that has their best defense and attacking win rate on that map, that must be really scary for TSM.
Oh, that's the reverse of them we're looking at. It seems like now Soniqs have pulled control back into their side after the first map loss. What can TSM do? Because you talked about, hey, maybe they need to play a bit more cohesively, more as a team, but in terms of actual strategy, because at this point, we always say it, if you can't play Clubhouse, you might as well not be here.
Let's go back to Villa, where they flooded the players when they were about to go for the execute, where they flanked the players where they weren't even aware of them, where they caught players off guard when they were on drones. That's the TSM I want to see back, and that's the confidence I want to see from them. The traps were really nice and fun, but they didn't really work.
Yeah, I think I saw them swapping roles on theme and doing things like, let's go back to Classic. It's Clubhouse. You've been able to aggress together collectively on Villa. Do the same on Clubhouse. Take back the pacing of the game, control the game, and they should be okay.
Bolo versus Kansas. I can't wait for it. Thank you very much, Alphaman. And that is it to prepare you for map number 3. It's Clubhouse, a classic one. And who is the best team in NA? We'll get to see in just a bit. Soniqs versus TSM continues after the break.
No more talking about it. The way it is, the way it is. It's no mystery. There's no getting around it. When you're here, we got chemistry. We light up when we ignite. We are stars in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. I'll fight for you every second. To keep your touch in my memory. I try not to regret it. What could have been, should have been, if you would stay with me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me.
It's map number 3, baby. Clubhouse between Soniqs and TSM. You got the team from last year that was the best team in North America. You got the team that has probably the biggest win in the whole world, being world champions, winning the world championship here in Sweden. It might have been in Stockholm and not technically in Jönköping, but either way, TSM started the year off by winning the 6 Invitational. They no doubt would like to end the year off with a major win. It looked quite likely after map number 1, but then map number 2 threw a wrench in the plan. Both maps have gone 7-4, number 1 7-4 in favor of TSM on Villa. Then we went to Theme Park and Soniqs won there 7-4. And now, what are we going to see on the most played map here at the Jönköping Major? Clubhouse. Operator bans are coming in. Soniqs starting on defense. TSM on attack.
I mean, you asked what are we gonna see. Look at the bans. Thermite into Hibana. Back-to-back Heartbreacher bans, followed by the 2 most common bans of Valkyrie and, of course, the Asami. It's not uncommon on Thermite to have either a Hibana or Thermite ban, but having both in the same game, you're now limited to Ace and Maverick, and of course, secondary Heartbreach gadgets, that can opener, which we'll have to see a lot of those operators because you need a way through the walls on this particular map. Clubhouse, the number 1 thing when you're attacking is breaching the right wall, in the right way, in the right order. It's all about checking your team's fundamental skills, both in terms of droning, map clearing, and then setting up the execute, and finally, the execute itself. And that's gonna be a lot harder for these operator bans when they're in play, because you gotta find a different way, a little bit of an unorthodox method. Something you're not used to because you don't typically practice for this scenario because you cannot control what the enemy is going to be banning out operator-wise. I mean, TSM, they always make top 4. Whenever they go to international turf, they do not go out in groups, they do not go out in quarters, they pretty much always are guaranteed a top 4 spot, especially at majors / invitationals. They always make deep runs. What I will say, talking to the players, their manager, etc., coming with 2 new players in Snake and Gasher, 2 unproven, young, talented players, making it here, making top 4, that was a great achievement. Making it through groups, also a great achievement. Beating Soniqs and going to semis would almost be like beating their own expectations at that point. Whereas I think Soniqs, they're expecting to go far.
I mean, there was also a lot of discussion about the Soniqs team being extremely overhyped internationally, right? If you go back and you look at Soniqs' achievements from Mexico onwards, they're not particularly great. You've obviously got SI, where they made a deeper run than I think people expected. But there was some conversation that I saw on social media, and I don't mean to be dismissive, but a lot of times those conversations are completely useless and an utter waste of your mental capabilities.
Fair.
But there were people basically saying that, oh, well, you know, now that they don't have Super, this team is going to be even worse internationally because blah, blah, blah. Soniqs have an opportunity to shut those people up. With a big win over TSM making top 4. That would be huge. Again, Capkin Traps. They've proven to be quite a hurdle. That TSM are just not able to step over as they've been stepping into them.
Of course, this doesn't define the round, but if you're Merc and it's the opener, you're, let me just waddle in main door here and take in a great, the Capkin Trap, okay, half HP. It sucks to deal with, and to make things worse, Gunnar also takes out Bolo, the other key member for this interplay.
Bolo has been that Capkin Trap magnet, so now the rest of TSM are gonna have to find them on their own. Soniqs holding that garage position, pick off Merc as well. That was the buck of TSM who was attempting to open up the garage wall. TSM, obviously not the start that they wanted, finding themselves in the 3v5 You can bunker up on this bottom floor bomb site on Clubhouse. So even though we saw an extensive roam situation for SQ, they could get all 5 of these players safely back to the bomb site. And they've done just that. A minute to go, you can now hold the very narrow doorways that your opponents are going to come through. And there's no additional hard breach. You're rolling with a Maverick. That's it. So Gasher will have to use that tank of gas to open up these hatches. But by and large, TSM will be boxed out of the bomb site because they don't have anything else for secondary hard breach. The Buck and the Ace were the 2 primary hard breachers for this team, and they're gone.
It's not just the gas, it's the time. It's taking 20 seconds plus. We're still working on this hatch, and I mean, Gasher, he has diffuser.
I mean, now's as good a time as any. 20 seconds left, 15 seconds left. Snake walks in through blue, he's down in the smoke. Achieve tossing in a nade, a drop from both him and Gasher. Gunner pulls out the shotgun, Achieve denies a flawless. TSM double up, but they're running out of time. It's all just up to Gasher, who gets an exit kill, and with the diffuser going down, silenced at the last moment by Geo. Soniqs take their very first round.
I just want to say that Gasher really tried. He's 110% to win that round. He walks in, tries to get the kill, and at 0.5 seconds, he starts planting in a 1 versus 3 with 2 members staring at him. I mean, if that doesn't scream, I believe in the clutch, I don't know what does. But TSM starts off that round in the worst way possible. And I have a big question mark next to a note I have on my iPad here. Bolo on Ace. Bolo map number 1, key member on the entry. That's how TSM, they found success on their attacking rounds. On Villa, Bolo did not show up until the very late, last 3 rounds or so. Before that, he was pretty quiet. Merc had a hard time himself in map number 1 as well. Now, Clubhouse is one of those, every single operator has an incredibly high value kind of map. Look at the right-hand side right now in TSM's lineup. Zero, the only real information gatherer for the team, or flank watch. Achieved, only set of grenades and verticality. Then you got Merc and Bolo, both on a hard breach. That's just changed right now. And Snake plays that flex role, typically a second set of grenades or an entry operator. No matter who dies in this squad, you're losing something with very high value, which means Soniqs, they can just play really aggressive. Rexon, he can go for a spawn peek. If you kill any member, you're laughing all the way to the bank and you're taking that map for free, or that round rather, for free. There were some changes last second. Bolo has been granted a little bit more freedom on the floors as Gasher takes on that hard supportive role, and I think that's the right play. We need to try and enable Bolo the most if you're TSM, whereas on Soniqs, you just focus on Rexon, Kansen, and Gruxer to do their thing as always. Gunner, he's been showing up very well so far, especially on Theme Park. I'm not worried about him at all. And Geo, I mean, he plays support, but he has the most kills both now, and he was 3rd highest in kills on Theme Park despite playing Monty for like 4 or 5 rounds.
Maverick has been a staple for hard breach, and why is that? Because Hibana and Thermite are banned. There were days where Maverick would dominate Clubhouse, being able to open up some of that escape tunnel / dirt, being able to open up hatches. If there were troubles with bandit tricking or Kaid claws or mute jammers, you could use a Maverick to open up that main breach leading into CCTV and also to Jacuzzi. CCTV afforded you a little bit more flexibility because you could have the other back window that could see if someone was bandit tricking or if there's an electric claw in that area or a mute jammer as well. Jacuzzi can be a little bit tougher to open up because there's no soft breach underneath it for you to destroy, whether it be a claw, jammer, etc.
Well, you're all right. The thing about Maverick is that in the latest patch, 3 months back, he lost his grenades. So playing Maverick is actually rather low value, but you have no other real choice right now than to just bring him most rounds. TSM made great work this round. Jacuzzi breach opened up, window pressure as well. Snake below this main staircase flank could be the difference maker.
Gunner was trying to be a sneaky boy, and Achieved says no sneaking for you at all. So says, I'm very sneaky, sir. Aid from below, hits Kansen, does a lot of damage. Follow up. It's Mark. Kansen down for the count. Merc, the first one for TSM to bite the dust, but not yet. He's just on death's doorstep, but he's allowed in. Entrance granted by Rexon. Achieved goes down 2. Soniqs find quick kills, and a 3rd as well as Gruxer brazenly peeks the logistics hatch. Diffuser is now on the roof. 40 seconds to go for the last 2 players for TSM to find it, but I imagine with the HPs on Soniqs, TSM will go for kills instead. Bolo thinks that there's one nearby. He meets the Alda of Geo, leaving Snake in a 1v3, 1v2. going to be a 1v1. Look at the HPs of Rexon and Geo. Just a single bullet. Snake has 14 left before a reload. Those numbers will continue to go down. Shrugging off some of that damage from the Alda. Pistol out. Geo wins that engagement. So good on these defenses. SQ starting off Clubhouse 2-0.
It's a very, very difficult position for TSM to start off. 0-2. You had a 5 versus 3 with members of SQ so low in health. Geo coming in to essentially replace Super's role of playing that supportive role, the heartbeats, etc. Geo brings a ton of experience as an individual player, but he also brings this very stable foundation that Soniqs can rely upon time and time again. When we speak of top-tier teams in the world, we often talk about stuff like BDS. Why are they so strong? When again, really strong fundamentals and anchor positions from someone like BDS. When G2 was in their prime, they were also known for strong anchor players. When FaZe won the major, they had also, like every single team who's basically found success of the history of Siege has had a really strong, consistent player that just always is there when something else goes bad. Geo has really been that player for Soniqs on all 3 maps so far, whether it's bringing the Montium theme park, being one of the last members alive in Villa, even though they lost the map, and then now in the first 2 rounds, he's 4-0 as a support anchor player, holding the bomb side, keeping that alive, finding kills, and just, you know, playing down the clock, essentially. And again, because he's so consistent and so reliable, it allows the other members that we see right now, Grixer and Rexon, to be overly aggressive, because even if they fall, the no Geo is there to pick them back up. Doc actually being played from Grixer, an operator that has gotten buffed in that mid-season patch. Haven't seen much play in a couple of years, but with that addition to the stims doing 120 HP or whatever, basically if one stim is full HP from injured, he's slowly starting to see more play at the tier 1 level. TSM with these operator bans, we can argue that it's not as easy to attack us as usual. It takes more time to open up these walls. But we are looking at a 3-3 split here from both teams. That's what they want, that's what they're aiming for. Snake looking for a lurk.
And he gets it. A pick onto Gunner as he ascends the main stairs. The top floor bomb site for Soniqs worked out before. They've now moved over to Cache and CCTV. Now with that entry though, are they aware that Grixer is still in similar position? Merc has been ineffective so far on this map. He struggled really hard on the first map as well. Grixer spotted, but he's in such a formidable spot and will be able to get himself back up to full HP in a hurry. Soften up through the wall, but Grixer pulls it off. Soniqs are getting so incredibly lucky on some of these engagements, but Grixer makes his own luck more often than not. Bolo tries to equalize, still at a disadvantage for TSM. They've managed to dispatch those players from SQ that were playing offsite. But now they have to get into the bomb site. That is where it becomes a greater issue. There's a smoke on the board. Geo with 3 canisters in his back pocket. And in about 20 to 30 seconds can start to blanket the entrance points, causing issues for TSM.
Not just that. I mean, Gash is alive, you have 2 Selma charges left. You have 1 impact from Rexon who can stop an entry point for them on one of these 2 sides. The main goal right now seems to be to strike from multiple angles if you're TSM, but the thing is, it means isolation.
Oh, Bolo knows where they might be. Kansan picks up 2 in a row. Soniqs starting off Clubhouse, 3-0.
Oh boy. Isolated members, as we saw, they fell both to Kansan. He found both of those kills himself. Grixer on the dock, I mean, that was no better time to be that operator. You're 1 HP instead of Jim. You get the kill onto Snake. 1 stim, boop, back to full HP. You get the second kill because of it. And then, eventually, you die to Bolo, but it doesn't matter. The bomb site again from Soniqs is fortified. Unlike TSM, they have 2 roamers and 3 members on site. If the roam falls, they have a backup plan. TSM on both Villa and Theme Park were committing 4 members to the roam. If the roam fell, so did the round. That is going to be that early tactical pause from TSM. And you and I, Parker, we questioned, did they take it too late on Theme Park? Should it have been taken earlier on, try and get ahead of the problem? I like to see Pokeman calling it after round number 3, especially given what is happening. It's not close rounds by any means, and things are just falling apart for them very early on. Individual members going for 1v1s, no support, The drone network, not really stable. It takes a long time for TSM to get into the map, to get the breaches opened up. Nothing really going their way. And it seems to be after these talks with Pojo, man, one thing seems to always be that common factor, and it's Gasher going from the more supportive role onto a more of a flexibility role. The Ying right now being showcased for the execute. Snake getting onto Nurk to creep around the map more successfully than an Ashe. Merc getting off in hard breach of Maverick to get himself enabled on the map in those fights, because Merc, he is that spearhead for TSM typically. And while he has had a top time in this quarterfinal, putting him on Maverick where half the round is going to be painting a picture in a wall trying to open it up, it's not the ideal situation. And this is where some teams, they struggle on Clubhouse, because you need a certain amount of operators that do a certain job, like hard breaching walls, but you don't necessarily have every single member of the team being flexible enough to successfully play those roles. And that's not just TSM. Most teams have that problem. That's why we have people who are locked into a support role. Some players are locked into an entry role. I like the fact that TSM are trying to change things up, especially now that we're halfway through their attacks. Something has to change. This could be the answer. Also, Capkins on the board, so let's keep our ears and eyes peeled and keep the count up.
Well, the Capkin back in round number 1, if you recall. There was a Capkin trap that was activated. Bolo is that EDD magnet, as we've talked about, finding all of those 5 EDDs along the way. For those of you that might be returning to the game after Capkin's buffs, there have been a lot of changes to him. There'll be a change to TSM as Bolo doesn't get to play the round at all. The Selmas have at least somewhat gone off, but Bolo is having a really rough start to this matchup. Focusing on him and the Capkin connection. 5 EDDs for Capkin. They're not fatal any longer, but you can attach multiple EDDs to the same doorway. So if you've got 5, you can still cover 3 doorways, but you just put 2 on 2 separate doorways and then a single trap on the other. Without Bolo and Merc on 0 kills, TSM's 2 main weapons are at the moment quite quiet. Gives Soniqs, very similar to what we saw back in round number 1, time to get into the bomb site from the roamers who held so valiantly for the first 90 seconds. And now they can consolidate with all 5 down below and anchor up without that ace on the board. The only other hard breach comes in the secondary gadget in the hands of Gasher, and there's 1 more to go. That means that you're going to be able to open up 2 hatches. That's about it. That's not a great position for TSM to be in, irrespective of the numbers that they have.
I also think Chief just ran through a Capkin trap and stalked door, trying to rotate to get that diffuser because Bolo lost it earlier. He's so low on HP. He has to dance with the verticality on the floor, an impact grenade, a possible C4, and he thinks, you know what, I can't actually do this. Let's go main stairs instead, because Merc, he's opened up that church triple wall.
It looked like when Grixer went back to the bomb site, it was over by towards blue. Achieved nades in. Snake follows up onto Gunner, but now they've got that attention. Is that a nade that gets tossed out? It might do some damage. A second kill for Snake. EDD claims 1 from TSM, a 2v2, but SQ ends up with the upper hand, leaving Gasher alone. He's still got 2 Candelas, and there he goes, but nobody's gonna swing on him. He misses out on the Capkin of Grixer. Suppressed weapon inside a church, the telltale pitter-patter. But Gasher will now have to relocate. Does he go for the engagement? He tries to get the diffuser. Rexon denies him that. Soniqs have taken 4 rounds so far. They are storming their way through this 3rd map.
They are, and Rexon is the front runner of that because he got that opening kill onto Bolo, again targeting the isolated members of TSM to gain an advantage. Then Soniqs, they slow things down. They just play the lead, let TSM do all those difficult things. The verticality, running on the map, picking up the diffuser, droning every single inch of the map for the roam clear, and then when the execute comes through, that's when they strike again. When that first Candela from Gasher went out into the air, that's when Rexon goes in the offensive. And he swings out, gets a kill, does damage onto the second member. And achieved, sure, he found an opening with a perfectly cooked grenade, but there's no real follow-up. The plant does not go down. That means that we have no stable ground to stand on, and things very quickly, they change. It was played beautifully by TSM. They even came in through blue. They had every single angle and area covered as they should, but it did not get the result that they needed, not that they wanted. It's 2 rounds out of 4 now, where they were very close to our victory, but it got snatched away at that final second. The Soniqs are looking very dominant on Clubhouse so far.
Snake has really been the only player of TSM to show up so far.
Yep.
And he's not doing it in that primary engagement role either. A lot of Snake's kills have been these flex, almost rat-like plays coming in on a late flank, which are actually quite impactless in the grand scheme of things. Because while it's important that you have somebody who's not connected to the main push pick up these kills, your main points of entry are all failing. None of your players are getting those kills you need. Merc, 0 kills. Bolo, 1 kill. Achieved 3. Okay, not terrible. But still, there's work to be done here for TSM. Soniqs have been masterful so far on defense, and with 4 rounds in a row on defense, they have won this first half. Now, an early pick could spell trouble for TSM. Snake engaging in about a second or two on those red stairs, but backs off for now. Hard breach going out. Rexon is yet to die in this matchup. That is also something to focus on. He's the only player without a death to his name. And I caster cursed him. My apologies, Rexon. I'll take that one. Teams trade back and forth. TSM coming out ahead with Merc on the top of red stairs, picking up 2 quick kills. Cash and CCTV have been for the taking for TSM for about 20 seconds. They grab him, but now to transition over towards the gym and bedroom component. Diffuser in the hands of Gasher. Can he be escorted in?
Merc really showing up with a double kill, and that's gotta feel good on his side because that's the Merc. That's how Merc plays when he plays his best. With confidence, storming in through a door, and just taking a gunfight with a drone. And it pays off to great effect, but now TSM, they've had this lead before on gym attack, and they threw it the last time around.
TSM have 8 drones at their disposal, and over a minute to go. There's no real good reason that Merc is being so cautious by that logistic wall. They haven't been able to find the offsite players. Where is the intel here from TSM? Soniqs are punishing them perfectly because of it. Gunner with that pick to equalize numbers, playing down below, and now TSM realize that as the time has continued to tick away, there's somebody unaccounted for, not on the bomb site. That's a troubling situation to be in. There are also frost mats on the board, so the more that this clock continues to work against TSM, they're going to be put in a spot where the time is ultimately what costs them the round. But hey, the guns are hitting their marks. Gio will need to clutch out. He did so before. If there's any operator that can pull it off, it's the Maestro. Gasher on low HP. Diffuser in the hands of Bolo. Gasher's been picked back up. Gio doesn't have a ton of intel. He'll play this shrewd angle, dragging across. He has Bolo and the Diffuser as well. Gio needs to play keep away for 10 seconds. They've got intel inside of the bomb site. Gasher taking matters into his own hands, but he's by a soft wall, and he will be in a position where the Evil Eye can get the job done. Revenge is a dish best served cold, but it's the hot hand of Gio punishing his former team. 5-0 for Soniqs.
I praised him. A consistent, strong performer, an anchor for Soniqs, always lasts alive, and he rarely loses those. I mean, he played the 1v2 perfectly. Top of main stairs, can either go right and go towards gym hallway. You're safe over there. You walk down the main staircase in case you find that initial kill, which he did, and play time. And to make things even worse for Gasher, it was him who survived with 20 HP. He was injured in construction, and that Evil Eye behind the television inside a master bedroom, it could see him, so they had information, they had the red ping, and they got the saps to go along with those. It's the worst way to go out because you cannot fight back. And Gasher couldn't even get off the diffuse because it's 0 seconds at that point. You had no choice but to stick it and pray for something that could not happen, that somehow you survive.
10 seconds remaining.
TSM, they had the advantage, they had the numbers, they tossed it away. Parker, you made a great point. Information not really being there for them. If you've cleared half the map and only 2 drones have died, one of those being in the prep phase of all things, where are your drones going? Because they're not going near any enemy members from Soniqs. So you don't know where they are. And as the defenders, they have map control. You need to take that away from them by taking one area of the map at a time. Go for a lurk around like we saw Snake do earlier. And again, TSM's lineup, it's different people playing different operators because nothing is working. Now Gasher's on Maverick. Snake is now the ace player to enable Bolo on the Sophia, but Bolo's 1-5 and Gasher's 1-5, and Merc is finally on the scoreboard, but only with those 2 kills in the previous round. So we're really just trying to throw something at the one, hope it sticks and it doesn't.
Kansan on top of Garage Rafters. Takes down Gasher, 1-6 in the first half. Bolo 1-5, Merc 2-5. TSM are getting battered around like a ship in a storm, and boy, oh boy, they are on the verge of capsizing. Timeout's already been taken too.
Yes.
There's nothing that TSM can do. All at this point you can hope for as TSM is the side swap gives you some form of second life, because right now Soniqs are crushing you on the road.
Yep.
They're not even beating you on the intel game. I mean, they are, but not necessarily because of how well they're playing, but because TSM aren't playing up to snuff, and then Soniqs are pummeling them because of it. Look at this, dry peeking. Gunner walks away with it. It's another kill for SQ. Finally, TSM can end his reign of terror, searching for their very first round here in a do-or-die map. Winner of Clubhouse moves on to the semis to play up against BDS tomorrow. And right now, if you're a betting person, your money has to be on Soniqs.
It has to be. I mean, they look dominant and better in every single way right now, especially on Clubhouse. Things have slowly slipped away for TSM, starting on theme and really snowballed here in the final map. TSM needs this round to then have a chance when the side swap comes on, because if you go 6-0 on your side, you can make 0 mistakes in defense, and you're always gonna make a mistake. And all Soniqs gotta do is capitalize one time in 6 rounds. That is not hard to achieve.
Some of Cash opened up, leading in from construction. Snake on that position. The toxic canisters go out in front of his very eyes. Gio's expended all of them though, so for the final 30 seconds, nothing to deny you entry through these doorways. You just need to wait for the rest of that gas to linger. Nade goes out, blows up Kansan. Numbers are equal. It's a good shout for TSM, and while some of these rounds have been absolute blowouts, this is an opportunity for TSM. Will they let it slip through their fingers? Gio with 7 kills. Soniqs still adding to that tally. Down goes Bolo, achieved in this position. He's last man standing, and again it's Gio. Gio. A perfect first half, and it's match point, series point for Soniqs.
All right, if you're TSM, you better have some nasty defensive setups, some confidence-filled players, because right now you have nothing to lose. I mean, if you lose this round, it's over, so you can play like it doesn't matter at all, because you gotta bring out every single trick in the book and more, just for a chance to go to overtime, and then still win 2 of the following 3 rounds. TSM are gonna go basement. I mean, I was gonna look at the numbers and say like, oh, is this the better bomb site for Soniqs? Well, Soniqs won all 6 in a row across the entirety of the map, with the exception of Bar. They did not go there, with the Thermite and Ibana both being taken off the board. CCTV has seen play, and it has seen success. Something that is quite rare.
Oh, no.
Oh, Gio, please, listen. We can't do this at TSM, right?
The terror of theme park.
He's back.
TSM struggling to deal with that Montaigne round after round after round, and guess what? Soniqs are going to bring it again.
I was curious going into the operator bans if TSM would target ban the Monty, but given that TSM started on attack, I mean, they were accounting to rank up some rounds and not be in this position, so maybe the Monty wouldn't matter as much. And Soniqs, I mean, they can play things super aggressive, they can play things safe. They're gonna go through dirt on a basement roam.
Oh, this is a quick one. Snake
kill.
Absolutely flattened by Gunner, and TSM.
They're out.
They're in, and they're out. It's a magical disappearing act. Soniqs get the target that they want. It did cost them quite a lot of HP from both Gunner and Kansan, but they get a pick. Bolo's taken some damage as well, but he's in this prime position. There wasn't much left to Gunner, so a single shot from the AUG in the hands of Wamai is good enough. 4v4, but Soniqs are just so confident.
No.
Attacking downstairs, TSM's attention was towards that dirt tunnel. As they escaped, they got caught. Rexon, the best rated player in the Soniqs, in the groups, showing the worth and the value that he has. Guess who's taking up space inside a dirt tunnel? It's the Montaigne. Rexon's found by Bolo, still on the roam on the main floor. Finds his way back downstairs to blue. The Monty knocking at your doors, but the Montaigne's value decreases the more of your team dies.
Yes.
So right now, Kansan and Grixer are really the only two active combatants for Soniqs when this engagement happens. Geo also has the diffuser, so the goal is going to be to shepherd him in, get that diffuser planted. You've still got, historically, two very good guns on TSM, and even if Bolo isn't exactly having the best series at the moment, he can still do some serious damage.
You gotta clear out the post right now inside the kitchen. They know the C4 is there, so Kansan has to come to kitchen or Grixer has to use those breaching charges to eliminate Achieved. Once Achieved is down, that's when Monty can walk in from dirt and start planting that diffuser with cover from the hatch. It's all on Achieved. Has the C4, throws it, he gets hurt, you run away.
It was tossed a little bit too short, it looked like, as well. So even if you hadn't had SQ get out of the way, I don't know if it would have been successful. But Achieve doesn't really have any pressure from the attackers. There's no drones on him right now. There's no soft destruction that's happening. Kansan eliminates Bolo. Things falling apart. TSM, could we see the first 7-0 happen to them? Achieved wants to make it happen, but now it's down to Grixer, and TSM denies a 7-0. They get on the board, but things are so dire. TSM must be perfect on this second half, as Soniqs were in the first. That is quite a hill to climb. But if a comeback is going to happen, it's got to start with this first round, and TSM at least have made it work, even if it was by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, the first of possibly many, possibly the only. And it all was onto Achieved there, playing below the kitchen hatch. Soniqs did not capitalize correctly by my standards. I mean, you rotate over the sledge, you do the verticality, you force him out, then you can actually approach that round rather simply, as there is no Toxic Babes, there is no Yokai, no Maestro, nothing of the kind, no real plant deny. TSM needs all the chance they can get because they gotta go round by round. It is a tough start to the defensive half, but they made it work. It's gonna be a gym secondary bomb set option here. No room for error, no room for mistakes. Bandit being brought to the occasion. You can either trick the CCTV side and deny the initial breach, or stay on the Jacuzzi side and keep that cozy and locked down. Of course, Merc on the Frost for those window jump-ins on the bomb set itself, bringing the deployable shield and secondary shotgun. Incredibly high value operator for this particular bomb site. And Geo is gonna keep doing the same thing, and eventually it has to work, right? Monty again, 8 kills to his name. Geo, tied top fragger for Soniqs. Has those secondary EMPs because it could be Rexen and Gunner leading the charge in the Heartbreach role. This also means you don't need the Thatcher. The secondary EMPs gives you more flexibility on your attacking lineup. You should free up one role, one operator. And Soniqs, I think they're gonna take that same approach. Try and jab somewhere, get a reaction from TSM, and take things slow. The only thing Soniqs kind of failed at in the previous round was that they were playing at 2 different paces. 2 members playing aggressive, and then you had Geo and the supportive cast playing rather passive and far back. So if we get on the same page like we did on Theme Park for the Soniqs attack, that's when TSM are going to be in trouble. They have no real Monty counters. Bandit only C4, no smoke, no echo. Same story as Theme Park. Geo can get so much value with almost no effort.
General viewers seem to get quite unhappy when we use the term abuse to describe an operator. But this is Soniqs absolutely abusing Montaigne right now.
Yes, I mean 100%.
Not because of Monty as an operator, but because TSM can't seem to deal with it.
Yes.
And you have realized that there is a very significant weakness that TSM has. Their Achilles heel. And you're going to continue to abuse what works against them. And look at this, Bolo being hounded by the Montaigne. But there's great trepidation here. Bolo is still a threat at all times, and this is exactly why. Swiftly removing Kansan, Gunner drops as well. Grixer on the entry from down in stock. Tries to keep those numbers close. Geo is still in play, but as we said in the previous round, the fewer teammates around you, the less power that a Montaigne has. Geo has shown that he can make magic work with this operator even when the odds are stacked against him. But it didn't work last round. And there were the last round of Theme Park, if I recall correctly, didn't work either. Grixer laughs it off.
Yeah.
That's excellent. Could you imagine if that had been TSM doing
Exactly.
that? There would have been no laughter there.
No, you're allowed those mistakes right now because you got such a big lead. Soniqs, I mean, their own clinician didn't work out, but the catch on the rotation worked greatly for them. Now Geo will lead the charge in. No smoke in its pocket, keep that in mind. They have to brute force this with no line cover. You see what they can make work.
There goes the frost map by the window. It allows for a hop in towards weight room, gym, whichever you'd like to call it. Soniqs have realized that the problem lies over towards logistics. And now Geo will go for the plant. Achieved is there to greet him. SQ comes out ahead in that engagement though. It's Snake and Achieved to just try to ride this out. SQ need to get in and do some serious damage, and they won't do that. TSM now streaking on their own. 2 in a row, and every single round that TSM wins is a few pounds of weight off of their shoulders and onto the shoulders of Soniqs. The crowd that's here is trying their best to get TSM into this matchup, and it seems like, at least for these 2 rounds, it's working.
Yeah, so far. I mean, the last 20 seconds of any of these defensive rounds from TSM, you gotta be holding your breath. It comes down to a 1 versus 1, a 2 versus 2, a 2 versus 1, etc. And it's anyone's round for the taking. Soniqs, again, one tiny mistake costing that 3 versus 3. The gym window was still castled by TSM. Therefore, the bomb cover wasn't there for Geo. That eventually was why he fell. You need 1 member to plant and 2 people to cover various angles, so Geo had to be the one planting because he's the Monty. His gun doesn't really work for a plant cover, just being that pistol. And TSM 1 round at a time, slowly making their way there. Of course, Achieved leading the charge, 12 kills to his name. He is forced once again onto that bandit operator. The great thing about this bandit is that you don't have to do an active duty when it comes to tricking necessarily. You can put them down like he is right now and free yourself up to be a roaming gun with a C4 while still applying value to the team by having those bandit charges placed down. The Dokkaebi from Geo now, off the Monty, is in play. TSM have banned Dokkaebi in more than half their games at this major throughout group stage. They clearly do not like when teams bring this operator, and now it's on the board. Kansen. There it is. Geo, at this point, might just be trying to bother TSM, right? You bring the Monty, you bring the Dokkaebi, and Geo hasn't had much action for the scoreboard on the attacking side as of yet. He's still on 8 kills. And Gunnar takes out Gasher, who's already in a bad position, punished for it.
The first time that we've seen this bar stage bomb site emerge in this matchup. In terms of win rate, it's pretty dead even. But Soniqs are trying to break it in their favor. Achieved and Gasher are no more, and that's bad news for TSM. They have notoriously struggled to get kills, but the one consistency for them has been achieved deep in the clutch and on entry kills as well. He'll be no more. The yokais that still exist will just be there for information. They won't be active outside of that. And there is at least 1 yokai still up at this point. So that's some very valuable intel for TSM. Soniqs are on the hunt to take out Bolo. They know where he is, and he's isolated at this point. Damaged, greatly damaged by Kansen, and now it's Rexon to get in on it too. TSM just down to 2 players. This is their entire playoffs in front of their eyes. They're about to lose Snake, but no, he prevails in that battle against Kansen. They've got so much work to be done. Time on their side as well. But Soniqs have so much runway to land this thing.
They have. It's a heartbreaking way to go out of your TSM. I mean, slowly but steadily, you're losing members, you're losing health, and Snake gets a kill by half his HP bar. You can't keep making those trades because you only have 2 members left standing. Merc has to be the hero here to deal with Snake.
There's the logic bombs that go off. You talked about annoyance. You talked about getting under the skin. Geo, the former teammate, looking for revenge against the team that dropped him just before the start of the stage. If there's anybody who has insider knowledge and intimate knowledge of what irritates TSM, it would be him. And there goes another logic bomb.
They know.
Soniqs are aware. Gunnar waits for the pop-up. Geo walks in, diffuser in hand. There goes flashes. Geo tries to trade out. Merc actually prevails in that gunfight. But Gunnar has the insurance policy. Snake, one of the newest members, takes down Geo, but he doesn't get Rexon. Soniqs pummel TSM in the 3rd map. And they're going to the semis tomorrow with TSM eliminated. The final 4 teams here in Jönköping will all search for their first international major championship and we will have a new champion.
I mean, the competition right now in Rainbow Six Siege is at its highest. We're seeing new teams coming up, new players joining older teams to revive them again. And it works for every region, seemingly so. And that's why, as Parker said, we're gonna get a new champion for these major events. The Soniqs, they're proving a point and sending a statement that the changes that they made were for the better, and they're showing up in great form.
Wow, this could be another opportunity for Gio to add a trophy to his trophy case. He's a world champion.
Yes.
He won it with TSM here in Sweden to start off the year, and there is still hope for him to win more than one. Everybody else, though, they're going to be searching for a victory for the first time. Tomorrow, the matchups are locked in. We know that on the one side of the bracket, Liquid and W7M will continue to fight for Brazilian supremacy. And Brazil was guaranteed a team in the grand finals as all 4 teams ended up on the same side of the bracket. But for NA and EU, Soniqs will collide with BDS in a must-watch match. And you and I aren't going to be casting that, so I'm going to be sitting in the audience taking every single moment of BDS versus SQ in as best as I can. What a performance from Soniqs. It didn't certainly seem like they were going to be able to keep up with TSM after map number 1.
No.
But by shocking us and pulling out a map that they hadn't played before in Theme Park, and then winning the most played map here in Jönköping in very dominant fashion, well, it's put the other 3 teams on notice. And if you're BDS, you got some prep work to be done, because what else are the Soniqs hiding?
Exactly. I mean, going up 6-0 on Clubhouse to start things off, almost looking like the first 7-0 of the entire tournament in the quarters on third map is almost unheard of. And Soniqs, they're here to play, and they showed us in that matchup exactly how good they can be.
A 7-0 over the defending world champions in a must-win third match would have been an absolute statement. But either way, even if it was 7-2, Soniqs still sending a statement. And we get to hear from them down on the stage as we toss to Ian for the interview.
Parker, thank you very much. Of course, it can only be one man standing on the stage with me, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Gio, please. Now, as I was waiting to interview you, your entire team were very vocal. I was watching you. You were cool, calm, and collected. Did that feel like a little bit of revenge for you or not?
Not really. I mean, I'm just old. For me, I was like, I don't really... There's no rivalry, at least for me. I think I ended good terms with TSM, so for me, it's just hoping to make it farther in the tournament. So there's no bad blood or anything. I'm old.
You seem very chilled, and that's a very cool demeanor that you've got about you. That being said, you know, you did win SI with that team at the start of this year. What is the passion and the burning desire, despite you being very relaxed, to win a major here with this roster?
I mean, I think it's just about showing I can still do it. Like I keep saying, while I am old, I still think I can play for a bit. So being able to do it with these guys that believed in me is just amazing. And then we're a brand new team. I think we have a lot to work on, and I think it shows. But we're just here to have a good time, and I guess it's working, right?
For sure, it definitely is. Did it feel like you had a little bit of inside knowledge coming up against these guys?
I would say yeah, just because I kind of know how like some of the players play. But I mean, at the end of the day, like they're world-class players too. So we just got to play our game and see how it goes.
So Gunnar, I saw him very loud, very proud to get that victory there. This is his first time on a big stage like this. Is it partly your job as a veteran here to make sure you maintain a little bit of grounding there, keep that foundation tight so he doesn't maybe get a little bit too active?
Yeah, I mean, I think for the whole team, this is like the first time in a major playoff. So I think, like I say, we're a brand new team, basically. So we're just here learning, having a good time, and just seeing how far we go and just working on the process.
So BDS up next. Did you catch any of them in action, and did you see them much throughout the group stages? What do you make of them as opposition in the semifinals?
I mean, I think BDS is a great team. I thought Wolves was a great team too. Obviously, unlucky they lost. But I mean, we're here to play whoever it is, whether it's an NA Brothers or EU. Hopefully we see Brazil in the finals, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we touched on it earlier about what it means to you about, you know, you've still got it. What is the driving force within you as a player? As you keep saying that you're old, obviously I don't think anybody here necessarily wants to see you retire or hang up the boots if you, as you would anytime soon, but what is it that makes you want to continue playing Siege?
Honestly, I just think, I think the whole like leaving TSM was probably like lit the fire under me. I think I got kind of complacent on TSM. So I think just like getting off that team kind of just made me like want to go out there and do it again instead of just being like, oh, I mean, I'm a pro, let me just keep doing what I'm doing. So, I mean, I think that really helped, and I think the fire's back, and we got to see how far we can go.
It's burning bright. Any last words for your fans watching here in the audience and at home?
Just thank you to everyone that came out. Love you guys, love my wife, love everyone. Saludos a toda la banda, gracias por apoyar, y los quiero mucho.
Thank you very much, Gio.
Thank you guys.
Congratulations, of course, and commiserations to TSM. We're going to throw to a brief break, but when we come back, we will have all of the reaction. We will pick that quarterfinal apart on our desk with Milos and the gang.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Operation Solar Raid.
This season, we're introducing another new squad. It's Ghost Eyes, led by Caveira, and a newcomer, Solus, is joining the team as well.
Here's a glimpse of your new operator in action on the new Night Haven Labs map. Solus joins the defenders with an electronics detecting augmented reality headset that allows her to not just spot attacker gadgets in action, but also reveal them to her teammates.
A question arose, well, what if we have an IQ on defense? You see that there's a lot of electronic gadgets. You have breaching charges, you have claymores, and tons of drones and cameras. So it just made sense that the defense would have a tool similar to what the attackers have.
Night Haven Labs. It's an imposing research base, and it's the new map coming in Operation Solar Raid.
The whole map is very, very clean. Even the outside, it has a very corporate feel. On one of the roofs, there's a risk versus reward run out to reinforce a hatch. Otherwise, it opens up some pretty interesting lines of sight. The map looks superb. The artists, the lighters, everyone did such a great job on this map. I'm looking forward to the reception.
Crossplay and cross progression. We know you've been waiting for this feature for a long time, and it's coming this season.
This is thanks to a data migration that's happening with the season launch. So the first time you log in, you'll see a pop-up that lets you know all of your data now lives in the cloud and is accessible from any platform, anytime.
Fighting toxicity and improving our anti-cheat measures are an ongoing priority for us.
We are very happy to announce that we will be launching the new reputation system. We want to move away from the toxicity that the people are facing, and we want to improve the gameplay experience and provide a safer place for everybody.
It is now time for you to shine in Ranked 2.0.
What are the changes in the core system? We are splitting skill and rank into two different values. The skill, in one hand, will be hidden and only used for matchmaking. On the other hand, the rank will be visible and only used for progression. From now on, there will be 1 reward per division, so 5 rewards per rank, with some exclusive new items. If you finish one season in Gold 5, you will get as well the rewards from Silver 1, Silver 2, Bronze, and Copper.
Now it's time to talk Battle Pass. Operation Solar Raid is introducing a brand new progression system.
Rainbow Six Siege Battle Pass has evolved to become more tactical, offering you new ways to unlock the rewards that matter to you faster.
Finally, you can play Operation Solar Raid on the season test server this week. Have fun, and be sure to share your feedback on R6 Fins.
Desk of this first play day in the playoffs, and it all continues here with us. I'm Milos Dominic, your host. With me are Anne and Alfama. We're going to break it down. Seems like Soniqs, Alfama, have done it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I called it, right? I thought they had what it took to upset TSM and go and win the 2 last maps. I think, especially on the Clubhouse, they look so dominant, right? They were able to turn the man disadvantage situation to a man advantage situation. I mean, I remember this. There's a round, their 5v3 turns into a 1v3. Like, they were so consistently good, and they were able to aggress together, whether it be on for the roamers on an extended hold, or for the anchors together on a passive defense. All the time, everything was just working.
For me, it feels like the teams have done a little bit of a switcheroo from the first map until the last map. It feels like in this map specifically, it was Soniqs that was more confident, and it was TSM that maybe was a little bit more unaware or uncohesive and didn't really play together as a team. That's what we really asked for them, from them rather, coming into this third map. But there were rounds where they were going for a cash execute. It seemed that the plan of the main breach didn't work. They planned to have players coming from construction, and then Bolo was outside of Garage Store with a diffuser by himself, contesting the person on Raptors, which is a very tricky gunfight to contest. It A, didn't work, B, they didn't have a chance to jump into the windows or go through the construction breach. It seemed like they were a little lost at times. Very unfortunate coming out for TSM, and sometimes there were flanks from Soniqs as well that really caught the players of TSM off guard.
Yeah, I think if you ever need a Clubhouse masterclass in terms of defense, I think you watch Soniqs defenses. It's just amazing to see how they're playing together. I mean, even in a situation where TSM did everything right, gained all the control, they're in a 3v3, they're playing it the best way they can. But Soniqs consistently got the better hand of the trades because of their positions, because of rehearsed strats again and again and again. And this is why it's 5 wins in a row on Clubhouse.
There you go. Rexen putting numbers up top. Grixer also on the team, but pretty well spread out for the Soniqs. Personally, looked a bit more top-heavy for TSM. Trying to bring it back. At some point, we're thinking this could be the first 7-0 of the tournament until TSM were able to claw 2 rounds. But like Intero was saying in the cast, you have to be perfect every single round, 6 in a row to even hope for that OT.
I like to see the really high cost on Rexen as well. It's almost 89%. And despite these players being very risky in that opening part of the round, there were rounds where there were multiple players on the side of Sonic spawn peak. Not just one, but 2 different opportunities, 2 different angles or windows that they were peeking from. And there was also a round where they went for a dirt push with the 2 of them. Like you mentioned, you put yourself up for 2v1 instead of a 1v1. They got the player out of dirt, and then they just went away. It's like the confidence, oh, we've cleared this. We don't need this kind of control. They eventually used it to push it and failed. But the initial confidence of, oh, we cleared this, and now we can continue with our plan, looked very good from Soniqs.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said before, even when they had not the man advantage, they were able to clutch. Like everything was clicking. Even when Kanzen is looking for that opening pick, he wallbang someone and then they hit a headshot through the wall. Like it just felt like everything was clicking.
Then how does the Soniqs fare against BDS, their next opponent?
Well, I think first thing, if they even go to Theme Park again, they're gonna have to learn how to attack without the Monty. That's for sure.
Oh yes.
So first thing also that they're not gonna be able to throw as many curveballs as they've shown 2 new maps that they've never showed before. So there is fresh analysis to be done by BDS right now. Now, BDS are able to control the pace by being super aggressive. Soniqs is able to do it in defense, especially with Rexen, but I think in general, they're more a step-by-step team. That may have changed with Geo coming in and being able to adapt a lot, but in general, I feel like BDS would have more control on the pacing. So I'm honestly, I'm not sure. It's for both teams right now. Rookies are in. Who's the best team? We'll see.
It took a little bit longer for Soniqs, I guess, to really wake up into this match. The first map, they seemed a little unaware. It was one of those newer maps that they weren't that comfortable on. And then they started waking up. I'm not sure if you can allow yourself to do that against BDS, though, when they come guns fire blazing into the matchup, whether you can allow yourself to have a little bit of a slower start.
All right, who do you think is our MVP for this game?
If I look at the cost stats...
It has to be Rexen,
It's
right?
the entire match, right?
Yeah.
There you go, let's bring it up on the screen. Let's resolve this issue. Who's the MVP?
Oh, it's Kanzen.
Kanzen, there it is. 29-20 for first kill, so opening kills, and 2 clutches/plants in the game.
That's maybe not something you see too often. Someone that goes for plants also gets like opening kills. Or like, you know, a clutch can also happen still at the same time, of course. But opening kills and someone who eventually goes for the plan isn't always on the same player, but it shows their versatility and it shows that the players can adapt, which I really like to see.
What about that Malusi?
I mean, that's his crutch. He's just using it on his holo sites. And I remember, like, I had fun with him before because he would always go for this ×1 sites all the time, even if he had better ones. So I don't actually think that Kanzen is only a support player, because that's what we recruited him. He's developed into much more now. I think he's super versatile, and the new lineup just offers him more opportunities to do more and have a bigger pool of operators.
All right, then let's summarize things for today. We had 4 matches. Here's what our bracket looks like at the end of this first day of playoffs. Of course, we came in with 16 teams in Stockholm. Now we're down to 8, and actually, by the end of today, we only have 4 left. We started off with W7M versus Black Dragons. W7M, more experience among the young gunners of both of these teams. They're able to move through. Liquid taking down FaZe Clan, beautiful fashion. Liquid cementing themselves as probably #1 in the Brazil, but that's the challenge for tomorrow. Should they beat W7M, then I think it would be no contest, but these two teams are always neck and neck if you're watching the BR6 region. Soniqs defeating TSM, we just saw that, but earlier, Wolves fell to BDS 7-4-7-5, a close EU v EU. BDS usually wins those against their opponents, unless it's the French finals. That's usually how it goes, the rule between them. But that's what we got. And tomorrow, that is what we have for you. So let's fill you in on the schedule so you can prepare yourselves for 2 best-of-3 series, starting off a bit later than what we had today at 16:30 CET here, local time in Jönköping, which is the same as everywhere else in the EU, or at least West EU, not accounting for the UK. That's another world at this point. 7:30, and that'll be for Soniqs versus BDS. Very much looking forward to that. You start off with all Brazil again.
Yeah, and I feel like it's kind of a bit early to say this, but I feel like the lower end of the bracket, so the 2 Brazilian teams, are not at all at the same stage of a team maturing or a team life or a team cycle. I think they're way more ready to win a title than the 2 above. I think for both EU and NA, these 2 teams have made recent research changes where I feel like W7M and Liquid are just ready to win a title right now. So whoever wins that semi-final would be the favorite for me. W7M should be the favorite.
Oh, okay.
I'm just happy because when I predicted the final, I predicted BDS versus W7M, and it's still possible. I'm not trying to actively
50-50
jinx.
chance.
Yeah, I'm not
less,
trying to jinx any teams into it, but it would be really nice to see my predictions come through. Yeah.
So if I were to select the complete opposite, that will be the one to come true.
I probably jinxed them now.
Yeah, probably. Anyways, thank you very much, Alfama and Anne. I hope you had a good day for yourself today. Alfama, how do you feel?
I mean, I feel like it was a super interesting day. Lots of interesting matchups, all about rivalries. First day here, lots of excitement. I had a lot of fun. Thank you guys for inviting me.
Thank you.
And we'll see each other tomorrow, right?
Don't thank us. We're not the ones making it. Thank you to the Ubi crew in the back that makes these decisions. But Anne, your first major? I mean, you've done an SI at this point, you know. But, you know, first major, how you feel?
I'm feeling really good. It was a good day, good matchups, maybe some very fast ones, faster than we probably expected. But if it gives a good omen for the upcoming matches, then I'm down for it for sure.
Yeah, I'd love to hear from Fresh, but he's not here, so... Oh well. Anyways, thank you guys very much, and I hope you guys watching at home had fun with us today here in Jönköping. We'll be back tomorrow, like we said, 16:30 is the beginning of our match, and for those that are in NA, that's 10:30 a.m. for you, so it's a good time to sit back. You know, you watch Saturday morning cartoons, it's Saturday morning Siege, which is perfect. So get your breakfast ready for it if you're watching in North America. Though, till then, we will see you tomorrow. Thanks so much for watching. We love you so much. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Tell me if it's funny. Disappear, honey. When will you get me or call me? 'Cause I have for you a great surprise. Oh, you have something in your eyes of power. And I can't deny I love it. There are no limits for us, so what can